The virtual character I personally raised wants to marry me. Chapter 151 to Chapter 189. Aha! After I changed factions, there were no more elementalists. Gone. It's gone. Not long after Roland's starship arrived at Kekabar, such a post appeared on the Starry Sky forum, causing everyone to be surprised. No more elementalists? What do you mean? As soon as the post was published, it attracted countless curious onlookers to take a look. Ah, why did I have to be so greedy? Why should I be curious? I've been playing since the first beta until now and I've painstakingly leveled up to level 29, Lousy producers, I'm going to fight it out with you. Just by looking at the main building, one could tell how devastated the owner of the building was. It was as if he had become the incarnation of a groundhog. The entire screen was filled with exclamation marks. At this time, those who were still on the forums were players who had not been able to make it to planet Kekabor and those who had been following the game closely. There were also those who had just finished Dangjin on stream and were immediately asking questions. Let's rub off on the Almighty first. Did the Almighty successfully switch factions? Can you tell us more about the faction playstyle? What do you mean there are no more elementalists? Holy sh*t. Don't tell me I'll be stripped of my elementalist status after switching factions? Is elementalist a unique class in Roland? There was a lot of discussion under the post. Soon, the poster pitifully came out and gave an answer. The method of changing factions was very simple. As long as they triggered a mission from another faction, they would have the option to change factions. Dang Jinon's live stream also gave them a reference. Then came the most crucial part, the punishment for changing factions. Out of curiosity, this player chose the second option after triggering the mission. As a result, after changing factions, the first thing that happened was that the reputation of the Roland faction and the favorability of the NPCs were all reset to 0, and the most important thing was, his identity and abilities as an elementalist were also stripped away. Elementalist is a special class unique to Esh-Star. It was born based on Esh-Star's environment and civilization. Escher belongs to the Roland Empire. You have left the Roland Empire. Therefore, you no longer belong to Esh-Star. The elemental spirits of Esh-Star no longer care for you. You have lost all elemental powers. Ding. You are no longer a wind elementalist. Your level has decreased to LV5. Ding. Congratulations on joining the Skata faction, ding. Personal level has reached LV5. Experience bar frozen. Can only continue leveling up after changing class. Gentle reminder, since your current camp is a special camp, you need to explore the power upgrade system on your own. You can go to the planet of your camp and ask the local residents. The OP released a series of screenshots, which made everyone sigh. The most heart-wrenching was the warm reminder at the end, which could make people vomit blood. A special faction actually had to explore its own power leveling system? He had to admit that the degree of freedom in this game was awesome. My condolences. It's so tragic, I can't even bear to laugh. HHH, the little tail above has been exposed. 23,333. Am I the only one who feels that the self-exploration of the power system is not done yet? That's not necessarily the case. Maybe the OP really got lucky and entered some hidden faction? Maybe I'll be very awesome after I finish exploring and level up. Do you want this luck? The OP only replied with an emoticon and then posted a screenshot of the current attributes. Every player had their initial attributes when they entered the game. According to the statistics, the highest would not exceed 10. Before LV5, every level up would only add 1 point to all attributes. Therefore, the OP's current attributes could only be described as terrible. His vitality was only 9 points, which meant that he only had 900 HP. Without a doubt, he had successfully taken the title of the weakest player in the entire server. The worst thing was that not only were his attributes so low, all of the elemental skills that he had learned had disappeared. He couldn't even open the faction inventory, let alone exchange for them. And the most torturous thing was that the road ahead was so vast, the OP didn't know how to get to that planet Skata at all. I'm going to break down. That Skata guy, he didn't even recognize me as his hero. Then, he slapped me to death. He slapped me to death and said that I was weak, saying that I was a scammer. God damn it, someone help me kill him. Under the OP's broken down replies, a group of other players who heard the news came and unkindly posted a short video and screenshot of the OP's death. Someone even posted a link to the livestream. Deng Jianan, who heard the news, also clicked on the link to the livestream. In the livestream, a man dressed in the Roland Empire with the ID Super Invincible Hottie was lying on the floor of the hotel lobby miserably. The blood that flowed out of his mouth was treated with white light by the game, so it didn't look very scary. This was probably the OP who switched factions. There were a dozen strange-looking alien NPCs around the OP. The one who was held back by the security guard looked like a normal human. But at that moment, his face was ashen and he looked very irritable. Anyone who accidentally killed someone in public and was caught red-handed would not be happy. The livestream bullet screen was filled with ha ha ha. I knew it was funny, but I didn't expect it to be this funny. From the post, although the OP is very pitiful, I still want to say that this Skata guy is pitiful too. Yeah, the OP is too fragile. That guy just gave him a light slap. Who knew that the OP would die? It's definitely a scam. When Deng Jianan saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, he felt that it was a close call. Luckily, he was firm enough, his live stream was still on. The viewers who came back from reading the post also flooded the bullet screen with 6,666. The fans who instigated him with 1,000 rocket launchers also apologized. The OP was a good person, and the fans didn't want to see him get into trouble. Deng Jianan felt good, and at the same time, he felt some sympathy for the OP. Star Age didn't seem to allow people to create alternate accounts. Now that the OP's account seemed to be completely useless, he just didn't know if they would delete the account and start again during the open beta. The game team also held an emergency meeting about this. After all, no one expected that during the second beta, players would be able to go to other planets and encounter aliens other than planet Beirut. According to the original plan, this event was supposed to happen during the third expansion pack. The first phase of the game was naturally to develop Roland, the second phase was to fight planet Beirut, and by the third phase, Roland should have developed enough that players could operate mechs and battleships. When they went to other planets and changed factions, although they had to give up their elementalist identity, they would have the ability to protect themselves. Moreover, the training of one's body and skills had nothing to do with the identity of an elementalist. The attributes obtained from training would not disappear because of the identity of an elementalist. For example, there was currently only one weaponsmith apprentice in the game. He had been smithing for a month, and the proficiency points he obtained from smithing was a lifelong bonus. According to the plan, the third phase would start at least 2 years after the game's open beta. By then, the player's basic attributes would have improved a lot, and they wouldn't be as fragile as they were at the beginning. This way, even if they lost their elementalist identity, it wouldn't be a big problem. However, who would have thought that before the second beta ended, players would be able to go to other planets, meet aliens, and accept the faction change mission? Wouldn't it be suicide to change factions at this time? Planets that weren't beginner villages were not designed to be friendly to players. This kind of gameplay was meant to be expanded, and it was meant for experienced players to seek excitement. The gaming team held an emergency meeting to discuss how to clean up the mess. They couldn't help but want to delete the files and start over. There was still time now, but when the open beta started, there would be no more chance. While the gaming team was holding the meeting, the live broadcast of Kitchable Hotel's lobby changed. Roland's NPC guards, who had been sent back to their rooms earlier, walked over with solemn expressions. They were wearing the uniforms of the royal guards, and they walked with a sense of propriety. Judging from their aura and discipline, it was obvious that they were a regular army. If it weren't for their different uniforms, the hotel security would have thought that they were the army that maintained law and order. Captain Andrew. Some of the onlookers went up to greet Captain Andrew. However, this NPC captain, who had been on good terms with them yesterday, only nodded with a cold expression. Even the other guards behind him had a very serious expression on their faces. The person in charge of the hotel saw that they were together and quickly went up to communicate with them. Although the guest from Planet Skata still looked unhappy, he still negotiated with Andrew. After all, he really didn't do it on purpose. He had a good chat with that guest, and the guest had a good impression of him because the guest had mastered the language of his planet. the guest even agreed to be the guest's interpreter. However, the guest suddenly went crazy and said that he was a hero. He also said a bunch of nonsense that the guest didn't understand at all. At this time, his friend happened to arrive, and the guest didn't want to argue with him, so he reached out and pushed the guest's shoulder. As a result, the crazy guest fell to the ground and died. He really didn't want to kill the guest. The guest from planet Skata felt that he had been wronged. He came out to relax, but he didn't expect to encounter such an unlucky thing. However, there were witnesses and material evidence. If he didn't want to go to the Galactic Court and be detained, he could only negotiate with the guest. Andrew didn't treat him well, but at least he accepted the guest's proposal. After the guest paid the money, the matter was resolved smoothly. As for the corpse of the guest, it had already been taken away by the guards. The guest from planet Skata didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It was so smooth that he wondered if he had really been scammed. Why else would his companions be so cold? Some of them were even laughing. However, whether it was his own examination or the judgment of the medical robot, that person couldn't be more dead. It was simply too strange. In the end, he could only conclude that the dead person didn't have a high status in his country. He didn't even have a good relationship with others, so no one was sad about his death. In the end, he could only accept that he was unlucky. At the same time, because of the psychological trauma of accidentally killing someone, he didn't have the mood to stay in the hotel anymore. He checked out early and left. As for the dead player, his corpse was brought back to his room by Andrew and the others. The players who were watching the live broadcast wanted to shamelessly follow them, but they were stopped by the guards. At this time, it was probably because Andrew left that the guards' attitude towards the players became better. However, their expressions were still complicated. The players looked at each other in confusion. Just as they were about to ask, they saw a young NPC guard say with red eyes, "We all know that Mr. Super Invincible Hottie has betrayed Roland, F***ck. The players who were just watching the show were shocked. The NPCs actually knew about the hero changing factions immediately. And they even defined it as a betrayal. We know that Mr. Super Invincible Hottie is just an exception. It has nothing to do with the other heroes." The guard's eyes were red, and his voice was slightly choked. "Mr. Super Invincible Hottie even taught me how to play cards." Why? Why did he do this? Looking at his sad appearance, the players were at a loss and couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. For them, changing factions was just a way to enrich the gameplay. However, from the perspective of the NPCs, wasn't this an act of betrayal? 2 days ago, they were still calling each other brothers. Suddenly, they turned traitor. Who wouldn't be heartbroken? They could only blame the fact that Star Age was too realistic. Although they knew it was fake, they unknowingly put themselves in the shoes of the players and felt for it. The players comforted the guard and promised that they would never betray Roland. They also didn't dare to plead for Mr. Super Invincible Hottie. They were worried that they would get into trouble. However, they couldn't help but be curious. So, why did Andrew and the others bring Mr. Super Invincible Hottie's corpse back to their room? To whip the corpse, someone couldn't help but privately messaged Mr. Super Invincible Hottie and told him that since he was already like this, why not do a live stream to make everyone laugh and gain popularity at the same time? He was now famous in the entire server. Others couldn't help but be envious. Of course, in the end, he only got the word F***ck off. Mr. Super Invincible Hottie was almost driven crazy. These guys were too mean. They had taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. He was now dead and could only be revived in half an hour. He couldn't talk to people in his soul state. He could only watch the live stream on the forum and then watch the whole process of him being mercilessly ridiculed. Of course, although he was lying on the floor of the room, he still saw the players who were blocked outside through the live stream. He also heard the guard's words. He was now regretting it. Why did he have to be so mean? Why? Now, Andrew didn't even know what to do with him. After they carried his corpse into the room, they threw it on the floor. Then, they stood in front of him with swords in their hands. This made him very nervous. There shouldn't be any restrictions in this game, right? No way, right? As time passed, Mr. Super Invincible Hottie couldn't take the pressure anymore. He felt that he should record a video to keep evidence in case something unexpected happened. Since they were going to record a video, why not start a live stream? If something happened during the live stream, he could ask for help. As for going offline, he couldn't go offline. He still had to find a way to return to the Roland faction. Since he could switch factions by accepting quests, would he be able to switch factions if he accepted a quest from Andrew? Although he had to start from the beginning, it was better than this situation. Therefore, Mr. Super Invincible Hottie started a live stream as everyone wished. At this time, his death penalty was finally over. Mr. Super Invincible Hottie chose to revive on the spot. When they saw him sitting up again after losing all signs of life, Andrew and the others didn't show any signs of surprise. They just couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The talent of a hero is really amazing. Mr. Super Invincible Hottie was about to say that he was just confused, but the NPCs didn't give him a chance to speak. Andrew stared at him and said in a low voice, "Mr. Super Invincible Hottie, since you have chosen to betray Roland, we have nothing to say. According to His Majesty's orders, the Empire won't make things difficult for you this time since you have contributed a lot to Roland in the past. But, please take off your clothes." Mr. Super Invincible Hottie was dumbfounded. What the F***CK, what are they trying to do? Are they really going to do something to me? Then, he heard Andrew continue. There are also weapons, Exxon coins, and everything else from Roland. Please leave them before you go. Please don't set foot on Xianxia in the future. If you are discovered, you will be charged with treason and executed on the spot. That's right, this was indeed arranged by Silly. When Mr. Super Invincible Hottie chose to leave the Roland faction, he received a notification. At that time, he had ordered some red wine and was about to have a drink with Xing. The atmosphere was just right, but he was interrupted by this notification. Silly was in a bad mood. He didn't expect the faction gameplay to start so soon. From the beginning, he knew that since there was a faction setting, Roland wouldn't be the only faction, so he was mentally prepared. However, he didn't expect that the faction gameplay would be triggered just by bringing them out. Moreover, someone had successfully switched factions as soon as they arrived at Kekabor. He asked Xiao Wu to check the surveillance footage, but he didn't see anything special. Listening to the conversation, he couldn't find any information related to faction switching. He guessed that the player had triggered some condition. Sure enough, after asking Second Brother, he found out that as long as the player triggered a mission from another faction, they could switch to another faction. Silly was a little speechless about this setting, but he still had to solve the problem first. He didn't have any bad feelings towards that player. It was normal for players to switch factions. There were even traitors in online games. It was very difficult for players to stay in one faction, unless they had deep feelings for the faction. However, this was from the perspective of the players. As the leader of the faction, he definitely couldn't let the players drag him down at this stage. Although it was very difficult for players to leave Xianxia without his permission during the open beta, there were still traitors who defected to Beirut. What if these traitors lured the players to defect, or made the players become spies? Silly had to be careful. He could accept players joining other factions, but not Beirut. Those annoying lizard men, if it weren't for them, Roland wouldn't be in such a difficult situation now. Not to mention, they once wanted to destroy the Guardian Circle of Orchid City, not to mention that the Guardian Circle was opened at the cost of the previous emperor's life, and the lives of millions of people in Roland were almost finished. How could Silly let this go? In order to guard against this, he had to be heavy-handed with the first player to switch factions as an example to others. However, what he didn't expect was that after the player changed factions, the elementalist's power was directly stripped. Because he accepted the mission of star exploration, Silly could see his information and found that he directly dropped from level 29 to level 5, which was almost the same as a blank new account. Then he was directly killed by the NPC. It was a bit tragic. Silly couldn't help but sympathize with him. However, he continued to be ruthless. When the player changed factions, a new prompt appeared on his faction panel. As the leader of the faction, he could determine the behavior of the player this time. There were 3 options: traitor, ally, passerby. Silly didn't hesitate to choose traitor, so there was the scene of Andrew and the others going to the hall. They were originally aggressive and wanted to capture the player, but in the end, Silly softened. After all, he still had to pay attention to the player's experience, so he sent a new instruction to Andrew. However, it was obvious that this arrangement was too cruel for super invincible Hottie. If he returned to Roland and was hunted down by the NPCs of the entire server, how could he continue playing the game? And looking at the situation, it was impossible for him to return with the spaceship. But when he successfully changed factions, his spawn point changed. He was no longer in Roland, but in the capital of planet Skada. No, I don't want to leave Roland. Super Invincible Hottie cried and shouted, I was just curious. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, let me go back to Roland. I beg you. Of course, Susili couldn't allow him to come back. If he agreed to let him come back, then the players would think that it was easy to change factions in the future. What would they do? What did they think of Roland as? That they could come and go as they pleased, even if it was an unintentional mistake. He was the first to do so, and according to his second brother, now everyone knew about it. Therefore, Susili mercilessly refused him, and no longer cared about this matter, leaving it to Andrew. No one would like a traitor, and no one would like a fence-sitter. Andrew was also impartial. After leaving behind all the things on the traitor, he slapped him to death, and then ordered the guards to carry him out and dispose of him. Knowing that the traitor could be resurrected, he didn't have any psychological burden. This matter was temporarily put to rest. Susili knew that the game team was still in a meeting, and they might come up with countermeasures to compensate the players, but it was none of his business at the moment. In short, after this incident, the players would have to think carefully about changing factions in the future. And Susili wasn't in the mood to drink anymore, so he disguised himself again, and then pulled Xixing out of the door, preparing to visit this famous tourist planet. Even though Xixing was depressed, he could only do as he was told. Susili looked at the electronic map in his hand. This electronic map was taken from the front desk of the hotel. It was only the size of a card and could be expanded to adjust its length and width according to one's preferences. When he opened it, a 3D thumbnail of the entire Kekabar star popped up. In the upper left corner of the interface, there were scenic spots and a search bar. He could also click on the star to enlarge it and it would display information such as special attractions and routes. It was very convenient. He controlled the star to enlarge and shrink it excitedly. Ever since he came to this world, Susili had never been so relaxed. Roland's environment, possible dangers, the responsibilities on his shoulders, and so on piled up in his mind. It was as if there were countless hands pushing him forward. He even sometimes wondered if he would be more relaxed now if he hadn't acted up and insisted that the game group realize his dream of becoming the emperor in the Star Age. But he couldn't say that he regretted it. After all, he didn't want to be the emperor for the rest of his life. When Xiaoqiong grew up, he would pass the throne to him. Before that, of course, he had to manage Roland well. But now, looking at the scenic spots on the electronic map, Susili curled his lips. It was a temporary reward for himself. Brother Sheng, let's go here. Susili tapped on the map. Without waiting for Xixing to answer, he pulled him to the sightseeing bus. Xixing Hui held his hand and said softly, I'll take you there with Flash. This would save a lot of time. However, the young man in sunglasses shook his head and looked back at him. The corners of his mouth curled into a charming smile. No, I want to see the scenery on the road with you. Through the light brown glasses, he could see the young man's sparkling smile. It was just a normal sentence, but it made Xixing feel like his heart skipped a beat. He paused for a moment and then revealed a faint smile. Okay. He responded softly. His gentle voice seemed to be crushed in the wind, carrying a lingering affection. The two of them had outstanding looks to begin with, and although they didn't behave intimately, the intimacy between them made it difficult for others to get involved. It was easy for them to attract the attention of others. However, due to the presence of Xixing's passerby halo, no one paid attention to them. Susili was very satisfied with the feeling of being ignored. Then, he pulled Xixing onto the sightseeing bus. There were many types of sightseeing cars. Susili didn't want to sit with others, so he chose a two-person car. After setting the route with the voice reminder, the sightseeing car automatically floated up and took them to their destination. Where are you going? Xixing played with his hand and asked in a low voice. Seaside. The beach. Susili answered without thinking. The seas of Roland were all occupied by interstellar beasts. If he wanted to swim by the sea, he would have to wait a few years. But Kekibar was different. This planet had 1/3 of the ocean, and its marine resources were well protected. The seaside was a must-see attraction. The area they were in was the beginning of summer on Kekibar. The temperature was neither too high nor too low, and the weather was clear. It was a very suitable day for sightseeing. Susili loved this kind of season. The first place he thought of was the seaside. Seeing how excited he was, Xianxia nodded slightly, deep in thought. This was the first time he had traveled in a real sense. There was no mission, no clear mission, just going to play. Xianxia wasn't sure. He didn't know what to do, but he was willing to learn as long as his god was happy. Susili didn't notice. He looked at the scenery outside the window. Kekibar was indeed a tourist planet. Its environment was much better than Roland's. Whether it was the modern buildings or the natural scenery, they were all well maintained. It was a feast for the eyes. But soon, he realized that something was wrong with the person beside him. Turning his head, Susili met Xianxia's deep, focused gray-blue eyes. He raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong?" he asked. Xianxia shook his head and looked away. Susili looked at him suspiciously, then looked out the window. But soon, he noticed that he was looking at him. He looked over and met the man's eyes again. Confirming that he was looking at him, Susili said amusedly, looking at the scenery. "Why are you looking at me?" Xianxia pursed his lips. He also wanted to focus on the scenery, but... "You look better." He looked up at Susili and said what he was thinking. "The scenery is boring." Looking at his serious eyes and listening to his affectionate words, Susili felt his ears heat up. He looked away. When he saw the scenery outside, he suddenly felt, it did seem a little boring. After his initial excitement had passed, he suddenly felt a little dispirited after being exposed again. He sighed and looked at Xianxia in annoyance. "Aren't we here to have fun?" Xianxia was very innocent. Looking at the scenery, is that considered having fun? But he didn't seem to find it fun. Hearing his explanation, Susili was amused. So looking at him was more fun than looking at the scenery, but then again, whether it was in the previous world or this world, Xianxia probably didn't go on a trip in his life. Susili thought about it and couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. He thought about it and asked, then, what do you think is more fun? After all, the two of them were out to have fun. If the suggestion was good, he didn't mind playing along. Xianxia looked at him, then looked away and didn't say anything. He didn't say anything, but his hesitant eyes aroused Susili's curiosity. He leaned closer to Xianxia and asked, "What do you think? What do you want to do?" "I can play along with you." Xianxia looked at him with an indescribable expression. "Are you really willing to play along with me?" Susili nodded, not at all aware of the danger. Then, he saw Xianxia reach out and poke the light screen of the sightseeing bus with his fingertips. The invisible little robot suddenly jumped out. "Okay, I won't look." The little robot said unhappily, then turned around and disappeared from the light screen. Susili was confused. Then, he felt Xianxia wrap his arms around his waist. Then, under the influence of a strong force, he sat on Xianxia's lap. At this time, how could he not realize what Xianxia meant by fun? However, Xianxia had already leaned over and kissed him gently on the lips. Then, his nimble fingers unbuttoned his shirt. The summer was hot, and he didn't wear much. Soon, he was almost unbuttoned. Xianxia left his lips and lowered her head to kiss him lightly, landing on every sensitive part of his body. His 5 fingers went into the man's light blonde short hair. Susili hugged his head and closed his eyes quickly. The sightseeing bus was still moving. Under the special design, it was impossible to see what was happening in the bus from the outside. Occasionally, there were bumps, but they were balanced by the shock absorption system of the sightseeing bus. There wasn't much space in the 2-person bus. With 2 people squeezed into one seat, the space was even narrower. However, it was this narrowness that deepened the intimacy between the 2 people. Also, the inevitable acceleration and deceleration of the sightseeing bus brought a different experience to the 2 people. Sue Silly didn't understand. How did things suddenly become like this? The cooperation he was talking about wasn't like this at all. Ollie, the man called his name over and over again. His magnetic voice made Sue Silly's ears go numb. In the end, he leaned on Xing's shoulder and opened his slightly red eyes. He glanced at the scenery outside and suddenly felt that it was indeed more fun this way. Originally, it would only take an hour to reach the destination. However, the two of them wasted another 2 hours going around in circles before they finally arrived at the beach that Sue Silly had set. When he stepped on the beach, he almost lost his balance. Xing hugged him. Although Sue Silly didn't push him away, his expression didn't look too good. Xing rubbed his cheeks in an ingratiating manner. He was gentle and didn't seem to be as overbearing and unreasonable as he was in the bus just now. Sue Silly snorted coldly. Get rid of these. He pointed at the red and purple kiss marks and teeth marks under his shirt. How am I going to swim like this? Xing knew the healing stream, so of course he could help him get rid of these marks, but he pulled up the youth's shirt and helped him button it up to cover the marks. Then he said, "You can swim with your clothes on." Sue Silly was so angry that he wanted to laugh. And then do a wet seduction? Looking at his expression, although he felt that this was a good idea, Xing still lowered his head and said softly, "I don't want you to be seen by others." Although it was a respectful tone, there was an undisguised possessiveness. Of course, this possessiveness was wrapped up in a pitiful appearance, which made it seem a little cute. Sue Silly pursed his lips. He knew that Xing would fall for this trick. Now, Xing was getting more and more used to it. He didn't show any signs of being pitiful. However, Xing didn't hide his thoughts anymore. Sue Silly could feel the change in Xing. He was also happy that they were getting along well, but he couldn't really get angry. Okay, then we won't go swimming. Sue Silly had a helpless expression on his face. In fact, he didn't like swimming very much. For a lazy person like him who would never stand if he could sit, swimming was too tiring. Only then did Xing raise his head again and smile. There was clearly sweetness in that smile. Sue Silly hugged his arm and pulled him along the route shown on the electronic map. Let's go and buy ice cream. I heard that the ice cream in this area is very famous. He didn't like winter, but he had a special fondness for cold drinks. Seeing that it was written in the travel guide, he decided to check in. They arrived at the ice cream shop after a short walk. As expected, it was very popular. There was a sea of people outside the shop, and it was even livelier than on the beach. Sue Silly bought 2 of his signature ice cream and shared one with Xing. He took a bite and looked at Xing. How do you feel? It was Xing's first time eating ice cream. He imitated him and took a bite. Your milk tea is still the best. There were also ice cream flavors in milk tea. Whether it was the flavor or the texture, it was richer. Sue Silly agreed. I think so too. As expected, he shouldn't have high expectations for the food in this world. This ice cream was just average, and it was far from being delicious. He shook his head and didn't waste it. He continued to eat. There was a shopping street nearby. When he and Xing strolled on the street hand in hand while eating ice cream, Sue Silly felt as if he had returned to reality. They were like the most ordinary couple, dating and having fun on a rare holiday, temporarily forgetting all their troubles. He looked at Xing, who was holding his hand tightly, and felt a sense of leisure and peace in his heart. He even hoped that this kind of time would stay for a while longer. But soon, a burst of screams and shouts pulled him back from his wandering thoughts. Sue Silly looked in the direction of the noise. In the middle of the street, a small and medium-sized hovering car drove from a distance. It seemed to have lost control and was rampaging on the road, knocking over many cars and pedestrians. In the end, it wobbled and knocked into a streetlight like a drunk. Only then did it stop because the engine was damaged. The originally orderly street became a mess because of this car. Overturned hovering cars and injured pedestrians were everywhere. Police sirens sounded quickly. Robot traffic police received the alarm and immediately came to deal with it. Sue Silly didn't expect that with the advanced interstellar technology, there would still be such a large-scale traffic accident. The out-of-control car stopped not far from them. Sue Silly released his psychic power and scanned it. The driver in the car fell on the control panel, and his HP bar was almost empty. He died on the spot. There was no way to save him. Sob, sob, daddy, daddy, a girl's cry sounded. Susili looked in the direction of the sound. On the opposite side of the street, a girl was kneeling beside a figure. Her face was full of anxiety and panic as she shouted. The middle-aged man was lying on the ground, unconscious. Susili frowned slightly. He used his observation skill and found that the man only had a sliver of HP left. There was also a continuous loss of HP debuff. If he didn't seek medical help soon, he might not be able to be saved. Daddy, don't die, sob, sob, the girl's desperate cries continued, making the people around her feel sad. Some people went forward to try to save her. Susili pursed his lips. He thought of Father Su, Mother Su, and the late emperor. He didn't go over. Instead, he held Xixing's hand. Without needing him to say anything, Xixing had already released his psychic power and guided his psychic power. Susili activated the sound element and opened his mouth slightly. He could now control his voice so that only the people he wanted to hear it could hear it. Without the use of the god of music's piccolo, the effect of Germinal was not as good. Although it couldn't immediately heal the middle-aged man, it was enough to save his life. When the ambulance rushed over and gave first aid to the injured man, Susili stopped chanting. He had just used his observation skill again. The father's HP had recovered to 2/3. Although the loss of HP debuff was still there, if he received medical help in time, his life should not be in danger. Under the action of the robot traffic police, order was restored. The hover car that had lost control was also towed away. The cause of the accident would be further investigated. Susili didn't stay with Xixing any longer. It was getting late, and they should go back. Before leaving, Xixing suddenly frowned and looked up at a skyscraper in the distance. There were small windows open in the building, and there were hover cars traveling in a predetermined path in the sky. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. Brother Sheng, what's wrong? Susili had booked a sightseeing bus from the electronic map and was about to go back when he turned around and saw that Xixing was looking at something. Xixing looked away and shook his head. Nothing. Maybe I saw wrongly. Susili heard this and looked at the skyscraper across the road. Although it was much more developed than Roland, this was indeed a common sight on Kakabal. He didn't find anything, so he nodded and decided to leave as soon as possible. With Xixing's strength, if he could sense that something was wrong, then something must be wrong. Susili had a blind trust in Xixing. The two quickly left on the sightseeing bus and took another route back to Kakabal Hotel. This time, they didn't waste any time. After all, they had been gone for a long time. If Andrew and the others found out that they were not around, they would probably go crazy. Not long after the two left, the street returned to its original order. Other than the cordoned-off area where the accident happened, it was as if nothing had happened. At this time, a window in the skyscraper Xixing was looking at was slowly pushed open. A brown-haired young man with binoculars poked his head out to look. That person's senses are very sharp. He looked at the street again with binoculars. Those two are gone. What happened to the blood dance spy? The man sitting on the sofa in the same room as him asked. Finished, of course. What else can they do? The young man shrugged and put down the binoculars. They dared to tip off Yelena. Quite bold. The man nodded and continued looking at the photon computer in his hand. Blood dance's people are almost here. Get ready. The young man pursed his lips. Are we really going to make a deal with them? That's a third of Fox's power. It wasn't easy to take them down. I participated in many battles, but now I'm going to help them reap the benefits. The man didn't even look at him. Do you think your boss's life isn't worth it? The young man quieted down and scratched his head in frustration. Why does it have to be Blood Dance's people? There are sworn enemies. Blood Dance and Fox were the codenames of the Qingdao organization. Qingdao was a fearsome organization that caused headaches for all the countries in the galaxy. However, they weren't united internally. These Qingdao members were mostly wanted criminals and dangerous people with antisocial personalities. No one was willing to submit to the other. They were divided into countless factions of various sizes and were scattered throughout the galaxy. Among them, Blood Dance and Fox were the two most powerful organizations. They disliked each other and wanted to swallow and kill each other. However, this time, Fox had no choice but to make a deal with Blood Dance to save their boss, Mu Xingzhou's life. About 7 or 8 months ago, Mu Xingzhou was heavily injured during an adventure on a foreign planet. His life was in danger and he was relying on a nutrition pod to stay alive. Fox's people were loyal. Even though their boss was heavily injured, there weren't many people who betrayed them. After the few who showed up were dealt with, the situation quickly stabilized. Now, in order to save Mu Xingzhou, they were willing to give up a third of their resources in exchange. "Well, Blood Dance has the life recovery medicine," the man said. The man said, "I don't know where this thing came from in the beginning, but now it's a priceless life-saving thing. If we didn't pay a lot of money, would the people of Blood Dance obediently send it to the boss?" The brown-haired young man grumbled. "Didn't you say you found the formula? If you have the formula, you need the materials." The man rolled his eyes. "It's not like I didn't send a bounty on Snow Valley. I've been collecting it for half a year. Did you get it? Without Snow Valley, it's useless even if we have the formula. Don't keep nagging me. Boss is going to die if this drags on. It's just a third of the resources. As long as boss is alive, we can get it back sooner or later." The young man fell silent. Of course, he didn't want anything to happen to his boss. His life was saved by Boss Mu, so of course he wanted to see him live well. But, thinking about the faces of Blood Dance's people, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. They got off too easy. Was there really no other way? At this moment, he suddenly had an idea and said, "Brother Wang, did you notice the two people downstairs just now? The two I was observing with my binoculars." His binoculars had a recording function, so Brother Wang must have seen it on his photon computer. "What's wrong?" Wang Kuan said. "Don't provoke them. That blonde guy isn't simple." Because they had been paying attention to everyone on the street, they weren't affected by Xixing's passerby halo and actually noticed the two people. "No, Brother Wang, listen to me. Do you know why I was observing them?" The young man walked up to Wang Kuan and said mysteriously. "Didn't that traitor almost kill someone just now? I paid attention to it, and guess what? That person was about to die, but then his life force suddenly became stronger." The young man said loudly, "Don't you think it's amazing?" Wang Kuan finally looked up from his photon computer and asked, "What are you trying to say?" "Don't you think it's amazing?" The young man said. "He was about to die, but he suddenly came back to life. Then I paid attention, and I sensed a special wave. That wave came from the person next to the blonde guy." Wang Kuan frowned and asked, "You think it was that young man who saved that unlucky guy?" "That's right, it must be him," the young man said confidently. "Although he's disguised, my intuition is very strong. His special wave couldn't have escaped my senses." Wang Kuan thought about it and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "He's already gone. We can't use the system casually now, or else we'll be exposed." They had just hacked into Kekable's transportation system and caused the trader's hover car to lose control. They couldn't do it again in a short period of time, or else they would be caught. "Hee, you don't know about this," the brown-haired young man said proudly. "I sensed a similar wave at Kekable Hotel this morning. His companion should be staying at Kekable Hotel. Let's go there and wait. We'll definitely find him. Hee, boss is saved." And they didn't have to worry about Blood Dance's attitude. Roland's border. In an underground cave, a bonfire was burning fiercely. A long-eared beast's hind leg was being roasted over the fire. Fat seeped out and dripped onto the flames, making a crackling sound. A tantalizing aroma of meat wafted out, making Cyrene, who had just woken up 2 days ago, feel even more hungry. Brady took down the barbecued meat, then used a dagger to cut off the most tender part of the meat, cut it into small pieces, and put them on a plate before handing it to her. The plate was a porcelain plate made by Earth Elementalist Abner using the Earth element. Not only the tableware, but the entire underground cave was also his masterpiece. 3 years ago, no, it would be 4 years after this winter. When they hid in this cave, it was just a cave that could barely accommodate them. After Brady rescued Abner, he began to renovate the cave. Other than the unique dark, damp, and cold underground environment, the structure of this underground cave was not much different from a normal house. It was just that the various living facilities were inevitably simple and crude, but this could not be helped. Cyrene took the barbecued meat and wolfed it down. After living in the military for many years and living in the wild for 3 to 4 years, she had long forgotten the etiquette of a princess. Only the will to live was engraved in her bones. Even if she was in a bad mood and could not eat, she had to replenish her strength. She had no right to be willful now. After she finished the barbecued meat, a bowl of hot soup was handed over. Cyrene did not refuse, took a big gulp of the hot mushroom soup, and felt the cold and fatigue in her body dispel, but she could not let go of the big stone in her heart. She gulped down the soup, wiped her mouth, and then looked at Sino sitting in the wheelchair next to her. "Brother, do you believe what that little thing said?" She stared at him and asked. Sinos frowned and did not speak, but his expression was still thoughtful. At this moment, Cyrene's communication device had been taken off and placed in her room to avoid the little robot that sneaked into her communication device. Cyrene naturally knew about robots. The Star Alliance had assisted them with a batch. As long as these metal lumps were given enough energy and the relevant program was set, they would do as instructed without complaint. In Cyrene's understanding, it was something similar to the legendary alchemist's puppet. However, the little guy that ran into her communication device subverted her understanding. The little robot did not have a physical body, only an image. It existed in the communication device, and the personality and behavior it displayed were exactly like a real human child. She even felt that this robot who called itself Xiao was played by someone. However, there was no signal at all. The base stations at the border were all destroyed by the interstellar beasts. Their communication devices could not be used, otherwise, they would not have completely lost contact with the Imperial City. This also ruled out the possibility of someone remotely controlling her communication device and acting as the little robot. Aliens have countless strange civilizations. Perhaps it is a special kind of alien life form. At this moment, Sino said softly, "Brady, go get Cyrene's communication device. I want to talk to that little guy again." "Yes, Your Highness." Halfway through the conversation, Cyrene, who had just woken up from a 2-day coma, almost fainted from hunger. Sinos ended the conversation and left her communication device in the room. Then, they went to the hall to eat together. Other than the three of them, only Abner was awake. The other 2 ordinary soldiers and a metal-type warrior were all resting in their rooms. After Brady left, Cyrene looked at Sinos again and said with a hoarse voice, "Brother, you just heard it, right?" That little guy said. Snow inherited the throne. Her eyes misted over again. In fact, only she knew whether it was because she was too hungry or because she was shocked by her own guess. Sinos nodded. His light-colored eyelashes were lowered, hiding the expression in his eyes. However, the sadness and pain shrouding his body seemed to be tangible, making people feel heavy. Abner, who was sitting on the side, looked at him, then looked at Cyrene. In the end, he did not dare to say anything and silently lowered his head. His Highness Snow, he tried to recall the third prince, but found that he had no impression of him at all. This prince, who had no elemental talent, had lived in seclusion in the palace since young and rarely appeared in front of people. He had never seen him when he was studying in the Imperial City. The throne originally belonged to the eldest prince. This was already set in stone. With His Highness Sino's talent and reputation, as well as His Majesty's favor and trust, no one would doubt that he was not up to the task. If there was no catastrophe like the beast tide, if the eldest prince's body. Abner looked up again and glanced at Sinos, his heart full of regret. But, they did not know if they could go back alive. What was the use of thinking about this? Abner shook his head and stopped thinking about it. At this time, Sino spoke again. "Joan is still young. Snow's age is more suitable." "You know that's not what I'm talking about." Cyrene bit her lip. When she looked up and saw her brother's fragile expression, she could not help but stop talking. Cyrene knew that Sinos did not care about the throne at all. His sadness and pain were all because he had guessed the same as her, but was unwilling and did not dare to face it. With father's age, it was not time for him to abdicate. Why was he in a hurry to pass the throne to Snow? Thinking of that possibility, she felt a pain in her heart. A strong sense of grief invaded her heart. But at this moment, looking at her brother's state, she did not dare to say anything more. She had promised to protect her brother. How could she ask for his comfort? Something might have happened to father. She had already mentally prepared herself for this, hadn't she? At least, Snow was still alive, and so was Roland. This was the best news. Cyrene took a deep breath, wiped her eyes, and tried to adjust her emotions. Yes, Snow is indeed more suitable. She tried to pull up the corners of her mouth and squeezed out a smile. Sinos looked at her, and finally reached out his left hand and gently touched the top of her head, just like how father often did to her when she was young. Cyrene almost could not hold it in anymore. She held his hand tightly with both of her hands, then stood up and walked to the side. She sat down with her back facing him and Abner. Even when Brady came back, she did not turn around. Brady did not seem to notice. He turned on the communication device and projected the image that Cyrene took before. He cleared his throat and deliberately said, "You're still so ugly, say that again." Before he could say more, the image of the little robot appeared on the screen. It put its hands on its waist and roared at him angrily. Brady suddenly stopped talking. He just wanted to provoke the little robot. Now that it came out by itself, of course he would not provoke it again. Xiao Wu. Sinos called it softly. The little robot's attention was immediately diverted. It turned its head and looked at him. "Yes. I'm here." Little Five had a good impression of Thanos because he looked very similar to his favorite brother. He felt a sense of familiarity just by looking at him. "Brady is joking with you. Don't be angry." Sinos's voice was very gentle. Xiao Wu felt very comfortable with its soft words. It nodded and patted its chest. "He has bad eyesight. Xiao Wu won't stoop to his level." Then it asked curiously, "You still haven't told me, how do you know my brother? And who are you? Why is she chasing after our spaceship?" Xiao Wu was forced to stop halfway through its sentence. It was very stifling. Although it was only a clone, it had the same intelligence as the original body. It was even more lively and childish. Its intuition told it that these people in front of it had a special relationship with its brother. Its brother would definitely want to see them. It wanted to prepare a huge surprise for its brother. Under the little robot's blinking electronic eyes, Sinos's originally heavy and sad mood seemed to relax a little. He said, "I am Sinos Roland." Then he introduced Cyrene and Brady. "So you are my brothers." Xiao Wu recalled the relationship between humans and said, "Brother and sister?" Although there was not much historical information about Roland left on the internet, there were still introductions about the members of the royal family. That was why Xiao Wu knew their names. "But didn't you die?" Sinos's eyes dimmed. He whispered, "Yes, we didn't die in the beast tide." He briefly explained to Xiao Wu what happened that year and their situation. "So we had no way of contacting Roland and couldn't get any news about you. When Cyrene found your spaceship, she impulsively chased after it. With just a few words, it was impossible for the little robot to understand how they had gritted their teeth and overcome all the difficulties along the way to support each other. But from the information it had obtained so far, the probability of Sinos not lying was much higher than if he was lying. That was why it chose to believe him." Xiao Wu nodded in confusion. Then it said emotionally, "Then it's lucky that sister didn't catch up with us. Otherwise, we might have turned into fireworks." "Fireworks?" Cyrene, who had calmed down, walked back and heard the little robot call her that. She couldn't help but feel strange. "Yes," Xiao Wu said, "I thought it was the bad guys from planet Beirut chasing us. I almost fired. Then I found out that the distance was too far, and the surrounding magnetic field interference was too severe. There was no way to locate it, so I had to sneak into your communicator while you were connecting to our spaceship." Cyrene listened to its explanation and couldn't help but be startled. So she was almost beaten to death? "Sister, don't chase spaceships in the future. It's very dangerous," Xiao Wu said with a cute child's voice. Cyrene didn't know whether to laugh or cry. but in the end, she nodded in agreement. As for the way it addressed her, she didn't correct it. She had too many questions in her heart to ask. In the end, she asked the most urgent question first. So, you can't contact Snow now? The little robot's electronic eyes dimmed. It said somewhat gloomily, yes, there's no signal. I can only stay in this communicator. The communicator was only the size of a bracelet. Its range of activity was much smaller than its own game cabin, not to mention the network system of the 5 main cities of the Roland Empire. Compared to the Star Network, it was completely incomparable. Hearing this, everyone present was a little disappointed. But Cyrene had already guessed it. She didn't feel down for too long and continued to ask about other things. Tell us more about Snow, and how is Roland now? This was another question that they were most eager to know. But since they could regain their spaceships, Roland's situation shouldn't be as bad as they thought, right? Xiaowu was very talkative and was happy to answer their questions. Roland is pretty good. Now that the 5 main cities have built teleportation portals, we can communicate with each other. I feel that the network signal is a lot better. Cyrene frowned. 5 main cities? You mean Roland only has 5 main cities now? Yes. The 5 main cities couldn't communicate before? Yes, the outskirts of the cities were occupied by interstellar beasts. It was very troublesome to go to other cities. But Brother sent people to build teleportation portals. Now it only takes a few minutes to go between the main cities. The two of them talked back and forth. Under Cyrene's guidance, Xiaowu quickly explained the situation of Roland. Celine clenched her fists tightly when she found out that the 5 main cities were only preserved under the protection of the Guardian Formation. The conditions for activating the Guardian Formation. Father told her and Brother that it was a method that was only used as a last resort. The price for activating it, she forced herself to stop thinking about it. She didn't have the right to break down now. Snow actually succeeded. Cyrene talked about other things to divert her attention. He asked me to teach him meditation. I didn't expect him to really persevere and even break through. Yes. Brother is super awesome. Xiaowu said, he is now the most powerful elementalist in Roland besides Xixing. And Brother also found a way to remove the star level restriction of elementalists. Isn't that awesome? Xiaowu was an artificial intelligence. Removing the star level restriction of elementalists had nothing to do with it. It simply wanted to boast about its brother. Sure enough, after it said that, the 4 elementalists in front of it all showed surprised and enlightened expressions. Can you tell me more about it? Abner couldn't help but ask. This was really too surprising. Of course, they had sensed the removal of the star level restriction. During this time, everyone had improved by quite a bit. Cyrene's strength had directly increased by half a star. It was just that they never would have thought that this matter was actually done by His Highness Snow. No, it should be called His Majesty Snow now. How did His Majesty do it? Abner asked respectfully. If Abner was still prejudiced because of his past knowledge when he found out that the 3rd prince had succeeded the throne, Abner's opinion completely changed after a few words from Xiaowu. 3-star strength, removal of the star level restriction, construction of the intercity teleportation circle. Each of these was a feat that could be recorded in history. In response to his question, Little Five's answer was somewhat vague. This was its brother's secret. Of course, it wouldn't be stupid enough to reveal everything. It only used the excuse that Su Silly used to fool others. Cyrene was originally curious about the strongest person Xiaowu mentioned, Xixing. She had never seen that person before, but now she was attracted by Xiaowu's words. The removal of the star level restriction is actually related to Roland's national strength? She muttered, could it be that the Roland 4 years ago wasn't strong enough? Before Roland was destroyed by the beast tide, they had spent hundreds of years to rebuild the empire from the ruins. Was it not strong enough? It's not that it wasn't strong enough. It's just that you don't know the ceremony to remove the seal. Xiaowu looked at her strangely. A strong national strength is only the prerequisite. The most important thing is the ceremony to remove the seal. Now, my brother is stuck at 3-star again. He said that he wants to continue developing Roland and remove the 2nd level restriction as soon as possible so that he can break through to 4-star. 4-star, Cyrene was a little shocked. 4-star strength. That was something that she had never dared to imagine before. Even now, she was still struggling at 2.5 stars. As for Snow, he was already working hard to become a 4-star star. Celine couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in her heart. She was proud of her younger brother's growth and was also encouraged. Snow didn't disappoint her. During Roland's most dangerous time, he shouldered everything and achieved such great results. She was both gratified and distressed. He must have suffered a lot, right? She didn't know if she and her brother would have a chance to meet again in this life. Xiao Wu's arrival made the atmosphere in the underground cave, which was getting heavier by the day, become more relaxed. The group of people who had almost given up hope were rekindled. My brother took the spaceship out to pick up a few teachers. When he comes back, he will continue to eliminate the interstellar beasts. Xiao Wu continued to talk about the battle that happened on the coastal plain. Just the results of the battle shocked everyone. Even the Sinos, who had been calm all this time, couldn't help but be surprised. In 7 days, 2/3 of the land on the coastal plain was recovered without any losses. A total of millions of interstellar beasts were killed. What kind of amazing results were these? The most important thing was that there were no casualties. However, when asked for details, Xiao Wu couldn't explain clearly. In fact, it didn't particularly understand the specific effects of Su Silly's skills. Due to its vagueness, Brady and the others began to wonder if it was just bragging. However, they only thought about it in their hearts and didn't say it out loud. Otherwise, the little robot would probably explode again. So you don't have to worry. My brother will eliminate all the interstellar beasts sooner or later. He will push all the way here, and you will be saved. Xiao Wu concluded. However, after thinking about it, it carefully asked how far this place was from the Imperial City. After getting an accurate answer, the little artificial intelligence broke down a little. Why is it so far? It exclaimed. Cyrene smiled bitterly. If it wasn't so far away, why would they be trapped here for so many years? In the end, she heard the little robot mutter. That won't do. It's too far. How long will it take for my brother to clear this place and save us? Do I have to stay in this broken communication device forever? Xiao Wu, don't cack. As it spoke, it started to cry. Cyrene was speechless. Although her communication device was a little old, it wasn't to the point of being broken, right? At this time, Xiao Wu thought of something and suddenly asked, you said before that there was no signal here because the base station was broken, right? Cyrene nodded. Xiao Wu suddenly became happy. Then I'll help you fix the base station. Once the base station is fixed, it can send signals and we can ask my brother to come and pick us up. Cyrene originally wanted to say that it was too dangerous here. Even if they could contact him, he might not be able to come over. However, when she thought of the spaceship that day, she became excited again. Since they could safely fly from the Imperial City to here and enter the safe passage, it meant that Roland had mastered the technology to avoid flying interstellar beasts. Moreover, Xiao Wu's proposal coincided with her previous plan. Do you know how to fix a base station? Cyrene asked. If I have the materials, I can make one for you. Xiao Wu said proudly. I just don't know if it can be fixed with the materials we have. Sister, find some time to take me to see it. Okay. The two of them talked back and forth. Cyrene had temporarily forgotten her sadness. Sinos looked at them and slowly exhaled. He lowered his eyebrows and looked at his legs that were missing half. The light in his eyes dimmed again. Big brother, what are you thinking about? At this time, he heard the voice of the little robot. When he looked up, he found that Cyrene and Brady had disappeared. Abner had also cleaned up the tableware and got up to walk to the cleaning area. In the hall, only the projection of him and the little robot was left. He felt that his heart was as empty as the hall. The little robot had brought them so much good news, but he didn't feel particularly happy. Sinos knew that he was sick. After living in the underground for 3 or 4 years, under the erosion of despair, sorrow, and pain, he had long been sick. If it wasn't for Celine and everyone who survived in this cave, he probably would have killed himself long ago. Big brother, are you in a lot of pain? The little robot looked at him and made a gesture that wanted to touch his body. Was it painful? Sino shook his head. He had long been numb. If only we had the materials, Xiaowu said, if only we had the materials, I could cure you immediately. Its tone was serious and pure. I stole it on the star web before. No, I found it. In the Flanda Interstellar Federation, there is a technology that can regenerate a new body even if only a head is left. And it will be exactly the same after it grows. Sinos looked at it and was slightly stunned. Exactly the same? Yes, like Big Brother, it will grow back in minutes. Xiaowu patted its chest. When we go back, leave this to me. In Xiaowu's military factory, there is nothing that Xiaowu can't do. Sino stared at the little robot. After a long time, the corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile, and the depths of his eyes seemed to be rekindled. Okay. He responded softly. Cyrene, who was running back from the room with the map, could not help but stop in her tracks. She looked at this scene and could not help but laugh. As she laughed and laughed, her vision blurred. Until the next day, the discussion on the Starry Sky forum about changing factions was still high. There were less than 24 hours left until the end of the second beta. In the end, the player named Super Invincible Hottie was taken out of the hotel by the NPC guards and thrown into a random alley. After half an hour, when he revived again, he was questioned by the police who thought that there had been a murder. The player had nothing left except for his initial outfit. Even his backpack only had a little bit of food left. The NPC police officer pitied him and gave him a dozen or so universe credits. His battered heart finally felt a little warmth from the human world. Ever since he started the live stream, his camera had never been turned off. This was shown to the players on the forum. After lamenting and mocking his bad luck, everyone showed a strong interest in what happened to him. After all, although the Roland faction was fun, the conditions were harsh and the environment was relatively backward. Now that they had seen the colorful world of Kekabor, the players were naturally fascinated and couldn't help but want to try it out. However, it was obvious that the alien map wouldn't be released that early. It probably wouldn't be played at the start of the open beta. Now that the second beta players were experiencing it early, many people were envious, especially those who had enough reputation to exchange for a room card. As the most luxurious hotel on Kekabor, even the most ordinary room was much more high-end than other places, let alone real life. Judging from the quality of the live stream, if not for the fact that this was a game, people who didn't know would probably think that this was a new room with an exotic theme. In addition to the high quality of the hotel's decoration, there were also other high-tech furniture, such as an online fitting room. After buying through the virtual fitting room, someone would deliver it to the door. Deng Jianan chose such a service. He translated for the Lost Star and helped the hotel get through a crisis, so he received a thank you fee from the hotel. From this, it could be seen that the Kekabor hotel service was indeed top-notch. 2,000 universe credits could be exchanged for 100,000 ALX in the faction storage. The exchange rate was shockingly high. However, on Kekabor, where the cost of living was extremely high, 2,000 universe credits was nothing. After Deng Jianan bought a decent set of clothes, he didn't have much left. There was not much left, so he simply ordered a luxurious set meal from the hotel for himself and started to make a mukbang broadcast. The way he saw it, the second beta test was about to end. Of course, he would enjoy as much as he could. Who knew when he would be able to come out again? As for money, he could always earn it again. Soon, the hotel robot delivered his dinner. These bionic robots looked no different from ordinary humans. If it wasn't for their mechanical voice, Deng Jianan wouldn't have been able to tell. When the plates were opened one by one, the bullet screen was filled with envy. In the Star Age, the sense of taste was a 99% simulation of reality, and no matter how much one ate, one would never get fat. However, what made Deng Jianan feel even more surprised was that although the luxurious set meal looked good, the taste was really ordinary. It was flashy but not practical and was only suitable for showing off. When he made this comment, none of the fans in the bullet screen believed him. They all said that he was in Versailles. Deng Jianan felt that he was very innocent. He was clearly giving a very honest evaluation. Okay, Star Age was really good in every aspect, and the sense of taste was very realistic. However, the taste of the food was really not good. It was probably left for the players to develop. For example, the hot pot and barbecue street in Dusk Frost City tasted pretty good. In the future, I'll open a shop in the game and specialize in good food. I'll let these NPCs know what good food is. When the time comes, I'll let them take a spaceship to Roland to eat. Deng Jianan and his fans imagined a beautiful future. He did not want to change factions in the short term. Roland's management style was actually quite challenging. Also, it was very cool to follow Her Majesty Snow and clear monsters. Unknowingly, Deng Jianan had developed a sense of belonging to Roland. Although everything in Kekabar was very advanced, he felt that Roland would not be bad in the future. The audience was very supportive of this. Okay, I'll definitely go during the open beta test. Wow, does that mean we can meet brethren in the game during the open beta test? We must take a picture together. Of course. Deng Jianan was very proud of himself. It was a pity that Ah Xing's level was not high enough. He was still an apprentice in the weapon shop and could not come to Kekabar with him. Fortunately, he didn't need to forge anymore and could start learning how to forge weapons. It could be said that the heavens didn't disappoint those who worked hard. However, players like Deng Jianan only made up a small portion of the players. The rest of the players were very eager to change factions. However, if the punishment for changing factions was always so heavy, how could they still play? In the forum, there were people complaining, scolding the game developers, and pleading for the punishment to be reduced. Many people hoped to use this method to pressure the game developers to change the setting before the open beta. The game team was very troubled. At first, they would answer the questions, but in the end, they just let them be and let the players argue while they continued the discussion. Everyone agreed that it was best to delete the files and start over during the closed beta period. This was the most reliable method and could also pull the situation back to the original plan. With such a big problem, would the Su family still be stuck? In the end, the gaming team once again submitted a report to Su Fengqing. This time, the report was undoubtedly more detailed and convincing than the previous one. As for Su Fengqing, ever since he knew that Snow Roland, a character based on his younger brother, was gay with an NPC in the game, he had countless thoughts of deleting the files and starting over. He was not prejudiced against other people's sexual orientation. After all, same-sex marriage had been legal for more than 10 years, and social attitudes had changed. However, what he could not tolerate was a virtual character with his younger brother's face dating another NPC. Moreover, the whole world was saying that they were a couple. For this, Su Fengqing expressed his strong dissatisfaction to the game team. They had clearly said that they would not include a romantic line, but in the end, there was such a big deviation. There was also the problem of the game developing too quickly. These situations caused such a big problem because the game team did not have enough plans. In short, from the first and second beta until now, the game team, especially the planning team, had done a very unsatisfactory job. In the face of Su Fengqing's doubts, the game team could not say anything, but they could not shirk away. In terms of the quality of the game content, they had done the best. However, for such an epic-making holographic game, they had indeed not considered too many details beforehand. Mr. Su, we will work hard to improve the problem you raised, but the best way now is to delete the files and start over. For this matter, Wang Lao personally rushed to the Su family headquarters and handed the report to Su Fengqing. I also know that Mr. Su has deep feelings for the current Snow, and it is difficult for him to accept deleting the files and starting over, so he has been blocking this decision. Wang Lao said seriously. However, Mr. Su, countless people have spent more than 10 years on this project, and a huge amount of money has been invested. We can't afford to fail. Su Fengqing sat behind his desk, put down the report in his hand, and rubbed the space between his eyebrows tiredly. He looked at the old man and said helplessly in a low voice, Wang Lao, now is not the time for me to have the final say. Some decisions have to be made with the opinions of the partners in mind. He was a man of action, so he had already asked the Yin and Yin families for their opinions on deleting the files and starting over during the open beta. The Yin and Yin families had been of great help to the Su family. It could be said that they had helped him in his hour of need, and they had greatly relieved the pressure on him. Moreover, the two families were clearly aiming for the Star Age. One of them had a paralyzed brother, and the other had a daughter in a vegetative state. They both needed to live in the Star Age, so the two families naturally attached great importance to the game. What made Su Fengqing feel helpless was that the two families had unanimously agreed that there was no need to delete the files and start over. It is impossible for the game to only have the first batch of players. There will be an endless stream of new blood in the future, and the new players will never be able to catch up with the old players. This is the inevitable situation caused by the use of a unique server. Since the gaming team claims that they can't control the development of the game, they should just let it go. This will be more interesting. This was Yin Hong's evaluation. She had personally played the game for 2 months. Her understanding of the game might not be as deep as the gaming team, but she could better understand the mentality of the players and the charm of the game. Mr. Su, just like what Su Er said, Star Age will become the second life of the players. Its power will be beyond your imagination. So give it a little more confidence. It will just develop faster. Maybe there will be a short period of chaos at the beginning, but I believe it will be resolved soon. Plus, Ah Xing has been playing for more than a month. He plays for 5 or 6 hours every day. Now you want to delete his data and make him start over? Are you kidding me? If Su Fengqing hadn't gone back to get his phone and heard what Yin Hong said at the door of the conference room, he might have been convinced by her analysis. The Yin family was more straightforward. Although Mr. Yi didn't play the game, according to the feedback of the data, he felt that there wasn't a big problem at the moment. There was no need to make too big of a move. Xiao Su, my family Xueme is very happy in the game. I heard that the first batch of crops she planted is about to enter the harvest period. Don't you think it's a pity to destroy it? Plus, if the gaming team has the time and energy, why don't they speed up the development of a gaming cabin suitable for middle-aged and elderly people? Once it is promoted, I believe that the market for this age group won't be smaller than that of young people. Facing the business titan Mr. Yi, Su Fengqing could only nod and agree. What he said did make sense. If the middle-aged and elderly people could be rejuvenated in the game, perhaps they would have a stronger demand and stickiness than young people who were interested in the game. Now that the country's welfare level had increased, the elderly's life in their later years was more colorful. In the end, Su Fengqing could only say that the business partners his brother found were the same type of people as him. No matter how troubled he was, he couldn't ignore the opinions of the two families and act arbitrarily. It wasn't suitable for both parties to cooperate. After listening to Su Fengqing's words, Wang Lao remained silent for a long time. In the end, he knew that it was impossible and he didn't continue to argue. He knew that there was no need to even think about deleting the files and starting all over again. It was already so difficult with just the Su family, let alone now with the addition of 2 other families. No matter how worried Wang Lao was, he could only calm himself down and let his subordinates discuss how to solve the problem of the punishment for changing factions too early. Deleting the files wouldn't solve the problem once and for all. They could only make up for it in other ways. After Su Silly heard the situation from his second brother, he was filled with regret. He couldn't help but feel guilty towards Wang Lao and the gaming team. It was just that they were in different positions. He couldn't stop development for them. It concerned the lives of too many people in this world. The only thing he could do was to try to coordinate the development of the players when the public beta started. In addition to this good news, Su Yuheng also brought bad news. Although the game team had made concessions and given up on the plan to delete the files and start over, they were no longer willing to follow the original plan of 6, one for the time flow inside and outside the game. Under Su Yuheng's persuasion, the original plan was reversed. The time flow between the game and reality was changed from 1:6 to 2:1. This meant that 1 month in the real world would mean 2 months in the game. Originally, they insisted on a 1:1 ratio and refused to back down. However, old Mr. E personally intervened. He felt that the 1:1 ratio wasn't a good sign as the winter hadn't passed yet. In the end, both sides took a step back and settled on a 2:1 ratio. It would be spring in Roland and everything would come back to life. It would be better to welcome the new year. For this reason, he specially looked for a master to find a good date. Su Yuheng spent a lot of effort on this matter. In the end, he suddenly had the idea to make an issue out of the date. Sure enough, those who originally supported the gaming team changed sides. After all, it was better to believe in the truth than not. This was an old Chinese tradition. After listening to his explanation, Su Silly knew that his second brother had tried his best. Although he was still worried about the timing of the monster horde, he was still very grateful to his second brother. He couldn't interfere with the matters in the real world. Fortunately, his second brother was there. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to accelerate the development of the game. When he thought about how he would not be able to see his second brother for 2 months, Su Silly couldn't help but feel sad. On this last day, he didn't go out. The two brothers chatted in the room, played games, played musical instruments, and talked about the future. It made Su Silly feel like he was back to the carefree days when he was young. When it was almost time, Su Yuhing suddenly remembered something. He quickly switched to the camera mode and took pictures and videos of himself. He said that he wanted to show them to his parents. Su Silly was very cooperative. He missed his other family members very much. Second brother, when can big brother come and see me? Su Yuhing saved the pictures and videos. Just as he was about to go offline, he heard the young man ask him this question. Looking at his pitiful eyes, Su Yuhing thought of his big brother's stubbornness and couldn't help but sigh. He reached out and rubbed Su Silly's hair. He gritted his teeth and said, "After I'm done with this, I'll definitely ask him to come online to see you." He had to come even if he didn't want to. If that didn't work, he would ask his parents for help. He didn't believe that Su Fengqing would be so heartless. Seeing Su Yuhing go offline in a hurry and recalling his expression and words before he left, Su Silly finally felt that something was wrong. Big brother, could it be that he didn't want to see him? Second brother always said that big brother was very busy, but was it really that busy for a few months that he didn't have time to come online? Su Silly suddenly felt depressed when he thought of this. Looking at the empty room, he pursed his lips and took out 2 bottles of red wine from the cabinet. He opened them and drank alone. When Xixing came back, he saw the young man collapsed on the sofa. He was dead drunk and his face was red. He frowned, walked over, picked him up, and took him to the bathroom to wash up. The drunk young man was very obedient. He followed Xixing's instructions. Halfway through, he sobered up and hugged Xixing. When Xixing was angry, he said with grievance, "Xixing, I'm so sad." Second brother took the initiative to look for him in the game. He could prove himself to him, but big brother was in real life. If he didn't enter the game, he wouldn't even have the chance to explain to him. At this moment, Su Silly truly felt that he was in a completely different world from reality. "I can't go back. I can't go back anymore," he was muttering nonsense. Xixing looked down at him. Finally, he bent down and kissed his eyes gently. His voice was low and pleasant. "Ollie, you still have me. I will always protect you." Su Silly, who was crying and acting like a drunkard, slowly calmed down under Xixing's gentle coaxing. He looked at the man in front of him. Looking at his gray-blue eyes that were filled with tenderness, he slowly nodded his head. "Yes, I still have you." He hugged him and buried his face deep in his neck. That night, the two of them didn't do much exercise. They took a comfortable bath and then fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, Su Silly forgot about what happened last night. All that was left was a splitting headache and a terrible hangover. In the end, Xixing cast a healing spell on him to remove the negative effects. From today onwards, the second beta test was officially over. Players were kicked out of the game and had to wait for the open beta test in 2 months. At that time, the number of players would reach 106,000. That was going to be an even more serious challenge. That day, Su Silly gathered a small team of guards and finally went with Xixing to the underground market on Kakabor. It was also known as the Black Market. The Black Market on Kakabor was almost completely open. The country didn't care much about it. This was why so many rich people were attracted to Kakabor. Whether it was for buying or selling, the black market was a good place to satisfy some people's special needs. The address of the black market on Kakabor could be found on the electronic map. However, it was under a less eye-catching name. If one didn't know the place, it would be difficult to find it. Su Silly didn't know any aliens, but he had Xiao Wu. The little robot had found the underground market on Kakabor. The sightseeing car brought them to a flea market. The market was bustling with activity as people came and went. The stalls sold common goods, such as Kekebor's specialties, for tourists to buy. However, that was not Susili's target. This time, he only brought 5 royal guards with him. They had all changed into casual clothes. With Xixing's passerby aura, no one noticed them. Thus, according to Xiao Wu's instructions, Susili and Xixing went to the center of the market discreetly. In a hidden alley, they found the entrance to the black market. The people who came here all wore masks prepared in advance. Some people were even wrapped so tightly that it was impossible to see what the people inside looked like. Susili also put on a hood and a mask. His hair and eyes were also disguised. The reception hall was very quiet. Everyone who came in maintained good self-awareness and tacit understanding. They didn't look at the people around them too much. Under such an atmosphere, the guards guarded Susili cautiously and vigilantly, appearing to be somewhat nervous. After paying the entrance fee and waiting for the people in front to enter the long corridor, another attendant led them to the basement. After walking through a series of twists and turns, they finally saw a few rooms at the end. Some had signs on the doors, while others were empty. If there's a sign, it means there's already a guest inside, the attendant said. Please enter the rooms without signs. The proceeds from the auction will be sent directly to the room through a special passage. Your privacy will be guaranteed. When you leave, please don't go back the way you came. Just go through the passage on the other side of the room. The exit is also random. Don't worry about bumping into other guests. Probably because it was their first time here, the attendant carefully explained the rules to Susili and the others. Seeing that they had no other questions, she left. Seeing that she had left, Susili led everyone to a room. He hung a sign on the door and walked in curiously. The room wasn't small, but it was empty. There was only a screen with scrolling information. There wasn't even a chair to sit on, let alone a cup of tea. This kind of security measure was quite reasonable. Anyway, the purpose of coming to the black market was to buy things. Susili didn't expect to receive any good service here. The goods were the most important. He walked forward and operated on the virtual screen. Among the items traded today, there were many things that he needed, such as the space capsule, some guns, ammunition, and other items of higher rarity. Originally, Susili wanted to buy a battleship, but after seeing Xiao Wu's modified spaceship, he gave up on the idea. Xiao Wu's spaceship was much better than a battleship. Why should he give up the near for the far? The money saved could be used to buy more materials. Roland's industrial foundation was too poor. Xiao Wu had to make a lot of things himself, but he might not be able to make all of them. After Susili chose a lot of things, he clicked pay. An interface popped up to fill in his account and password. He directly swiped his anonymous account. After waiting for about 3 minutes, a floor tile in the room suddenly sank. Then a small box was brought up. The guard went forward to check, and after confirming that there was no danger, he handed the small box to Susili. Inside the small box was a space capsule. All the things he bought were stored in the space capsule. He just didn't know how the large items would be sent in if he didn't buy the space capsule. After continuing to choose for a while, Susili felt that there was nothing else to buy. Just as he was about to leave, a transaction request suddenly popped up on the screen. The transaction message read, "Customer in room 002 has requested to make a transaction with you. Do you want to respond?" Susili couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. These were the things he just bought. Did the other party want something, or did they deliberately look for him? "Sir, do you want to reply?" Seeing that Susili did not move for a long time, Andrew could not help but ask in a low voice. Susili thought for a while and nodded. Let's see. No matter what the other party's purpose was, there should not be any problems after a few words. Andrew stood in front of the screen. The text on the screen had been secretly translated into Roland's language by Xiao Wu, so there was no need to worry about not being able to understand it. He performed a simple operation, and the trading interface on the screen disappeared, and a dialog box popped up. Anonymous 02, hello, I have a deal to discuss with you. I hope you can accept it. On the dialog box, the other party's profile picture and nickname were displayed. The profile picture was a question mark, and the nickname was also anonymous. This should be the preset rules of the black market. Ask him what the deal is. Hearing Su Silly's words, Andrew responded and typed a message to ask the other party. Anonymous02, I hope you can help save a person. The price is negotiable. Su Silly was alarmed. He originally thought that he had just bought what the other party wanted, or that the goods he bought came from the other party. According to the black market's rules, this was the only way the other party could make a deal with him. However, the situation was obviously different from what he had expected. Anonymous015, save someone? Anonymous02, yes, I have a friend who is seriously injured and needs treatment. Anonymous015, then you should take your friend to the hospital. Underground Exchange, Room 02. Wang Kuan controlled the screen and negotiated with the other party, but it was obvious that the conversation had hit a soft nail right at the beginning. He was not in a hurry and replied calmly. Anonymous02, you must be joking. If the patient could be treated in the hospital, there would be no need to find you. Su Silly frowned. The other party was obviously targeting him. Furthermore, under the black market's strict privacy protection rules, the other party could still accurately find him. They should have been watching him before he entered the black market, or, they had already watched him when he was in the hotel. From Roland, no, he remembered. Su Silly recalled that the only time he had used the germinal organization on planet Kekabar was when he went to the beach with Xing. At that time, a hover car suddenly lost control and went on a rampage on the street. In the end, the driver died on the spot, and one of the passers-by was also in critical condition. He heard that the passerby's daughter was crying so pitifully, and in a moment of sympathy, he used germinal to save her life. He only left when the ambulance arrived. If an outsider knew about his ability, it could only have happened when they bumped into him. Furthermore, when they were preparing to leave, Xing did sense something strange. Although he didn't show up at that time, the other party definitely had a way to find out that he was the one who did it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here directly. In just a few words, Su Silly had thought of many things. Since the other party had chosen to interact with him in such a manner, it meant that he did not want to reveal his identity. This point happened to coincide with his thoughts. In any case, he was using a fake identity on Kakabor, so it didn't matter even if the other party found out. He just had to be careful when he left. Su Silly was interested, but he did not immediately agree. Anonymous015, what price are you willing to pay? I'm not interested in money. Looking at the other party's reply, Wang Kuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He's quite easy to talk to. He doesn't want money. The brown-haired young man, Curries, frowned when he saw the reply. He's not asking for too much, is he? Wang Kuan thought for a moment. Even if he's asking for too much, it's still better than making a deal with Blood Dance. If they had any other choice, they would not have chosen to make a deal with Blood Dance. That was the stupidest way to support the enemy. But now, they seem to have another choice. Anonymous02, indeed, most people who can make deals in the black market are not interested in money. So, what do you need? We'll do our best to satisfy you. Su Silly looked at the reply but did not answer immediately. This was the other party begging him. And currently, there was nothing special that he needed. The black market list was enough to satisfy his needs. Probably because he had waited for too long, the other party's message came again. Anonymous02, please believe in our sincerity. My friend needs your help very much. His body can't hold on for too long. Su Silly hesitated for a moment, and finally asked Andrew to reply again. He needed to know who the other party was. If the other party's identity was not sensitive, he did not mind making more friends. After all, Roland was in a difficult situation now, and there was the Bavat Empire next to it. If he had more allies, they might be able to help at a critical moment. Wang Kuan and Curries looked at each other. They had discussed this issue before. They did not mind exposing their identity, but they were afraid that the other party would refuse to help if they heard the name of Xingdao. Based on the information they had investigated in the past 2 days, the other party was quite decent. Although Su Silly asked Andrew to negotiate with the other party, in fact, He had already instructed Xiao Wu to investigate the identity of the mysterious person. Even if the other party told him who he was, he would not believe it. In this day and age, one had to be cautious. If one was not careful, they might fall into a trap. In fact, the safest way was to meet the other party. He would use insight to see if the other party was a human or a ghost, but it was not easy to use. Anonymous 02, even if I told you, you probably wouldn't recognize him. Anonymous 015, to be able to move unhindered in Kekabar, not only find information about my hotel, but also find me in the underground market. I don't think such a person is a nobody. Anonymous 02, you flatter me. While Andrew was trying to stall for time, Xiao Wu quickly began to investigate after receiving Su Silly's order. Although they were using black market equipment and could not reveal any specific information, and there were no real-time cameras or other hidden devices in the rooms, Xiao Wu could reach any place with the internet. It scanned the facial data of Wang Kuan and Curry's through the screen. Then, it filtered through the star web data and used the traffic camera system on Kekabar to quickly find the whereabouts of the two people. It then followed these clues and sent the results to Su Silly in less than 3 minutes. Su Silly guessed the other party's identity, but he did not expect it to be the Xingdao. Moreover, they belonged to an organization called the Fox. Su Silly did not know this organization. There were not many posts about the Xingdao in the Future Forum. They were a rather mysterious group, especially the leader of the Xingdao, Mu Xingzhou. Thinking about that guy and Xixing CP, which was still at the top of the Future Forum, Su Silly's heart ached. Naturally, he did not have a good impression of Mu Xingzhou. However, just as he thought of Mu Xingzhou, the information Xiao Wu gave him mentioned this name. Su Silly was slightly stunned. How could there be such a coincidence? However, from the results of Xiao Wu's investigation, the leader of the Xingdao organization was indeed Mu Xingzhou. The two people who talked to him, Wang Kuan and Curry's, were both Mu Xingzhou's right-hand men. They were also high-ranking interstellar criminals on the wanted list. From the information Xiao Wu found, he even found out that he almost had a connection with the other party. Wang Kuan had once faked his identity as a researcher and bought Snow Valley on the Star Web. It was the one he found when he was collecting information on how to make money in order to prepare for the Star Alliance's membership fee. He even planted Snow Valley and created the blood medicine. Because he made money from singing and running the milk tea shop, he did not choose to sell Snow Valley. So, the other party bought Snow Valley to research the life recovery medicine. Su Silly did not expect such a coincidence. After confirming that he was not mistaken, Su Silly frowned and thought about it again. So, now that Mu Xingzhou was seriously injured, his subordinates found a way to find him after witnessing his skills. But according to the information on the Future Forum, Mu Xingzhou was still alive after 10 years. He even became the leader of the Xingdao. Did that mean he unified the Xingdao? In short, Mu Xingzhou would not die. Since he was not going to die, why should he save him? Su Silly quickly figured it out. No matter what the benefits were, he would not save him. After all, he had disliked this guy since a long time ago. Why would he save his love rival? Su Silly turned cold and told Andrew to reject the other party. Then, he packed up his things and left the room from another door according to what the waiter had told him. After seeing the other party reject him so cleanly, Wang Kuan was dumbfounded. Wasn't he being so nice just now? Why did his attitude suddenly change? Brother Wang, they are leaving the room. They are really leaving. Curry's used some method to see Su Silly and the others leave. Wang Kuan clenched his teeth, took out his computer, and started working on the screen. He decided to hack into the other party's communication device and talk to the young man directly. If he really had to expose his identity, he could, but not in this black market. He had to arrange another place to meet. What was usually an easy task was actually greatly hindered today. Just as Wang Kuan was feeling surprised, a message suddenly popped up. I am not interested in this deal. Please find someone else. As for hacking into my communication device, this is a small lesson for you. Next time, it won't be so simple. Then, his computer screen turned black. No matter how Wang Kuan tried, he could not open the computer again. That person must have a master with him. Wang Kuan felt his scalp go numb. But the more the other party acted like this, the more it proved that they were capable people. Brother Wang, what do we do now? Do we carry out Plan B? Curries asked him anxiously. If we don't start now, we won't have another chance. Sweat appeared on his forehead, as if he was trying something very difficult. Wang Kuan looked at his hacked computer, clenched his teeth, and said, "Let's do it." Their Xingdao was never reasonable. Since the other party could not be reasoned with, they could only use other methods. Okay. Curries responded and closed his eyes again. No one knew what he was doing. On the other side, Su Sili, Xixing, and the guards walked into another passage. At the corner, they met the waiter who was waiting there. Under his guidance, they walked toward the exit of the black market. Even though he had just firmly rejected the Xingdao's request, Su Sili was not afraid. With Xixing and his support skills, he was not worried about the Xingdao people. However, just as he was about to step out of the black market, he suddenly felt his vision turn black. His body was spinning and he lost consciousness. Before he lost consciousness, he could still hear the shouts of the guards and Xixing's anxious and panicked voice. What's going on? After the torturous dizziness, Su Sili finally regained some of his consciousness. He wanted to rub his temples, but he found that he could not even do such a simple action. His body seemed to be confined in a small space, and his range of movement was too small. Su Sili endured the discomfort and opened his eyes with difficulty. He was probably trapped in something. It was pitch black around him, and he felt very bumpy. It was as if he was being moved. Was it Fox's people? Su Sili guessed that only Wang Kuan and Curries could make a move on him at that time. There was probably no one else. But how did they do it? Before today, Su Sili would never have thought that such a thing would happen under Xixing's nose. He had underestimated the star age. Even if the level gap was large, some of the NPC's secret techniques would not lose their effect due to the difference in level. After a dizzying bumpy ride, the thing that contained him seemed to have been put down. Su Sili felt his surroundings calm down, and his body felt more comfortable. During this time, he quickly looked at the system notification that he did not have time to look at. When he saw the system notification, Su Sili was stunned. Curries is using the secret technique, card transformation, on you. Card transformation can transform any object, including living and inanimate objects, into a card. You have become a card. Curries is using the secret technique, card replacement, on your card. You have been replaced by Curries. Su Sili looked at the notification and was completely stunned. He was turned into a card? What kind of joke is this? Furthermore, he had been replaced by Curries. What kind of secret technique is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Su Sili was sure that he had never seen such a skill in the future form, let alone a profession that could turn people into cards and control them. If he only saw the skill, he would definitely be interested, but the problem was that he was now tied up. He was probably put into a box and taken away, right? With that in mind, Su Sili cast inspect on the pitch-black thing in front of him. Card Master's wooden box. Description: cards with various magical abilities are hidden in the wooden box. Use with caution. Quality: silver affiliation. Curries Card Master, Su Sili muttered twice. This profession sounded quite novel, but these two people wouldn't want to take him directly to outer space, right? Su Sili was very skeptical. After all, as a Xingdao, their personalities were definitely not good. Under absolute control, how could they negotiate with him like they did in the black market? If it were him and he was already in his hands, he would definitely tie him up first. Su Sili thought carefully and looked at Xixing's panel. After confirming that the summon skill could be used, he temporarily felt relieved. He didn't immediately summon Xixing. The situation was unclear. What if Xixing was also turned into a card? Just like that, Su Sili lay quietly in the wooden box and waited patiently. After an unknown amount of time, the lid of the wooden box was opened and he saw light again. A young face came into view. It matched the young man named Curries in the information that Xiao Wu sent him. Su Sili saw the other party reach out his hand. The hand of a normal adult man was like a five-finger mountain pressing down on him. Then he felt his hand being pinched and his whole body, no, the whole card was pinched and flew up. This was a very special experience. His whole body changed from 3D to 2D. This was probably the real Paperman? Sorry, we had to use this method to bring you here. but we really had no other choice. Please understand. At this time, Su Silly heard Wang Kuan say this. Su Silly did not look at Wang Kuan. Instead, he focused on his own situation. His body was trapped in the card, and he maintained his walking posture. Other than his head and hands that could move slightly, the rest of his body was fixed. Thankfully, he was walking in small steps. If he was running, it would have been awkward. Su Silly tilted his head slightly as his gaze fell on his surroundings. It was a room that was not very big. The overall design was very similar to a spaceship's cabin. Due to the requirements of space travel, the design was not as casual as on land. There were many things that could not be changed, and the materials used were mostly special and lightweight materials. There were also many personal items in the room, adding a touch of wildness and roughness to the originally metallic cabin. The most obvious thing was the large symbol behind Wang Kuan. It was made up of a flame and a fox. It reminded him of the codename of this organization, Fox. All the passengers on planet Kekabar had their transportation vehicles parked at designated locations. They were not allowed to land. Did this mean that he had really left planet Kekabar and was brought to the Fox spaceship? Su Silly analyzed the situation and looked at Wang Kuan again. He opened his mouth but found that he could not speak. He frowned slightly. So, this was the attitude they used to ask for help. Should he say that they were indeed the eccentric and daring Xingdao? They did not expect that he would refuse to cooperate and even leave behind a backup plan. Or, were they fearless? Brother Wang, stop pretending. Hurry up and let Angelia do it. Curies, who was beside him, urged weakly. He didn't seem to be in a good state. Su Silly glanced at him and stealthily used insight detection. Curies Bard, Identity, NPC Faction, Xingdao Fox Level, LV 38 HP, 105231/135025 Mana, 4486/15508 Profession, Card Master Status, Exhausted, Stamina Recovery Rate -50%, Reaction Speed -80%, Su Silly's heart skipped a beat. According to the system notification, this Curies was the one who had used card transformation on him and switched him over. Then, was his exhausted state related to the use of these two skills? Moreover, his mana was almost completely depleted. It seemed that card skills consumed a lot of mana. To be honest, if not for the circumstances, Su Silly would have liked to know more about card masters. This should be the second combat type class other than elementalists, right? These thoughts only flashed through his mind, but Su Silly's eyes were still vigilantly staring at the two. He was now a card, so his vision was limited. He couldn't see where Angelia was, and he didn't know what Curies meant by make a move. At this time, another young female voice sounded in the room. It should be the Angelia they were talking about. Curies, you should rest for a while. Look at you, you look like you're going to faint at any moment. As you know, although my ability is useful for card life forms, it requires the cooperation of the card user. Otherwise, it will easily backfire. Angelia's voice seemed to have a special magic that made people feel very close to her. There was an inexplicable sense of security and trust. Curies, who wanted to refute, suddenly quieted down and yawned. Indeed, I need to sleep to recover my strength. Sigh, this skill is useful, but the consumption is too high. Every time I use it, I feel like I'm going to die. He muttered and complained, then lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Su Silly's heart skipped a beat. Although he was turned into a card, his ability seemed to still work. He could feel that when Angelia spoke, the sound element was active. This girl, she could actually control the sound and use it in her daily speech. He didn't know if it was intentional or not. Either way, it made him feel scared. It seemed that Xingdao was indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There was no lack of capable people. He was too careless before. Su Silly couldn't help but reflect on himself. He glanced at the sleeping card user. Perhaps, he could use this opportunity to summon Xixing? And it seemed that Curies wouldn't be able to use that card ability for a while. At this moment, Su Silly felt himself floating again. Wang Kuan brought him to another location, and then he saw Angelia. She was in her early 20s. Just like her voice, the girl looked gentle and soft. She was the kind of pretty girl that people wouldn't be wary of. In the room that was filled with the rough style of the space pirates, her delicate face and soft clothes made her feel out of place. "Hello, Mr. Su." Angelia looked at him and smiled gently. Su Silly had registered with a fake identity on Kekabor, using the homophone of his original surname. Fox's people had only looked through the information of Kekabor's passengers, so they didn't know his real name. Su Silly only frowned at the girl's goodwill. He stared at her coldly, ready to summon Xixing at any time. The only thing that made him hesitate was whether there were other card users on this ship, or if there was a mysterious profession that he didn't know. If he summoned Xixing rashly, would there be any problems? "Mr. Su, please don't look at me like that." Angelia still had a smile on her face. "We don't mean any harm. We sincerely want to make this deal with you. But due to some reasons, we have no choice but to use this method to take you away." She wasn't lying. Because of the trader's car accident, Wang Kuan had already been noticed by the police on Kekabor. Then, he had forcefully hacked into the hotel's management system and obtained information on Mr. Su and his companions. He had even contacted him in the black market. While in the black market, Wang Kuan had received news that the police on Kekabor had completely locked onto them and were about to arrest them. As galactic wanted criminals, their brazen actions had already crossed the line of the Kekabor government. If they were allowed to destroy the order, it would be a devastating blow to the tourism industry of the travel planet. Therefore, under the urgency of the situation, Wang Kuan and Kuris made a prompt decision to take them away. As for the deal with Blood Dance, they naturally had to agree on another location. However, if Mr. Su could really save their boss, Fox's deal with Blood Dance could be terminated. In comparison, Fox's people naturally hoped to find another way to save their boss. It would be best if they didn't have to make a deal with Blood Dance, so everyone was very proactive. Su Silly couldn't say anything and could only reply with a cold expression. Even so, Angelia still chatted with him in a very good mood, as if she couldn't see through his bad mood at all. Beside him, Wang Kuan seemed to be used to this. He took out a computer and started typing on the virtual keyboard. Slowly, Su Silly felt that something was wrong. He could feel that the sound elements were becoming more and more active and were closing in on him, as if trying to influence him. And his judgment was not wrong, because, ding. Angelia is using pacify on you. Pacify, you can use sound to pacify the target's heart and make the target trust you. You are a sound elementalist. Sound elements are under your control. Pacify is no longer effective on you. Pacify? This girl called Angelia could really influence others with her voice. Su Silly calmed his expression and pretended to be affected by her skill. At the same time, he used insight on the girl. Angelia Al, identity, NPC race, Half Mermaid Camp, Xingdao Fox level, 35 HP, 155000/155000 mana, 16080/16080 special ability, sound control. Su Silly was slightly stunned. He thought that Angelia had a special class, but he didn't expect to see her race. Half mermaid, so her special ability to control sound had something to do with her bloodline. Su Silly once again felt the power of the fox. However, of the 3 people he had met so far, none of them were much higher in level than him, and their HP was about the same. This gave him some confidence. After hesitating, he decided to give up on summoning Xixing. From what Angelia said, he knew that they were heading to the headquarters of the Fox. The heavily injured Mu Xingzhou was being protected in the headquarters. They didn't bring him along for the trade because they were worried about accidents. Now, they were taking Su Silly to the headquarters to treat Mu Xingzhou. As for why they dared to take him back without fear of him not cooperating, he now understood. Because of Angelia's special ability, they were fearless. Unfortunately, they didn't know that he was a sound elementalist and was immune to sound hypnosis. Su Silly listened to Angelia's words and tried to play along. Inside, he was thinking that he would summon Xixing when they arrived at the headquarters and give them a thunder trial. He couldn't alert the enemy now, in case the Fox Dao decided to hide the location of the headquarters and they had to spend more time investigating. Angelia didn't know what kind of plan Su Silly was secretly thinking about. At this moment, when she saw the face of the little person on the card gradually turn from cold to gentle, she curled her lips in satisfaction. In fact, what she said to Curries was just to make him relax a little, so that she could take advantage of the situation. Her ability didn't require Curries' cooperation. As long as they could hear, they couldn't escape her control. Angelia was very confident in this. Of course, on the surface, she was even more gentle. Actually, she quite liked this card. This Mr. Su's appearance was impeccable. However, his ability still needed to be tested. If it was really useful, they would bring him back to the headquarters for their boss to treat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to waste time. If it didn't work, she wondered if Curries could give this Mr. Su's card to her. Angelia regained her composure and smiled again. She controlled her voice and whispered, "Mr. Su, I have a little rabbit that is injured. Can you save it? If you can heal it, I will be very grateful." Su Silly wanted to roll his eyes, but for the sake of acting, he controlled himself. He didn't agree immediately. He looked at her arrogantly and seemed to hesitate for a while before nodding in agreement. Thus, Angelia thanked him and gave Wang Kuan a look. Wang Kuan understood and quickly went out to carry a rabbit. Su Silly used insight to scan the rabbit. He discovered that it wasn't just a simple injury. Its entire body was covered in blood, and it was already on the verge of death. Its HP bar was about to drop to 0. He frowned and stared at the rabbit. His lips moved slightly, and he used germination on the poor rabbit. He couldn't speak, but as a sound elementalist, he could use his mental strength to control the sound element to make sounds. However, he had to act as a mute to complete the act. Soon, the rabbit's HP was fully restored under the effect of his germination. It was on the verge of death just a moment ago, but after about 5 minutes, it was alive and kicking again. Wang Kuan and Angelia couldn't help but stare at it. Then, they unanimously decided to bring this Mr. Su back to the headquarters. After saving Boss Mu, he could still stay in the base. "Thank you so much for your help. Mr. Su is such a kind-hearted person." Angelia hugged the little white rabbit and smiled as gently and innocently as the white rabbit. She gave off the feeling that she was a lady who grew up in a greenhouse. If Su Silly had not felt the sound element become active again, he might have thought so too. He paused for a moment, then raised his chin and nodded proudly, pretending to be a little embarrassed by the compliment. Angelia's voice control could only bewitch people's emotions and make them have a good impression of her, thus making it easier for them to accept her requests. It could not turn people into mindless puppets who had to listen to her every order. After understanding this, Su Silly listened to her request while showing a bit of his personality to avoid arousing suspicion. As expected, Angelia did not notice that her ability was ineffective against him. The smile on her face deepened. This Mr. Su looked cold and arrogant, but he was actually quite weak-willed. Or rather, he was too kind. He was easily influenced by her. He had such a strong healing ability. After he healed Boss's injuries, he might be able to stay by her side. This way, her position in the fox tribe would be even more secure. Angelia thought as she gently put down the little white rabbit. Then, she picked up Su Silly's card with both hands and placed it on the table. "Mr. Su, please bear with it for a while. Curries needs to rest. After he recovers, he will be able to release you from the card again. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. I hope you don't mind." To be honest, Angelia's speaking skills were quite good. Coupled with her innocent appearance and the special ability of a half-mermaid, it was no wonder that she was popular in the Qingdao organization. Su Silly was secretly alert. He didn't respond to Angelia's gentle words. He turned his face away and put on an angry expression that said he didn't want to talk to her. Angelia tactfully did not say anything else. The cabin gradually quieted down. Trapped in the card and unable to move, Su Silly felt a little bored. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Actually, he was looking at his personal interface. Snow Roland, Identity, NPC Faction Leader Alignment, Roland Empire Age, 18 Personal Level, LV30 Distance to level up, Experience Bar Frozen, needs to remove the star level limit to continue to level up. Status, card. The words card were written in blue, indicating that he could continue to click on it. After Su Silly clicked on it, a new interface popped up. Card, Snow Roland /Su, level, half-star, pseudo, description, you are a fake card. Due to the card master's forceful conversion of you, you have the right to conceal your skills. The card master can remove your card status. Skills, all skills before card conversion are retained, but abilities are weakened. When the card master levels you up, your abilities will gradually be unlocked. Fake and shoddy cards, Su Silly was at a loss for words. How could he level up in his card form? No, it couldn't be said to be an upgrade. It was more like regaining the original weakened abilities. But looking at the description, did it mean that if a person voluntarily converted into a card, the card master would be able to learn all of his skills and use the card skills in battle? When using the card skills, would the card master need to consume the card master's magic power? If he didn't use it, wouldn't that be too scary? It was quite easy to make a person voluntarily do something. Hence, just thinking about it made Su Silly's scalp go numb. Sigh, I still need to remove my card status as soon as possible. Su Silly shook his head. At this time, he could vaguely hear Angelia and Wang Kuan whispering to each other. They seemed to be talking about another Qingdao organization called Blood Dance. During this time, there were also noisy footsteps. Obviously, there were more than 3 of them on the spaceship. Su Silly continued to close his eyes and pretend to sleep. However, his mental power quietly extended. At this time, he felt that his ability was weakened. Originally, his mental power could extend to a few hundred meters away, but now it was limited to 100 meters. However, it was enough for him to observe the situation on the spaceship. Based on a rough estimation, there were about 100 people on the spaceship. Their levels were between level 30 and 40, and there were a few who were above level 40. Wang Kuan was one of them. These people were very sensitive. When he scanned them with his mental power, they actually stopped what they were doing and looked over. Su Silly calmly retracted his mental power. The other party looked over at him for a while, but they didn't find anything. In the end, they retracted their gazes. Because of this, Su Silly became even more cautious. The spaceship was entering the transition tunnel and was getting further and further away from Kekabar. Su Silly checked the summoning options again. When he found that it was still effective even though they were so far away, he calmed down. When they arrived at the Qingdao headquarters, he would summon Xixing to wipe out all the Qingdao organizations. That would be a good thing for the people. As for Mu Xingzhou, although he didn't like him, he hadn't done anything to offend him. He would decide how to deal with him later. Su Silly controlled his mental power to wander around the spaceship. Soon, he made a new discovery. This should be the power room of the spaceship. It was filled with all kinds of high-tech equipment. A worker in a white coat was adjusting all kinds of equipment. This person wasn't young. His hair was white and he was thin. The veins on the back of his hand that was holding the tools were protruding and there were not obvious age spots. What really caught Su Silly's attention were the 2 Qingdao men beside him. The Qingdao men were tall and strong. One of them was standing at the door while the other was watching the old man. They didn't look like assistants. Instead, they looked like spies. Su Silly looked at them for a while. Suddenly, something flashed past his mind. He looked at the old man who was busy checking the equipment. The more he looked at him, the more familiar he looked. Isn't this Mu Xingzhou? He's the one who brought his sister to Roland but disappeared halfway. Then, he sent me a message asking for help. Dr. Ding Mingyu, was he really kidnapped by the Qingdao? Su Silly didn't expect this unlucky Dr. Ting to be here and on the same spaceship as him, so, the Qingdao that kidnapped him was the fox. He didn't seem to be missing an arm or a leg. Other than his pale face, he seemed to be in good condition. It seemed that the Qingdao didn't make things difficult for him. After some time, the old man finally stopped moving. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. At this time, Wang Kuan walked in from outside. Old Ding, thank you for your hard work. Wang Kuan looked at the newly renovated power room with a satisfied smile on his face. Ever since this person installed the new power system for the Fox, the spaceship's speed had increased by more than 1 level. It also allowed them to travel to and from planet Kekabar much faster. Dr. Ting glanced at him and didn't say anything. He poured himself a cup of water from the automatic water dispenser and sat down on a chair while drinking. His gaze landed on the 2 Qingdao. After Wang Kuan came in, they immediately put away their lazy attitude. The old man thought about it and said, "Why don't the two of you take a rest? I can't escape on the spaceship." "Sir, you said the same thing last time. However, your actions after that made it difficult to trust you." One of the Xingdao crossed his arms and said. Dr. Ting pursed his lips. "We agreed that I was only going to help you improve the power system. Now that I'm done, when can I leave?" "Sir, don't be in such a hurry." Wang Kuan smiled. "We only tested the power system for such a short time. We're worried. You know that the fox doesn't have anyone who can fix this. Naturally, we need to keep you here for a while. Furthermore, your sister is still receiving the best treatment on the fox. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Dr. Ting's expression darkened. If his sister wasn't in their hands, he would have thought of a way to escape already. There was no response to the call for help he sent out earlier. Now that they were being watched even more strictly, there was no way for him to call for help in the near future. He adjusted his glasses and sat on the side, sulking. The fox was the second most powerful faction in the Xingdao. He had heard of them a long time ago. After interacting with them for the past few months, he had a better understanding of how they worked. Compared to the Blood Dance, who committed all kinds of crimes, the fox people were more restrained under the restrictions of their leader. They were more inclined to commit crimes with high intelligence. When they kidnapped them, they used artificial intelligence to take over the spaceship. Other than the security personnel who resisted, they didn't hurt the other passengers. However, the Xingdao was the Xingdao after all. They were used to being arrogant. After discovering his identity, they detained him. He had only helped them modify the power plant because they were rather principled. If he had encountered a space pirate such as Shui Wu, he would not have helped her even if he had to die. Seeing the old man sulking, Wang Kuan couldn't help but advise, "Old Ding, I know you want to take your sister to AI Shuexing, but you don't know much about AI Shuexing. That planet has been occupied by countless terrifying exotic beasts. The Galactic Alliance is about to give up on that planet. With your and your sister's situation, you definitely won't be in good shape if you go there. Why do you have to seek your own death?" Dr. Ting glanced sideways at him, snorted coldly, and continued drinking water. He didn't respond no matter what Wang Kuan said. Seeing this, Wang Kuan didn't ask for a rebuff. He said goodbye to the old man. When he walked out of the door, he ordered his two subordinates to keep a close eye on him before leaving. Dr. Ting gripped the paper cup in his hand tightly. He kept an eye on the two people guarding him from the corner of his eyes. In the end, he sighed dejectedly. He felt like he had aged a little. When Wang Kuan walked in, Su Sili withdrew his mental power to avoid being discovered by Wang Kuan, who was much more powerful than him. Then, he used the sound element to pay attention to their movements. From the conversation between the two of them, he learned a bit of information. As expected, this old man was that poor Dr. Ding Mingyu. He was currently being held hostage to repair a spaceship for the Fox. How unlucky! Su Sili felt that this old man probably didn't know that he was labeled as a traitor by the Flanda Interstellar Federation and was even on the wanted list. Previously, he didn't have the time or energy to meddle in other people's business. However, now that they met, it could be considered fate. If he could help, Su Sili would. After all, this happened on the way to Roland. Su Sili glanced at the two people guarding the Xingdao. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided not to contact this old Ding for now. He would wait until the Xingdao headquarters. Moreover, old Ding's comatose sister should be at the Fox headquarters right now. With that in mind, Su Sili took a few more glances before withdrawing his mental power and returning to the cabin. Wang Kuan was not back yet. Curies was still sleeping. Angelia was knitting a sweater. Seeing that she kept gesturing to the rabbit, it was probably for the little guy. It was hard to imagine that the girl was a space pirate who had committed all kinds of crimes. Su Sili withdrew his mental power. After turning into a card, his physiological needs seemed to have stopped. Even after a day and a night, he still felt nothing. At this time, Curies finally fully recovered after a long rest. He was fully awake. At first glance, he saw the card that was placed on the table and quickly picked it up. After seeing that there were no problems, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he took out the card master's wooden box and put Su Silly back in. Su Silly really didn't like to stay in there. However, he couldn't talk now, so he had to bear with it for now. He would remember this and get his revenge sooner or later, but not long after, Curries let him out of the box again. Xianxia appeared in the room. They seemed to have just finished eating. "Good morning, Mr. Su." She greeted him gently. Feeling the active sound elements, Su Silly couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. She was using her bewitching ability again so soon. Curries, on the other hand, didn't say anything nice. "Xianxia, hurry up and start. I'll control him. You listen to my instructions. It'll be done soon." Su Silly glared at him, but Xianxia said, "Curries, don't talk to Mr. Su like that." She stopped him and said, "Mr. Su promised me yesterday that he would help us save Boss, right?" The last sentence was asked while looking at Su Silly. The sound elements became even more active. Su Silly looked at her. Based on his personality yesterday, he frowned as if he was resisting, but in the end, he gave in to her control and nodded. "Look, Curries, Mr. Su promised us." Xianxia said happily, "Hurry up and remove Mr. Su's card state. How can you treat a guest like this?" Curries scratched his head. "Is that so? You really don't need to control him?" The two of them echoed each other, one with a white face and one with a black face. It was quite a scene. Su Silly acted as if he was watching a play. In the end, he played along and finally made Curries relent and restored his freedom. He picked up Su Silly's card, closed his eyes, and silently chanted something. Then, he threw the card on the floor of the room. Su Silly felt as if the sky and earth were spinning, and that nauseating feeling of dizziness came again. When the dizziness subsided, he opened his eyes and found himself standing on the floor of the cabin, still in the same walking posture. Su Silly moved his stiff limbs, and suddenly there was a realization in his heart. It seemed that, "Ding, you have completed the whole process of card transformation. You have obtained a new ability, card transformation, pseudo, you can turn yourself into a card, and you can remove the card state according to your wishes." He didn't want this ability, okay? It would be fine if he could turn other people or other things into cards, but what was the use of turning himself into a card? Su Silly turned off the system notification and looked at Curries and Xianxia. Before he could say anything, Xianxia had already comforted him and arranged a room for him, as if she was really treating him like a guest. "Please rest for a while. We will arrive at Planet Lai in the afternoon." The Fox headquarters was quite close to Planet Kekabar, and it took less than 2 days to arrive. Of course, it could also be because of Dr. Ding Mingyu's modified propulsion system. After rescuing the old man, perhaps he and Xiao Wu would have a lot of common topics to talk about. Su Silly's communicator had been put away a long time ago, and there was no communication device in the room. There were also people guarding outside, so under normal circumstances, he would not be able to escape. He did not act rashly either. Finally, it was afternoon, and Su Silly finally saw the Fox headquarters. Planet Lai was not a complete planet, it was just a place name. This place was hidden in the asteroid belt, and it was formed by many celestial bodies of various sizes. The Fox headquarters was hidden inside one of the mid-sized celestial bodies. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that the interior had been hollowed out to build a base. When the Fox approached the designated location, the exterior of the gigantic celestial body silently opened up a tunnel and took the spaceship in. After the spaceship entered, the tunnel closed again, and everything returned to normal. Su Silly finally saw what the Qingdao headquarters looked like. If he did not know that this was the territory of the interstellar pirates, he might have thought that he was in a military base of some country. Of course, it was possible that the military bases of the alien countries were even more strict and advanced, but he had never seen it before. "How is it? Mr. Su, our base is good, right? It doesn't lose out to the top countries in terms of overall strength at all," Wang Kuan said proudly when he saw that Su Silly was observing the base. "Indeed." Su Silly nodded and smiled. "I can't wait to see how it's going to be destroyed. It'll be very nice to see if it explodes into fireworks." Wang Kuan and the others were stunned. Just as they were about to say something, an urgent alarm sounded in the base. "Warning! Warning! Enemy invasion!" All soldiers, please prepare for battle. Warning! Warning! Enemy invasion! All soldiers, please assemble immediately and head to Area A to face the enemy. This time, even Su Silly was stunned. He had not summoned Xianxia yet? The air pressure on Roland's starry sky was frighteningly low. It had been a full 31 hours since His Majesty had been abducted. No one on the spaceship dared to speak, not even the slightest sound. Even though the pressure that enveloped the spaceship was suffocating, they didn't dare to resist at all. They could only grit their teeth and bear with it while praying in their hearts. Please don't let anything happen to His Majesty. If there really is a God in this world, please help us find His Majesty as soon as possible, otherwise, we can only atone for our sins with our deaths. In the spaceship's control room, only Andrew braced himself and stayed behind. The two pilots tried their best to shrink into their chairs to reduce their presence. Xianxia stood not far away from them. The ice on his face seemed to be able to freeze everyone. Not to mention, the terrifying aura that constantly overflowed from his body was so dense that it was about to materialize as time passed. Andrew, who was closest to Xianxia, was undoubtedly the one who felt it the most. All the elemental power in his body was mobilized to continuously resist the nightmarish pressure. He could even feel that the bottleneck that he had been unable to break through for a long time was showing signs of loosening as he resisted. In the past 30 hours or so, he had constantly felt the marshal's despairing strength. He wasn't even targeting anyone. Just the overflowing pressure was enough to make them unable to resist, not to mention the terrifying power of the marshal himself. Andrew couldn't help but suspect that if they couldn't find His Majesty, or if something happened to His Majesty, would the marshal destroy the world and bury it with His Majesty? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, their starry sky finally left the hyperdrive tunnel. A starry sky that was densely filled with rubble appeared on the screen. Their spaceship shuttled between the rubble with an agility that shouldn't be possible with its size. It avoided all the meteorite attacks and finally stopped in front of a medium-sized planet. After testing, the target is inside this planet. Beginning to scan the planet and find a way to enter, the figure of the little robot appeared on the screen. Its childish voice was no longer as cute as before. It revealed a serious coldness that sent chills down one's spine. Andrew shuddered. He vaguely felt that this intelligent robot had gone crazy. Before he could digest the information given by the little robot, Xianxia's calm voice sounded. "Are you sure it's inside?" "Yes," the little robot said. "The signal disappeared here. This planet has a special shielding device that can't scan its interior. There must be a problem. I'll find a way to enter as soon as possible, there's no need to go through so much trouble." Xianxia interrupted him, then turned to look at Andrew. "You guys guard the spaceship." Andrew hurriedly saluted, "Yes, my lord." Then, he watched as Xianxia's figure flashed and disappeared in front of him. Andrew was stunned. Then, he heard the pilot exclaim, "Look." There was no air in outer space, however, the man who was exuding a terrifying aura seemed to be completely unaffected. He was suspended in front of the huge planet. He looked so small, like a speck of dust. However, his aura was so shocking. Especially when he pulled out the sword at his waist, his aura reached its peak. Then, he swung his sword. It was just one swing. A crack of over 1,000 meters suddenly appeared on the surface of the huge planet. It cracked open like a tortoise's shell. The metal inner shell that was wrapped underneath was exposed to the universe. Under the illumination of the cosmic rays, it flickered slightly. Everyone on the spaceship who saw this scene was collectively speechless. However, after swinging his sword, Xianxia stopped. He did not continue to attack. His purpose was to save his god, not to vent his anger without any scruples. Although he wanted to destroy the planet in front of him, he calmly restrained himself. He could not do that. If Ollie was inside, he would be injured too. When he thought about how the young man was turned into a card right under his nose by someone using a secret skill, and then teleported away, Xianxia gritted his teeth again. He had not slept for more than 30 hours. Coupled with his anxiety, panic, and anger, his eyes were bloodshot. Blue veins were faintly bulging on his forehead, making him look as ferocious and terrifying as a Rakshasa. Finally, Xianxia grasped the hilt of his sword and swung it again. The dense sword energy bombarded the planet continuously. The rocks on the surface of the planet turned into fine powder. More and more of the metal shell underneath was exposed. The sword energy seemed to have its own consciousness. It avoided the spherical metal shell and shattered all of its disguises. From this point alone, it could be seen how excellent the swordsmanship of the person who swung the sword was. The guards who were watching this scene had a mixture of shock and awe in their eyes. The marshal was indeed the strongest person in Roland. Xianxia hovered in mid-air amidst the flying rocks. His expression was cold and ruthless. Through this destruction, he had vented a little of his anger. However, he still could not calm down. Finally, a tunnel opened up at the spot where the flaming fox had been. Mechas with unique designs rushed out of the tunnel one after another. F***ck, who's so fierce? Our base's code is gone. F***ck, is it the blood dance? Brother Wang and the others just came back. Are they being watched by the blood dance and followed here? F***ck, I'm going to fight it out with the blood dance. Warning, warning, enemy spotted in the south. Squad 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go and defend immediately. The command came from the communication device. The Xingdao's mechas flew towards the location indicated on the map while communicating on the public channel. How many mechas did the enemy send? How's their firepower? So fierce. They blew up the outer layer of the planet. They must have sent a blood dance battleship, right? Even a battleship is ridiculous. Which battleship has such powerful firepower? It blew up the entire planet in just a few minutes? It's really gone. Not a single bit is left. F***ck, could it be that the Blood Dance and the Star Alliance are here to destroy us? How are we going to fight? Should we run? The Xingdao were all fugitives. At the same time, they valued their lives very much. If the difference in power was too big, they would not mind running away. They would definitely not die for nothing. Seeing that the morale of the mechas was shaken and the speed of the mechas decreased, the Burning Fox Command Center hesitantly gave an accurate report. According to the surveillance cameras in the asteroid belt, only one spaceship was found in the asteroid belt. According to the scan, the spaceship should be a standard spaceship produced by the Flanda Interstellar Federation. It's large, civilian. The last two words, civilian, were uttered very hesitantly. Meanwhile, on the screen of all the mecha of the warriors, the image of that black, almost inconspicuous spaceship appeared simultaneously. I suspect that Brotherly is tricking us. Yes, there must be a conspiracy. Conspiracy my ass. The serious voice in the communicator suddenly started scolding, open your dog eyes and take a good look at the enemy you are fighting against. Then, the image of the spaceship on the screen changed to the burning star before it was skinned. Question marks popped up on all the space pirates' heads simultaneously. What the hell? What are we looking at? What happened to the enemy? Why are we looking at the burning star for? Then, the surface of the burning star suddenly cracked. Under their stupefied gazes, streaks of dim light flashed past. More and more stones on the surface of the planet shattered, turning into fine powder and tiny pieces of gravel. F***ck, what kind of newly developed weapon is that? Is it an antimatter cannon? What the F***ck? Look carefully again. The image rewound and was enlarged. After a few times, the Xingdao members finally managed to see it clearly. It was a human who could safely float in the universe without any protection. What was he holding in his hand, a sword? A sword was able to destroy the outer layer of the planet? Since when were cold weapons so powerful? The outer layer of the planet has been destroyed. We can't get a close-up view. However, from the other images, it seems that this person destroyed the outer layer of the burning star. The voice from the command center sounded again. We don't know what kind of monster he is. Be careful. The Xingdao members could see that this was a monster from who knows where. However, he was only one person. This was their base camp. Were they going to be scared off by him? If they were surrounded by several countries and managed to escape, people would praise them. However, their base was destroyed by a single person. If news of this got out, how would they have the face to stay in the underworld? Just as they were about to make a decision, the mecha suddenly detected an abnormality in front of them. Then, all the Xingdao members saw the man who would appear in their nightmares every time. A man in a white military uniform was floating in midair. Compared to hundreds of mechas that were 20 to 30 meters tall, his figure was so small. It was like an ant in front of hundreds of elephants. However, because of the image they had just seen, the Xingdao members were filled with fear of him. They looked at this monster-like man. Some of them subconsciously thought of a scene they had seen before. They felt that this scene was familiar, but they couldn't put a finger on it. Sound couldn't be transmitted in space. Even if they wanted to shout and ask, they couldn't. How about it? Should we fight? Let's fight. Are we supposed to treat him to tea when he's already here? Let's see if we can blow him up with one shot. Someone started operating the mecha. However, F***CK. What's going on? My mecha is malfunctioning. Mine too. There's no way to operate it. Did that guy do it? How did he do it? Oh my god, what do we do now? Where is he? Right at this moment, an unfamiliar voice with a sinister aura sounded in everyone's ears. That's right. It appeared directly in everyone's ears. It wasn't a voice from the communication device. Everyone's hair stood on end. F***CK, did you hear that? Who is that? Is that guy talking? Oh my god, I didn't hear wrongly. Someone was really talking in my ear just now. Xing stared at the group of mechas in front of him. There wasn't a hint of fear on his face. Instead, after hearing these people's voices, he became even more violent. He reached out his hand and grabbed the group of mechas on his right. Some of the Xingdao members noticed his actions. Although they were vigilant, they didn't think much of it. However, boom. 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 In the space pirates' communication devices, a deafening roar rang out. In their field of vision, they witnessed the sudden explosion of mechas one after another. The explosion was like the most beautiful fireworks in the universe. It was beautiful but deadly. The Xingdao members who were on the wanted list probably didn't expect that they would die here. They probably didn't even have the chance to do anything. Because they were close to the explosion, the surrounding mechas were inevitably affected. The mecha system, which was supposed to be broadcasting the damage, was now as silent as a chicken. It had completely lost its function. The Xingdao members' communication channel was dead silent. Everyone couldn't help but have a confused and fearful expression on their faces. Who am I? Where am I? Why did the mecha suddenly explode? Why can't my mecha move? Along with the flames of the mechas exploding, that cold male voice sounded in their ears again. I'll ask again, where is he? After hearing this voice again, combined with his actions just now and the explosion in front of them, how could the Xingdao members not guess what just happened? F***CK. Those mechas exploding were caused by this guy. All he did was stretch out his hand towards those mechas, and they all F***king exploded. What kind of monster is this? All the Xingdao members trembled in fear. They weren't angry or sad about their dead comrades. They just wanted to escape from this monster as soon as possible. However, their mechas were out of control and they couldn't escape. We don't know what you're talking about. Who are you? What do you want to do? Some of the Xingdao members screamed in despair. You don't know? Xing tilted his head. His eyes were cold and his lips curled into a cruel smile. Then, go and die. He reached out his hand again and hundreds of mechas exploded into beautiful fireworks. They disappeared in this extreme and crazy beauty. Big brother. Master. Who are you looking for? You have to explain it clearly. We can help you find him. The interstellar pirates, who were feared by everyone, were now crying. Of course, there were also some who were so scared that they peed their pants. Oh my god, you can't do this. If you don't explain clearly, who will know who you're talking about? Xing stared coldly at the remaining mechas. Kekibar Planet, card. Inside Lixing Base, Wang Kuan and the rest were nervously watching the situation outside through the surveillance screen. They couldn't hear the conversation in the Xingdao's communication channel. They could only vaguely see the mechas fighting against something. When they saw the exploding mechas, a terrifying thought flashed through everyone's mind. Then, they all looked at the youth who was already under control. Even though he was under control, the silver-haired youth was still happy. He looked at them and curled his lips. Fireworks, are they nice to see? Wang Kuan, Curries, and the rest looked at him and then at the surveillance screen. They felt that they had seen a ghost. F*CK, they really exploded into fireworks. The Xingdao members' expressions became unfriendly. Su Silly smiled again and then clicked on Summon on the skill panel. The Xingdao members present didn't realize that danger was approaching them. Curries looked at Angelia and said angrily, "Angelia, didn't you say that you had him under control? How was this like being under control? Their headquarters was about to be destroyed." Angelia's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth. However, she wasn't strong enough, so she could only look at Su Silly with tears in her eyes. She said with tears in her eyes, "Mr. Su, you promised me, didn't you?" As she cried out in a trembling voice, the sound elements became even more active. They all pounced toward Su Silly, trying even harder to influence him. Angelia had indeed used all her strength this time. Su Silly had always been sensitive to the sound element, and this time, he actually felt a little bit of influence. He calmed himself down, and the effect was reduced to almost nothing. Perhaps it was because he had been attacked by the sound elements too many times. Su Silly seemed to have a feeling that he could use the sound elements to influence other people's emotions. Angelia cried on the surface, but secretly, she was crazily using the power in her body. Even the Xingdao members around her were affected by her. However, the silver-haired young man didn't seem to be affected. He only had a thoughtful look in his eyes. What's going on? Her ability was ineffective against him. Wang Kuan looked at Su Silly and frowned. He recognized the blonde man outside. He was Mr. Su's companion. That day, when he saw him briefly, he felt how powerful he was. However, he was just a little afraid. He didn't expect him to catch up in such a short time and cause so much damage to Lai Xing and the mecha team. The screen showed that the aftermath of the explosion was still there. Wang Kuan was shocked. He looked at Su Silly with a serious expression. They had already lost more than 100 mechas. These were the trump cards that Lai Xing had accumulated over many years. Were they supposed to watch these 5 mecha teams get annihilated? No, he had to think of a way. He would not allow Fox to be destroyed in his hands, since the other party's target was Mr. Su, and now that he was in their hands, how could he make use of him to minimize his losses, or find a way to recover his losses? At this moment, he had temporarily put the matter of saving Mu Xingzhou to the back of his mind. Wang Kuan raised the laser gun in his hand and pointed it at Su Silly's forehead. "Mr. Su, please tell your partner to stop immediately, or else." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a shadow flash beside him. His hand was grabbed, and in the next moment, the man's steel-like knee hit his abdomen. The pain gnawed at his nerves. Wang Kuan hugged his stomach and knelt down weakly. His eyes were so wide open that they looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. He also spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his head and looked at the man standing in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. Because of the light, the man's face was hidden in the shadows. Only a pair of cold eyes stared at him calmly from the shadows. "Otherwise, what?" he asked in a low voice. The coldness in his voice seemed to be able to freeze a person. "What do you want to do to him?" Wang Kuan trembled. A fear that he had never felt before crept up from the bottom of his heart. He held his abdomen in pain and opened his mouth slightly. Blood flowed out of his mouth again. With just one hit, his ribs were all broken, and the broken bones stabbed into his internal organs. He collapsed to the ground and forced himself not to faint. Su Silly looked at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of him to protect him. His light purple eyes burned brightly and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. However, exactly at this moment, the space pirate who was controlling him, perhaps because of the unexpected change, exerted more strength on his hand without him realizing it. Su Silly felt the pain and frowned. A trace of pain appeared on his face. The next moment, the pain was relieved. Because, the Xingdao who was controlling Su Silly suddenly screamed. His hands were chopped off. As they fell to the ground, they started burning. Then, under everyone's gaze, this Xingdao flew out like a shot put and crashed into the metal wall. There was a deep dent. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Everything happened too quickly and too suddenly. As a result, all the pirates present, including Curies and Angelia, were stunned. They looked at the man who had suddenly appeared and displayed his power. Then, they looked at the screen again. The man who had been killing the mechas just now had disappeared without a trace. Once again, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. F*CK, why did he suddenly appear here? Other than Mu Xingzhou and the few who had gone out, as well as the mecha captain who had just been killed by Xixing, almost all the higher-ups were here. If they were all killed, Fox would be finished. And from the looks of it, this monster had no intention of letting them go. Some of them couldn't stand the tense atmosphere and immediately ran out, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. This Xingdao was very fast and agile. It was obvious that he was a powerful master. Previously, when they were on the spaceship, they had also sensed Su Sili's spiritual power. However, before he could run to the door, bang, the man in the white military uniform didn't even look back. This Xingdao who was trying to escape turned into a cannonball and flew forward, crashing into the door. Under the huge impact, both the man and the door flew out. In the end, they were motionless in the dust. Even if they didn't die, they were severely injured. The people who had been stirred up by his actions all froze in place. They didn't dare to move, afraid that they would be the next unlucky one. They were extremely nervous. Their faces were full of fear. However, the man who had shocked the entire crowd didn't even look at them. At this moment, he had already turned around and faced the silver-haired young man. He even exposed his back, which was full of weaknesses, to them. However, after the 3 attacks just now, plus the fact that half of the mechas were killed, who would dare to go forward and seek their own deaths, he was the one who had summoned Xixing. Su Sili also expected him to appear. However, he didn't expect him to stand up for him the moment he appeared. He couldn't help but smile. Brother Sheng. On the other hand, Xixing stared at him intently. The red veins in his eyes seemed to have increased. After confirming that this wasn't an illusion, he couldn't hold back the longing and fear in his heart. He opened his arms and hugged Su Sili. He hugged the young man tightly and pressed his cheek against his ear. He smelled the familiar scent on his body and confirmed that this wasn't a dream. "I've finally found you." He sighed softly. His voice was weak and aggrieved. There was no trace of the murderous aura that was like a messenger from hell. Su Sili leaned into his arms. Because of his sudden movement, his ears were slightly hot. He wanted to reject him, but after hearing his faint crying voice, he calmed down. He remembered yesterday at the underground market. When he suddenly turned into a card and was replaced by Curies, he heard Xixing's terrified voice. Su Sili couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Xixing should be worried sick, right? He must have spent a lot of effort to find him so quickly. Thinking about the red veins in his eyes, Su Sili rubbed his cheeks with heartache. "Yes, I'm fine." He patted the man's back to comfort him. He just wanted to calm his uneasiness. As for the stunned Xingdao, he completely ignored them. After a long time, Xixing took a deep breath and gently let go of him. His eyes wandered back and forth on his body. His spiritual power also swept over his body again and again to make sure that he didn't have any hidden injuries that couldn't be seen with his eyes. Finally, he held Su Sili's hand. On the young man's white wrist, there was a shallow red mark from the Xingdao that had just restrained him. Xixing looked at him with pity and heartache and said softly, "I'm sorry I'm late." Looking at his expression and listening to his tone, those who didn't know would think that Su Sili had been cruelly abused. The surrounding Xingdao had a constipated expression, especially Curies and Angelia. Although they had taken him away and restricted Mr. Su's freedom, they had never mistreated him. They wanted to defend themselves, but when they saw their 2 companions who were still unconscious and Wang Kuan who was twitching on the ground, they swallowed the words that were on the tip of their tongue. "It's too scary, isn't this man a prehistoric beast?" Su Sili didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and touched Xixing's face and said softly, "I'm fine. They have a favor to ask of me, so they won't dare to do anything to me." Xing looked at him and lowered his eyebrows in silence. A blue light appeared in his hand. He cast the healing stream to help him remove the red mark. Then, he put down his hand and finally turned to look at the sex Dao. The gentleness in his eyes was no longer there, only cold and murderous intent. The sex Dao trembled. Finally, Xing's faint gaze fell on Angelia. Angelia's heart skipped a beat. She had already put away her tearful expression. At this moment, when she saw Xing staring at her, she couldn't help but feel numb and her scalp was about to explode. She felt like she was being stared at by a poisonous snake. It seemed that if she was careless, she could lose her life here at any time. Xing looked at her coldly and didn't say anything. A strong pressure fell on her body. Bang, Angelia fell to the ground and felt the terrifying pressure. This time, she wasn't pretending. She was really crying. He was really targeting her. Why? What did you do? Tall leather boots stood in front of her. Angelia raised her head with difficulty. The man looked down at her. His eyes seemed to contain 1,000 years of ice. His voice was so cold that it made people tremble. It was obviously a stunningly handsome face, but when Angelia looked at him, she only felt fear in her heart. What did she do? She clearly didn't do anything after he came. I didn't. In that split second, she suddenly realized something. Angelia quickly begged for mercy. I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have bewitched Mr. Su to agree to help us. But I really didn't hurt him. My bewitchment technique only affects other people's judgment. It won't cause any substantial harm. I swear. However, for some reason, the more she said, the worse the man's expression became. She could even see the murderous intent in his grayish-blue eyes. She could even interpret 3 words, "You're gone." Angelia's heart trembled. She almost thought that she was going to die. Fortunately, Susili reached out and grabbed Xing. She's a half-mermaid. She's good at manipulating people with her voice. But that doesn't work on me. Susili said, I was just pretending to be controlled before. Angelia looked at him in surprise. How did you know that her bloodline was her biggest secret? How did he know? How did he see through it? Is that important? Susili smiled. He looked at Kuris and tilted his head. Card master, can you still turn me into a card now? Kuris's face instantly turned pale when he was suddenly called out. I'm sorry. I know I was wrong, please be magnanimous and forgive us. He directly lay on the ground and kowtowed to Susili to admit his mistake. With the blonde man's speed, he estimated that he would be killed several times before he could use the card skill. Kuris was still very clear about the situation. Susili tilted his head and looked at him. I'm very interested in your card. Kuris trembled. This time, it wasn't because he was afraid, but because he was distressed. But there was no other way. For his life, he could only accept his fate and take out his card box. He respectfully held it in front of Susili with both hands. Kuris felt the card box in his hand being taken away. His tears fell directly. These were the cards he had accumulated over the years. If he just gave them away, his strength would be reduced by at least 2/3. If he could go back in time, he would definitely go back to a few days ago and beat himself to death for plotting against this person in front of him. Even if he cooperated with the blood dance, it wouldn't be as bad as now. Not only was his base discovered, his skin removed, he lost 200 or 300 mechas, Brother Wang and the others were seriously injured, and his strength was reduced by more than half. Most importantly, he didn't manage to save Boss Mu's life. Kuris could feel the gazes of the Qingdao members around him. Fox was considered to be quite united in the Qingdao organization, but that was only relatively speaking. He and Brother Wang had caused so much trouble for Fox. It would be strange if the people in the organization let him go. Susili played with the wooden box in his hand. The wooden box wasn't very big. It looked very plain and ordinary. When he thought about how he was turned into a card and placed inside, he felt that it was very strange. He didn't check it immediately. After stuffing the wooden box into the space capsule, he smiled and said, You kidnapped a researcher called Ding Mingyu. I want to see him. In the power room of Fox, Mr. Ding was still under the surveillance of the 2 Qingdao members. Even though they heard the alarm, they didn't leave their post until they received the order. Dr. Ting looked out the window. Hearing the alarm, he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. The invaders, were they the rescue team from the Federation? Was someone from the Flanda Interstellar Federation coming to save him? His heart was filled with anticipation. The Xingdao members who were monitoring him looked more and more hostile. But soon, the sound of the alarm stopped. Dr. Ting's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they had failed? Haha, don't you know where you are? How dare you barge into our headquarters? You overestimate yourself. Mr. Ding, you should just stay here. The two Xingdao members said smugly. Dr. Ting's heart sank. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have deepened. At this time, one of the Xingdao members' communicators suddenly rang. They had received an order to bring Dr. Ting to the command center. The Xingdao members didn't think much of it. They just thought that Dr. Ting was going to identify the captives. They escorted him out of the spaceship and toward the command center. Dr. Ting thought so too. He couldn't help but feel dejected. He felt very guilty toward the captive soldiers. But when they arrived at the command center and saw the scene inside, all three of them were stunned. Dr. Ting stared at Su Silly in a daze. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. The two Xingdao members were scared out of their wits. They had already released their grip on Dr. Ting and retreated to the side with confusion and fear. You are Dr. Ding Mingyu? Su Silly walked up to the old man. He was still staring at him blankly. He was probably frightened by the bloody scene in front of him. Considering that Dr. Ting was very old, he subconsciously softened his voice and said gently, "Someone asked me to save you." Blockhead, you should know, right? Dr. Ting finally recovered. But his eyes were still on Su Silly's face. When he heard his question, he was pleasantly surprised. You mean Luo? Before he could finish, Su Silly had already nodded. It's good that you know. The two of them spoke in riddles. Dr. Ting didn't speak the universal language, so the Xingdao members who were eavesdropping couldn't understand him at all. At this time, Su Silly said again, I heard that your sister is also in their hands? Let's go and take her away from here. Dr. Ting looked at his face and exclaimed, as if he had just been distracted again. Now that he was reminded again, he quickly said, yes, 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 we have to save Veer. Then, he turned his head and glared at Curies and the others. Without their questioning, Curies took the initiative to take them to the place where Dr. Ting's sister was. Coincidentally, she was placed in the same basement as Mu Xingzhou. They were only separated by one room. Su Silly originally came here with Dr. Ting to visit the Xingdao base. But when they walked into the room together and saw Dr. Ting's sister, he couldn't help but be stunned. The beautiful woman who was placed in the nutrition cabin had her eyes tightly closed. Her long silver hair floated in the nutrition liquid. Her facial features were inexplicably familiar. In the nourishment cabin in the basement, a woman was wrapped in a special tight suit. Several components were connected to her body to transmit a special biological wave to her. Her whole body was suspended in the transparent nourishment liquid, and her long silver hair, which almost reached her ankles, fluttered faintly, revealing a bit of beauty in the white light. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her expression was serene, as if she was sleeping. Her beautiful facial features were somewhat sickly pale, making people who saw her unconsciously move gently, not wanting to disturb her. Su Silly looked at the woman and couldn't help but move closer, wanting to take a closer look at her face. Silver hair and purple eyes were the characteristics of the Roland royal family. According to the game's rules, since the Roland royal family had been set like this, there should be no other royal family in the entire game. Although he couldn't see the woman's eyes, Su Silly already felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at her. Curies and Angelia, who had followed him, also looked at the woman, then looked at Su Silly with an expression of disbelief. Damn, these two look so alike. Previously, they said that they were entrusted by someone to save Dr. Ting. Who are you kidding? They had been running around outside all this time. Although they had heard that Dr. Ting's sister was being held hostage in the base, and he had obediently stayed behind to help them improve the power system, they wouldn't have asked what the sister looked like. If they had seen him earlier, they would have definitely been suspicious of Mr. Su and wouldn't have brought him here so easily, Su Silly turned his head and glanced at Dr. Ting, then looked at Curies and Angelia. You also think that she looks a bit like me? Curies wanted to roll his eyes and say, stop pretending. In the end, he restrained himself and nodded cooperatively. Su Silly pursed his lips, inexplicably feeling a little nervous. This woman was definitely related to the House of Roland, which meant she was related to him by blood. He took a deep breath and used insight on her. Dear Roland, identity, NPC level, LV20 health points, 95,000/95,000 magic points, 1,000 elemental affinity, water profession, spirit elementalist. Dear Roland. Although he had expected this, Su Silly couldn't help but feel shocked when he actually got the answer. Was he really a descendant of the House of Roland? No, since there was no indication of her faction, she was in the Roland faction by default. She was not from the Flanda Galactic Federation like Dr. Ding Mingyu. Then who was she? Su Silly rummaged through Snow Roland's memories, but failed to find anything related to Veer Roland. He looked at Dr. Ting and had a lot of questions in his heart, but when he saw Curies and Xing Dao, he restrained himself. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's talk about it when we get back. Dr. Ting knew this as well, so he did not say anything. After confirming that his sister's physical attributes were all within the normal range, he sighed in obvious relief. Then, he started to move on to the transfer of Veer Roland, but this time, he was in a bit of a dilemma. He asked Su Silly how they were going to leave. Su Silly sorted out his complicated feelings and said, let's wait for a while. Curies and the others heard this and their hearts skipped a beat. What? They're still not leaving? Dr. Ting nodded. Although he had not seen the strength of these two with his own eyes, he could guess from the attitude of the Xing Dao. He calmed down and waited silently by the side. Su Silly did not leave immediately because Xiao Wu was taking over the base and trying to control the passageway so that the starship outside could safely fly in. The Xing Dao's mechas were already under Xiao Wu's control, and they had malfunctioned during battle because of Xiao Wu. Originally, in order to hide the base, Fox had blocked all signals from the outside world and only used the internal network, not the galactic network, so Xiao Wu did not know what to do in the beginning. Artificial intelligence was the king of the internet, but without signals and connections, it could not hack into other devices. However, after Xing attacked Lai Xing, Fox sent out a small team of mechas and used the communication network. This was a fatal mistake they had made. Communication required receiving and sending signals, so Xiao Wu took the opportunity to hack into their communication network and take control of their mechas. Otherwise, Xing would have to spend some effort to deal with a few hundred of the most advanced mechas. Now, Xiao Wu had followed the clues and hacked into Lai Xing's base. However, this base had taken a lot of effort, so Xiao Wu was unable to crack all the programs and take over in a short period of time. This ignited the little guy's competitive spirit. After confirming that Su Silly was safe, it threw itself into cracking the program. Thus, even if Xing could take them away now, Su Silly decided to wait. However, in the process of waiting, Su Silly couldn't help but think, Xiao Wu spent so much effort to crack the program of the base just to let the starry sky fly in safely to pick them up, isn't this too wasteful? Also, was he going to let the Xing Dao off so easily? If it wasn't for Xing and Xiao Wu, as well as his ability to not be bewitched, he might have ended up like Mr. Ding when he arrived at Xing Dao. He would have been forcefully detained here. Unless he died, he would probably never be able to leave. Su Silly's gaze landed on the girl soaking in the nutrient solution. The reason why Professor Ding had approached him and suggested going to Roland was because he had played his song Germinal to his sister. She had reacted to the song when she was in a coma. He didn't know if Dr. Ting was lying. Perhaps he knew about the relationship between this girl and Roland, so he used this as an excuse to send her back. In any case, if they hadn't been kidnapped by Xing Dao, they might have arrived at Roland a long time ago. And if he hadn't accidentally saved them, it was very likely that he wouldn't have known about this virile Roland in his entire life. He wouldn't have known that there was a member of Roland's royal family in this universe who had been kidnapped by Xing Dao on her way home. Her future was uncertain. When Su Silly thought about how she might have been killed by Xing Dao if Dr. Ting had abandoned her and escaped by himself, or if something had happened to the old Dr. Ting, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. There were very few people in the House of Roland. Now, only he and Joan were left. As the emperor, he had the responsibility and obligation to protect every member of the royal family. Therefore, he couldn't just let this go. Su Sili narrowed his eyes and thought to himself in a protective manner. Curies and the others who had been observing him suddenly saw his expression darken. Their hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. Xianxia opened her mouth and subconsciously wanted to use her voice control ability. However, she suddenly remembered that Mr. Su wasn't affected by her, so she bitterly closed her mouth. The members of Xingdao who were present were very nervous. Su Sili glanced at them and smiled again. However, no matter how gentle his smile was, it had left a very serious psychological shadow in Xingdao's hearts. They couldn't help but think of fireworks. Perhaps for the rest of their lives, they would never want to see fireworks again. Then, they saw Su Sili tilting his head and looking at them. He said, "Speaking of which, do you still want to save Mu Xingzhou? How about we continue with the original deal?" Curies looked at him vigilantly. At the beginning, he was sincere in wanting to make a deal with him, but after being rejected, he had bad intentions and directly kidnapped Mu Xingzhou. Now that Mr. Su mentioned it again, it made his scalp tingle. The so-called deal could only be done on the premise that both parties were of equal status. However, at this moment, Curies secretly glanced at Xixing. Their positions had already been reversed, let alone equal status. Those who could become the higher-ups of Xingdao were not fools. If Curies could think of it, so could the others. The rejection was written all over their faces. However, Su Sili didn't intend to ask for their opinion at all. "Previously, you said that in order to save your boss, you would do whatever it takes." Su Sili smiled. "I'm touched by your spirit, so I've decided to agree to this deal. I've also confirmed what I want, Lixing base. I can save your boss, and the reward is this base. After this deal is done, all the grudges between me and Fox will be written off." According to the information on the future forum, Mu Xingzhou was still alive 10 years later, but that was under the condition that he wasn't involved. Currently, in Xingdao, there seemed to be another force that was on par with Fox. If Fox fell, this force would definitely become the dominant force. In the end, it would swallow up the remaining small forces and unify Xingdao. As for the Xingdao called Blood Dance, their reputation was much worse than Fox's. Su Sili felt that it was better to let them fight each other. Even if Fox failed because of his interference, he could at least hold them back for a while and exhaust Blood Dance's strength. Therefore, as the leader, Mu Xingzhou couldn't die. As for whether or not Mu Xingzhou could not unite the space pirates and become the leader of the space pirates as the future forum proposed because of the butterfly wings that he flapped, it was not something that he cared about. However, it was obvious that the Xingdao didn't agree. "That's impossible." The ones with the biggest reaction weren't Curies and Xianxia, but the other Fox executives. Lixing base was built with countless efforts. Its value couldn't be measured by money. How could they use it to save Mu Xingzhou? Even if Mu Xingzhou was the one who built Fox, they had sacrificed a lot. All of this didn't belong to him alone. "Sorry, this deal won't work." A burly man with a full beard said, "Wang Kuan and the others did offend you, but Fox also paid a huge price for this. He didn't control his volume." As a result, when Xixing's cold gaze swept over him, his momentum weakened. The man with a full beard became dispirited and said pitifully, "We're willing to compensate you in other ways. Please let us go. Yes, you can ask for other ways to compensate us, but not Lixing base. We won't save Mu Xingzhou either. Or is there anything you need us from Xingdao? Fox is always at your disposal. Help me?" Su Sili raised his eyebrows and said under the Xingdao's expectant gaze, "You're not worthy." The Xingdao were speechless. "It's fine if you don't want to make this deal with me," Su Sili said amiably. As the Xingdao heaved a sigh of relief, he continued, "Then I'll kill all of you." "It's the same thing." The Xingdao's expressions became twisted. They wanted to resist, but as soon as Xixing released his powerful aura, all the Xingdao present were pressed to the ground. They couldn't even move, let alone resist. At this moment, they finally recognized the reality. They had no room to bargain. "Mr. Su, please spare us. We agree to the deal. We'll give you Lixing base. Please don't kill us. Please. We don't want the base anymore. Please let us go." the Xingdao cried loudly. Xixing looked at Su Silly. He also felt that killing all of them was the best solution, but it would take a little more time. Whatever he wanted, he would find a way to get it for him. Su Silly saw through his thoughts and felt comforted. However, in the end, he shook his head lightly. Then, he looked at the Xingdao and said coldly, "I'll give you 2 hours. Everyone, get out of Lixing base. I'll clear the place in 2 hours. If you don't leave by then, you can forget about leaving." After he finished speaking, Xixing released the aura on the Xingdao. The Xingdao looked at each other, got up, and walked towards the door hesitantly. When they saw that Su Silly didn't stop them, they hurriedly ran away. Among them, there were some who didn't want to give up. After successfully escaping from the basement, the bearded man ran to the control room of the base. He wanted to use the base's weapons to deal with Su Silly. Bang! The metal wall of the control room suddenly flipped open and revealed a laser gun. A beam shot out from the gun and accurately hit the bearded man's temple. The bearded man fell to the ground and breathed his last. After his death, the alarm sounded in Lixing base again. This time, it wasn't to remind them to defend themselves. Instead, it was to report the last notice that Su Silly just gave. Lixing base is now under Mr. Su's control. All Fox members, please evacuate within 2 hours. After 2 hours, Lixing base will be cleared of all living beings. The cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the entire base. There were more than 10,000 people stationed in Lixing base. The mecha team that went to stop Xixing was only an elite team. There were also some normal Xingdao members waiting in the base. Because of the lack of information, most of the normal Xingdao members didn't know what was going on. After the alarm sounded, Lixing base fell into chaos. Su Silly, who was still in the basement, couldn't hear what was happening on the ground. After the alarm quieted down, he looked at Curies and Angelia. The other Xingdao members had all left, but these two stayed. Curies and Angelia's thoughts were simple. Since they were going to lose the base, they should at least try to get the most out of it, to cure Boss Mu. As long as Boss Mu was here, the base could be rebuilt. They believed in this. Su Silly was surprised by their choice. From this point, he could see that Mu Xingzhou was quite charismatic. Since he agreed, he would keep his promise. Thus, under their lead, Su Silly and Xixing went to the next room and saw Mu Xingzhou. Actually, Su Silly didn't want Xixing to follow him. However, after his kidnapping, how could Xixing leave him in such a short period of time? Not to mention that he was still in Xingdao base. Su Silly could only give up and reluctantly let Mu Xingzhou come along. Mu Xingzhou was also lying in the nourishment cabin, soaking in the nourishment liquid. His handsome features seemed a little illusory in the liquid. His serene appearance looked gentle, not at all like the evil and cunning leader of Xingdao. He was a little different from what Su Silly had imagined. Su Silly looked at Mu Xingzhou a few times and couldn't help but look at Xixing to observe his reaction. Xixing frowned and looked a little unhappy. Su Silly was satisfied. Whether it was in the future or in the present, Xixing didn't care about Mu Xingzhou. And with him here, in this timeline, they wouldn't be able to form a couple with him. Under the expectant gazes of Curies and Mu Xingzhou, Su Silly calmed himself down and used insight on Mu Xingzhou. As expected of the leader of Xingdao, Mu Xingzhou was already LV49, which was higher than all the Xingdao members. He glanced at his status bar again. This guy had a heavily injured debuff. If he didn't remove this debuff, his health would continue to drop even if he regained full health. Su Silly wasn't a real doctor, so he could only use the germinal seed on him. Without using the Melody God's Piccolo, the recovery rate would be slower. Su Silly sang seriously and gradually forgot to pay attention to Mu Xingzhou's health bar. He immersed himself in the music and sang this song with all his heart. After an unknown amount of time, the man who was floating in the nutrient solution with his eyes closed slowly opened his eyes. Mu Xingzhou's consciousness woke up after a long period of unconsciousness. He heard someone singing in his ears. The voice was ethereal and full of vitality. In this voice, his body seemed to be glowing with vitality, repairing his body that was full of holes. Who is that? Mu Xingzhou felt his mind becoming clearer and clearer, and his heavy and fuzzy consciousness slowly recovered. In the end, the vitality that was born in his body finally broke through the long period of darkness, and he struggled to open his eyes. The first thing he saw was a blurry light. The viscous liquid adhered to his eye membrane, bringing him a slight stinging pain. He blinked his eyes and vaguely saw a blurry figure in the hazy light of the water. He couldn't see the person's face clearly. He only saw silver-white long hair, a pair of deep purple eyes, and gently opening and closing lips. Was it this person's singing voice that he heard? Mu Xingzhou stared at the silver-haired youth in a daze, trying to see his face clearly. Then, another figure stood in front of him. He saw a pair of extremely sharp gray-blue eyes, filled with hostility and disgust. The sharp intuition of a powerhouse made Mu Xingzhou subconsciously want to defend himself, but at this moment, he didn't have any power to protect himself. He only heard two familiar screams, and then, he was sent flying. Su Silly blinked and looked up at the hole in the ceiling where the nutrition pod flew out. Did Mu Xingzhou just wake up? Looking at the hole, he wasn't sure. Did he just wake up and die? Curies and Angelia were just happy that their boss woke up, but the next moment, they saw the nutrition pod being thrown out by the monstrous man. It felt like falling from heaven to hell. You can scram now. Xixing glanced at them and said coldly. The two looked at each other and didn't dare to say anything. They turned around and ran out of the room in a panic to check their boss's condition. Xixing turned around and saw the youth looking at him, obviously waiting for an explanation. He pursed his lips and said, "He's not wearing clothes." He looked like he was unhappy because his eyes were stung. Su Silly was about to die of laughter. Although the wooden boat was naked, the important parts were still covered. However, when he saw how much Xixing disliked him, he was completely relieved. The wooden boats of this world had no chance at all. Xixing looked at his smile. Suddenly, he reached out and gently grabbed his arm, pulling him into his embrace. The young man leaned on his shoulder obediently. Xixing hugged his waist with one hand and stroked his silver hair with the other. He closed his eyes and sensed the aura that made him feel at ease. He whispered again, "I didn't protect you well." Su Silly stopped smiling. He clung to his neck and rubbed against it affectionately. "Aren't I standing right here? Don't blame yourself, you've already done very well." Xixing lowered his eyelids. He suddenly thought of a question that confused him. After you became a card, did the summoning spell lose its effect? No. Su Silly answered instinctively. Then, he suddenly froze. The man's hand that was stroking Su Silly's long hair also stopped. A bad atmosphere replaced the warmth and joy of reunion, causing Su Silly's back to stiffen even more. Xixing slowly released him. Su Silly looked up slightly and met the man's eyes. Those beautiful gray-blue eyes were filled with grievance and a bit of accusation. Looking at them, he was instantly filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." He took the initiative to admit his mistake, and indeed, he did not consider Xixing's feelings in this matter. "I was going to wait until we reached here to summon you. After all, it's only a 2-day journey." Su Silly's voice gradually weakened as he spoke. Xixing looked at him faintly. "I was very worried. Although it's only been 2 days, I almost went crazy." Every moment that they were apart, he couldn't help but think about what would happen to him after he was kidnapped. Would he leave this world forever in a place that he didn't know at some point? If he hadn't vaguely felt that the connection between them hadn't been broken, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to suppress the thought of destroying the world in his heart. Su Silly looked at his calm face. It was as if he could feel the turbulent undercurrent underneath. He couldn't help but gulp. "I'm very sorry that I made such a reckless decision when I couldn't tell you that I was safe." He sincerely admitted his mistake. "I promise that this won't happen again." "Brother Xing, can you forgive me?" Xixing looked at him for a long time. Then, he hugged him again and said in a low voice, "You didn't do anything wrong. I'm not strong enough." If he was strong enough, he wouldn't have watched him get kidnapped. After he was kidnapped, he wouldn't have waited so bitterly for him to summon him. In the end, he was still too weak. Su Silly could roughly guess what he was thinking. He felt more helpless and guilty. "I already said that it was my fault." "It's really not your fault." In the end, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you still angry? You won't forgive me?" "No." Xixing denied. "I can never be angry with you. I was angry when I asked you to be my lover." Being suddenly brought up, even someone as powerful as Xixing didn't know how to defend himself. He thought for a while and said, "Then, you can coax me like you did then." This time, it was Su Silly's turn to be speechless. How did he coax him back then? He quickly remembered. Su Silly looked at Xixing. Suddenly, he reached out and hugged Xixing's waist and leaned on his chest. Then, the young man looked up. His beautiful purple eyes were like water, and they captured Xixing's heart. Then, he heard the young man say softly, "Brother Sheng, don't be angry with me, okay?" Xixing stared at him, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. However, before he could say okay, the young man held his stomach and laughed until he fell into his arms. Xixing was puzzled. Then, he heard the young man say, "So you like this too?" "What's wrong with that?" Xixing pursed his lips. His ears gradually turned red from the young man's laughter. In the end, he held the young man's face and leaned over to kiss him. The kiss lingered. When they separated, both of them were panting. Their gazes were still intertwined, and it was a little sticky. Su Silly was a little tempted by the kiss, but now was not the right time or place. He could only stand on tiptoe and peck the young man's eyes. "I'll feed you when we get back." Then, he held his hand and strode out of the room. They went to the room where Dr. Ting and his sister were. Xixing looked at their intertwined hands and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. At this moment, he finally felt that Ali had indeed returned to his side safely. The two of them returned to the room next door happily. Meanwhile, Curies and Angelia finally found Mu Xingzhou, who had been thrown out of the room. Fortunately, the nutrition pod that they had prepared for their boss was made of special materials. Even if it was bombed, it would not break. Therefore, even if it was thrown out and hit the ground, the nutrition pod would still hold up. However, Mu Xingzhou, who was inside, almost fainted again. When Curies pulled him out of the nutrition pod, Mu Xingzhou was still unconscious, but at least he was awake. This made Angelia burst into tears. "Boss, you're finally alive. Warm reminder, Lystar base will be in cleanup mode in 30 minutes. All Fox members, please evacuate as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." The alarm sounded again. This time, it was much gentler than before. However, the content of the message was much crueler. Mu Xingzhou forced himself to calm down. He looked at his familiar subordinates and did not have time to ask the young man who had just sung and the person who threw him out. This was because he saw Xing Dao's subordinates running out of the base. He finally heard what the alarm was saying. "Cleanup mode? All Fox members evacuate?" Mu Xingzhou was confused. He realized that something terrible had happened when he woke up. He wanted to ask for more details, but Curies did not give him the time. "Boss, bear with it. We have to leave this place first. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave." Then, he turned Mu Xingzhou into a card. Mu Xingzhou was turned into a card and was taken out of the base in a daze. He was finally released when they were in outer space. It wasn't until then that he finally understood everything after Angelia's explanation. He also knew that his subordinates had destroyed HQ while he was unconscious. "Boss, that's a monster." Curies helped the injured Wang Kuan settle down. Then, he ran back and showed him the video of Xixing slaughtering the mecha army. Mu Xingzhou looked at the video with a serious expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, Angelia said with reddened eyes, "Boss, I'm sorry, we offended someone we shouldn't have." "Fox, not only is the base gone, but the people are gone too." Looking at the Xing Dao subordinates running away, anyone could feel that after this incident, it was impossible for Fox to go back to how it was before. Mu Xingzhou looked up at her and suddenly smiled. "It's fine if the base is gone. We can just build another one." He was very optimistic. Then, he raised his eyebrows. "Is my life not worth a base?" That confident and arrogant look of his did not show any signs of depression. Compared to giving it to Blood Dance, this is more acceptable. The blurry figure of the silver-haired young man appeared in his mind again. Unfortunately, he was thrown out by his guardian before he could see his face clearly. He would have a chance to meet him in the future, right? After all, Lystar base was here. It would not run away. This thought flashed past his mind. Very quickly, he calmed himself down. As for the people, Mu Xingzhou looked out of the window and said faintly, I was planning to clean them up. Now, it saved me a lot of effort. Both Curies and Angelia were surprised. Boss, you're saying, it's hard to lead a big team. It's fine now. Mu Xingzhou continued, tell me more about what happened when I was unconscious. Be more detailed. Mu Xingzhou supported his body and started talking to his two subordinates seriously. Looking at his calm and collected appearance, Curies and Angelia seemed to have eaten a reassuring pill. They quickly pulled themselves together from their depression, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. At this time, after the starship entered, the tunnel to Lai Star Base was closed again. They started cleaning up. Of course, Su Silly was not crazy enough to kill anyone on sight. 2 hours was too short. It was not enough time for many people to evacuate. Especially in Lai Star Base, other than Xing Dao, there were many high-level technical talents like Dr. Ting who were captured and their families. Su Silly asked Xiao Wu to conduct a strict screening. All the Xing Dao on the wanted list would be gathered. After the screening, they would be packed up and sent to collect the bounty. He did not care about the bounty of a single person, but when put together, the bounty was quite impressive. As for the rest of the innocent people who were captured, he asked for their opinion. If they wanted to stay, they could stay. If they wanted to leave, they could take the spaceship and leave. He would send them to the nearest habitable planet. As for how to contact his own country, that was not his concern. Xiao Wu successfully took over the entire Lai Star Base. This military fortress was now completely under his control. Su Silly was also a little troubled as to how to deal with this base. He took over this base purely to help himself and Dr. Ting vent their anger. As for the purpose of this base, he did not think much about it. Staying here was definitely out of the question. Not to mention that the Xing Dao might return, the captives who were sent away would definitely not keep it a secret when they returned. Lai Star Base was very likely to be exposed just like that. It was very difficult to predict what would happen when the time came. For this trip, Su Silly had already concealed his identity. He wanted to keep a low profile. If this matter was exposed, it was not what he wanted. But how could he take away such a large base? According to Xing Dao's technology, it was not possible for this base to travel freely in the universe. Lai Star Base was not small. It would be very conspicuous if it went out like this. It would be great if it could be turned into a card and taken away, Su Silly muttered. Unfortunately, Curies was chased away by Xixing. Also, he probably did not have the ability to turn such a large base into a card, right? Xixing glanced at him. After thinking for a while, he summoned the shadow leopard and asked it to follow Su Silly closely. Then, the shadow leopard disappeared. Su Silly felt a little strange, but did not think much of it. He continued to worry about how to deal with this base. On the other side, Curies had settled Mu Xingzhou down. When he was about to go and see Wang Kuan, he saw an unexpected figure when he walked out of the room. It's you. What are you doing? Curies cried out in panic. Xixing frowned and glanced over. Curies felt a familiar aura pressing down on him. He was lying on the ground, completely unable to speak. Cardmaster? Xixing looked at him coldly. Speaking of which, this person was the culprit who kidnapped Ollie. It would be too easy for him to just let him go. Please stop. Just as he was about to kill, the closed door beside him suddenly opened. Mu Xingzhou walked out. What do you want to do to him? Xixing turned his head and looked at him coldly. Although Mu Xingzhou was very interested in this powerful mysterious person, he knew that this was not the right time. He thought quickly and said in a trembling voice, your companion said that if Lai Star Base was given to you, our grievances would be written off. Isn't that right? Xixing pursed his thin lips. He remembered every word Ollie said. How could he forget his promise to Xing Dao? He could not let Ollie go back on his word. He did not say a word, but the pressure on Curies weakened a little. Mu Xingzhou felt this and sighed in relief. Then, he saw Xixing grab the back of Curies' collar and lift him up. He felt that his heart was in his throat. Xixing pressed his palm on Curies' head. His grayish-blue eyes turned dark gold. Mysterious light patterns appeared on his face, but they were slightly different from those of Thunder's fury. Curies, who thought that he was finally safe, did not expect Xixing to suddenly attack him. He trembled and felt that his head was about to explode. This process did not last long. After about 3 minutes, the light patterns on Xixing's face slowly dissipated. His eyes returned to their original grayish-blue color. Curry's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Xixing casually tossed him aside, but Mu Xingzhou quickly caught him. Wooden Boat checked Curry's and found that he was still alive. Only then did he feel relieved. He looked up at Xixing. Just as he was about to ask him what he did, he saw the man suddenly look at him seriously and said, "We are not companions." Mu Xingzhou blinked and was stunned for a moment. He was referring to what he just said. But, if they were not companions, then, we are companions. The man looked down at him, coldly and solemnly declaring his sovereignty. Starry sky. Before Xixing left, Su Sili had already moved onto the ship. Compared to the Qingdao base that he had just taken over, he felt more secure in his own territory. The shadow leopard crouched beside him and followed Xixing's instructions to guard him closely. Andrew and the other guards were also guarding the corridor outside. They didn't dare to relax at all as they were afraid that something would happen to him. Dr. Ting and his sister were naturally moved onto the ship as well. They were arranged to stay in the rooms on either side of Su Sili. Since they knew that they weren't related by blood and that the unconscious woman was a member of the House of Roland, Su Sili couldn't let them stay together anymore. Dr. Ting gladly accepted this arrangement. Su Sili didn't know what to do with the base's arrangements, so he decided to put this matter aside and go next door to have a chat with Mr. Ding. The shadow leopard followed behind him. Its beast body was considered small compared to interstellar beasts, but it was still considered large in the eyes of humans. Su Sili glanced at it. Considering that the old man couldn't be frightened, he hesitated for a moment before letting the shadow leopard turn into its human form. The little emperor's orders were the master's orders. Jiuyu didn't hesitate and nodded. He slowly turned into a young man in black and continued to follow beside Su Sili. Speaking of which, how are Cha Mo and Hai Go? Su Sili hadn't paid attention to them in a long time. He heard that Cha Mo had approached Jiuyu several times and wanted to entrust the little mermaid to him, but was rejected by Jiuyu. I'm not sure. Jiuyu was obviously unhappy when Cha Mo was mentioned, but he didn't dare to show his displeasure in front of Su Sili. He only pursed his lips and acted cool and didn't like to talk. Su Sili shrugged. Although he was curious about what happened between the two of them, he didn't ask. Su Sili knew that Cha Mo wanted to go to the sea to look for the mermaid clan. He had even come to him for help, but after being rejected, he did not mention it again. In fact, it was not that Su Sili did not want to help, but Roland was too busy to care about the Aboriginals. Perhaps he could let the players take a look at the Aboriginals during the beta test. Jiuyu should also be aware of the dangers in the sea. Perhaps that was why he refused to agree to Cha Mo's request to take care of the little mermaid? From this point of view, it was not as if Jiuyu did not care about Cha Mo. Su Sili was thinking about the gossip between the two of them in his heart, but there was no expression on his face. It was as if he had just asked casually. Ninth Moon pulled a long face and walked out of the room first. Swish, 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 suddenly, the sound of swords being drawn could be heard everywhere. Jiuyu immediately became vigilant. He immediately released the shadow and prepared to take the little emperor away. Wait. Su Sili spoke in time. Andrew and the others, who were about to fight with the young man in black, hesitated and stopped. They had never seen Jiuyu in human form before. When they saw the young man in black suddenly come out of the room with a fierce expression, they immediately thought that he was an assassin. Su Sili did not expect to make such a mistake. After his kidnapping, the group of royal guards could not help but feel nervous. This is Zueying, the marshal's contract beast, he explained. When Zueying was mentioned, Andrew and the others reacted. However, they still looked at the young man in black carefully. When Jiuyu impatiently turned his eyes into vertical slits, they finally believed him. Their attitude towards him also changed from vigilance to shock and admiration. So the legend was true. There really were ancient beasts in the world that could transform into human form. Moreover, it was the marshal's contract beast. Lord Xixing was indeed Roland's guardian god, seeing that the misunderstanding was resolved, Su Silly did not bother with them. After knocking on the door, he walked into the room next door. Dr. Ting did not rest. He sat in front of the photon computer and was searching for something. After arriving at the starry sky, he could communicate with the outside world. Su Silly thought of the Franda Galactic Federation's verdict against him. Looking at the doctor's ugly expression, he knew that the doctor probably already knew the result. Your Majesty Roland. Dr. Ting got up and performed a somewhat clumsy greeting. Although they did not speak the same language, there was no obstacle for the two to communicate with the translator. You already know? Su Silly looked at the screen in the photon computer and asked. Dr. Ting smiled bitterly and nodded. He originally thought that His Majesty Roland did not inform the Franda Galactic Federation, which was why the Federation did not send anyone to save him. However, he did not expect that he was now a traitor and was even on the wanted list. After receiving your distress message, I asked the Star Alliance's liaison officer to help pass the message to your country. Unfortunately, the Franda Galactic Federation's higher-ups felt that as long as you did not prove yourself, your message could not be trusted, so, Su Silly did not continue, but Dr. Ting clearly understood. I was framed. Dr. Ting took off his glasses and gently wiped them with a handkerchief. Furthermore, he also knew who framed him. When I was kidnapped by the Qingdao, I felt that something was strange. This time I made strict security measures, but I did not expect to be targeted by the Qingdao. I should have guessed that someone was going to make a move on me, but because of my carelessness, Veer was almost implicated. Dr. Ting wiped his face hard. One could see his guilt and sadness. Then he said, "Thank you very much for saving me, His Majesty Roland. I really do not know how to express my gratitude." Su Silly shook his head. It was a coincidence that I came here. You don't have to take it to heart. I'm sure you can guess the reason why I came to find you now. Dr. Ting put down his hands and put on his glasses again. He looked up at Su Silly. When his eyes fell on his face, his expression became a little dazed. You want to ask about Veer, right? He asked. Su Silly nodded and looked at him. Miss Veer is not your biological sister, right? Dr. Ting smiled bitterly again. Yes, everyone who sees us says that. After all, in terms of age and appearance, he was old enough to be Roland's grandfather. Who would believe that they were only 10 years apart? I'm sorry if I offended you, but I still want to say that I suspect. Miss Veer is a long-lost relative of our family. Su Silly looked at the old man and said solemnly. In fact, there was no need for him to suspect anything. Because of the insight spell, he could directly make a conclusion. However, he could not be sure which relative it was and how they were related to each other. Actually, that's what I think too. Mr. Ding looked at him. Silver hair and purple eyes. You have such beautiful and unique features, just like her. Also, I can see Veer's younger appearance on you, he muttered. It's hard to believe that you are not related by blood. Su Silly curved his lips. Thank you for your compliment. This is indeed a unique symbol of our family. So, do you mind telling me the story of you and Miss Veer? Dr. Ting looked at him, thought for a moment, and said, Do you have wine? Su Silly was stunned, then smiled. Of course. He took out a bottle of wine with low alcohol content from the space capsule and took out 2 glasses. The dark red wine poured into the glasses. Dr. Ting picked up the glass and took a sip. The distress on his face eased a little. He swirled the wine glass and said softly, Veer and I are indeed not biological siblings, but our age difference is not as big as it seems. When I first met her, I was only 30 years old and had just entered the research institute. Veer was also a little girl who had just come to the capital to study from a remote planet. That year, she was in her early 20s, about the same age as you. The old man was immersed in his memories. Su Silly listened attentively, sipping wine from time to time or refilling the old man's glass. Although Veer didn't know anything, and her knowledge of life was close to zero, she had a very magical ability. Dr. Ting said, I was very interested in this ability, so I gradually got to know her more. She helped me with my experiments, and I taught her the general knowledge and skills needed to live in modern society. I never asked her which planet she came from. To me, who was obsessed with research at that time, it was not important. At this point, the old man smiled bitterly. So, after knowing her for so long, I actually knew very little about Veer's situation. I always felt that I cared about her as a person, and that her background was not that important. Susili silently refilled his glass. Although background was not important, if you did not even try to understand the other person's basic situation, then the friendship between the two people might not be very deep. Dr. Ting seemed to recall something, and his face showed some regret and loneliness. At that time, I had just taken over a project and was very busy every day. Veer's matter was temporarily put aside. During that time, I even stayed in a closed research institute for a year. When I came out, Veer had already left Flanda. After contacting her again and confirming her safety, I did not think too much about it. After all, in this era, even if we were separated by a galaxy, it was very easy to meet up. But I did not expect that we would be separated for more than 20 years. Dr. Ting took another sip of wine. During this time, many things happened. Due to various coincidences, we were never able to meet up. After that, we slowly lost contact. Until we met again more than 20 years later, she was still so beautiful, but I had already become an old man. Susili sighed when he heard this. Veer was an elementalist, and a water elementalist at that, so she was good at maintaining her health. Moreover, she was a 2-star, and her lifespan was extended to 200 or 300 years. Dr. Ting, on the other hand, was obviously a 100-year-old race. Even if the two of them had not separated, they probably would not have been able to be together. Seeing Susili's expression, Dr. Ting suddenly smiled and showed some optimism. Actually, in the 20 years that we were apart, I had slowly realized my feelings for her. It was just that I was too slow when I was young and did not cherish this fate. However, when we met again many years later, I thought it through again. The old man raised his head slightly and looked at the chandelier on the ceiling. He seemed to have recalled something and smiled a little sadly. I always remember the scene when we met again. I also clearly saw the sadness in her eyes. She was sad to see me, an old friend, grow old. If they were really together, how sad would she be? Susili nodded and waited for the old man to calm down before continuing to ask, what happened after that? After that, she had an accident. Dr. Ting said sadly, at that time, there was a large-scale turmoil. She happened to be on that planet. When I received news of her again, she was seriously injured and on the verge of death. After she was rescued, although she barely managed to survive, her spirit sea was damaged and her mental strength was in chaos, causing her to be unable to wake up again. From then on, I have been taking care of her. I only hope that in my lifetime, I can see her open those beautiful purple eyes again and say something to me. Susili listened to the story and felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. He also roughly sketched the image of Veer Roland in his mind. She left Snow Star when she was 20 years old. It had been 30 or 40 years since then. She probably had not returned for so many years, so she was not in Snow's memory. You know what happened after that. At this time, Dr. Ting took a deep breath and continued, she reacted to your songs, especially the song Germination, so I wanted to take her to Roland. I actually guessed that she should be from Roland, but... Dr. Ting paused and looked deeply at Susili. Are you really the Emperor of Roland? Susili did not deny it. There was no need to hide in front of Dr. Ting. Yes, I am the current Emperor of Roland, and Veer. She should be one of my elders. How long has she been in a coma? Dr. Ting thought for a moment. About 10 years. It has been so long, Susili could not help but say, Old Ding, you have been taking care of her for so many years. It is a great kindness to the House of Roland. If there is anything you need me to do, just tell me. I will do my best to satisfy you. Dr. Ting waved his hand. He looked at Susili and hesitated for a moment. Your Majesty of Roland, are you going to take Veer back? Probably not for the time being. Susili said, we still have some things to do. It may take more than a month. Looking at Dr. Ting's conflicted expression, he thought for a moment and said, Roland will remember your kindness, but I must take Miss Veer back to Roland. Fallen leaves return to their roots. She probably wants to go home too. I understand. Dr. Ting smiled bitterly. But after taking care of her for so long, it is inevitable that I will be separated again. He knew how difficult it was to go to the Roland Empire, so this separation was likely to be an eternal farewell. Or, why don't you come back to Roland with me? Susili looked at him and had another idea. Originally, he wanted to keep the old man, but now because of Veer, he could not force the old man. It was up to the old man. It will be difficult for you to go back to the Flanda Interstellar Federation now. Susili said sincerely, although Roland's technological level is not high, when you go to Roland, you will be the director of the research institute. I can guarantee that this kind of academic persecution will never happen. Dr. Ting did not expect that the Emperor of Roland would directly promise him the position of director of the research institute. He was shocked. This is not very appropriate, right? He was an outsider. If he directly became the head of the research institute as soon as he arrived, there would definitely be many objections. Don't worry, there is nothing inappropriate. I am in charge of Roland, and no one dares to object. You just have to say if you are willing or not. Susili waved his hand in a very domineering manner. Dr. Ting was a little moved by his words. He really did not want to stay in the Flanda Interstellar Federation. He was directly identified as a traitor and did not even give him a chance to explain. However, this matter had a huge impact, so he did not immediately agree. Can you let me think about it? He asked. Of course. Susili nodded. You just have to give me an answer before we return to Roland. You can stay on this starry sky with peace of mind. If you need anything, just tell Andrew and the others. Susili raised his wine glass and clinked it with Dr. Ting's. He smiled and said, I hope you can think about it carefully and give me a satisfactory answer. Then, he finished the wine in the glass in one gulp. Then I won't disturb you. Have a good rest. He put down the glass, got up, and left Dr. Ting's place. He then ran to Veer's room. The woman was still sleeping quietly in the nutrition cabin, like Sleeping Beauty, waiting to be woken up, or sleeping forever like this. Susili looked at her data carefully again. Her health bar was full, but there was a negative status of sleep, just like Chamo's situation, except that her main consciousness and subconsciousness were unconscious. He was not sure if the Germinal organization could save her, but since Naya could cure Chamo, even if the Germinal organization was ineffective, he could go back and find Naya. Thinking of this, Susili was relieved. He took a few photos of her and played the song Germinal Organization for her with the god of music's piccolo. As expected, Germinal Organization did not wake her up immediately. However, from the monitoring data of the nutrition cabin, her brain waves did become more active after hearing the song. Dr. Ting was right about this. After confirming this, Susili did not stay any longer. This body's alcohol tolerance was really low. He had just drunk a glass of red wine, and the alcohol content was so low that he felt a little dizzy and sleepy. When Xianxia came back, he did not see him in the room. Just as he was about to go out to look for him, he heard a sound coming from the bathroom. He stopped and walked over to take a look. He saw the young man lying in the bathtub, his face flushed. His eyes were closed, and there were water droplets on his eyelashes. Probably noticing him, the young man gently opened his eyes and looked at him with a drunken smile. Brother Xiang, Xianxia took a deep breath, suppressed the obvious changes in his body, walked over, squatted in front of him, and reached out to touch his cheek. Why are you so drunk again? He frowned as he recalled that day at the Kakabal Hotel. He was also dead drunk and depressed. Susili tilted his head, rubbed his palm, and said innocently, I just had a drink with Mr. Ding. As he said that, he put his hands around his neck and smiled. Brother Xiang, Roland is going to have a research institute soon. I want to take Mr. Ding back to be the director. What do you think? Xianxia looked at his smiling face and listened to his drunken words. He could not help but smile too. It's his honor. As he said that, he looked down and his gaze fell on the young man's seductive lips. In the end, he could not help but move closer. Just as they were about to touch, he whispered, I want to kiss you. Susili raised his eyebrows, and dense water droplets fell from his bangs. The water droplets slid down his cheeks, all the way to the young man's delicate chin, slender white neck, collarbone, and finally seeped into his thin white shirt from the slightly open collar. The young man tilted his head, closed his eyes, and whispered in his ear, "You just want to kiss me?" The response was the tall figure of the man pouncing on him. They had only been apart for 2 days and 1 night, but the two of them felt like they had been apart for a long time. They were even more clingy than before. This was probably, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Halfway through, Susili slowly sobered up. But since it had already started, how could it end? When he woke up in a daze the next day, it was almost noon. However, he did not see Xing next to him. At first, Susili did not think much of it. He held his waist and wanted to laze around in bed. It was not until he looked out of the window and saw that the spaceship was actually moving slowly in space that he suddenly woke up. The starry sky was brought into the Lie-Star base. He remembered that the scene he saw last night was still the base's buildings and the metal shell in the sky. It was not space. So, the starry sky came out. Susili extended his spiritual power and found that it was indeed so. According to the surrounding asteroids, the starry sky should still be in the asteroid belt. But why did he feel that something was not right? Susili got up suspiciously and was about to go outside to take a look. However, he could still get up. A figure flashed in the room and Xing appeared in front of him again. "You're awake?" The man touched his hair and asked gently, "Are you hungry?" Susili was startled. A little. Then, he finally realized what was going on and asked, "Brother Xing, where is Starsky going now? Are we leaving the Lie-Star base?" "Yes." Xing nodded and asked him what he wanted to eat. Susili could only say a few things. Then, he asked, "What about the Lie-Star base? Were they going to leave it in the asteroid belt?" Then, he saw Xing take out a card from his pocket and gently put it in front of him. "Here." Susili looked at the metal ball on the card and then at the words Lie-Star base. He could not help but open his eyes wide. Susili picked up the card and played with it in his hand. He then used insight on the card. Card, Lie-Star base, level, 3 stars, description, a military base transformed from a planet. It has advanced technology. Card skills 1. Materialize, release a complete base on the spot. 2. Single target release, materialize any object in the base. The object will be controlled by the card master. Note, there is a possibility of backlash. 3. Fire coverage, materialize all weapons in the base and launch attacks at a designated target. 4. Store objects into the card until the base is full. Available space, 60%. The Lie-Star base was a metal sphere. It was hollow inside. Other than the base building at the bottom, there was still a lot of unused space. If he really wanted to stuff things into the base, there should be a lot of space. Susili shook his head after imagining the scene for a moment. If it was really full, how could it be used after materialization? And there seemed to be people inside. No, now was not the time to think about this. Susili came back to his senses. Just as he was about to ask Xing how he managed to turn the base into a card, he realized that Xing had left the room. He released his power of the will and scanned the room. He realized that Xing was not in the living room either. Susili retracted his power of the will and played with the card in his hand. He then picked up the cup on the bedside table and tried to store it into the card. But, ding! You are not a card master. You cannot use card Lie-Star base. Susili frowned when he saw the system notification. He was not a card master. How could he not use the card? So, how did Xing turn the Lie-Star base into a card? Susili remembered that Xing went out for a while yesterday and only returned at midnight. Could it be that Xing went to Curry's and asked him to turn the base into a card? But if that was the case, even if he could take the Lie-Star base away, he would not be able to release the base into a card. Or was Xing going to take Curry's back? Roland thought that it would be fine to have multiple card masters. Susili couldn't help but think about the feasibility of card masters in Roland. With players around, learning card skills shouldn't be a problem. However, with those idiotic players' behavior, to let them become card masters, no matter how he thought about it, Susili felt that it was not very reliable. What are you thinking about? Susili looked up and saw Xing holding a tray. On the tray were the dishes he wanted to eat. They were piping hot and exuded an enticing aroma. So she had gone to get him something to eat. Su Silly felt a sense of sweetness in his heart. Xing's craftsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds. Even in outer space, his stomach had never suffered. I was thinking about the cards you gave me. As Su Silly spoke, her eyes followed Xing. She watched as he placed the tray on the table and reached out to hug him. I'll take you to wash up, okay? Xing rubbed the top of his head and leaned forward to kiss his forehead gently and tenderly. Su Silly directly clung to him and wrapped his legs around his waist. He giggled and said, I couldn't ask for more. Xing rubbed the tip of his nose and carried him into the bathroom. This room was built with the highest specifications of the spaceship and was fully equipped. Xing asked Su Silly to sit on the sink in the bathroom and then picked up the toothbrush to squeeze toothpaste for him. The young man was wearing a black robe with the straps loosely tied, revealing his white skin and a little bit of ambiguous marks. His long legs dangled from the sink and the tips of his feet touched the ground. Looking at the blue and purple kiss marks and teeth marks, it was obvious that someone had gone too far last night. Although it didn't hurt, it was still evidence, so Su Silly enjoyed Xing's service without any psychological burden. He took the toothbrush from Xing and rinsed his mouth before brushing his teeth. Where did you get this card from? He asked vaguely as he brushed his teeth. With a card-like skill, Xing replied. Su Silly frowned slightly and then widened his eyes. What does this mean? Xing thought he didn't understand and explained, it's the ability that turned you into a card. When he said this, his expression was obviously unhappy. He was probably still holding a grudge. Su Silly's focus was not on this. He obviously knew what a card-like skill was. He could turn himself into a card now. He bent over to spit out the foam in his mouth and took the water Xing passed to him. He hurriedly rinsed his mouth and wiped his mouth with a towel before asking, you mean? You know how to use a cardmaster skill? Xing nodded slightly and took the towel from his hand. He soaked it with water and wrung it dry before wiping his face. Seeing how Xing played it down as if it wasn't a big deal, Su Silly felt like he was making a mountain out of a molehill. He closed his eyes and felt the soft towel wipe his face. The moist and slightly cool feeling made his mind clear. How could Xing know how to use a cardmaster skill? The cardmaster profession was definitely an original creation of the Star Age games. At least, he hadn't encountered it when he was playing the Game of Gods, so it was impossible for him to get a related skill. When did you learn it? Su Silly couldn't help but ask. In the end, he heard Xing say, yesterday. Xing didn't care about his shock. After wiping his face, he threw the towel away and carried him back to the bedroom to serve him dinner. Yesterday? How did you learn it? Su Silly asked him as he ate. I have a skill that allows me to copy other people's abilities, Xing said. Yesterday, I found a cardmaster and copied it. Copy skill, Su Silly tried to recall, but he couldn't remember if he had learned this skill from Xing. Xing probably saw his confusion and explained, this is an inheritance that I obtained from a historical site. Su Silly nodded. It seemed that Xing had other adventures in the Star Age. Copy skill, this skill is too powerful. He quickly opened Xing's skill panel and finally found the skill. Copy, description, secret skill. You can obtain an ability from the target. After using it, you will lose the ability. Required magic points, 3000 release time, 3 minutes cooldown time, 90 days. After reading the skill description, Su Silly nodded to himself. Sure enough, such a powerful skill had a lot of restrictions. First of all, the channeling time required 3 minutes. Unless the target was willing or was completely controlled, the skill could be easily interrupted. Also, after copying the target's ability, it could only be used once and the cooldown time was 90 days, which was 3 months. This skill couldn't be used normally, but it was definitely a godly skill. The most important thing was, he could use it as long as he had 3000 magic points. Su Silly was very excited, but soon, he realized that something was wrong. His eyes stopped at the bottom of the copy skill icon. There was a new skill there. If he wasn't mistaken, that skill was card transformation. He blinked and clicked on it. Card transformation, description, card master skill. Can transform any target object, including living and inanimate objects, into a card. The generated card will carry the target object's ability. The more magic points are injected into the card, the more complete the target object's ability will be. Required magic points depends on the target object. Susili looked at it for a long time, but couldn't find the words copy. It was as if this skill was already possessed by Xing. He looked at Xing suspiciously and asked, "The ability you got from the copy skill can only be used once, right?" Xing wasn't surprised that he could see through this. He fed the cut steak to Susili and watched him eat it. He nodded and said, "Yes." Susili chewed the steak and swallowed it. He picked up the blazing star card and asked, "How do I use this card?" "I don't think I can use it if I'm not a card master." "I'm a card master now." Xing forked another piece of steak and fed it to him. Susili didn't eat it this time. He grabbed Xing's wrist and asked in surprise, "Doesn't the copy skill disappear after one use? How did you become a card master?" Xing looked at him helplessly when he saw that he wasn't concentrating on eating. He put down his knife and fork and explained to him seriously. All powers have something in common. Once you understand the principle, it's easy to understand. Although card masters are amazing, they also need to use mental strength. The power they use can also be converted with magic points. It's a branch of the elementalist. It's not hard to learn. Susili looked at him as if he was looking at a monster. He knew that Xing was smart, but he didn't expect him to be this smart. "So, you've completely grasped the power of a card master and become a card master just by copying a single card master's card skill?" Xing shook his head and said, "I haven't mastered it completely. I still need some time to understand other skills, but I have no problem using cards." Transforming the blazing star base into a card had consumed most of his magic points. He was only slightly stronger than when he fought the 9-star beast. However, as long as he could make Ollie happy, it was worth it no matter how much he had to sacrifice. "Xing, you're a genius." Susili praised from the bottom of his heart. Even if Xing hadn't mastered it completely, wouldn't he be able to directly understand all the card master skills if given enough time? Then, card masters might really become a new power system in Roland. However, Xing shook his head again and said, "This is something that can be done naturally after mastering the power to the extreme." Moreover, almost all of his abilities were bestowed by him, including the affinity with all elements and the most obvious one, the unlimited star level. Xing clearly knew who was the one who cared about him. Susili, on the other hand, was looking forward to his words. When he reached Xing's level, would he also be as strong? But now, what made him most happy was, he could now use his card skills. This skill was much more convenient than the storage capsule. As long as he transformed the skill into a card, he could carry a battleship, a spaceship, or even a military base with him. "If you're interested in becoming a card master, I can teach you," Xing said. "It shouldn't be difficult to master." "Really?" Susili's eyes lit up. "Yes, but you have to eat well first." Susili nodded quickly. "No problem." But soon, he remembered the card box that he had plundered from Curry's. Would there be any interesting cards in it? Thinking of those cards, Susili could not help but feel an itch in his heart. However, with Xing staring at him, he buried his head and finished his meal first. He had used up a lot of energy last night, and he was really hungry. The food tasted especially good. Brother Xing's cooking is getting better and better. After finishing his meal, he still had to act obedient. He smiled at Xing and said, "I really want to eat this every day." Xing could not suppress his smile. He looked at the young man's sparkling purple eyes and smiled gently. "Is there a reward?" Susili leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Xing was satisfied. He tidied up the tableware and left the room. He gave the things to the guards to clean and gave them a few instructions. When he returned, he saw that the young man had changed his clothes. He was sitting cross-legged on the sofa. In front of him were a dozen cards spread out on the coffee table. He was holding a card in his hand and looking at it carefully, as if he was thinking about something. Xing did not immediately go over. He went to the pantry to make tea and took out the refreshments he brought from Roland. Only then did he come back with a tray and sat down beside the young man. Susili moved to the side to make room for him. He then leaned his back against the young man and continued to study the cards in his hand. These are the cards of the card master? Yes. Su Silly nodded. They are the cards that Curries gave me yesterday. There are a few that are quite interesting. Look at this one. Su Silly showed it to him. There was a complicated pattern drawn on the card. The blue and white lines were like lightning flashing in the dark clouds. Unlike the cards in the Lie Star base, this one should have been drawn by a card master, not a real card. I think that the card master should have the ability to directly draw cards. There should be a complete knowledge system for this. Su Silly said. Through insight, he could roughly understand the function of this card. This was a special skill card. It could release 10 lightning bolts at the same time. It could be used as a single attack or a group attack. The maximum damage could reach 6,000. Just as he had guessed, card masters were a combat class like elementalists. Curries had probably been scared witless by Xixing, or perhaps he really had a very calm mind. He knew that he had no chance of winning against Xixing, so he obediently admitted defeat. Not only did he not use these cards, he even handed them over obediently. Of course, the facts proved that his judgment was correct. In this pile of cards, the one with the highest attack damage was only slightly over 10,000. When combined together, it was quite impressive, but the requirements for the card master should also be increased by several times. Su Silly had a strong interest in the profession of a card master. He put down the cards and called for the little robot. Brother, are you looking for me? Xiaowu emerged from his communication device. Its voice was still soft and gentle. Just by looking at its appearance, one would never think that it was ferocious when exploding fireworks. Yes. Xiaowu, help me investigate the card master profession, including its origin, known information about card masters, and so on. Help me investigate everything related to card masters. Okay brother, leave it to Xiaowu. The little robot patted its chest, making clanging sounds. Su Silly smiled and could not help but ask, the Lie Star base has been turned into a card. Can you still control the base? Xiaowu shook its head. No, I can't. I have lost contact with the clone that controls the base. I can't receive the signal of the Lie Star base. Su Silly nodded. He had also turned into a card before, so he knew that after turning into a card, his whole body would be in a static state, including his metabolism. Now in the Lie Star base, those scholars who had nowhere to go or those who were really obsessed with research and voluntarily stayed behind were probably in a static state. Thinking about this, maybe he should go back earlier and think of a way to move the people and equipment out of the Lie Star base. Maybe he should just set up a secret base somewhere. After all, Roland had a lot of land, and although the Lie Star base was a metal ball, it could be spread out and become a flat surface. Su Silly thought for a while and decided to ask Wen Jishan and the others for their opinion. With such a military base, Roland's combat ability should be improved a lot. Xiaowu went to investigate the card masters, and Su Silly continued to hold the thunder card and said to Xixing, Brother Xing, do you think it's possible to directly turn the spell into a card and release it when it's needed? This concept was similar to magic scrolls, which also existed in the Legend of Esh. As the game developed, it might be unlocked in the future, but Su Silly felt that magic scrolls were different from cards. Magic scrolls required materials, but cards did not. The only restriction was that cards could only be used by card masters. Let's try. Xixing thought for a while, raised his hand and condensed a water ball, and then cast the card skill on the water ball. Soon, the water ball slowly disappeared, and then a card with a water ball on it floated in his hand, replacing the original water ball. Su Silly could not help but take a look at the card. This was the first time he saw the process of turning a card into a card, and it was as magical as when he first saw the elemental skill. He used discernment to examine it and found that it was just an ordinary water ball card. Brother Xing, try using it. Su Silly handed the card back to Xixing. Xixing nodded and took the card. He did not do anything, but the water ball card suddenly disappeared, and the original water ball appeared again. This is not offensive. Su Silly said, maybe it's just to store it and use it when there's a drought. Xixing looked at him and waved his hand to disperse the water ball. Then, a flame appeared on his palm. Under his control, the flame turned into a card. Su Silly's eyes lit up. Water had a physical body, so he did not feel anything after turning the water ball into a card. However, the flame could be seen but not touched. At least this proved that some skills could be turned into cards. Brother Sheng, try throwing this card out. Remember to control the materialization of the card while you're throwing it out. Su Silly did not take the flame card to study it again, and instead told Xixing directly. Xixing was very cooperative. He threw the card into a paper basket next to him, and the moment he threw it out, the flame in the card was released. The small fireball appeared in midair, but it did not disappear immediately. Instead, it smashed into the paper basket. The flame burned brightly, and thick black smoke was emitted. Su Silly looked at this scene and nodded lightly. This is a good way to catch people off guard. When elementalists were fighting, they would definitely be sensed by their opponents when they moved the elements. Using cards to fight would be more secretive. The biggest limitation now was whether the cards could be used by ordinary people, or whether the threshold for becoming a cardmaster could be lowered. Su Silly did not let Xixing continue the experiment. After all, they were on a spaceship, and they were still sailing in space. It was better to be cautious and not be too reckless. Otherwise, if something went wrong, it would affect everyone on the spaceship. He put the thunder card back into the card box, and picked out the cards with attack power one by one, and put them back according to their attack power. In fact, he did not understand why Curries put all the cards in the same box. Was it not inconvenient to use them this way? In a battle, time was life. If they had to open the box to look for cards while fighting, how much time would that waste? Su Silly suddenly touched his chin. Could it be that Curry's still hiding cards from him? He should have some battle cards that were not hidden in the box. When he threatened him to hand over the cards, he hid those cards. Su Silly could not help but click his tongue. Xing Dao was indeed Xing Dao. He was quite clever. They should be quite far away now. It was not impossible to chase after them, but there was no need to make a special trip. I'll leave it with him first, and ask him to return it the next time we meet. Su Silly thought as he put the last attack card back into the box. In the end, there were only 5 cards of other types left. Among these 5 cards, one was a skill card, and the other 4 were cards that were transformed from physical objects. The only arcane card he had was an exchange card. That's right, it was the card swap spell that Curries had used to turn him into a card and then swap him from the underground trading center to his hand. This was very interesting. Su Silly looked at the card carefully. He did not know if the replacement card was directly drawn, or if it was converted into a skill card. If it could be directly drawn, then it would be a practical and awesome skill. Su Silly studied it for a while, put the card down, and picked up the other 4 cards. 3 of the cards were rare materials and valuable items. They were probably part of Curry's personal collection. Now, it was his turn to take advantage of him. He gave the 3 cards to Xixing and asked him to release the items inside. Then he threw them into the storage capsule in case of emergency. As for the last card, it was a person. Su Silly looked at the person drawn on the card. It was a girl with long red wavy hair. She was about 15 or 16 years old. She was lying on a wooden bed paved with rose petals. Her hands were crossed in front of her stomach, and her eyes were closed peacefully as if she was sleeping. Looking at this realistic card, Su Silly did not believe that it was drawn. He was more inclined to believe that this girl was a real person who had been converted into a card. A real person was sealed in a card. Just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. What was the use of this card? Who was the sealed girl? Was she still conscious? If she were to be released, would it cause any bad things to happen? Su Silly's mind filled in all of a sudden. He was a little scared of himself, but in the end, he used the insight skill on the card. Card, Lilith Carter, level, 2 stars, pseudo, description, due to the card master's forced conversion, the card has the right to hide its skills. All skills before the card was converted into a card, but its abilities were weakened. The card's abilities can be gradually unlocked through leveling up. She was actually the same as him, a victim who was forcibly converted into a card. Su Silly scratched his head. Should he let her out? Looking at the girl's attire, it did not look like the style of the future era, but it did have a sense of age. Could it be an antique from many years ago? Then, was she still alive? Just as Sue Silly was in a dilemma, the girl lying in the sea of flowers on the card slowly opened her eyes. The girl with blue hair and blue eyes had a delicate and elegant appearance. She looked gentle and soft, and did not look aggressive. Sue Silly felt a chill run down his spine. The feeling of looking at the character on the card was really a little scary. How did Curies and Angelia manage to be so calm? Sue Silly pursed his lips, trying to suppress the urge to turn the card over. He held Xianxia's hand, as if he could draw strength from him. Then, he looked at the girl and asked, "Are you Lilith Carter?" The girl's eyes changed a little, but the card was too small, so the change was not obvious. Sue Silly held Xianxia's hand again, looked at the card, and said tentatively, "If you can hear me, blink your eyes." Sue Silly stared at the card, but the girl did not respond immediately. Just when he thought that it might be his illusion, the girl gently blinked her eyes. Sue Silly looked at Xixing. "Brother Sheng, did you see it?" "Yes." Xixing also stared at the card, his eyes filled with vigilance. Characters who were turned into cards could not speak, and Sue Silly could not understand what this girl called Lilith wanted to say with her eyes. "I'll ask you a few more questions. If I'm right, nod your head. If I'm wrong, shake your head. Can you do that?" The girl nodded her head slightly. Sue Silly slowly exhaled, then asked, "Were you turned into a card by Curies?" If that was the case, it should not have been long ago, and with Curies' strength, a person who could be turned into a card by him should not be too strong. However, the girl shook her head, and at the same time, there was a hint of confusion in her eyes, as if she did not know Curies. "So, Curies got this card from somewhere else? Then, do you know about the profession of cardmaster?" Sue Silly asked again. This time, the girl gently nodded. "So, you have been sealed in a card for many years?" The girl hesitantly nodded. 10 years? The girl nodded, then shook her head, blinking her eyes, looking very strange. Sue Silly pondered for a moment, then said, "You don't know?" The girl gave him a definite answer. Being sealed in a card, it was understandable that she could not feel the passage of time in the outside world. "Do you want to come out of the card?" Sue Silly asked. The answer to this question should be obvious, but the girl nodded and shook her head, making Sue Silly a little confused. "So, does she want to come out or not?" "You want to come out, but you can't? Or something bad will happen if you come out?" The girl nodded. "Is it some kind of curse?" Sue Silly asked nervously. The girl shook her head in denial, and looked at Sue Silly with a slight change in her eyes, as if she was wondering why he would think so. Sue Silly was a little embarrassed by her look, gently coughed, and asked, "Then, what is your ability?" A character who was forcibly turned into a card could hide their ability, and could also reveal their ability. If this girl named Lilith could reveal her card ability, he could reluctantly give her some trust, and if there was a chance in the future, he could think of a way to save her from the card. The girl looked at Sue Silly, then looked at Xixing, and her eyes flashed with some hesitation. Sue Silly did not urge her, it was normal for her not to trust him, this kind of thing was a big gamble. It was extremely quiet in the living room. Sue Silly patiently waited as he stared at the girl card on the table. He didn't know what choice this girl named Lilith would make, but if she really refused to show her ability, then he would probably have no choice but to seal her in the card box and continue to wait for her fated person. After all, it was better to be cautious in the face of the unknown. He had a big family now, so everything he did had to consider Roland first. In the end, under his gaze, Lilith closed her eyes again. "She refused? Looks like I won't be able to understand the story behind this card." Sue Silly was a little disappointed. He was about to put the card away, but at this time, he saw an icon slowly appear below the card. This icon was also blue, similar to the girl's blue hair and blue eyes. Sue Silly looked carefully and found that the icon looked like a book. Could this be one of Lilith's abilities? Sue Silly curiously activated Insight, and found that the card's information had changed. Card, Lilith Carter, level, 4 stars. Description, a mysterious girl who was forcibly turned into a card, showing one of her abilities to the world. Card skills imparting, support skills, can release cards to learn. Currently open knowledge, card master beginner skills. Su Silly read the card's information and was stunned when he saw the girl's new ability. Card Master Beginner Skills? Damn, this Lilith is a Card Master teacher? He stared at the card for a long time, then suddenly thought of something and quickly opened the future forum. If this girl card was really a Card Master teacher, there should be related posts in the future forum. From these posts, he would know whether this Lilith could be trusted or not. Unfortunately, although the future forum did have information about card masters, Su Silly didn't see what he needed. Because all he found were posts asking for help. A player received a Card Master class change mission. This mission was very difficult. From the time the post was posted, this player spent more than a year and still couldn't find where the Card Master teacher was. He asked for help on the forum and obtained some clues. Unfortunately, according to the feedback, these clues were not very useful. Su Silly flipped to the last post. The post was filled with complaints about the difficulty of the quest by the player who triggered it. It was not very popular and only had a dozen or so replies. As for whether or not the player completed the class change, there was no feedback in the post. Looks like the difficulty level of a Card Master's job transition isn't just high. Of course, if this mysterious girl named Lilith was really a Card Master mentor, it would make sense that the players couldn't find her. After all, who would have thought that a mentor NPC would be in a card? How imaginative did this player have to be to think of this and be lucky enough to find her? While he was deep in thought, the girl in the card opened her eyes again. She looked at Su Silly with a look of expectation. This time, Su Silly understood the girl's intention. He looked at the card and thought for a while. He frowned and said, "I'm not a card master. I can't use card skills. Introductory skills should be for beginners, but beginners can't use cards. Isn't this useless?" However, the girl in the card gently shook her head. Su Silly paused and thought for a while. "You mean, this skill can be used by non-card masters?" Lilith nodded and gave him an affirmative answer. To think that a non-card user could actually use cards, looks like his previous guess is correct? Su Silly couldn't help but think. If a normal person can use cards, the power that can be unleashed will be terrifying. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at Lilith's card in front of him. He couldn't help but want to try it. "Brother Sheng, I want to try this card." Su Silly didn't act rashly. Instead, he discussed with Xing. "Do you think it's dangerous?" If it was dangerous, he wouldn't try it. Xing glanced at him and then looked at the card. He reached out and picked up the card. A light flashed in his eyes as if he was carefully feeling something. The girl in the card looked at him with a trace of uneasiness. She didn't dare to look at him directly. She seemed to be quite afraid of Xing. Obviously, even though she was sealed in the card, she could feel Xing's power. Xing looked at it for a while and then returned the card to Su Silly. Seeing his nervous expression, he couldn't help but smile and comfort him. "Give it a try." Su Silly was delighted. "Okay." Then, he held the card and thought about how to use it. Suddenly, he felt a sense of enlightenment, as if there was some kind of power guiding him. He released his mental power and tried to extend it towards the card, wrapping it up tightly. Just as his light purple mental strength completely enveloped the card, the girl in the card suddenly moved. She raised the hand on her lower abdomen and made a mysterious gesture. At the same time, Su Silly sensed that the card released a dazzling blue light that almost drowned him. Su Silly subconsciously closed his eyes. However, this blue light directly affected his mental world. Even if he closed his eyes, he still couldn't block the blue light. Thinking about Xing's words, Su Silly didn't panic. He waited calmly until the blue light faded. Then, he opened his eyes. Then, he found that he was no longer in the spaceship's cabin. Instead, he was in a room that looked like a study. The room was decorated in a classical style with a bit of artistic atmosphere. There were 2 huge bookshelves on both sides of the room. Next to the bookshelves was a set of table and chairs. On the table was a deck of cards and some things that looked like tools. Su Silly glanced around. He couldn't help but be a little cautious when he was suddenly in a foreign territory. However, at this moment, a blue light lit up in the middle of the room. A girl's slender figure slowly appeared in the light. Su Silly was slightly stunned. Is this Lilith Carter? After the light dissipated, the girl's figure was completely revealed. Her back was facing him, but her wavy blue hair and vintage dress made her identity clear. Susili stood in the same place and looked at her without making a sound. She probably didn't expect him to be so quiet and didn't ask who she was. In the end, the girl slowly turned around. She still had a faint smile on her face, but when she looked up and saw the scene in front of her, she suddenly froze. You guys," she widened her eyes and looked at Xixing, who was beside Susili, with some surprise. Susili curved his lips. His hand was interlocked with Xixing's, and he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. "Are you Lilith Carter?" He looked at the girl and asked. Lilith recovered from her daze, then lifted her skirt and bowed to them. "Hello, I am Lilith Carter, from the Card Civilization, St. Kano. You can call me Lilith." When she mentioned her background, Susili could clearly feel the girl's pride. Just like an elementalist, she should be proud of being a card user. He didn't expect that this imparted card skill would allow him to directly communicate with a card character, which was surprising. Card Civilization? St. Kano, Susili remembered this name, and Lilith straightened up after bowing. She looked at Susili, then looked at Xixing, who shouldn't appear together with him, and asked softly, "Then, how should I address you?" Susili said, "Su, you can call me that." Lilith looked at him and knew that this was probably an alias, but she didn't care. She nodded and said, "Then, Mr. Su, please allow me to teach you the basic skills of a card user." Susili looked at her in surprise. She brought him to this space, was it really just to teach him the card user inheritance? This NPC teacher was quite dutiful. "Miss Lilith, before that, I still have a few questions to ask you." Lilith looked at him and nodded, "Ask away." "Where is this?" Susili asked. "This is a space created by Card Illusions. You can learn how to draw cards here, and I will guide you into the world of card users." Lilith explained seriously. Then, she looked at Xixing and said, "I don't know how your companion came here together, but if he wants to learn together, it's fine. This girl is really a good teacher, she only wants to impart knowledge to others." Susili sighed in his heart and asked, "When I asked you if you wanted to come out of the card, you nodded and then shook your head. Why is that?" Lilith looked at the two strange people in front of her. In the past, people who came in would quickly immerse themselves in learning after she explained where this place was, and would never ask questions like this. She was not used to it. But, how did they know that she could come out of the card? And they even knew her name? Lilith realized this in hindsight. Her mind, which had become rigid and sluggish because of her long slumber, started to work faster than usual. "How do you know my name?" She looked at Susili and asked directly. Susili paused and smiled, "That's not important." He couldn't say that he saw it with his observation skill, right? Lilith looked at him suspiciously and then showed an understanding expression. "Did Cook tell you?" "Who is Cook?" Susili was startled by her question and then reacted. "Is she talking about curries?" In the end, Lilith continued, "But I don't know if his name is Cook. I guess he used a fake name like you." Being directly exposed, Susili was not embarrassed and said, "If the Cook you're talking about is the previous owner of the card, then it is indeed him. He was the one who gave me your card." Lilith showed an "I knew it" expression and then said with some disappointment, "It seems that he also failed." "What do you mean?" Susili frowned. Lilith looked at him with a trace of disappointment on her beautiful face. "That's why I nodded and then shook my head. I really want to go out of the card and have a look, but the premise is that I have to cultivate a card master and let this master release me. Before that, I have to stay here and can't leave." When she said this, her expression was calm and there was no trace of resentment, only numbness. Susili looked at her. He didn't expect that there would be such a restriction on her. In a sense, this was also a curse. In the past, I have met many people who claimed that they could save me, but they all failed. Lilith lowered her eyelashes slightly. They also took advantage of her eagerness to do a lot of bad things. Later, she changed hands several times and met some good people and some bad people, but she never mentioned this again. Anyway, the end result was the same. She didn't think that the two people in front of her could grow into card masters. After all, many things had changed with the passage of time. The only thing she could do was to continue the fire of the card civilization and guide everyone who was lucky enough to talk to her to learn how to be a card master. Seeing Lilith's gloomy expression, Susili thought about it and asked, "Do you have to be a card master to save you?" Lilith nodded. She had met many people and tried many methods, but none of them failed, even if she mastered the card skills. This was a test for her, and also her mission. Looking at Lilith's somewhat childish face, Susili couldn't help but curse the shitty producers in his heart. This mentor setting was too terrible. The key was that the clues were hidden so well that no player in the next 10 years succeeded in changing their profession. In the timeline of the future forum, this unlucky girl didn't even know when she would see the light of day again. Then, can we start learning? At this time, Lilith calmed down and looked up at Susili and asked. Susili was not in a hurry. Anyway, the card was in his hands and he wouldn't lose it in a short time. Card masters could learn it at any time. I want to hear your story. He was really curious about what kind of person Lilith was before she was sealed away. And, you just mentioned San Cano, that's your hometown, right? I don't think I've heard of it before. There were more than 200 countries in the galaxy, of course he couldn't remember all of them, but since the players in the future forum couldn't find any relevant clues, it was very likely that this was an ancient country that no longer existed. Lilith's numb expression showed a hint of sadness. San Cano was destroyed in the disaster, and I'm probably the only card master who survived. Those things exist in the distant past, and they're already blurred in my mind. I'm afraid I can't tell you. That's a pity. Susili sighed and nodded. He didn't like to expose people's scars, so after confirming his guess, he said, "Then let's start learning?" Okay. At the mention of learning, Lilith pulled herself together. She waved her hand, and a book on the bookshelf flew in front of her, floating and automatically flipping to the first page. Please sit in front of the desk. Today, I'll explain the basic knowledge of cards to you. After you understand this general knowledge, you'll be able to get started faster. Susili sat down on the chair, and Xianxia came to stand beside him. Under Lilith's confused gaze, another set of tables and chairs appeared. Then, he sat side by side with Susili. Looking at his upright sitting posture, he looked exactly like a good student. Lilith looked at him, frowned, and asked directly, "How did you do that?" "This is just an illusion," Xianxia said. Lilith's frown deepened. That was true, but as the owner of this place, she couldn't add things as he pleased. If it was possible, she would have refurbished this old antique room a long time ago. "You're very good," she said. Xianxia nodded and didn't bother with her anymore. Lilith retracted her attention, opened the first page of the introductory book, cleared her throat, and prepared to start the class. But she had just made an opening statement, and before she could continue, she was stuck again. She stared at Xianxia. To be precise, she stared at the thing that appeared in his hand. She saw that in Xianxia's hand, there was a tray with a pot of coffee, a cup, and 2 small plates with exquisite snacks. As if he felt that it wasn't enough, he gently wiped his hand, and a small plate of sugar cubes appeared on the tray. He nodded with satisfaction, put the tray on the table, poured the coffee, added sugar, and mixed it to Susili's favorite flavor. Susili was listening attentively when the teacher suddenly stopped. He turned his head and saw that Xianxia had placed a cup of coffee in front of him. In addition to the coffee, there were also snacks. Was it really okay to do this in class? The little teacher's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Susili looked at Lilith and smiled embarrassedly. Just as he was about to ask Xianxia to put it away, he saw the girl suddenly pout, and her blue eyes started to water up. Damn, she made the little teacher so angry that she cried. Susili was thinking of ways to salvage the situation, but the blue-haired girl pouted and said tearfully, "Lilith wants to drink too." "Lilith hasn't eaten in years, Susili." Seeing the tears in the girl's eyes, Susili hurriedly moved the tray in front of her. "You can drink it, and you can eat the snacks too." Lilith sniffled, looked at him pitifully, and asked, "Really?" Yes, eat it." Susili smiled stiffly and pushed the tray in front of her again. Lilith picked up the coffee and took a small sip. The bittersweet taste made the numbness in her eyes fade a little, and her expression finally came back to life. Susili couldn't help but sympathize with Lilith when he saw that she was so happy that she was about to cry after taking a sip of coffee. According to her, she should have been in the card for at least 100 years, right? He had been turned into a card before, so he could understand that feeling. Although the metabolism stopped in the card, the lack of physiological needs didn't mean that the psychological needs would disappear. It might even be more empty. At least he couldn't imagine what kind of terrible experience it would be to stay in the card for 100 years without eating, drinking, and sleeping. He tugged at Xixing's sleeve and said, "Brother Sheng, can you make another chair? This girl is too pitiful, let her eat something." Xixing looked at the coffee in Lilith's hand, pursed his lips, and finally snapped his fingers. A chair appeared next to Lilith out of thin air. "Lilith, sit down for a while," Susili said. "Thank you." Lilith's voice had a strong nasal sound. She carefully sat down with the cup in her hand, and then continued to drink the rest of the coffee. Her taste buds hadn't tasted food for a long time. Just the slightly bitter coffee gave her unprecedented satisfaction, not to mention that Susili also asked her to take a small piece of cake. She took a small bite and cried from the sweetness and softness of the taste. Realizing that she had lost her composure, Lilith quickly took out a handkerchief and shyly wiped her tears. Then she continued to hold the cake and eat it in small bites. Her posture was elegant, but her speed wasn't slow. Her cheeks were puffed up like a little hamster eating. Susili felt that this girl would definitely be popular if she made a food show. Just watching her eat made him particularly hungry. At this time, Xixing helped him make another cup of coffee and gently put it in his hand. He looked at him without blinking. Susili couldn't help but laugh. Was he afraid that he would give the coffee to Lilith again? He picked up the coffee and tasted it. The mellow and rich taste greatly stimulated the taste buds. It was hard to believe that this was an illusion. No wonder Lilith ate so contentedly. Susili looked at Xixing and poured him a cup of tea. Then, he threw in 2 cubes of sugar and gently stirred the tea with a small spoon. Xixing didn't eat sweets at first, but after drinking too much milk tea, her taste for sweets gradually changed. Susili had noticed this before. As expected, Xixing watched his actions with a faint smile on his face. His gaze was extremely gentle. Lilith stole a glance at them and blinked her eyes. Then, when the two of them weren't paying attention, she quickly reached out and took another piece of dessert. Then, she lowered her head and continued to eat. Sob sob. So delicious, her cheeks were bulging from the stuffing, and her pale face seemed to have become a little rosy. Thus, what should have been a serious and proper introductory card master class turned into a tea party. Of course, it was mainly Lilith eating and Susili talking. Finally, when the desserts on the 2 small plates were wiped clean and the coffee was finished, Lilith stopped, satisfied. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her lips. Then, she looked at Susili and said softly, "Thank you very much for your hospitality. Ever since I was turned into a card, I haven't eaten anything." I lost my composure for a moment. Sorry, perhaps it was because she was in a good mood, but her tone was a lot lighter. The expression on her face was less stiff and numb, and she really looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Susili nodded understandingly, then asked, "Is there really no other way to get out? I was turned into a card before, so this kind of pain is completely understandable." After that, he said, "Who turned you into a card and made such restrictions? That's a little too cruel." Lilith shook her head, "Spreading the tinder of card civilization is my mission. I didn't do this well, so I've been trapped here." She didn't have the slightest bit of resentment about being turned into a card. Perhaps the person who kept her had taken a fancy to her qualities. "Let's start learning." Lilith smiled, "Let me guide you into the card world. Believe me, you'll definitely like it." She was obviously more energetic than before, probably because of the full meal that gave her a lot of motivation. Susili also became serious. Not to mention that he had a strong interest in cards. If he could become a card master and rescue this girl, it would be a good thing for everyone. This time, Xixing didn't do anything to distract them. He had his own understanding of the power of cards, but listening to the academic theory would also help him understand the skills. Lilith opened the book again and explained some common knowledge to them, which was a bit similar to the general principles. Card masters were also divided into star levels. Card masters belonged to the 5-star level, and there were other levels above that, but even in Lilith's civilization, it was a legend. Before I turned into a card, I was also a 5-star card master. In the process of turning into a card, my strength will be weakened, and I can only remain at a lower level at most. Lilith said, so, I'm a 4-star card. Susili nodded. This was also what he saw through the insight skill, but a 5-star was the highest level in Lilith's civilization. For Lilith to have such an achievement at such a young age, she could be considered a top genius. It was no wonder that she could be chosen as the inheritor of the Tinder of Card civilization, and she was indeed conscientious in fulfilling her duties. People like you who have just come into contact with cards and don't have a star level are called card master apprentices in our era. Lilith continued, the first 5 stars correspond to apprentice card masters, beginner card masters, intermediate card masters, and finally card masters. But these are all old concepts, and they are basically useless now. You just need to understand them. Now, the main thing is to start learning from card drawing. Basically, one would only come into contact with the skills of using cards after becoming a beginner card master, which was a 3-star card master. For example, Curry's was already level 38, but he had just mastered the card transformation and card replacement skills not long ago. Every time he used them, he would consume a lot of magic, and this was also due to his lack of skill. Lilith mercilessly pointed out his shortcomings. If Curry's was here, he would probably be so embarrassed that he would scratch the ground with his toes. At the 1 and 2-star level, the emphasis was on the understanding and drawing of cards. Familiarizing and mastering the meaning of the various shapes, as well as what these shapes could change into after they were combined, was the most important thing at this level. Only with a solid foundation would it be easy to avoid bottlenecks later on. After Lilith's explanation, Susili found out that the cards that could be materialized were not only obtained by transforming physical objects into cards, but they could also be drawn directly. For example, if you wanted a pen, you could draw a pen card based on the known shapes, and then transform the card into a physical object. As for the pen transformed from the card, it had the same function as the pen made in reality. In our civilization, almost everything is transformed from cards. Cards are not only used for battle, but they are also closely related to our lives. Lilith's eyes showed some nostalgia. We used cards to create countless items, from big houses to small keychains. There are corresponding cards for everything. It can be said that creating a new practical card in one's lifetime is the lifelong pursuit of every card master. Susili listened to her description and could not help but yearn for such a civilization. Just like the elementalist civilization of Ashtar, the card civilization of St. Kano had also created a magnificent history and a culture full of magical colors. It's a pity, Lilith clenched her fingers. After turning into cards, I also taught some people and thought that as long as they recognized the magical aspects of cards, they would definitely be valued. However, after the destruction of St. Kano, many of the materials needed to draw cards could not be found. There may be substitutes, but this is not something that can be judged by low-level card masters based on experience. Susili listened to her and could only lament that the lousy game producers were not human. The destruction of this card civilization was obviously the work of the game group, just like the elementalist civilization of Ashtar. It was just that Ashtar was lucky enough to be chosen as the novice village and had a chance to make a comeback. As for Lilith's hometown of St. Kano, Susili sighed and wanted to say a few words to comfort Lilith, but she had already pulled herself together. She looked at Susili and smiled faintly. Fortunately, in this card space, all materials can be reused, and there is a complete variety of materials. It is enough for you to master and accumulate all the knowledge and experience of card drawing. It's just that if you want to draw cards in reality, it may be more troublesome and you need to find the corresponding materials. Yes, that's not a problem. Susili nodded. Although material cards sounded interesting, with his current financial resources, he could purchase rare items through the Star Alliance. He did not need to rely on cards. What he needed most now was to become a card master and have the ability to control cards. After explaining all the basic knowledge, Lilith officially began teaching about card drawing. Susili listened attentively. During this time, Cixing went out for a while, but after settling the matters on the spaceship, she quickly returned to accompany him. Outside the card space, both of them were resting with their eyes closed. The shadow leopard was guarding beside them to ensure their safety and prevent anyone from disturbing them. In the universe tens of thousands of light years away from the starry sky, Mu Xingzhou and the others just passed through the transition tunnel and entered their base nearby. Just as Mu Xingzhou was about to disembark, he heard a scream. When he hurried over, he saw that Curries, who had been unconscious for the entire day, had woken up. His jacket was thrown on the ground and torn to shreds, and he was rummaging through the room, looking for something very anxiously. Mu Xingzhou frowned, but did not stop him. He just watched him scurry around the room. Where is it? Why isn't it here? I remember taking it out, woo-woo, in the end. It seemed like he really could not find that thing. Curry sat on the floor in despair and covered his face with his hands as he cried. Mu Xingzhou treated this loyal subordinate like a younger brother. Seeing him like this, he finally walked over, squatted down in front of him, and handed him a handkerchief. Woo-woo. Boss. When he saw Mu Xingzhou, Curries hugged him and cried. He was heartbroken and wronged. What's wrong with you? Mu Xingzhou pushed him away in disgust. At this time Xianxia and a few others who were familiar with Curries also came over. Looking at this scene, all of them were confused. And Curries did not know how to explain. After all, that was his trump card. Now that his trump card was gone, he still had to be careful not to expose it. Boss, what do you say we go back and find that Mr. Su? He looked at Mu Xingzhou and asked pitifully. Mu Xingzhou rolled his eyes. Nothing much. Seeing that Curry still wanted to continue begging, he said, do you need me to help you remember that Mr. Su's partner almost killed you yesterday? When he said the word partner, Mu Xingzhou's face was obviously unnatural. He already had an owner, and it was the kind of owner that could not be persuaded. He did not even see what that grass looked like. Thinking of this, Mu Xingzhou could not help but feel a little disappointed. It was over before it even started. It was rare for him to have feelings for someone, and Curry's face became more and more sullen. The memory of being caught by that monster yesterday was still vivid in his mind. And when he was pressed by the monster on his head, he really thought he was going to die. When he woke up today, he was quite happy that he was still alive. But when he counted the remaining cards, he realized that the most important card was gone. It could be said that it was that card that changed his destiny. If it was not for the girl named Lilith in the card, he would have been a gangster for the rest of his life. It would have been impossible for him to enter Fox, be valued by the boss, and have the status he had today. Although Lilith was like a programmed robot, doing things by the book, after so many years, he also had feelings for her. And most importantly, without her, how could he continue to level up in the future? He had not even mastered the beginner card master skills that she taught him. Not to mention the more advanced skills that came after. Thinking of this, Curries only wanted to slap himself. How could he hand over such an important card? He clearly remembered that the card was not in the box. If he asked that Mr. Su for it back, would he agree? Recalling the young man's half-smile and his prehistoric beast-like partner, Curries could not help but shudder. Mu Xingzhou looked at Curries. Looking at his dazed expression, he suspected that the man's skill from yesterday had turned him into a fool. What did that guy do to you yesterday? Speaking of which, he did not even know that guy's name. I don't know. Curries shook his head. I just felt like my head was about to explode. I couldn't take it anymore and fainted. Seeing that he could not get anything out of him, Mu Xingzhou did not bother with him anymore. He asked someone to take him to the medical department while he got off the spaceship. At this time Xianxia followed him. Boss, what about the blood dance? Just ignore them. I'm already awake, what business do they have? Mu Xingzhou waved his hand, telling her to ignore them. It was good enough that he did not take the opportunity to set them up. It would be best if they did not appear in front of him at this time. Although he had planned to get rid of some of them, these people's performance had indeed disappointed him. Naturally, he was not in a good mood. The blood dance people had better not put themselves in the line of fire, or else. Even if they lost a base, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. It was more than enough to take a bite out of them. Then will they think that we are not trustworthy? Xianxia asked again. Why do we need to be trustworthy with our mortal enemies? Alright then, the outskirts of planet Kakubar. F*CK, we were played by Fox. On the Voyager, Scarface looked at the data on the screen and said angrily. At this time, the originally fancy Voyager had become unbearably ugly. Behind them was the country that planet Kakubar belonged to. The regular army of the St. Russ country was chasing them relentlessly. The impact caused by Fox this time was too bad. St. Russ country happened to be one of the top 10 countries in terms of overall strength in the galaxy. Naturally, they would not tolerate something that affected their tourism business. Blood Dance had received the news beforehand and pretended to be normal tourists to watch the show. Who knew that they would be targeted by the regular army of St. Russ country? Now that they were on the run, they had already fought several waves of resistance. Fortunately, although the Voyager looked like a spaceship, it had enough speed and vitality to match a warship after being modified. Even so, the losses were huge. Yelena felt like vomiting blood. Hearing Scarface's complaints, she could not help but say, I already said that if we wanted to cooperate, Fox would have to come personally. You just had to come to their territory. Now that you're in trouble, do you regret it? Alright, stop being a hindsight. Hurry up and think of a way to escape. Blood Dance's Voyager and St. Russ country were chasing each other. In a corner that they were not paying attention to, a small spaceship was parked next to the asteroid belt. It was very inconspicuous. At this moment, in the control room, a lizard man contacted their commanding officer. Reporting, Commanding Officer. The culprit who blew up KT-524887 Beirut's battleship has been found. The lizard man said angrily. It's a spaceship called Voyager, but it's actually a modified battleship of Blood Dance's Xingdao organization. According to our special senses, this group of Xingdao appeared on the battlefield where KT-524887 was blown up. They are the culprits. Considering that our combat power is limited and that St. Russ country is catching Xingdao, we provided them with clues about Blood Dance. Now, St. Russ country's army is chasing after them. According to the analysis of the firepower of both sides, the Voyager definitely has the strength to destroy KT-524887. Now that St. Russ country's army is chasing after them, I believe that we can finally kill them with a borrowed knife. You did well. The lizard man commanding officer praised. Not only did you find the culprits so quickly, but you also used such brilliant tactics to win with fewer troops without losing a single soldier. I am very pleased. I will report your achievements to His Majesty Arnold. When you return, you will be greeted with rewards and praise. When the lizard man on the spaceship heard the commanding officer's words, they couldn't help but feel inexplicably excited. They couldn't wait to grow wings and fly back to the Bavad Empire. Susili, who was leisurely rushing back to Kakabor, naturally didn't know about this. After studying the introductory card master class for 2 days and having a certain understanding of Lilith, he finally made a decision. That night, after taking a shower, he sat on the sofa. Instead of reviewing the class content, he opened the future forum. His doujinshi post with Xing still provided him with a lot of points every day. He saved up these points to exchange for high-tech blueprints in the future. Now that he had Xiao Wu and Dr. Ting, who was very likely to stay in Roland, the blueprints could finally come in handy. It had been a while since the last update. However, the popularity of this post didn't decrease because even though he didn't post any funny pictures, but it couldn't stop the CP fans from producing their own food. In just half a year, Xianxia's CP ranking had climbed to 8th place, which wasn't slow at all. After all, the CP groups before them had accumulated popularity for 10 years. Some people didn't eat candy, but feelings. The sudden rise of Xianxia's CP had already surprised most people, although Susili didn't think so. Every time he saw Xianxia's wooden boat in first place, he felt a heart attack. Fortunately, the new CP fans didn't disappoint him. Because his post was so famous, almost every CP fan had to make a pilgrimage to it. Many rich wives were too lazy to create their own posts, so they just drew pictures and posted them directly in this building. The wives' standards were much better than those posted by Susili. Although they weren't as detailed and weren't as realistic as his pictures, but, how should I put it? They were very imaginative. Silly didn't know how to say that he had also learned a lot of new poses. Of course, the reason he opened the forum today wasn't because of this fan post, but because of Lilith. The Lilith in the future timeline was too pitiful. If the players couldn't find her, how long would she have to stay in the card game? Moreover, even if she was found, the players would still need time to become a card master. After interacting with her for 2 days, he felt that she wasn't bad. Therefore, with the mentality of giving it a try, Silly posted a third post on the forum. In the title and the main post, he wrote clearly the clues for the job change of a card master. He hoped that the players could find Lilith's card as soon as possible. As soon as he posted the post, he saw dozens of replies. Silly couldn't help but feel happy. He didn't expect so many players to pay attention to this job in the future. However, when he saw the replies, it's the calm wife. Ah. The missing person has returned. Hurry up and update. Wife, do you see the knife in my hand? Hurry up and give me candy, I want to eat Xianxia's candy. Silly looked at the replies and chose to ignore them. After seeing the few questions in the post, he hesitantly added a screenshot of Lilith's card to make it easier for future players to find. Because it was a real person, the card looked very beautiful, especially the girl with blue hair and blue eyes. She was sleeping peacefully with her eyes closed. Even her eyelashes were very realistic. Soon, this screenshot attracted the attention of the other players. This card is so beautiful. Ah, I can do it. Wait a minute, a card master's job advancement clue? F*CK, is it the card master who is one of the 10 unsolved mysteries of the Star Age? Are you serious? The card master mentor was this card? OP, don't lie to me. I've been on this mission for almost 3 years, and I haven't even seen the card master's shadow yet. Curry's Bard? I think I've seen it on the galactic wanted list. Is he a Xingdao? The bounty is quite high. But the OP is talking about clues from almost 10 years ago. The card might not be in his hands. You can try to find it. At least you have a direction now. I didn't have much of a goal in the galaxy before, so I spent my days in the game. Now I feel like I can do it again. So, you can get the inheritance by finding the card? In addition to the discussion about the card, there were also people who found it strange. Am I the only one who's curious about who the OP is? Why are there so many people urging him to update? You can check the CP section. The OP's post is still on the front page. The post quickly became lively, and because there were so many people urging him to update, he was not afraid that the post would sink. Silly nodded with satisfaction, then chose to reply to a few questions in the post to help future players find Lilith faster. As for the people urging him to update, he pretended not to see it. Now that the post needed popularity, it was good to let these players help to post it. He hoped that the future world's Lilith would be able to see the light of day soon. This was all he could do. After getting the post on the right track, Silly started to scroll through the forum's front page. The Star Forum was very active, and he could learn about future information. Although the timeline was completely messed up, some information was still useful. For example, the trial grounds. The Lehigh Plains Trial Guide. When he saw this post, Silly's eyes lit up. He quickly clicked on it and read it carefully. Due to the fact that the trial strategy was very popular, even after many years, there would still be new players who would post it. This post was published 2 years after the open beta. Unlike the trial of Asmo, as long as one entered the boundary of the fog, they would be teleported to the trial maze. The conditions for triggering the trial of the parting seaplanes were a little trickier. He actually had to run faster than a certain speed on the planes. And he couldn't rely on external forces. Silly felt that he had no fate with this trial. However, the rewards for the trial of the parting seaplanes were originally to increase one's agility. The trial had a high requirement for one's agility, so it was more suitable for martial artists to participate. Although the spiritual energy was more powerful, it had to be said that there were more warriors in Roland. This trial was more practical than the one in Asmo. Although he couldn't use it himself, it could increase the strength of the warriors. In fact, it was also increasing his own strength. Silly's mood instantly improved. After he roughly scanned the post, He recorded the coordinates of this trial and the conditions in his communication device. When they returned, the open beta would start. At that time, he could let the players try it first. He believed that the players would be happy to be the vanguard. This way, not only could they increase their strength, but it could also enrich the gameplay. It could also prevent the unnecessary sacrifice of the ordinary warriors. Susili still remembered that in the trial of Asmo, only a few NPC warriors passed the trial. As for the others, they had been left there forever. He could only hope that their souls had gone to other parallel worlds and could continue to live there. This time, he had to control it well. He had to let the players completely understand the strategy first before letting the ordinary warriors try it. This would reduce unnecessary casualties. Susili simply edited the trial's trigger mission in advance. When the open beta started, once the players arrived, they could start immediately. In the following days, Susili and the others stayed in the spaceship. They were not in a hurry to return to planet Kekabar. According to the latest news from Xiaowu, because of the negative impact this time, the St. Ruth officials were thoroughly investigating the Qingdao forces on planet Kekabar. It was not very peaceful. Susili was focused on learning cards. He did not want to cause any trouble, so he simply flew the spaceship in outer space. His learning was progressing very smoothly. Ever since he came to Roland, Susili had always been troubled by the fact that he did not have a sound elementalist inheritance. He had to rely on his own understanding of the sound elementalist skills. Now that he finally had a master who could teach him a class that he could learn, he naturally put in a lot of effort. Even Lilith was surprised by his speed. This was because in her hometown of San Kano, card masters were also trained from a young age. After a certain age, it would be very difficult to even start, let alone advance. Take Curry's for example. He had been learning from her since he was 6 years old. It took him almost 20 years to achieve what he had today. He was also considered to be talented. That was why she did not think highly of Susili and Curry's in the beginning. But now, Susili's learning speed was completely out of her expectations. It could be said that he was improving by leaps and bounds. As for Xing, she could not understand this man and did not dare to talk to him. He emitted a dangerous aura, which often made her feel a chill down her spine. On the other hand, as long as he was around, there would be delicious food. This made her very conflicted. In the card dimension, you should be able to advance to 1 star in 2 months. This day, Lilith made this judgment after checking Susili's homework. She thought that he would be happy, but she heard the young man say with a sigh, 2 more months. Lilith was speechless. Normally, it would take at least 2 years to advance to a card apprentice. She only took 1 year and was already known as a once-in-a-century genius. But the person in front of her was already so old. He could advance in less than 3 months, and he actually thought that it was too slow. Lilith said to him earnestly, "Card learning is a gradual process. You need to build a solid foundation so that you can advance better in the future." She had a childish face, and when she said this, she looked like a child pretending to be mature. Susili smiled and nodded seriously, "I understand. I will build a good foundation. Teacher, please rest assured." Lilith looked at him, and when she saw that he had indeed heard her, she changed the topic. "I've been thinking about why you can learn so quickly. Besides talent, there must be other reasons. Even if you were talented, before you had a concept of card energy, it would be difficult to advance 1,000 miles in a day. The fastest period of improvement for a card master should be between 1 star and 2 stars. And the entry stage was often where most people were stuck." Susili asked, "Then, have you thought of the reason?" Lilith nodded, "This should be related to the other power you have mastered. You already know how to use your mental strength, and your strength has reached the standard of a 3-star card master. This saves you the time to feel and cultivate your mental strength, and can help you absorb and understand knowledge faster." Susili nodded, "So in the entry stage, the understanding of mental strength is very important, right?" Lilith said, "That's right. In my time, every child would undergo a mental card test before they started learning. Only when they reached a certain standard could they learn." Mental card test, Susili thought about it, and couldn't help but ask, "Then, if it's a non-card master, that is, an ordinary person without mental strength, can they use cards?" Lilith looked at him strangely. As long as it's a living thing, it will have mental strength. Humans are born with a natural talent for mental strength. Ordinary people also have mental strength, but they can't control it on their own. Under Sue Silly's inquiring gaze, Lilith cleared her throat and continued, as long as you add the graphic structure of mental guidance when making the card, you can let ordinary people use the card. Just like my card. Lilith gave an example, even a child without any power can use the card to enter the space because of the addition of the mental guidance structure. Sue Silly understood what she said and immediately figured out the key point. So, you can continue to add structure to the card that you get by turning it into a physical card? That's right, but this can only be done by a 4-star card master or above. Once you fail, the card will be destroyed. Lilith said seriously, before you have enough strength, it's best not to do this. Sue Silly's heart trembled. He quickly nodded and promised. You'll learn the graphic structure of mental guidance very soon. If you're interested, listen carefully. I'll teach you all the knowledge. Lilith became especially serious when it came to cards. Okay, thank you, Lilith. Sue Silly said from the bottom of his heart. It was also because of her wholeheartedly teaching him that he really wanted to repay Lilith with something. Apart from posting on the future forum, perhaps he could do something else. He hid this thought in the bottom of his heart. In the following time, he became more and more engrossed in learning. During this time, Grandfather Hua and the other elders also arrived at Kekabar one after another. Only one person was left. The old man with the long beard was the fourth to arrive. He arrived at the agreed landing spot of the tour guide's spacecraft. Stroking his long white beard, he waited by the roadside. About 10 minutes later, Grandfather Hua, Ina, and another old man named Dominic arrived at his location in a sightseeing hover car. After the 4 old friends met up, they rushed back to the hotel together. The old man with the long beard was named Bazer. He came from the ancient country of Laonesh. He was quite knowledgeable in elemental potions. After a long space trip, his face showed obvious fatigue. He just wanted to go back to the hotel to rest. He didn't care much about the scenery of this famous tourist planet. Did His Majesty arrange the hotel for us? He asked. Yes. Grandfather Hua nodded. He had a strange expression on his face, which Bazer noticed. He knew that Roland was poor and had a bad situation, so he didn't have high hopes for the accommodation arranged by the little emperor. Kekabar is a tourist planet. The cost is higher. Even if the standard is lower, it shouldn't be too bad. Bazer didn't know if he was comforting others or himself. If possible, he would pay for it himself. However, considering that he still had to stay in Roland in the future, he didn't want to embarrass the little emperor, so he didn't mention it. Hearing this, not only Grandfather Hua, but the other two also had strange expressions. There was a moment of silence in the sightseeing car. Bazer sensed the change in atmosphere and was confused. When the sightseeing car brought them to the entrance of the hotel, he looked up at the tall and luxurious hotel building in front of him and understood why. Isn't this the Kekabar Hotel? The old man with the long beard opened his eyes wide and said in surprise. He came to Kekabar a few years ago for sightseeing and remembered the cost of living here clearly. The Kekabar Hotel was undoubtedly the hotel with the highest standard and the best service on this tourist planet. Almost all the guests were leaders and nobles from various countries. Although he was quite rich, he would not easily stay in such a luxurious hotel. Usually, when traveling, he would choose to stay in a less luxurious hotel. Bazer didn't expect that the little emperor of Roland would book such a luxurious hotel for them. Yes, this is the Kekabar Hotel. Grandfather Hua shrugged and handed a room card to him. This is your room. You must be tired after sitting in the spaceship for so long. Take a good rest. Bazer took the room card and was stunned again. He asked tentatively, 1 room per person? Yes, 1 room per person. Grandfather Hua nodded. Bazer held the room card and felt like he was holding a hot potato. He hesitated and said, Little Emperor, isn't this too extravagant? Isn't Roland's financial situation not very good? Grandfather Hua sighed. I also told Little Emperor that we don't need to do these things, but he only told us to rest assured, we have no choice, Dominic said. Old Mr. Dominica said. His Majesty booked the place for 2 months straight away and settled the fees in advance. It would be a waste if we don't stay. Baser was stunned when he heard that the hotel was booked for 2 months. Wasn't this a bit too extravagant? He couldn't help but worry about Roland's future. Oh, this is because His Majesty values us. Everyone should be happy. Ina said. Are you happy that His Majesty didn't consider our accommodation or booked a cheap and low-quality hotel? What's wrong with you? In the end, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Ina was the youngest among them and had the fiercest personality. She didn't look like an old woman who was over 100 years old at all. Even if he wants to show his sincerity, it doesn't have to be so expensive. Baser held the room card and whispered, after all, Roland is so poor, putting on a false front was really not something that was worth advocating. Ina still wanted to say something, but Grandfather Hua forcibly ended the argument. Once the two of them started arguing, there would be no end to it. Little Emperor was not here, and they couldn't refund the money. They could only stay here. In order to save money for Roland, the old man kept urging the one who was still in a hurry in the group chat. Archibald from the ancient country of So was the furthest away and would arrive at least half a month later. It was unknown if it was because of their urging, but Archibald actually arrived at Kekabor a week ahead of schedule. I cooked a few meals for the captain, and he agreed to speed up. As an elemental chef, Archibald was quite chubby. When the other old man asked, he cheerfully explained. You can do that? Grandfather Hua and the others were speechless. Then, they quickly contacted Su Silly and asked him to check out early. Even if there was only 1 week left, it was still a lot of money. Roland was so poor, it was better to save money. Of course, they didn't dare to say this in front of Little Emperor. Su Silly didn't expect that the last old man could arrive early in this way, but he was quite happy when he received the news. It wasn't because of the money, but because this way, he could return to Roland earlier and prepare for the open beta. If Second Brother wasn't wrong about the timing, there was only a week left before the game's open beta. Therefore, under the urging of the old men, Su Silly checked out of the Kibber Hotel. Grandfather Hua and the others took their luggage and went directly to space to meet up with them. They all came alone. Although they all had families, at their age, once they decided to do something, there was almost no one who could persuade them. After the old man boarded the ship, after a simple welcome ceremony, the starship continued its journey back to Roland. On the other hand, Su Silly also found Ding Mingyu and asked him about his final decision. In the past month, he had been focusing on card learning and neglected Dr. Ting and Ms. Veer. Originally, he took a picture and was going to ask the old man and Roland if they knew her, but he forgot about it because he was busy. Since they were going back, there was no need to rush. After Dr. Ding tested Franda's attitude during this period of time, he had completely given up on his homeland. He wanted to work for Franda, but being labeled as a traitor really hurt him. It was such an obvious trap, but the Federation just casually convicted him. It was all because Franda's family background was stronger and more powerful than his. There was no place for him in Franda, and even if he forced his way back, he might not be able to win. Also, he didn't want to get involved in the intrigue. He went to Veer's room every day and silently stayed by her side for the past 10 years, watching her sleep in the nutrition cabin day after day. Finally, in the last few days, he completely thought it through. Instead of going back to that rotten Franda, it was better to go back to her country with Veer and do something for her hometown in the last few years of her life. He also wanted to see what kind of land could give birth to such a beautiful and strong soul like her. Also, if she had a chance to wake up in the future and see her hometown become stronger, she might be very happy, right? Even if he was no longer there by then, the old man looked at the young and beautiful woman in the nutrition cabin, and his lonely smile was faintly reflected in the transparent glass. In the end, Su Silly received a positive answer. He was willing to follow them to Roland and become the director of the Roland Research Institute. Su Silly couldn't help but be overjoyed. As for Dr. Ting's request for him to sing Germinal for Veer, he gladly agreed. So, on the way back to Roland, Su Silly temporarily put aside his card learning. He stayed in Veer's room every day and played Roland folk songs for her with the God of Sounds piccolo. He didn't use any magic power. He was just playing. But now, just by playing, he could cause the sound elements to resonate and become active. As long as he passed by Veer's room, he could faintly hear this moving song. The 5 old men, who were all 3 stars, also heard the Roland folk songs he played. They couldn't help but gather outside the door and listen with closed eyes, enjoying the wonderful experience brought by this top sound elementalist's live performance. So, when Susili finished playing and left Veer's room, he saw the old men gathered outside the door. After asking, he found out that they were listening to the song. Especially Old Hua and Ina, who were born in Roland, had a special feeling for the folk songs he played. Susili didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "If you want to listen, you can come to the room. You don't have to stand in the corridor." Old Hua and the others were a little embarrassed, but they still nodded and came back on time the next day. But they didn't expect that this room was not Little King's practice room, but there was an unconscious woman living here. Out of courtesy, they didn't use their mental power to spy on this situation in the room before. The other 3 old men, who were not from Roland, didn't have much of a reaction except for a little embarrassment. Old Hua frowned, and Ina strode to the nutrition cabin. Her eyes were red as she exclaimed, "Isn't this Princess Veer? What happened to her? Why did she become like this?" The temperature gradually warmed up. The northern hemisphere of Esh Star finally bid farewell to the cold winter and woke up from the ice. It welcomed the revival of life in early spring. The spring breeze still carried some chill. Cyrene wrapped herself in her leather coat and flew quickly on the grassland. She carefully protected the package on her back while vigilantly observing the surrounding environment. It was early spring. There were interstellar beasts that had just woken up from hibernation everywhere. After a winter of exhaustion, they were hungriest now. Their aggressiveness had increased a lot. Although their strength was relatively weaker, they were still very dangerous to her. Especially now, the thing she was transporting was of utmost importance. There was no room for mistakes. Even on the flat grassland, she didn't dare to fly in a straight line. She could only keep moving in a roundabout way to avoid the possible dangers ahead. Fortunately, the wind was her best companion and guide. It transmitted dangers that couldn't be seen by the naked eye to her from afar, allowing her to travel safely. In the past 2 months, she had been on the road to repair the base station. There were a total of 3 base stations near the underground cave where they were currently residing. She would need 3 to 4 days to reach the furthest one even if she flew at full speed. Fortunately, she didn't slack off in the past 4 years. She figured out the location and safe route of the base station in advance. That was why she didn't have a navigation map. These 3 base stations were all destroyed by interstellar beasts. One of them even became an interstellar beast's nest. One could imagine the extent of the damage. After the small robot scanned the 3 base stations, it finally chose the one with the least damage to repair. This base station was also the furthest away. Probably because it was farther from the main battlefield, it was relatively intact. However, this also caused a lot of trouble for the repair. Without tools and parts, the only thing that improved was the guidance of the small robot. Although this kind of delicate work was still a challenge for Cyrene and the others. Now, Cyrene was rushing through the night to dismantle the parts that could still be used from another base station. Using the advantage of being a wind elementalist, she transported these parts and the collected ones to the furthest base station. She hadn't returned to the underground cave for a long time. There were people guarding there. As long as they didn't come out, safety wasn't an issue. However, she would occasionally miss her brother and worry about his condition. Cyrene stopped at a bush and laid on the ground. She took out her water bag and drank some water. She was still tensed up and paying attention to the surroundings. It was just that she couldn't help but look up at the sky. The return date of the spaceship that Xiao Wu had mentioned was not far away. Wang, the communication device in her hand vibrated. "Sister Cyrene, stop looking. Focus on the road." A line of small words appeared on the light screen of the communication device. It was a reminder from the little robot. "Even if the spaceship returns, we won't be able to contact it without a communication signal. We still have to quickly fix the base station." The little robot looked cute and innocent, but as an intelligent life, it was much more rational than adults like Cyrene. "Sister can't chase after spaceships anymore. A large number of interstellar beasts will become active at the start of spring, and they will be in a state of extreme hunger. If Sister chases after the spaceship like last time, the danger level will increase by several times. It will be a completely suicidal action. Cyrene looked at the little robot's persuasion, took a deep breath, and retracted her attention. Don't worry. I understand. She typed a reply, then put away her water skin, carried the parts, and continued to rush to the target base. Her speed was faster than before. The woman's figure turned into a gust of wind, galloping through the grassland, and continued to work hard for the future. At the same time, high above the clouds, passing through the dangerous and complicated magnetic field and atmosphere, in the dark and deep outer space, the figure of a spaceship slowly flew out of the transition tunnel. After 2 days of travel, the starry sky finally returned to the star sector where Xianxia star was located. Because of its black paint, it looked very inconspicuous. As soon as it appeared, its figure suddenly began to disappear. Xiaowu cautiously turned on stealth mode and began to scan the area around Xianxia star. In the end, it really did find something unusual. It was a mini spaceship hidden between the meteorites. There wasn't a single living thing in the spaceship. After Xiaowu invaded it, it was completely under the control of the little artificial intelligence. It was obvious that this spaceship was left behind by Beirut's lizard men. They were probably scared out of their wits after the previous spaceship was turned into fireworks. They didn't dare to send another spaceship and only left a mini spaceship here to monitor. The spaceship was too small, so Xiaowu wasn't interested in it. After intercepting the information from the starry sky, it didn't care about the spaceship. It only left a clone program here, which would be activated once there was an anomaly. Susili agreed with its approach. Roland needed time to develop, and Beirut's targeting was inevitable. If it was too extreme, it might force the lizard men to change their strategy, which would be more troublesome. It was better to let them monitor here. Anyway, with Xiaowu here, the lizard men wouldn't find the safe passage entrance. After leaving everything to Xiaowu, Susili turned to Xixing. Brother Xing, take me to Aunt Veer's room. Xixing nodded and reached out to hug him. The two figures disappeared from the control room. As for the two pilots who were suddenly fed a mouthful of dog food, they looked at each other, then lowered their heads and pretended that they didn't see anything. As for the relationship between the two big shots, after Her Majesty was kidnapped, it was already a public secret. Everyone thought it was pretty good. After all, the general who lost Her Majesty was too scary. Cack in the cabin where Veer Roland was, Susili and Xixing slowly appeared. Dr. Ting wasn't there. Only the woman was quietly floating in the nutrient solution. Her long silver hair that reached her ankles silently floated in the air. There was an inexplicable sadness in her beauty. Susili slowly sighed. After Ms. Ayane's explanation, he finally knew that Veer Roland in front of him was the late Emperor's sister, which was Snow's aunt. Later on, he contacted Janice and even found Grand Duke Felton. Only then did he roughly understand the deeds of this aunt. Back then, when the Star Alliance first opened the safe passage, this Aunt Veer had a disagreement with her brother, who had already become the emperor. The late emperor believed that they should focus on their own development and not rely on external forces. On the other hand, Veer's aunt felt that they should seek help from other interstellar countries and learn from the advanced aspects of other civilizations to better help Roland get out of this predicament. The two sides argued, and no one could convince the other. In the end, Veer's aunt decided to leave with the Star Alliance's spaceship and go to outer space alone. She wanted to prove to the late emperor with her actions. Because of the difficulty of communication, after leaving, there was no news of her at all. The late emperor was very disappointed with his sister's actions. For a time, he thought that she was a deserter, but to the public, he only said that she was sick and needed to rest. Gradually, because she never appeared in front of people again, many people didn't remember that there was such a princess in the royal family. Those who remembered thought that she died of illness. In this regard, the late emperor didn't explain much, probably because he wanted to protect his sister's reputation. This was what he learned from Duke Felton, but according to Ina and Dr. Ting, he knew the other side of the truth. Veer Roland was not a deserter. In the beginning, she did spend a lot of time learning about alien civilizations and adapting to the interstellar society, but later, After she became familiar with it, she began to work for the recovery of Roland. Almost all the wanderers of Roland, as well as the survivors of the ancient country of Xianxia, had received her invitation. She was a princess with a noble status, second only to the emperor. She was thick-skinned and wore a mask to travel to various countries in the interstellar, fighting for all the power she could, and not letting go of any opportunity to earn resources for her motherland. It could be said that 80% of the aid that Roland received in the past 30 years was obtained through various means by her. After all, things had changed with the passage of time. Even if the old people from Xianxia still remembered their motherland, they couldn't withstand the erosion of hundreds of years. Without someone to hold it together, everything would fade away with time. Princess Veer was the link that connected them to Roland. However, most of the people who sponsored them helped through the Star Alliance, and the Star Alliance would not specifically mention Veer Roland, and they didn't even know her role. Therefore, in the inaccessible Roland Empire, no one knew about the princess' contributions to the empire. She left Xianxia when she was 20 years old, and after 33 years, she finally returned to her motherland, but in such a state, it was really lamentable. Susili also learned a secret from Duke Felton. Xiaoqiong was actually the child of Veer's aunt. About 10 years ago, Princess Veer's shadow guard brought back a child, and the news of her death. That child was Princess Veer. Susili recalled Duke Felton's words. He also knew that after the shadow guard gave the child to the former emperor, he asked for permission to go to the front line and never came back. He should have died in the beast tide 4 years ago. Ali? At this time, Xixing gently held his hand. Susili turned his head and saw his worried eyes. He blinked his slightly sour eyes and shook his head. Nothing. I just feel that the Roland family really knows how to poke at people's heartstrings. Although he wasn't dead, how good would it be to be in this half-dead state? Do you think I should tell Xiaoqiong about this? Susili asked. He had found it strange before. Among the 4 children of the former emperor, 3 of them had silver hair and purple eyes, but only Xiaoqiong had black hair. He thought that the former emperor, that old pervert, had married another girl after the former emperor passed away, but now it seemed that he was wrong. No wonder he was so surprised when he talked about Xiaoqiong in the trial world. Xixing looked at the troubled young man. He could feel that the young man valued the house of Roland. Even though they were not his real family, he often felt sad because of them. Although he could not understand, since it was something that he valued, he would not neglect it. His Highness Qiong is still young. Maybe we can wait for him to grow up, Xixing said. Susili nodded. You're right. He's still too young. Even if we don't wait for him to grow up, we have to wait for Aunt Veer to wake up first. He looked up at the girl in the nutrition cabin and said softly, Xiaoqiong is growing very fast. I heard from Li Jiu that he has already broken through 1 star and is working hard to reach 1.5 stars. Aunt Veer, if you don't want to miss his growth, wake up soon. When he said this, he added sound elements into his voice to see if he could stimulate her, but in the end, beep, beep, the nutrition cabin's monitoring device suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. Reality, Su Group headquarters. Su Yuhing pushed open the door to the CEO's office and walked into the office in high spirits. He walked in front of Su Fengqing. Star Age's first batch of game cabins has been successfully delivered. The server will be on time in 3 days. Su Fengqing listened attentively to his report and nodded slightly. After a few months of hard work, the crisis of the Su Group was finally completely resolved with the help of the Enending families. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Big brother, you should have time to enter the game during the open beta, right? After Su Yuhing finished his report, he told him the real purpose of his trip. Don't think about rejecting me again, or I'll tell mom and dad. Su Fengqing glanced at him. Su Yuhing, are you still a 3-year-old kid? Su Yuhing didn't care about his mockery. He promised Shaoli at the end of the second beta that he would drag Su Fengqing into the game to see him. In the end, Su Fengqing had no choice but to use his trump card. There are no more game cabins. Su Yuhing paused for a second before he figured it out. Are you serious? Did you sell the one I gave you before? Seeing that Su Fengqing didn't deny it, Su Yuhing couldn't help but cry, you're too crazy. There really wasn't a single game cabin left. The others were still being manufactured overnight in the factory. There was no way they could make it in time for the open beta. It's better to give it to someone who needs it than to leave it here and collect dust. Su Fengqing shrugged. Su Yuheng looked at him and suddenly narrowed his eyes. If I can get you a game cabin, will you enter the game with me? Su Fengqing looked up at him, paused for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Su Yuheng was pleasantly surprised when he saw that his attitude had changed. Okay, just you wait. Then, he turned around and left. Don't harass the buyer. Su Fengqing said sternly. Don't worry. Su Yuheng didn't even look back. He just waved at him. Su Fengqing was a little lost as he watched him leave. Then, he laughed at himself. Su Yuheng left the company and drove straight to the Game Research and Development Center. Of course, he couldn't find a buyer, but even if the factory didn't have one, it didn't mean that the Game Research and Development Center didn't have one. No matter what, there must be a few backups. When he was waiting for the traffic light to turn green, he contacted Wang Lao. Because of him, the Game Research and Development Center had been rejected multiple times. Now, Wang Lao didn't like him at all. His tone was much colder than before. Su Yuheng didn't dare to neglect this senior figure. However, he insisted that when the open beta started, he would use the data to prove himself right. It was just a gaming pod. Even if Wang Lao didn't want to talk to him, he still agreed and told him to find time to get it back from the Game Research and Development Center. Let's do it now. I'll be there in a bit, said Su Yuheng shamelessly. Do whatever you want. Then, Wang Lao hung up the phone. Su Yuheng shook his head. When he thought about getting the gaming pod, his mood immediately lightened up. He then contacted the staff of the gaming pod installation team and asked them to follow him to the Game Research and Development Center. They probably didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. When they arrived at the Game Research and Development Center, the people there had just received the news. Wang Lao already told me. Little Mr. Su, please wait for a bit. I'll arrange it. Su Yuheng didn't rush him. He patiently waited for about 5 minutes. A few people from the Game Research and Development Center moved the gaming pod out and handed it over to him. When the factory ships out the goods, I'll make up for 2 more. Su Yuheng signed the contract and made a promise without hesitation. The installation team moved the gaming pod onto the truck and followed Su Yuheng back to the Su residence. They moved the things into Su Fengqing's room. After doing a boot test and some simple settings, Su Yuheng sent the installation team away. Then, he happily waited for his older brother to come home. In the past few months, because he was too busy, Su Fengqing spent most of his time at the company. There was a lounge in the office, so there was no lack of places to sleep. Now that they were finally free, Mother Su ordered them to go home and spend the night. When he returned home in the evening, Su Fengqing could clearly feel the pride in Su Yuheng's eyes. He had a vague guess in his heart. Sure enough, when he returned to his room after dinner, he saw the game cabin that had already been installed. Moreover, Su Yuheng knocked on his door uninvited and walked in. Su Yuheng adjusted his glasses, raised his chin slightly, and said, "The gaming pod is here. We agreed that you would enter Star Age with me on the day of the open beta." Looking at his victorious attitude, Su Fengqing didn't say anything. He nodded, took off his suit jacket and loosened his tie. Seeing that Su Yuheng was still standing there, he couldn't help but say, "You can go out now." Su Yuheng, looking at his calm and unperturbed expression, he felt as if he had punched cotton. It was a little boring. "You have to do what you promised," he emphasized again. Su Fengqing nodded and continued to unbutton his sleeves. It seemed like he was preparing to take a shower. When Su Yuheng saw the obvious fatigue on his face, he pursed his lips and said, "Okay, you rest well, I'll find you." The open beta was a Saturday, so he didn't have to worry about work. Also, as the boss, he didn't need to go to the company every day. He could do some work at home. Su Yuheng left his brother's room and considerately closed the door before he left. Su Fengqing looked at the closed door and slowly stopped what he was doing. His eyes fell on the brand new gaming pod. The futuristic metallic shell shone slightly under the light in the room, as if it was indicating some new changes. Su Fengqing stared at it for a while before he looked away. He continued to roll up his sleeves, walked to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of vodka, opened the cap, and poured it into a glass. He raised his head and drank it all. The spicy alcohol stimulated his nerves. He didn't know if it was because of the alcohol, but his eyes were a little red. At the same time, on Starry Sky. When the alarm of the nutrition pod sounded, Susili's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly used Inspect on Veer's aunt and saw that her HP bar had started to decrease. The hibernation debuff on the status bar was faintly discernible, as if it was going to disappear at any time. What's going on? Seeing that Veer's HP bar had decreased by half in just a few seconds, Susili was shocked. He hurriedly took out the God of Music's piccolo and used the fastest speed in his life to cast Germinal. With the healing effect of Germinal, the speed at which Veer's HP bar decreased slowed down. However, it wasn't enough. The speed at which her HP was decreasing was faster than Susili's recovery. Although it had slowed down, there would be a time when it would run out. Susili was anxious. At this moment, Xianxia stepped forward and placed his palm on the nutrition pod. A faint blue light shone. With the combination of Healing Stream and Germinal, Veer's HP bar finally stopped decreasing. Seeing this, Susili heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Dr. Ting and Miss Ina, who had heard the alarm, rushed over. "What's wrong? What's wrong with Veer?" Dr. Ting asked anxiously. However, when he saw the situation in the room, he shut his mouth and hurriedly ran to the nutrition pod to check Veer's body data. "Her spirit sea is shaking violently." Dr. Ting's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. If the shaking continues, she could very well die from the collapse of her spirit sea. The spirit sea was a concept in the extraterrestrial power system. They believed that the spirit sea was stored in the spirit sea and was the source of the human body's spirit sea. Dear Roland was in a coma because her spirit sea was in chaos due to severe injuries. Dr. Ting couldn't understand why her spirit sea would suddenly start to shake. This was something that had never happened in the past 10 years. He wasn't a medical expert, so at this moment, he was at a loss. Originally, he had brought along medical personnel, but after being kidnapped by Xing Dao, the medical personnel took advantage of the chaos to escape, leaving only him and his sister to be detained by Xing Dao. Now, what should he do now? Seeing that he was at a loss, Ina comforted him. "His Majesty and Marshal are trying to save her. You don't have to worry too much." As an original 5-star elementalist, although her power was suppressed to 3-star, her vision and perception of the elements were still sharp. She could feel that because of His Majesty and Marshal's intervention, Her Highness Veer's body had barely reached a balance. Her life shouldn't be in danger for the time being. Dr. Ting looked at her and then looked at the data displayed on the instrument. Although her spirit sea was still shaking, her vital signs were barely maintained at a normal level. This discovery made him relax a little. He looked up and stared at the woman floating in the nutrient solution. His eyes were full of worry, but at the same time, he realized something. "Veer, you want to wake up, don't you?" If someone could see Veer Roland's spirit sea at this moment, they would see that it was constantly collapsing and collapsing during the shaking, but it was quickly repaired by the intertwining blue and purple energy. During this process, after experiencing countless collapses and repairs, the inner walls of her spirit sea gradually became stable and tough. And the originally chaotic spirit sea seemed to be slowly being sorted out during the shaking. After an unknown amount of time, Starry Sky had passed through the atmosphere and successfully returned to the capital through the safe passage. It secretly landed in the canyon where the military factory was located. And Veer Roland's situation finally had an obvious change. Susili kept a close eye on her HP bar, so he quickly realized that her HP bar was no longer like before. Instead, it was faintly showing signs of recovering. He was energized and continued to play Germinal, while Xianxia's healing stream did not stop. At this moment, the night had passed. Through the glass window, they could see the rising sun. Susili did not sleep that night, so he could only force himself to stay alert. He only stopped halfway to quickly drink a few bottles of blood and blue potions to recover his energy and mana before quickly continuing to cast Germinal. However, Veer's aunt's condition was fluctuating. She had clearly gotten better earlier, but very quickly, her breathing became weak again. It was as if her will to live had retreated. Susili was secretly anxious. He thought of something and hurriedly played the flute while using his spirit Xi to communicate with Xixing. Xixing responded and waved his other hand. The shadow leopard jumped out of thin air and received the order. It turned into a shadow and left the spaceship. Soon, it turned into a black bolt of lightning and flew far away in the sky. Dr. Ting did not know why they sent the shadow leopard. He wondered if Roland was hiding a powerful doctor. Ina and the others guessed that Little Majesty was going to find more healing streams. However, they all guessed wrong. Not long after, they felt the space suddenly distort, and then a crack was torn open. First, a silver-gray giant wolf jumped out. Before they could defend, they saw the shadow leopard with a person on its back jump out as well. On the back of the shadow leopard sat a little boy with delicate features. He had black hair and light purple eyes. After seeing the little boy's appearance, Dr. Ting could not help but be stunned. "Brother!" When Xiaoqiang saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned at first, but when he saw Su Silly's figure, his expression turned into joy and excitement. His brother had been gone for almost 2 months. He missed him every day. He was even worried that his brother would be in danger in outer space, so he often had nightmares at night. He was very afraid that his only family member would also leave. Fortunately, his brother had returned safely and asked September and Cha-Mo to bring him here immediately. The little boy jumped down from the shadow leopard's back and ran happily to his brother, whom he had not seen for a long time. Only then did he look at the girl in the nutrition pod. "She's so beautiful," Xiaoqiang thought to himself. And when he looked at her, he felt a sense of closeness. At this time, Su Silly stopped playing the flute. Because his germination was no longer working. Dear Roland's health bar was full, but her life force was getting weaker and weaker. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he really did not know what to do. Looking at the girl who had been sleeping for almost 10 years, Su Silly thought about how she was alone in the galactic society, and how she adapted and worked hard to contribute to Roland, and his heart was filled with emotions. In the timeline of the future forum, dear Roland should not have survived in the end, or else it would have been impossible for there to be no information about her. Could it be that in this timeline, there was still no way to save her? Su Silly lowered his head and looked at the little boy standing beside him. The boy was almost 10 years old, and his height was almost up to his chest. After breaking through to star, Xiaoqiang also grew very quickly, and he was becoming more and more like a little adult. "Brother," Xiaoqiang looked at the girl and felt that her life force was gradually weakening. He looked at Su Silly with some uneasiness. Su Silly touched the top of his head. Although this was a bit cruel to the child, and he might lose Veer Roland as soon as he got it, but he could not watch Veer Roland leave this world with regret. Xiaoqiang was her child, and he was her blood. She suddenly became like this because he mentioned Xiaoqiang. She probably really wants to see her own child, Xiaoqiang. Su Silly pointed at Veer Roland. "Call her mother." "Mother?" Xiaoqiang tilted his head in confusion. At this time, in the nutrition cabin, the girl who had become weak suddenly exploded with a shocking aura. Bang! Bang! The nutrition cabin, which was made of special and sturdy materials, suddenly cracked. With a crashing sound, the glass broke and fell, and the nutrition liquid flowed out. Xixing instinctively protected Su Silly and retreated. Xiaoqiang also blocked in front of him with a guarded face. The woman lying at the bottom of the nutrition cabin struggled to open her eyelids. Her beautiful purple eyes looked at Xiaoqiang with a hint of confusion, but she said weakly, "Child, my child." Xiaoqiang looked at her in a daze. He did not know why, but he suddenly felt like crying. He opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say. Dr. Ting, who was beside him, was already in tears when Veer woke up. There were still 2 days until the open beta. Su Yuheng always felt that his big brother would change his mind at the last minute, so he nagged him every day. However, Su Fengqing did not have any reaction. Su Yuheng nagged him as much as he wanted, but he was still focused on his own things. This made Su Yuheng even more nervous. Finally, on the morning of the open beta, Su Yuheng woke up early. He waited until the server opened, so he hurriedly urged Su Fengqing to enter the game. After making sure that his big brother was lying in the game cabin, he happily walked out of his room. He was ready to enter the game and bring his big brother to see Shaoli. As for where Su Fengqin was born in, it did not matter to him. After all, every main city had a teleportation portal. At most, he would give him some X dollars as a teleportation fee. It would only take a few minutes for him to travel between the two cities. Just as Su Yuheng was about to enter the game cabin, he received a call from the Game Development Center. "Little Mr. Su, the game cabin that was given to you before, you haven't used it yet, right?" Su Yuheng frowned when he heard the other party's anxious tone. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the quality?" "There's no problem with the quality. It's just that the game cabin was bound to a character with high stats. The original plan was to release it in 2 years. Who knew? You gave it to me by mistake?" Su Yuheng rubbed his chin. "Yes, can you return it?" The staff in charge of this matter was about to cry. "But it's already bound to the game." Su Yuheng said, "Don't worry, it won't affect the game's balance." His big brother did not like to play games. Once he met Xiaoli, he would at most be a part of the scenery in Star Age. He would usually give Xiaoli advice, so the chances of him getting into a fight should be very low. "Okay, I'll talk to you later," Su Yuheng said. "I'm going to enter the game." Then, he hung up the phone and lay down in the game cabin. The open beta of Star Age had officially begun. After the familiar opening animation, Su Yuheng entered the game. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was no longer in the hotel room on planet Kekabor, but at the spawn point in the center of Lanyu City, which had been reborn. 100,000 players were evenly distributed to the 5 main cities. The area around him was already packed with novice players. These players were still familiarizing themselves with the novel experience of the holographic game and were clustered around the spawn point. Su Yuheng squeezed out of the summoning circle with difficulty. He was about to contact his big brother and add him as a friend when Bai Feng sent him a message. "Brother Yu, did you see the forum? F***CK, 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 one of the new players got a hidden race." When Su Yuheng saw this message, his heart skipped a beat. It had been 4 or 5 days since Su Silly had returned to Roland. Unknowingly, the day of the game's open beta had arrived. These days, he had made arrangements and informed Wen Jishan and the others in advance about the number of new adventurers so that they could receive and guide them. After the first and second tests, Wen Jishan was already familiar with these arrangements. He had also roughly figured out the characteristics of these eccentric adventurers. The work was arranged in an orderly manner. 106,000 players, an average of 20,000 players in each main city. It was not a large number, but it was also not a small number. For Roland, which had a population of nearly 100 million, it was more than enough to digest. As long as the relevant guidance was done, there would not be any major problems. With money, Su Silly had enough confidence. He used all the communication devices purchased from the black market as rewards for the World Weekly missions. As long as the World Weekly missions were completed, new players would receive a communication device. This was an important tool for Xiao Wu to monitor players. It was also a tool for players to contact the mercenary platform. He wanted to equip every new player with one. Deer's aunt had been settled in her original bedroom. Her body was still very weak and needed to be nursed back to health for a while. Xiao Qiong also knew the truth. He did not overreact, but from time to time, he would reveal a sense of loss and confusion, which made Su Silly feel a little distressed. But this matter could not be rushed. He could only wait for him to digest and think it through slowly. Old Hua and the other 4 mentors had been arranged to enter the Elementalist College. Each of them had their own field of expertise, but they were all branches based on the development of elementalists. Before they were strong again, it was most suitable for them to enter the Elementalist College. As for the age of an elementalist and the conditions needed to be met before they could learn a branch profession, it was up to them to discuss a set of rules. Su Silly did not participate in this. After they had decided, he just needed to take a look at it. After nearly 5 months of construction, except for the Imperial City, the other 4 main cities had met the requirements to level up. However, because the Imperial City was always higher level than the other main cities, they could only continue to level up after the Imperial City reached LV4. In order to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible, Su Silly once again urged Wen Jishan to focus on the basic construction. Especially now that it was spring, the temperature was not as low as it was in winter. The construction speed could be increased. He wanted to raise the Imperial Palace to LV4 within a week of the open beta. Now that the timeline was completely messed up, he didn't know when the beast tide would arrive. To be safe, he calculated according to the shortest possible time of 6 months. In half a year, he had to develop his strength as much as possible. Finally, the day of the game's open beta arrived. On such a big day, Susili originally planned to show his face in front of the players and make his presence known, but in the end, he didn't do it because he suddenly had an idea and began to draw his first card in reality. Ding! You have designed and successfully created a new card. Please name this card. Seeing the system notification, Susili was slightly delighted. He didn't expect that he would actually succeed just because he wanted to give it a try. He looked at the card in his hand. This was a completely blank card. There was no picture on the front, but the back was engraved with a dark pattern that only card players could understand. That was the picture structure of the card. It was mysterious and beautiful. Susili used his spiritual energy to control the sound element. The originally blank card in his hand turned light purple. Seeing this change, he smiled and retracted his spiritual energy. Seeing that the card turned back to white, he called Janice over and asked her to take the card. Janice took the card. She was obviously a little confused, but she didn't ask any questions. She just waited respectfully. Janice, look at this card carefully, Susili said. Janice nodded and then looked at the card. She was just about to study it to see what was so special about this card when she felt a sense of enlightenment. It was as if some kind of power was flowing out of her body and was being guided to touch the card in her hand. The blank card didn't change at all. Your Majesty? Janice was slightly surprised. Susili just remembered that Janice was a water-type martial artist, not a spirit-type martial artist. However, this also proved that this card was ineffective against martial artists. Susili nodded in satisfaction. He then asked Janice to call a spirit-type elementalist over to verify it again. After Janice left, he looked at the system notification and casually wrote Spirit-type elementalist test card. In the end, when he succeeded in naming it, ding! Successfully created a 1-star card, Spirit-type elementalist test card, ding! You have met the promotion requirements. You are now a 1-star card master, apprentice card master. Because you are the leader of the faction, the Roland faction has added a new profession system, Card Master. You can check it through the talent panel. Looking at the system notification, Susili was completely stunned this time. After 2 months of learning, he had finally stepped over the threshold and successfully become a real Card Master. New profession system? Talent panel? He quickly opened the panel and saw that there was indeed a Card Master column, and he actually became a Card Master mentor. Susili didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mentor? How could a trainee card master like him be a mentor? But, could he get Lilith to come to Roland to be a mentor? Since her mission was to spread the fire of the card civilization, he could definitely provide her with such an environment and conditions. Just as Susili was thinking about the feasibility, another system notification popped up again. Ding! The requirement has been met. The Rare Race Management panel has been activated. You can check it in the faction panel. Susili blinked. What? Rare Race Management panel? What is this? Today, Star Age finally welcomed the highly anticipated open beta. For the players who had been following the game for almost half a year, it was undoubtedly a big day. Due to the garbage production of the game pods, only 100,000 lucky geese entered the game in the first round. For other newly released games, 100,000 people was not a small number, but for Star Age, 100,000 people was just a small number. In the Star Age forum, there were still a large number of players who couldn't buy the game pods and were waiting to see. And the first batch of beta players, after entering the game, also began to post their feedback on the game on the forum. This made the forum, which originally had a decrease in activity during the shutdown period, reach a new high in traffic. Damn, 99% realism, you're not lying. Ah, this holographic game is so awesome. Don't stop me, let me eat to my heart's content at the Hot Pot restaurant. Help, coordinates Imperial City, Where does Alice from Mercenary Town live? I received a daily mission to sweep her floor. Damn, I'm lost. How do I play this game? It's okay that there's no auto-navigation, but why isn't there a system map? Confused, why is my spawn point in the water? In the midst of all the comments and help posts, this originally inconspicuous post quickly attracted the attention of the forum members because of the continuous number of people who liked it. As long as they clicked on it, they would definitely be attracted by the original poster because of the tower painting. It was a mermaid. Raleigh's keeper frowny face. Why do I feel like my spawn point is different from others? I'm surrounded by water, and I have a fish tail. Picture. In the picture was a boy with black hair and blue eyes. He didn't look very old, probably 16 or 17 years old. He was wearing a beginner's outfit that was as thin as a cicada's wings and had a fishtail with blue scales on his lower body. The forum members were shocked. Damn, isn't this a mermaid? Hidden race? Damn, 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 is the original poster the reincarnation of the European king? He can actually play the mermaid. Other than humans, there are mermaids in Roland? Original poster, look at your faction. Are you from Roland? Raleigh's keeper frowny face. I think I've really become a mermaid. The feeling of breathing in the water is so magical. And my fishtail, it really feels like I have an extra tail. I still need to adapt to how to swim with a fishtail. An NPC mermaid is coming. He looked at me strangely and asked why my hair is black. How am I supposed to answer that, faction? Let me see. I'm from Roland's faction, but there's a bracket behind it that says Sea Elf. Based on the original poster's feedback, the other players basically came to the conclusion that the original poster had really played the hidden race. Awesome. There's actually such a setting in the Star Age. I suddenly feel like the milk tea in Mercenary Town isn't that good anymore. I want to play the mermaid too. Not mermaids, sea elves. So, are there still land elves? How can I play the hidden race? Is it random? Or is there some other trigger condition? The post was filled with all kinds of envy and jealousy toward the original poster, as well as discussions on how to play the hidden race. Some people even went to the game officials to question them, saying that this setting was too unfair. However, very soon, these envious, jealous, and arrogant players were slapped in the face. Raleigh's keeper frowny face. I'm dead. It's so scary. Damn, I just followed the NPC to the spawn point, and I was chased by a big fish. It's really a big fish. It's definitely bigger than a whale. The NPC pulled me and ran, and I didn't have time to react before I was bitten and eaten. Luckily, I read the guide and lowered the realism, so it didn't hurt. Now I'm back at the spawn point, and I have to wait for half an hour before I can revive. The feeling of being eaten was really scary. My heart is still pounding. Damn, it's so dark outside. Although I can see things clearly, it's really scary. At this time, the hidden race setting had already spread, and many veteran players came to see. When they saw the original poster's follow-up feedback, the players from Glaze City had something to say. Original poster. Don't tell me your spawn point is in the sea? Aside from the 5 main cities of Roland and the recently cleared Latian plains, the rest of Snow Star has been occupied by interstellar beasts. The sea is no exception. Yeah, I went to the beach to play, but I wasn't careful and was directly dragged into the water by the interstellar beasts. Shallow water is already scary enough, let alone the deep sea. The mermaid spawn point must be in the deep sea, right? Damn, this is hell mode from the start. Let's light a candle for the original poster. Hell mode? I think it's more like Shura mode. Other than the original poster, are there any other mermaid players? If there aren't, why don't you delete your account and start over? Due to the tragic incident of Super Invincible Hottie in the second beta, the game team finally came up with a solution. Every player had a free chance to delete their account and start over. If they wanted to delete their account again, they would have to pay for it. The price listed on the official website was about the same as the price of a gaming cabin, so this free chance to delete one's account was very precious. Although there were some who complained that the price was too high, most of the players were still very satisfied and treasured this opportunity. Due to the influence of the first and second beta players' guides and videos, the wind, water, and dark elements were undoubtedly the most popular talents for the new players. However, with so many different elements to play, it was always tempting. If they felt that the initial selection was not suitable in the future, they could delete their account and choose a new talent. It was worth mentioning that Super Invincible Hottie, the player who promoted this benefit, did not delete his account and start over. The previous incident had indeed brought him a wave of fame. After a month of psychological adjustment, he actually went all out. After being born on planet Skata during the open beta, he began to explore this unfamiliar planet. He even started a live stream, which greatly satisfied the curiosity of the audience. Speaking of hidden races, it was more appropriate to describe them as rare races. After knowing that the mermaids were in such a difficult situation, the envious players slowly quieted down. Rare races were interesting, but the opening was too difficult. The game had only been open for less than half an hour, and he had already died, and died so miserably. Forget it, the human race was more fragrant. About half an hour later, the original poster named Gun Gun was revived again, and then, he accidentally died again. He died again, and had to wait for another half an hour. Life as a fish was too difficult. How could anyone play like this? Indeed, there was no free lunch in this world, and there were no conscientious B** stars. After the original poster died for the third time, there were no more voices of envy for the mermaid. What was the use of being good-looking? You couldn't even spawn, but this player was stubborn. Others told him to delete his account and start over, but he refused. He continued to die while exploring the map. Su Yuhing, who was recommended by Feng, couldn't help but fall silent. Big Brother's account, a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. He couldn't help but recall the phone call just now. The attributes were quite good. A character that was prepared to be released 1 or 2 years later, F***CK, did Big Brother also play a hidden race? Then, was his spawn point in Roland? Realizing this serious problem, Su Yuhing quickly exited the forum and continued to add Su Fengqing as a friend. He prayed that Big Brother was not born in a remote and dangerous place. Su Fengqing slowly opened his eyes. Even though he had experienced it in the R&D center before, entering the Star Age again still shocked him. This kind of almost realistic sensory experience made it difficult to distinguish whether this was a game or reality. It was this kind of experience that made him refuse to enter the game. He didn't want to let a virtual character replace Xiao Li's position, but now, what was he doing? It seemed that he couldn't escape in the end. He comforted himself that the virtual character couldn't be exactly the same as Xiao Li. Maybe after seeing him, he could be completely disillusioned. As Su Fengqing thought about this, he finally recovered from his thoughts. Then, he realized that something was wrong. This didn't seem to be the spawn point of any of the main cities in Roland. Su Fengqing's investment and understanding of Star Age was no less than Su Yuhing's. Due to his identity, he even knew more about it. After all, how could he just blindly burn money into a project that he had spent 10 years to nurture with all his efforts and assets? Although he barely played any online games, he knew that he couldn't possibly be at a normal spawn point. Moreover, he recalled the process of entering the game. It seemed that other than naming and creating the face, there was an important step missing. Yes, the step of choosing a class talent was missing. Su Fengqing frowned, but he did not panic. He raised his head and looked around. His vision was pitch black, and he could only vaguely see what seemed to be a wall around him. He reached out and touched the wall. It did not seem to be a wall. It was hard with a soft feeling, like, Su Fengqing pushed hard. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the wall in front of him, with his palm as the center, cracked, and light shone through the cracks. He squinted slightly and continued to push. Kacha, the shimmering crack spread, and more fine lines appeared. Finally, with a soft pop, the wall in front of him completely shattered and collapsed. The sudden strong light made Su Fengqing squint uncomfortably. After he got used to it, he pushed the broken wall again and looked outside. This seemed to be a dry and warm cave. Not far away, there was a pile of glowing gems. The strong light that almost hurt his eyes came from this pile of gems. And what surrounded him was not a wall, but an eggshell. Su Fengqing looked at the white object in front of him and was slightly stunned. At this moment, a system notification rang in his ears, and at the same time, words appeared in front of him. Welcome to Star Age. You woke up from the seal and found that you have lost all your memories. You only remember your name, Cloud Breeze. After experiencing confusion and uneasiness, you decided to find your memories and find the person who sealed you here. Then, Cloud Breeze, embark on the adventure that belongs to you. Ding. Triggered the main quest, Who am I? Description, please search for the past and find out who you are. Reward, unknown. Su Fengqing took a closer look at the system notification and frowned slightly. This was different from what he knew about the game. Weren't players supposed to be heroes from another world, descending to this world to save the NPCs and rebuild the empire? Seal? Looking for memories, he felt that something unexpected had happened. At this time, the cracked egg that he was in suddenly began to tremble. Su Fengqing hurriedly went out of the hole and turned around to see the white egg emitting a faint silvery white light. Then, it shattered into tiny light spots, and something fell from the light spots. He reached out and caught it, discovering that it was actually a silver ring. Su Fengqing glanced at it, and a message appeared on the ring. Silver and white pair rings, description, seems to be one of the rings. Unknown origin. Quality, gold, effect, 1, automatically gain a layer of armor that reduces 50% of elemental damage. 2, bloodline activation, after activating the skill, the power in the bloodline will be activated for 30 minutes. Durability, 100 status, bound owner, Faded Cloud. Su Fengqing raised an eyebrow. An item at the start of the game? And it's a gold quality one. In the Star Age, equipment quality was divided into 8 grades: wood, iron, bronze, silver, gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. Gold quality was already close to epic, and was probably the highest quality equipment that normal players could get. As for the other 3 grades, they could only be obtained by completing difficult quests. Su Fengqing recalled the information that he had read before, and felt that the situation was very strange. However, he still put the ring on his finger. Just as he was about to explore the spawn point, system notifications popped up again. Ding. Successfully triggered normal quest, missing soldier, description, soldiers have mysteriously gone missing in the parting sea plains. Please head to Roland's Imperial City or Glay City's border to find the city guards to understand the situation. Reward, small amount of experience points, reputation, and clues related to the parting sea trial. Ding. Jade tree facing the wind, requesting to add you as a friend. Accept, decline. Su Fengqing closed the previous notifications, and after he accepted the friend request, a voice message came in. Big bro, where are you? Su Yuhing's voice rang in his ears. Why can't I add you to the party? Su Fengqing looked around. I'm not sure. You didn't really play an account of a hidden race, right? Are you an ocean elf? Is your spawn point at the bottom of the sea? Su Yuhing asked anxiously, and then sent him a post on the forum. Su Fengqing opened the post and glanced at it, then shook his head. It's not a mermaid. Then what is it? I don't know yet. Su Fengqing narrowed his eyes. Did you do something again? I didn't. Su Yuhing instinctively denied it. He felt very wronged. What did this have to do with him? The R&D center just called me and said that your character stats are quite strong. Originally, they planned to release it after 1 or 2 years, but they accidentally gave it to me by mistake. He then carefully said, Big bro, do you want to unbind yourself and create a new account? I'll go and get you a gaming pod. Hidden race. Stats are good, but who knows where the spawn point is? He can't even form a team with this. It's better to change a new account. Su Fengqing's thin lips were tightly pursed, and his eyebrows were deeply furrowed. No need, he said in a low voice. Hearing this, Su Yuhing immediately thought that he was going to abandon the game, and hurriedly said, Big bro, don't give up halfway. It'll be done very soon. I'll go and contact you now. Okay. Su Fengqing interrupted him, his face a little dark. I'll take care of it myself. Then, Su Fengqing hung up the call. He stood in place, rubbing the silver ring on his thumb, his brows furrowed, and his dark eyes sized up the cave of the spawn point. Even he had to admit that the Star Age did have a strong charm. At least for now, he actually wanted to explore it further. Su Fengqing shook his head and suppressed this ridiculous idea. This character should belong to the player, and this story should also be explored by future players. As the publisher, he couldn't do something that would destroy the game's balance. If he really did that, it would give the opponent something to use against him, and it would also ruin the game. He was about to go offline to find the people at the R&D center, and ask them to send someone to unbind the gaming pod and get a new one, but... Bang, the cave wall was suddenly smashed by something, and debris flew everywhere. Su Fengqing subconsciously used his arms to block in front of him. In the midst of the flying dust, he saw a giant beast that was a few meters tall like a small mountain appear in front of him, and on top of his head, because of the debris splashing, damage values of -1 and -2 appeared one after another. Su Fengqing calmly took a few steps back and hid behind a rock. Just as he was about to continue to go offline, he found that, you are in combat mode and cannot go offline. Looking at the system notification, Su Fengqing couldn't help but grit his teeth. Roland's Border, underground cave. There's an interstellar beast breaking in. A normal soldier guarding the entrance of the cave shouted a warning loudly, and the long sword in his hand was already piercing towards the giant snake that was winding its way in. As the weather became warmer, the interstellar beasts became more active. Previously, when Her Highness Cyrene was here, she could control the wind elements to cover their scent. But after Her Highness went out to repair the base station for many days, the wind enchantment she set up had long lost its effectiveness, and it made it easier for the hungry interstellar beasts to find them. Now, it was the third wave of interstellar beasts that they resisted. Although this normal soldier was brave, unfortunately, in the face of this 2-star giant snake, his long sword couldn't cut through the snake's skin at all, and he was flipped over in an instant. When the giant snake opened its mouth and was about to swallow him, a metal dagger suddenly flew over and fiercely stabbed into the giant snake's eye. The giant snake hissed in pain and rolled around the entrance of the cave, but after the dagger stabbed into its eye, it didn't stop. Instead, it continued to go deeper until even the hilt of the dagger stabbed into the giant snake's eye, leaving a deep bloody hole. Another ordinary warrior ran out of the cave and caught his companion, who had been thrown out, and checked his injuries. Fortunately, he didn't die. With Her Highness Xenos around, as long as he still had a breath, he wouldn't die. In the past 4 years, Her Highness Xenos' existence was their biggest guarantee for survival in this dangerous wilderness. At this time, the giant snake crashed to the ground. The dagger that was stabbed into its body broke through the skin of its abdomen and turned into a bearded man covered in blood. "Master James, are you okay?" the normal soldier asked. James waved his hand and looked at the corpse of the giant snake with a solemn expression. Cyrene, Brady, and Abner had gone out to carry out the mission of repairing the base station, and he was the only elementalist left behind. He was a metal-type martial artist, and his strength had broken through 2.5 stars, and was on his way to 3-star. Martial artists could control and change their own bodies, but they couldn't control the elements and change the environment like spirit masters. Now that the giant snake had destroyed the entrance of the cave, the smell of blood would soon attract more interstellar beasts. They were going to be in trouble. "Take him to Her Highness for treatment first, I'll deal with this snake first," James said. "Yes, sir." The soldier carried his companion and walked into the depths of the tunnel. Xenos was sitting in the hall, using the water element to create water for daily use. When he heard the commotion, he extended his mind power. Noticing that the battle was over, he was slightly relieved, but he also realized the problem that James was worried about. After he dealt with the giant snake's body, he would create ice to block the entrance of the cave. He thought of a solution, retracted his mind power, and looked at the entrance of the tunnel, waiting for the injured soldier to be carried back so that he could treat him. But, rumble, the underground cavern began to shake like an earthquake. The walls and ceilings that Abner had reinforced began to crumble one by one. "Your Highness Xenos." The soldier's anxious shout came from the entrance of the tunnel. He tried to put down his companion and run to him, but a huge rock fell from the ceiling and blocked the entrance of the tunnel. Xenos sat in his wheelchair, and could only watch as the mountain-quarrying beasts drilled out of the ceiling, walls, and floor. They were fighting. Every spring, besides foraging for food, was the season of intense competition between the interstellar beasts for mates. But when they found prey, such things would usually be left for later, such as now. Xenos looked at the mountain-quarrying beasts that had stopped fighting and were looking at him. He could even see saliva dripping from their mouths. He was the only one left in the cave. The silver-haired man looked at them, and then at his broken body. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he laughed. "Xiao Wu, it seems that I won't be able to wait for you," he muttered, and there seemed to be some relief in his voice. Then he raised his remaining hand, and a blue light flashed, and a thick ice wall rose from the ground. It blocked the entrance of the tunnel, blocking out the soldiers' screams. The mountain-quarrying beast closest to Xenos was already pouncing on him. Just as it was about to kill him, an ice spike shot out from the ground and pierced the mountain-quarrying beast's abdomen. Roar, blood flowed out, and the mountain-quarrying beast hung on the ice spike, wailing in pain. The silver-haired man, who was trapped in the wheelchair, looked at the mountain-quarrying beast as it struggled violently. The smile on his face did not fade, but there was a hint of suppressed madness in his reddish-purple eyes. Facing the other mountain-quarrying beasts that were attacking him, he did not dodge. The smile on his handsome face grew wider and wider. "Die, go to hell with me." As he whispered in his ear like a demon, ice spikes shot out from the ground, instantly piercing a few mountain-quarrying beasts. They rolled on the ground, roaring. The interstellar beasts that had been provoked completely ignored their injuries and continued to charge at Xenos. But their feet were frozen by the ice, and their movements were slowed down. Xenos stared at them, and his magic power was released as if it was free. As the mountain-quarrying beasts were killed one by one, his face grew paler and paler. Finally, one of the mountain-quarrying beasts made a final counterattack before its death. It used all its strength to stab the sharp horn on its head toward the ceiling of the cave, which was already in a precarious situation because of their battle, finally could not hold up and started to collapse. Xenos closed his eyes, and suddenly heard the beeping sound of the communication device. He was stunned. In a flash, Xenos used the last of his magic power to create an ice wall, barely holding up the collapsing ceiling. Then, he struggled to pick up the communication device hanging on his chest. "Cyrene, brother, the base station is fixed. Can you receive my message?" Xenos laughed again. As he laughed, tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Not far away, another mountain-quarrying beast crawled out from the ground. Seeing the miserable state of its kind, it let out a cry. Then, its beady eyes fell on the only living thing on the battlefield, and it approached cautiously with hatred. Xenos glanced at it and did not pay it any more attention. The smile on his face dimmed, and he looked longingly at the words on the communication device, and gently wrote his last words with his finger. "Cyrene, brother is proud of you, and live well." Seeing that the message was successfully sent, Xenos gently closed his eyes. "Father, mother, I can be with you soon." He vaguely heard the sound of footsteps, and it seemed that a larger interstellar beast was approaching. But that did not matter anymore. His only left hand was holding the dagger in his sleeve. Before the mountain-quarrying beast killed him, he would make the final attack. Even if he died, he would not let this damned beast have it easy. The mountain-quarrying beast seemed to have finally determined that he was weak, and roared as it ran towards him. Xenos stared at it coldly, and gripped the dagger even tighter. Just as he stared at the beast's weakness and was about to make the final attack, bang! The wall beside him suddenly collapsed, and directly hit the mountain-quarrying beast. At the same time, a giant black foot stepped on it, and directly crushed the mountain-quarrying beast into meat paste. Xenos stared blankly at the scene in front of him. The foot was very close to him, and he could even see the texture of the skin and the sharp claws. He sucked in a breath of cold air as a strong sense of crisis made his heart beat rapidly. But soon, he felt relieved. What did it matter what kind of interstellar beast it was? The end result would be the same. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw the interstellar beast in front of him emit a faint light, and then it became smaller and smaller, and finally, the leather boots fell to the ground, and a man with black hair and black eyes appeared in front of him. After realizing that he couldn't log off while in combat mode, Su Fengqing's eyes quickly scanned the cave, looking for a way to escape. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that as a player, he could actually use the death escape method. However, even if he remembered, he probably wouldn't do so. Sitting still and waiting for death was never his style. Bang! 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 A beast the size of a small mountain moved in the cave, its huge feet bombarding the ground, making Su Fengqing feel like the earth was shaking. This should be an interstellar beast, looking like an ancient dinosaur. Its two eyes moved around, scanning the cave, as if looking for something. Su Fengqing glanced at it. A few lines of small words appeared in the air, marking this interstellar beast's information. Giant lizard, level, LV39 danger level, fatal, run quickly, if you don't want to become its food. Su Fengqing's expression was solemn. Level 39, close to 4-star strength. At the current stage where players were still limited to LV30, wanting to rely on oneself to defeat this monster was simply a pipe dream. Not to mention, Su Fengqing was still a level 0 smurf account. He decisively gave up on the idea of resisting and looked past the giant lizard, looking at the big hole it had just smashed open. He narrowed his eyes. When the giant lizard looked elsewhere, Su Fengqing quickly ran toward the hole. This account's attributes were indeed very strong. He felt like he had never run so fast before, and it was very easy to run. When he passed by the pile of gems, he didn't know why, but he couldn't help but reach out and quickly put the gems into his backpack before continuing to run. When he started running, the giant lizard caught sight of his figure and roared, wanting to chase him. Unfortunately, its huge body inevitably moved clumsily in this cave. When it successfully turned around and rushed into the tunnel, Su Fengqing had already run some distance away. Su Fengqing ran in the tunnel dug by the giant lizard. The tunnel was full of twists and turns, and there were many forks. It wasn't stable, and from time to time, stones would fall and hit him, preventing him from leaving combat mode. He pursed his lips, looking around the dark tunnel. He didn't know what the identity of this account was, but in an environment without light, his eyes could still see clearly. This was a novel experience. Being chased by a dinosaur-like giant beast in an unknown cave was something that Su Fengqing had rarely even dreamed of in his 30 years of disciplined life. He felt his heart beating wildly, and his adrenaline surged, but his mind calmly and quickly analyzed the situation, using all the methods he knew to escape the danger. Amidst the thrill, there was some unexpected comfort. This holographic game was indeed full of endless charm. It was no wonder why Aheng couldn't extricate himself. As he ran, the giant lizard, the giant's name, he's TSSSSSSSSS before Su Fengqing could breathe a sigh of relief, his heart suddenly tightened. A strong sense of crisis made him stop in his tracks and hastily retreat. Bang! Rubble flew, and a hole was smashed in the tunnel ahead. A giant lizard drilled out, roared in his direction, and chased after him. He didn't know if it was the same one. Su Fengqing turned around and ran, but he was too close to the giant lizard at the moment. According to his speed, it would soon catch up. What else can I do? At the critical moment, he thought of the silver-white pair of rings on his thumb, gritted his teeth, and activated the bloodline activation skill. As the ring lit up with a silver-white light, Su Fengqing felt his body begin to heat up. Then, his vision gradually rose, and his body was filled with more and more strength. Until he was level with the giant lizard, this change didn't stop. He directly rose to a height of 6 or 7 meters, half a body taller than the giant lizard. Bloodline activation 50%, level breakthrough to LV40, all attributes plus 1000%, duration 30 minutes. Su Fengqing couldn't see the full appearance of his body, but that was not important at the moment. Feeling the power in his body, an impulse surged in his heart. He stood still, then turned around to face the giant lizard, and opened his mouth to roar at it. The powerful roar was deafening, and accompanying the roar was a pressure that was enough to make one's soul tremble. The giant lizard, which was originally aggressive, was instantly terrified. It wanted to stop, wanted to escape the pressure that made its heart tremble, but it couldn't stop the momentum of its charge at all, and directly slid in this direction. Su Fengqing stretched out his claws with sharp nails and slashed at the giant lizard's body. Bright red damage numbers appeared on the giant lizard's head, accompanied by blood. Minus 12,845-26887-29468 48,004 critical hit, numbers kept popping up. Su Fengqing used the power of the bloodline activation to directly tear the giant lizard to shreds. In this state, he was clearly only one level higher than the giant lizard, but in his hands, the giant lizard couldn't fight back at all. This feeling was too good to be true. Killed, Giant Lizard LV39, gained plus 20,000 experience points. Note, special status does not count the experience points gained. Then there was a series of leveling up notifications. Su Fengqing looked at his personal interface, and he had directly broken through from LV0 to LV10. If this account entered the game 1 or 2 years later, leveling up so many levels in such a short period of time, and having the ability to solo a LV39 elite monster, would not be considered too strong. But now, it was the first day of the open beta. Even if Su Fengqing didn't understand games, he understood how much this account affected the game's balance at the moment. He sighed in his heart, knowing that this account had to be returned. Su Fengqing shook his head, and just as he was about to go offline to find the Research and Development Center, but, bang! Another giant lizard entered his field of vision. It was probably attracted by the smell of blood. Su Fengqing frowned, looked at the status bar in the upper right corner, and there was still some time before the bloodline activation status was removed. He got into a fighting stance, and in the end, bang! 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 One by one, giant lizards appeared in the passage, and the number was to the point that it made one's scalp tingle. Su Fengqing looked at them, turned around decisively, and ran. Now that his body was bigger, his running speed was much faster, and he was not worried about being caught by them. The only trouble was that these big guys were not satisfied with the corpse of their own kind, and continued to chase after him, so Su Fengqing did not dare to relax. Who knew that as he ran, there was a dead end in front of him? With his current huge body, Su Fengqing directly raised his foot and kicked out, and in a loud bang, the stone wall collapsed like a piece of paper. The back was hollow. Su Fengqing stepped on it, and then found something wrong. Behind the stone wall seemed to be a cave, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and a sense of coldness, as if there had just been a battle and was in a mess. He looked around vigilantly, and there seemed to be no danger. At this time, small words appeared in the void again. Bloodline activation effect ended, cooldown countdown, 7 days. The symbol of 7 days shrank into the status bar, and the countdown began. Su Fengqing also felt the power in his body flowing away. No, it should be restrained in the depths of his body, somewhere he could not detect. His body began to shrink, and his vision lowered. Finally, he slowly landed on the ground with the tip of his foot, and then, he met a pair of beautiful light purple eyes. 4 eyes met. Su Fengqing did not expect that there would be a person here. The silver-haired man sat in a severely damaged wheelchair, and his body was full of scars. The despair in his purple eyes had not faded, and he was caught off guard, giving people a strange shock. Cough, cough, cough. The man coughed twice in pain, and this sound finally made Su Fengqing come back to his senses. He looked at the man's miserable appearance, then looked at the traces left in the cave, and could not help but understand. He had just said one word when the pale-faced man coughed and closed his eyes, fainting weakly in the wheelchair. Su Fengqing quickly went forward to check his breath. He was still alive, but his breath was weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. He frowned. At this time, the solid ice supporting the ceiling of the cave made a cracking sound, and it was estimated that it would completely break in a few seconds. In the tunnel behind him, there were also the footsteps of reptiles. In the end, Su Fengqing did not leave the unfamiliar NPC in front of him behind. He bent down, carried him, and ran into the hole made by the mountain-quarrying beast. The moment he ran into the hole, the ceiling finally came crashing down with a loud rumble. Roland Imperial City. Su Silly opened the Rare Races panel that had just been activated, looked at the icons on it, and could not help but touch his chin. There were 3 icons on the blank panel. 2 of them were side by side, and except for the difference in color, they looked very similar. They were the Sea Elves and the Wood Elves, and the last one below was Dark Demonic Dragon. The Sea Elves referred to mermaids, and the Wood Elves should be land elves, which meant that Little Ash had the elf bloodline. But, what the hell was a Dark Demonic Dragon? This name did not sound like a good person. He tried to click on the icon, and did not expect that it would actually work. After clicking on it, a new page popped up. Dark Demonic Dragon, attribute, dark description, cruel, bloodthirsty, likes shiny things, is a very powerful creature. Clan leader, not appointed, current race count, 1 rarity, endangered, danger, unknown. Looking at the race count column, Su Silly could not help but be startled. There was only one left, that was indeed an endangered species. He just did not know where this dark demonic dragon was. It should not be near the 5 main cities of Roland, right? Cruel and bloodthirsty. If it actively harmed the people of Roland, then he could only kill it. Although there was only one left, it felt a bit of a pity to kill it. Susili carefully looked at the description again, then closed the interface and continued to look at the sea elves and wood elves. The situation of these two races was better. There were still more than 30 sea elves, and close to 100 wood elves. Their clan leader was also not appointed. Logically speaking, these two races should have a clan leader. Could it be that they had not completely surrendered to Roland? Currently, the entire Escher Star belonged to the Roland Empire. As long as it was a race on Escher Star, in theory, they belonged to the Roland camp. That was why there was a branch of a rare race on his faction panel. But due to historical reasons, these races did not recognize the Roland Empire, and did not accept the rule of Roland. This could be seen from Chamo's initial attitude towards him. It was probably because of this reason that he could see so little information and could not directly manage them. Susili analyzed the answer. But then again, Cha-Mo and 9 Moons were rare ancient beasts. Why did the Shadow Leopard and Silver Wolf race not appear on his panel? Susili frowned. Did something happen that he did not know? The system notification just now said that the conditions were met, and today was the day of the open beta. He turned on his communication device and directly contacted his second brother. First, he asked him to meet him at the palace, then asked if there was any new gameplay in the game. After a while, Su Yuhing replied. When Susili saw that some players had obtained a rare account and played a hidden race, he could not help but feel that it was indeed the case. The game team was quite creative. They even developed a hidden race gameplay, but was the current situation in the sea a bit too cruel for the mermaid players? Susili still remembered the scene of fighting against the 4-legged beast in Glaze City. The shore was already so dangerous, let alone the sea. But if there were players involved, it might not be so difficult for Cha-Mo to find his sea elf friends. Players had immortality. Even if they were killed by sea beasts in the sea, they would not really die. Susili was suddenly interested. Xiao Hage made him have a good impression of the mermaids. Also, as Roland's territory, the sea was bound to be reclaimed. While the sea elves were still alive, he could definitely help them. When he reclaimed the sea in the future, he could also let the sea elves manage it. As soon as he thought of this, Susili immediately contacted Mr. Baser and asked if he could make a potion that would allow people to breathe underwater. As soon as the message was sent, the little robot suddenly appeared. Its electronic eyes flashed as it said anxiously, "Big brother, I just received a strange distress signal." What signal? I think it was sent by my clone. Clone? Susili frowned. Yes, when we left Esh Star, didn't we find a signal that connected to our spaceship? Then, I secretly released a cloning program. Xiaowu explained, I lost contact with the latter part of the program. I thought I couldn't find it, but I just received it again. As soon as it said that, Susili remembered. When they left Esh Star, Xiaowu seemed to have discovered that the enemy was tracking them. It even took a big detour in the spaceship before entering the safe passage again. He did not expect this little guy to be so smart. It actually knew to send a clone to investigate the situation. Before the situation was clear, it was not in a hurry to tell him. Susili was impressed by the little robot's growth. Then he asked, what was that distress signal? If it was the enemy, why would it ask him for help? This was a little too strange. The signal was too weak. I could only receive one coordinate, and... Xiaowu paused. Susili asked, what else? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a familiar female voice from the communication device. He was stunned. Little Snow, it's me. Cyrene, can you hear me? The voice was emotional and crying. We didn't die. My brother and I didn't die. Snow. The voice in the communication device was intermittent and even a little distorted, but Susili still recognized it. This was Cyrene. He seemed to see the silver-haired girl with a ponytail, kicking open the door and walking in casually, a bright smile like the sun gathered on her face. And his brother. Susili subconsciously touched his wrist, where he should have worn a bracelet that could release 3 healing streams when he was seriously injured. But when he left the trial world, he didn't bring that bracelet with him. Cyrene. Xenos, are they still alive? Susili stared at the little robot in a daze, and his eyes suddenly turned red. He said anxiously, Xiao Wu, where are they? Where are Cyrene and Xenos? Hearing the importance in his voice, Xiao Wu quickly said, according to the coordinates received, they should be near the safe passage to leave Ash Star. Near the safe passage, Susili murmured, you mean, the people who tracked us last time were Cyrene and the others? It's very possible. The little robot nodded. Susili frowned. Didn't Cyrene and Xenos die in the beast tide? How could they appear in such a distant place? And have the ability to track spaceships? He couldn't help but have doubts. Could this be a conspiracy by the Bay Rats? Susili couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and the excitement on his face faded. He asked again, Xiao Wu, can you contact them again? The little robot shook its head. The signal is too weak and very unstable, but it should be from my doppelganger program. There's no mistake about that. Doppelganger program. The coldness in Susili's eyes dissipated. If it was really Xiao Wu's doppelganger, then it could be ruled out as a conspiracy by the Bay Rats. At least, Cyrene and Xenos were still alive, so it should be true. He got up quickly, and couldn't stay a moment longer. Xiao Wu, prepare the spaceship immediately. Let's go to those coordinates and take a look. He gave the order, and the little robot responded with a yes before disappearing from the communication device. Just as Susili was about to summon Xixing, he heard the voice of the guard outside the door. After waiting for a while, he saw a man in military uniform striding in. Xixing. Susili quickly walked over, opened his arms, and gave him a hug. The smile on his face was exceptionally bright. It was a rare look of excitement on the young man's face. Xixing hugged him back and couldn't help but ask, what happened? Cyrene and Xenos are not dead. Susili shared the good news with him. Xiao Wu just received their distress signal. They're near the safe passage to leave AI Shui Star. Xixing, they are still alive. Near the safe passage? Xixing remembered the abnormal fluctuation he felt the last time. Looking at the young man's excited expression, he reached out and tucked his silver-white hair behind his ear, then whispered, then, should we go and bring them back now? Okay. Susili nodded, let's go right away. A long night may cause trouble. He held Xixing's hand, thought for a while, then turned on the communication device and contacted Cha Mo, asking him to come over immediately. Cha Mo had been to the canyon where the military factory was before. In order to bring Xiaoqiong to find Veer, he should be able to go there again. Using his spatial technique would be faster than taking a shuttle. Also, he didn't know what was going on with Cyrene. If Cha Mo was there, it would be easier to move them. Soon, the space in the bedroom trembled slightly, and a gray-haired man wearing red coral earrings walked out of the space crack. Your Majesty, Marshal Xixing. Cha Mo politely bowed to them, why did you summon me? Susili explained the situation to him. At the same time, he thought of something and asked, if you have the coordinates, can you take us there directly? That depends on where it is. Cha Mo said. Susili quickly asked Xiao Wu to send him the coordinates. However, other than the 5 main cities of Roland and the surrounding areas, the planet map of a snow star was still the old version, so he didn't know if it would be useful. He looked at Cha Mo anxiously and expectantly. Cha Mo's gaze fell on the electronic map projection. His expression was solemn, then he shook his head, it's too far away, and it's a place I haven't been to before. I'm not sure. Susili had to give up. Then, can you take us to the spaceship? Yes, I can. Cha Mo's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to propose a condition, he felt a pressure that made his soul tremble. He stiffened and lowered his head subconsciously. He didn't need to look to know who this pressure came from. The scene of Xixing forcing him to reveal his true form with just his pressure was still vivid in his mind. Cha Mo bit his lips, hesitating whether to suppress the fear in his heart and say his request. He opened his mouth with some difficulty and felt the invisible pressure become heavier, causing cold sweat to appear on his forehead. But at this moment, he heard the little Emperor of Roland say, by the way, I've asked Teacher Bazer about the Sea Elves. He's an elemental pharmacist. He promised me that he would help me develop a potion that can allow humans to breathe underwater. Xianxia felt the pressure on his body disappear. When he heard the young man's words clearly, his eyes lit up. He couldn't help but look up at him and said in surprise, "Your Majesty, you mean, when Teacher Bazer develops the underwater breathing potion, I'll consider sending a brave warrior to the bottom of the sea to take a look at the land of the sea elves and try to find traces of the sea elves." Susili looked at him and made a promise. "When the time comes, I'll need you to lead the way. You can prepare first." Chamo's expression instantly softened and a smile appeared on his face. He put one hand in front of his chest and bowed solemnly to Susili. "Your Majesty of Roland, I thank you on behalf of the sea elves. If you need me in the future, I'll be at your service. Silver Wolf Xianxia, I'll do anything for you." At the same time, the favorability tag above his head changed from friendly to respected and was developing to revered. Susili glanced at it and then withdrew his gaze. He thought highly of Xianxia, who cared about his friends, was loyal, smart, and capable. "You're welcome," he said. "It's not that I didn't want to help you before, but you know the situation of Roland. Now that I have the strength to spare, I won't leave you in the lurch." There were more than 100,000 players, including the sea elves. If he gave them some new gameplay and rewards, the players wouldn't refuse. "Okay, there's no time to lose. Let's go now," Susili said impatiently. "Yes, Your Majesty." Xianxia waved his hand and a crack appeared in the air. He once again transformed into a silver-gray giant wolf and then lowered his head to the ground. Susili had already walked through the space passage once. Without Xianxia saying anything, he stepped forward and climbed onto the back of the giant wolf. Then Xixing also sat behind him and hugged his waist. When Xixing sat on top of him, the giant wolf's body clearly trembled. Then, the giant wolf stood up and jumped into the space crack with the two people on its back. They shuttled through the space turbulence. Roland's original border. "Did you send it out?" Cyrene held the communication device in her hand and suppressed some excitement and nervousness in her voice. Behind her was the base station that she and Brady Abner had spent more than 2 months repairing. Just now, they had successfully lit up the signal light of the base station that had been destroyed for a long time. Unfortunately, the parts and tools they had were too simple and crude. They couldn't perfectly repair the base station, not to mention the interstellar beasts that constantly came to attack them and distracted them. So far, they had done the best they could. "I sent it out." The little robot's projection nodded and said regretfully, "It's just that there's only one base station. The signal is too weak and unstable. The amount of information that can be transmitted is very little. Even if it wanted to follow the signal back, it couldn't carry it and could only send a very short message." "It's good that you sent it out," Cyrene murmured. She had waited for this day for too long. For nearly 4 years, this was the most hopeful time. If it didn't work this time, she shook her head and forced herself not to think about the possibility of failure. Then, did Snow and the others receive it? Cyrene couldn't help but ask. They should have received it. The little robot looked at the signal light that flashed again and was a little worried. It couldn't be sure because the range of the base station's signal reception was too limited. After all, there were originally several base stations to strengthen the signal. Now that there was only one base station left, it was still unknown whether the signal could be transmitted to places as far as Roland. However, with Roland's equipment, there was a possibility that the signal could be captured. Xiaowu didn't dare to tell Cyrene this. With its understanding of her, it felt that if it told her directly, she would definitely be very disappointed. It didn't want to see its sister disappointed. It wanted everyone to be happy. Cyrene didn't know that this little robot could tell white lies. After getting a positive answer, she was slightly relieved and felt that her whole body was full of energy again. Not far away, Brady and Abner were fighting with the interstellar beasts. As time passed, this place had become more and more dangerous. Not only did the interstellar beasts become more active in spring, but the smell of blood produced by their fight also attracted more hunters. Cyrene pulled herself together and was about to go over to help when she heard a beep sound. That was the sound of the communication device. She was delighted. Was it a message from the royal city? Cyrene quickly looked down at the communication device, but found that it wasn't snow, but Sinos. When the base station was repaired and could send signals again, she sent a message to the royal city and also sent a message to the cave to report the good news. Not only did her brother receive it, but he also sent a reply. This made Cyrene more confident in this shabby base station. She happily clicked on the message, but when she saw the text, she was stunned. Brother, Cyrene, your brother is proud of you, and, live well. What does that mean? Cyrene felt empty, and the blood in her body suddenly froze. She stared at the last 5 words in a daze. Live well, why did her brother say such a thing? She had a bad feeling in her heart, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Your Highness Cyrene, how is it? Brady took care of an interstellar beast and inadvertently noticed her abnormality. He quickly turned into a shadow and stealthily came over to ask her. Cyrene's face was as white as paper. She recovered from her panic and gritted her teeth. Something happened at the cave. I have to go back first. I have to find my brother. You guys stay here and guard. After saying that, she rushed out without any explanation. She really turned into a gust of wind, flying quickly through the forest and grassland. She was no longer as careful as before when she was transporting parts. Cyrene used all her strength to burn her magic, and her speed was even faster than when she chased after the spaceship last time. But she still felt that it was not enough. She had to be faster, faster. Brother, please don't let anything happen to you. Please don't let anything happen to you. Her speed reached the peak, and she could even hear a sharp whistling sound wherever she passed. Those interstellar beasts that had their eyes on her wanted to attack her, but in the next second, she disappeared without a trace. Most of them only thought that it was a gust of wind, and did not pay attention to it at all. In order to increase her speed, she did not put up a wind shield. Although her speed did increase, it also brought about trouble. There were falling leaves in the air, dust and condensed dewdrops. These originally ordinary little things, under the extreme speed, caused great damage to her. Her cheeks were scratched by the leaves, her clothes were torn by the dust, and the dewdrops hit her face painfully. But at this moment, Cyrene did not care so much. She clenched her teeth tightly and returned to the cave as fast as she could. This became her only belief. The journey that originally took more than 3 days was shortened to 1 day by her. After rushing without sleep and rest, she finally rushed back to the forest where the underground cave was located in the evening of the 2nd day. But what greeted her was the nightmare she did not want to see the most. Cyrene stopped and stared blankly into the distance. Where the underground cave was supposed to be, there was a huge hole in the ground. She could not see where the cave entrance was. Why did this happen? The silver-haired woman approached step by step. Looking at the scene in front of her, the light in her eyes was extinguished little by little. Your Highness Cyrene. At this time, a big man jumped down from a big tree. It was the metal-type warrior, James. The remaining warrior also appeared from behind the tree, carrying his injured companion. Their bodies were covered in mud, their hands were covered in mud, and even their fingernails were covered in mud. Cyrene looked at James and then at the 2 ordinary warriors. Their expressions seemed to confirm her guess. Where is my brother? Tears welled up in her eyes as she continued to ask, unwilling to give up. James showed a guilty and painful expression, and then directly knelt in front of Cyrene. The other 2 warriors also softly fell down, tears streaming down their faces. We didn't protect the first prince well, please punish us. Cyrene looked down at him with a defeated expression. Where is my brother? James looked at the huge hole in the ground. There was a giant snake attack. The few of us fought at the entrance of the cave. The crown prince stayed in the cave, who knew? His eyes were red, and he said sorrowfully, a group of mountain quarrying beasts appeared. They destroyed the underground structure. In order to protect us, His Highness Sinos sealed the entrance of the cave with ice, and he stayed inside. Cyrene took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. But the air seemed to be mixed with blades, and breathing brought pain to her. Jamie was still saying something, but Celine was no longer listening to him. Step by step, she walked to the bottom of the hole, kneeled on the ground, and crazily dug in the mud with her hands. Even if her knees were injured and her fingers were bleeding, it did not stop her. She did not believe that her brother died like this. He clearly promised her clearly promised her that they would live together. Didn't they persevere through so many difficulties? Brother, brother, Cyrene shouted again and again, and the tears accumulated in her eyes finally fell drop by drop. James tried to persuade her, but she couldn't hear a thing. Her brain was buzzing, and she couldn't hear a thing. If he was alive, she wanted to see him. If he was dead, she wanted to see his corpse. She could not accept it, she could not accept it. Her hands were stained with mud and blood, but she did not seem to feel any pain at all. The despair and pain on her face gradually evolved into a paranoid madness. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, a hand reached out from the side. The hand was white and flawless, like a piece of art. In this wilderness, it was very abrupt. The hand gently pressed on Cyrene's hands. Cyrene stopped and looked at the unfamiliar hand. Although it was white and clean, it did not belong to her brother. Her brother's hand was also very white, but it was sickly white because it had not been exposed to sunlight for many years. And this was his right hand. Her brother's right hand was long gone. Cyrene raised her head in a daze and looked at the unfamiliar yet familiar silver-haired youth in front of her. She looked at his light purple eyes, which were filled with worry and sadness. "Snow," she softly called out. Susili looked at her and nodded. He said with some heartache, "It's me, sister. I'm here to take you back." Cyrene finally confirmed that the youth in front of her was not an illusion. Behind the youth, there were two strangers, Brady and Abner. Obviously, he went to the base station and brought people back. So fast, she frowned, revealing an expression that wanted to laugh but could not help but cry. "Little Snow, you've grown up." The fragile and sensitive young boy from 4 years ago had already grown into such a handsome and dignified man with the majesty of an emperor. Susili wanted to help her up. "Sister, let's go back first. We'll talk when we get back." He really could not bear to see her in such a miserable state. Although the Cyrene in front of him was no longer the girl he met in the trial world, the two sentences just now made him feel that this was the same girl in front of him. It was just that the hardships and vicissitudes of life had made her more mature. As for Sinos, Susili looked at the hole under his feet. He had just heard about the general situation from James, and his heart was filled with grief and self-blame. If he had come earlier and found them earlier, this tragedy would not have happened. However, Cyrene broke free from his hand. She stood up shakily, holding a dagger in her hand. Her eyes were downcast, and her expression was gloomy. "Take them away. Brady, Abner, James, Thompson, and Madison are all good soldiers of the Empire. They are my most trusted comrades. I hope you can treat them well." Susili frowned. "What about you?" "I'm not going back." Cyrene raised her head and looked at the forest in front of her. Her scarlet eyes revealed a completely irrational despair and madness. "I want to take revenge. I want to kill them all. They took away my home, my companions, my most respected father, and now even my brother. I can't go back like this. I want to kill them all," she muttered, as if there was no longer any attachment in her heart. She just wanted to have a good time one last time. Susili held her tightly, worried that she would do something stupid. Cyrene did not struggle. She just looked at him with dim eyes and said, "Snow, don't stop me." Susili looked at her as if her heart had died. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I won't stop you. But you have to wait." "Wait?" "Yes, wait for me. Wait for me to get people." Susili looked at Cyrene and gently held her hand. "Also, you need to rest. Sister Huang, you can't fight an unprepared battle. In your current state, you're not going to avenge Brother Huang. You're going to feed the interstellar beasts." He had already used insight to check her status. Not to mention her HP, her magic was almost empty. Looking at her exhausted appearance, it would be strange if she could kill the interstellar beasts. "Go rest on the spaceship for a night. Recover your magic and stamina, and then repair your equipment. I'll take you to kill them tomorrow afternoon at the latest, okay?" Cyrene stared blankly at the young man in front of her. At this moment, she truly realized that this brother of hers was completely different from what she remembered. Looking at his calm and steady face and hearing his gentle and firm words, she felt a lump in her throat and tears surged out again. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her disheartened mind, which only wanted to die with the interstellar beasts, regained a trace of calmness and clarity. Yes, Snow was right. Even if she wanted to avenge Brother Huang, she couldn't face the enemy in such a terrible state. Seeing her nod, Su Silly couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he looked behind him. Xing, can you help me find the Sinos? His gaze fell to the ground below. If they were alive, he needed to see the bodies. He couldn't leave the bodies of the Sinos here. Cyrene suddenly pulled on his sleeve. Su Silly turned around and heard her say in a trembling voice, the attackers were the mountain-quarrying beasts. I'm afraid Brother Huang is already. She couldn't finish her sentence. However, Su Silly understood. The mountain-quarrying beasts were the kings of the underground. This kind of collapse wasn't a big problem for them. The Sinos were most likely already eaten. Thinking of the young man who gave him the healing bracelet, Su Silly couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain in his heart. He pursed his lips and said, "Go rest on the spaceship first. Leave this to us." Cyrene's mental state was very unstable. She couldn't take any more shocks. Cyrene looked at him and then at her feet. She took another deep breath. After all, she was someone who had experienced so many life and death situations, and she had led everyone to survive for 4 years in the wilderness. Her soul was tougher and stronger than anyone else's. She had lost control for a moment because the impact was too great. However, with Su Silly's persuasion, she finally adjusted herself. All right, Imperial Brother, her voice carried a strong sobbing tone, and she almost couldn't continue speaking. She forcibly suppressed it and said, I'll leave Imperial Brother to you, no matter how much you can get back, please. I promised him that I would bring him home, please. At the end of her sentence, she closed her eyes and finally collapsed due to exhaustion. Su Silly reached out and caught her. He sighed and handed Cyrene to Cha-Mo, asking him to take her back to the spaceship to rest. Before he left, he gave a few more instructions. Then, they left the crater, and Xing took control of the land to search for the Sinos' remains. He could only hope that he could still find it. Su Silly pursed his lips tightly, and his heart was heavy. On the way here from the base, he had heard Brady and the others describe the Sinos situation. With his body, it was almost impossible for him to survive the attack of the beasts and the crater. It was a luxury to even hope that his body was intact. Su Silly frowned. He had already accepted their deaths, but he didn't expect them to still be alive. He still couldn't save the Sinos. If only he had known about them a little earlier, if only, but there was no such thing. This sense of guilt and helplessness was unbearable. Su Silly silently looked at the crater below, then looked at the surrounding forest that was still emitting a dangerous aura. He didn't know when the interstellar beasts would attack, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. He had to make this country strong as soon as possible so that the tragedy of the Sinos and the late emperor would never happen again. He took a deep breath and quickly calmed his emotions. He began to plan his revenge. Since he had promised Cyrene, he would do it. There was less than a day left. He had to make all the preparations before Cyrene recovered. Brady and the others didn't leave. Everyone was feeling very conflicted. They didn't expect that someone from the Empire would come the next day after the base was repaired and the news was sent out. It was even the Emperor himself. Of course, there was excitement and joy at surviving a disaster, but at this moment, there was a layer of haze over the death of the Crown Prince. Sir, I am also an Earth Elementalist. Let me help. Abner said to Xing. Xing had risen to power 4 years ago during the Beast Tide. These people who were stranded outside during the Beast Tide did not know this guardian of Roland. Xing didn't really want to talk to him, but he still tilted his head and looked at Su Silly to ask for his opinion. Did he need the little emperor's approval for such a thing? Abner also looked at the young man standing beside the crater, his eyes eager. Su Silly thought about it and said solemnly, Very well, I'll leave this to you. They were also Sinos subordinates and should not be negligent in this matter. He already had a preliminary plan for tomorrow's battle, and now he had to seize the time to plan. Xing, let's go back to the spaceship. After Su Silly finished speaking, he looked at Brady and the others. It's not safe here. You should be careful, but don't worry too much. I will let the people on the spaceship cover you. After you find, use the communicator to inform Xiaowu. He will take you to the spaceship. Su Silly left them the latest communicator model. There was a signal transmitter on the spaceship, so they could use the communicator model to communicate. Finally, he said, if Cyrene makes any moves, help to stop her. Everything will wait until Xixing and I return. As for here, Xenos died to save you. I hope you can remember that. Although the little emperor's tone was calm, Brady and the others subconsciously straightened their backs. Your Majesty, don't worry. We will not slack off at all. Su Silly glanced at their faces one by one, then nodded and turned to tell Xixing to depart. After Xixing disappeared with him, the few of them looked at the huge spaceship in the sky and exchanged glances with each other. His Majesty Snow, this was not what they had imagined. But he was still too impulsive. James sighed. This is far from the Imperial City. So what if we can kill some interstellar beasts? He hoped that after finding the body of His Highness Xenos, they would immediately return and leave this dangerous place. After struggling for so many years, he did not want to see any more casualties. Brady shook his head and said understandingly, humans are not plants. Her Highness Cyrene needs to vent. These 4 years, she has suffered too much. She was the most respected Imperial Duke. What kind of life had she been living all these years? And the most pitiful was the Crown Prince. James fell silent. Abner rubbed his chin. Am I the only one who is curious? How did His Majesty and Sir Xixing leave? Wasn't he an Earth elementalist? How could he disappear on the spot? If he remembered correctly, that was a wind elemental skill, right? No one could answer his question, and no one was in the mood to investigate. They were all vigilant of their surroundings and urging him to start quickly. Just as the little emperor said, this place was not safe. Thus, they were left behind. Su Silly and Xixing returned to the cabin and met up with Cha-Mo. Cyrene was arranged to stay in a room with a bionic robot butler. There was no need to worry for the time being. Are we going back to the Imperial City now? After hearing Su Silly's question, Cha-Mo pondered for a moment and nodded. I can try. He had not been here before, so he was not confident. Now that he had come here personally, the return destination was Roland's Imperial City. He had stayed in this place for almost half a year, so it should not be a problem to locate the location. Su Silly heard this and nodded. If they could use the space tunnel to go back directly, they would save a lot of time. Next, Cha-Mo turned into a silver wolf and jumped into the spacecraft to try. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Silly turned on the communication device and began to issue orders to the players through the mercenary platform. After a while, Cha-Mo jumped back from the spacecraft and nodded. Your Majesty, it is possible. Good. Su Silly said, then let's go back immediately. Today was the second day of the open beta. After the chaos at the beginning, the new players had begun to integrate into the Roland Empire under the guidance of the veteran players and NPCs. The major gaming guilds had also begun to rise and crazily absorbed new blood. There were gaming guilds with battle teams and solo players. Of course, the leaders of the major mercenary groups were all veteran players in the first and second beta. Mercenary groups were divided into 9 levels, SSS, SS, S, A to F, and so on. Each level required the completion of a certain level of difficulty mission to level up. Furthermore, they had to complete a certain number of missions on a regular basis. Otherwise, they would be demoted. Currently, in the game, only the top 10 gaming teams had barely managed to level up their mercenary groups to level E, and the maximum number of members was increased to 500. 10 teams with 500 members would only have 5,000 members. The total number of players in the open beta had reached 16,000, so the gaming teams would naturally not let go of the remaining players. To solve the problem of the maximum number of members, other than leveling up, of course there were other ways: create new low-level guilds and develop groups of 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. As a result, in just one day, the newly registered mercenary groups at the Mercenary Association's headquarters had broken the record of the past 100 years in Roland. This was something that couldn't be helped. Level F mercenary groups could only recruit 50 members at most. Even if they registered 10 groups at once, that would only be 500 members. In order to accommodate more members, the major gaming teams could only let their members complete more missions to level up. The game had just started its open beta, so it was the most active time for the players. Fortunately, after the first and second beta, the people of the Roland Empire had also gotten used to this group of brave players. They were still very welcoming to these brave players who were always rushing to do work. Just as the leaders of the major mercenary groups were busy instructing their members to complete missions to level up, they suddenly received a notification from the mercenary platform. Level S mission. All leaders of the major mercenary groups are requested to gather at the Imperial City teleportation portal before dawn tomorrow. The notification in bold and red letters was hard to ignore. Tomorrow before dawn? That means to gather at the Imperial City teleportation portal before 6 a.m. tomorrow? What was this for? It was just an level S mission. According to the rules, mercenary groups could only accept missions that were 2 levels higher than their own level. In other words, under normal circumstances, the players could only accept level C missions at most. But now, they were directly issued an level S mission. This was definitely an exception. From the way the notification was sent, this mission was very likely to be directly issued by the Roland officials. Many players smelled something unusual. Something must have happened. In short, as long as the leaders of the mercenary group saw the notification, they immediately set off for the Imperial City. Now that there were teleportation portals between the cities, it was very convenient to travel between the cities. The most time-consuming thing was actually to travel within the cities. After all, the area of a city was equivalent to the size of a province in reality. However, during the closed beta period, there were obvious changes in Roland's transportation system. In just 2 months, a very developed transportation network was established in the major cities. With the help of Earth elementalists, it often took less than a day to complete a road. In addition to the transportation tools previously purchased by Susili and the products launched by Xiao Wu's military factory, now in Roland, not only the hover cars, but also the hover buses and the hover trains were officially put into use. These latest types of transportation completely replaced the old methods of transportation such as horse carriages and brought a new change to the lives of the people of Roland. And the leaders of these mercenary groups were now enjoying the benefits of this change. Finally, at 6 a.m. the next day, the last leader of the mercenary group finally made it. After coming out of the teleportation portal, the Imperial City teleportation hall was directly closed and no longer received anyone. The leaders of the major mercenary groups gathered in front of the teleportation hall and looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. In mid-air, Susili nodded in satisfaction as he gazed at the 156 mercenary group leaders who had arrived. 10 level E mercenary groups and 146 level F mercenary groups added up to more than 10,000 people. This gave him confidence for the battle in the afternoon. "Brother Sheng, let's go down to the summoning hall," Susili said to Xing. Xing carried him and flashed into the summoning hall, which was also the spawn point of the players. At the spawn point, there were still players continuously appearing, but with Xing around, the players did not notice them at all. Susili swaggered to the center of the summoning circle, took out a 4-star beast core from the space capsule, and directly stuffed it into the groove in the center of the circle. That's right, after yesterday's strong supervision and inspection, Roland's Imperial City finally met the requirements for leveling up to level 4. This time, he did not do a live broadcast, and did not even let others know, directly leveling up the Imperial City. Thus, under the shocked gazes of the players and Roland citizens, the summoning circle lit up and formed a pillar of light that reached the sky. After the light pillar's brightness reached its peak, it spread out again. At this moment, countless people simultaneously felt as if the shackles on their bodies had been loosened. This feeling was very familiar, because more than 5 months ago, they had experienced it once. Another layer of the seal has been unlocked. It's His Majesty. Looks like Roland's national strength has increased again. The Empire is really getting better and better. I feel like I've broken through. I feel like I've sensed the elements. I see some small green light spots around me. Is it because I've successfully learned meditation? All the citizens cheered, and although the players felt very confused, the system notification clearly told them the benefits that the light pillar brought to them. Roland's Imperial City leveled up to level 4, elementalist level cap increased to level 40, bathed in holy light, you have a new understanding, all attributes plus 10, F*CK, F*CK, all stats plus 10. What a great thing. Did all the online players get it? Wouldn't the offline players suffer a huge loss? Many people were confused by the sudden leveling up of the Imperial City, but they were still happy to receive benefits. And this kind of happiness was still continuing, not long after the light pillar rose up from the Imperial City, for more light pillars rose up from the other 4 cities of Roland one after another. The leveling up of the other cities only gave 1 or 2 attribute points, but when the 4 cities added together, it was close to 10 attribute points. Susili did not expect that the leveling up of the cities would bring such benefits to the online players. However, the players' attributes were already 10 times lower than the NPCs, and these 20 attribute points could slightly increase the survival ability of the players in the wild, so he was happy to see this happen. The leveling up of the other 4 cities was naturally done by him notifying the governors of each city. They had already met the requirements, but were still limited by the Imperial City's level cap. After the level cap was unlocked, Susili's experience bar that he had accumulated over the past few months began to come into play. Ding! Experience bar full, personal level increased from level 30 to level 31. Omni points plus 10, ding! Experience bar full, personal level increased from level 31 to level 32. Omni points plus 10, his level was forcefully pushed from level 30 to level 37. After all, this was the amount of experience points that he had accumulated through the crazy construction of the 5 cities. Coupled with the experience points that he had obtained from the Battle of the Separation Sea and assisting in the killing of the galactic beasts, the total amount of experience points that he had accumulated had reached a terrifying level. Susili felt that all his attributes had increased, and the 7-level increase also gave him 70 Omni points that he could use. This time, he put all of them into his spirit attribute. He tried it out a little and found that without using the piccolo, the range of his spirit could already extend up to 1 or 2 kilometers. He suddenly looked at Xing and said, "Brother Xing, I've become stronger again." Hearing this, Xing smiled slightly. He was never surprised by his speed of improvement. Yes, Ollie is very strong. He looked forward to the day when the young man completely caught up to him. Susili understood the look in his eyes and could not help but smile. At this time, there was a commotion outside. It seemed that the 100 or so mercenary group leaders could not stay any longer. However, Susili was not in a hurry to go out. He asked Xing to bring him to the teleportation hall next door. Since he was going to do it, he had to do something big. He could not let Xing directly kill the galactic beasts because he could not only consider Roland, but also reality. However, if this was a server-wide event that involved the players, then even if the game team had any opinions, they had to hold it in. The teleportation hall had been emptied according to his instructions. Susili stood beside the teleportation portal and looked at Xing. "Brother Xing, I'll try first. If it doesn't work, then you go." "Okay." Xing stayed by his side, ready to take over at any time. Susili bent down slightly and placed his palm on the teleportation portal. He released the abundant spirit that he had just obtained. Card skill, activate. This was his first time using the card skill. Although he had just become an apprentice card master, his spirit strength had already reached the 3-star standard. Therefore, at his request, Lilith taught him the skill. Just like that, the teleportation portal that was dozens of meters in diameter began to disappear under his spirit strength. It gradually gathered in midair and formed the outline of a card. Susili slowly felt the strain. He realized that the teleportation portal was still too big. With his current spirit strength, he could turn the teleportation portal into a card, but he might have to sacrifice some of its functions. If that was the case, then there was no point in turning the teleportation portal into a card. Just as he was about to give up, the man's hand pressed on the back of his hand. The vigorous golden power gently wrapped around him, providing him with a steady stream of energy. Susili's heart skipped a beat. He turned to look at Xing. "Focus." Xing reminded him, but the power that guided him was still so gentle and protective, as if there was some kind of comfort. Susili pursed his lips. He did not think about anything else and focused his attention. Therefore, the two of them completed the transformation of the teleportation portal into a card. Then, they left the empty ground and walked out of the teleportation hall with the teleportation portal card. The players were still in a heated discussion and did not notice the two of them walking out hand in hand. Looking at the crowd of more than 100 players who did not know what was going to happen next, Su Silly looked at Xixing and revealed a slightly evil smile. "Brother Sheng, they've troubled you too." Xixing's powerful mental strength extended and covered the 156 mercenary group leaders. A golden light surrounded them. As the light spots dissipated, the 100 players turned into thin cards under the dumbfounded gazes of the surrounding onlookers. Then, they were swept away by the wind and disappeared. F***CK. Was my eyes playing tricks on me? The 100 or so mercenary group leaders weren't the only ones gathered here. There were also the Imperial City players who had received the news and the mercenary group members who had accompanied them. Now, these group members were all in a daze. What the hell? Their boss suddenly turned into a card and flew away. Some of them reacted quickly and asked their boss through private messages and team voice chat. However, all the messages disappeared. The people who were chatting with them just now didn't respond at all. This was too strange. At this moment, someone yelled in the public channel. "Go and look at the forum." Boss and the others posted. Thus, the players all turned to the Starry Sky forum. Even Su Yuhing, who was mixed in the crowd, hurriedly opened the forum. After entering the game yesterday, Su Yuhing was going to the Imperial City to see Shaoli. However, when he arrived at the Imperial City, he received a message saying that he was busy and that he would have to postpone the meeting for a few days. Su Yuhing didn't disturb him. Instead, he wandered around the Imperial City with Baifeng. He did his daily tasks and also did some research to see how the new players reacted to the game. When he received the call in the afternoon, he came here with Baifeng. He vaguely guessed that this was Shaoli's doing. Although he was curious about what kind of S-rank mission it was, he didn't rush to use his identity to obtain information. After all, he had been warned so many times that he knew that he had to be careful and not do anything that would affect the balance of the game. Because of this concern, Su Yuhing simply handed over the position of mercenary group leader to Baifeng. As the game publisher, it was acceptable for him to participate in the game's support testing during the first and second beta. However, now that it was open beta, it would be too sensitive to cause any major incidents. Thus, after thinking about it, he decided to retreat behind the scenes. Thus, the one who was turned into a card was Baifeng. Su Yuhing wasn't very worried about his safety. After all, this was just a game for players. It was just that the immersion was a little too strong. As for the card play, he had vaguely heard the game team mention it before, but he didn't know much about it. It seemed to be the gameplay in the later stages of the game. Why was it released on the second day of the open beta? All mercenary group leaders, gather here. As soon as he opened the forum, he saw a familiar ID, Qing Yan. As the person in charge of the Magic Box squad in Star Age, Gentle Yen had already built 10 squads in the game. The Magic Box mercenary group was considered one of the largest player forces in Star Age. As for the guild leader, Gentle Yen, she also had a very strong appeal among the players. Her post had only been up for 3 minutes, but it had already become a trending post, and the replies were still increasing. Qing Yan introduced her situation in the post. Now that she had been turned into a card, she could only move her body slightly. She couldn't speak or use the in-game communication system. She could only post on the forum, and she had no problem going online and offline. Then, she asked the other leaders if this was the case, and posted a system notification that Xixing had turned them into cards. "Oh my god, I feel very strange. It feels like I've changed from a 3-dimensional to a 2-dimensional world. The key is that it's so dark around me, I can't see anything, and I can't move. What kind of awesome skill is this? What is Xixing trying to do? How did he turn all of you into cards? I didn't see this NPC at the scene. Could it be that he can go invisible?" The players were discussing intensely, raising their own questions and opinions. The casual players who didn't join the group were also attracted. So this is the prelude to the new gameplay? The game didn't announce anything, but I think it's quite interesting. Interesting my foot. I have claustrophobia. 5555 I want to go offline, but I'm worried that I'll miss the plot. Now I'm not feeling well. 5555, Su Yuhing looked at the post and the replies below. He frowned and was confused. What was Xiaoli trying to do? Why did he turn the players into cards? Where did the players who were turned into cards go? Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the game system notification rang, reminding him that there was an external call. When Su Yuhing saw Wang Lao's name, he blinked in confusion. Why was he calling him now? Was it because of Big Brother's gaming pod? Didn't Big Brother say that he would take care of it himself? He was a bit confused, but he still picked up. Little Mr. Su, what did you do this time? Wang Lao's voice came through, revealing a bit of suppressed anger. Su Yuhing. After taking the group leaders away, Su Silly followed Cha Mo back to the spaceship at the border with Xixing. As soon as he jumped down from the Silver Wolf, he received a message from Su Yuhing. Second brother, Xiaoli, did you turn the group leaders into cards? What are you going to do? What is the S-level mission? Looking at second brother's series of questions, Su Silly rubbed his nose. What he was going to do next could greatly increase the speed of the game. But, when he thought about Cyrene and the dead Sinos, his eyes became firm again. Snow, yes. Snow, you will find out soon. Snow, second brother, sorry. After replying, Su Silly turned off the communication device, not caring about how Su Yuhing would feel after seeing his message. Brady and the others had already returned to the spaceship, and the pit below was also cleaned up. There was no miracle. The only things that were carefully collected were the Elder Prince Sino's communication device and wheelchair, as well as a few pieces of blood-stained cloth that could be confirmed to be Sino's clothes. In addition to these, there were a few disemboweled mountain quarry corpses that were thrown into the pit to attract starving galactic beasts. Then, they were all killed by Xiao Wu's cannons. We didn't find any remains in the mountain quarry beasts' stomachs, but there are some temporary tunnels around the pit. There should be some mountain quarry beasts that escaped. Brady looked sad. Prince Sinos probably can't be found. Su Silly gripped the communication device that Brady had given him tightly. Looking at the bloodstains on it, his fingertips turned white. Sinos. Although he had guessed it, it was still hard to accept when he heard the result. The image of Sinos putting on the bracelet for him appeared in his mind again. In fact, that person's facial features were a little blurred, but he still remembered the gentleness hidden under his cold exterior. A person like that shouldn't have had such an ending. In Su Silly's heart, he couldn't help but hate the galactic beasts that had caused all of this. The corpses of the mountain quarry beasts have scars left by icicles, Brady continued. They should have engaged in an intense battle with His Highness Thanos. Even under such circumstances, His Highness Thanos fought to the very end. If it weren't for Prince, we wouldn't have been able to survive in the wild these past 4 years. We have failed in our duty. We should have left one more person to guard the cave. By the end of his sentence, the fierce-looking man with 3 scars on his face was crying. He knelt in front of Su Silly. Please punish me, Your Majesty. The metal-type warrior, James, was ashamed by his words and knelt down as well. I didn't protect Prince well. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Seeing this, Abner hurriedly followed suit. Su Silly looked at them and sighed as he shook his head. Get up, all of you. Now is not the time to talk about this. That's right. A determined female voice sounded. Su Silly looked over and saw a woman with short silver hair. He didn't know when she had appeared at the door. Her face didn't have the frailty of yesterday. All of her pain was hidden in the bottom of her heart. Standing in front of Su Silly again was that tenacious female warrior. Now is not the time to talk about this. Cyrene walked over and took the communication device from Su Silly. Only when she saw the Sino's communication device did her hand tremble slightly. But she quickly restrained herself. Cyrene looked up at Su Silly and said, Snow, thank you. Su Silly looked at her, feeling a sense of familiarity and unfamiliarity. He didn't know what the Cyrene in the parallel world would be like when she grew up. He only hoped that she would be as strong as the woman in front of him. Also, he didn't want to experience her despair and sorrow. Sister, as soon as Su Silly called out, Cyrene lowered her eyes and said, "You should take them back." Susili frowned and listened to her continue. "I was impulsive yesterday. I shouldn't have made such a reckless decision. Don't do anything stupid for me. I heard from Xiaowu that the empire is quickly recovering under your rule, so, don't cause any more unnecessary casualties because of me and my brother. And you. I'm very happy to see you, but you should go back as soon as possible. As the ruler of a country, you shouldn't have come to such a dangerous place." Towards the end, her tone was a little harsh. Susili couldn't help but rub his nose. He shook his head. "I will do what I promised. And this isn't a reckless decision. Once the interstellar beasts nearby are cleared, I will build a base here. This is the burial ground of Xenos and many soldiers. I can't allow interstellar beasts to trample here." Cyrene was slightly stunned, her eyes turning red. She bit her lip. Although she supported him emotionally, she still rejected him rationally. This is too difficult. The border is tens of thousands of miles away from the imperial city. Building a base here is meaningless. Why would it be meaningless? Susili smiled. In the end, sister doesn't believe that I can do it. How about we make a bet? What bet? I will reclaim this land with 0 casualties. That's impossible, Susili interrupted her. You will know whether it's possible or not when you try it yourself. Let's go, the warriors can't wait. Brave warriors, Cyrene was full of doubts as she followed him and Marshal Xixing down the spaceship. Strangely, the interstellar beasts that were attracted by the mountain quarrying beasts' corpse turned and ran away as if they had seen their natural predator. Cyrene, Brady, and the others were shocked. Only Chaimo was not surprised. Then, Susili came to a relatively flat piece of land and released the 100 or so mercenary group leaders. Seeing so many people suddenly appear, Shilin could not help but be stunned. Did Sinua grasp some kind of secret technique? But more than 100 people might not be enough, right? The players were also confused. However, those who could become mercenary group leaders were all intelligent. Seeing that His Majesty the Emperor and the Marshal were present, they immediately understood that they had encountered an incredible mission. They did not make any noise. Instead, they silently started recording and broadcasting. They also communicated through the players' live chat channel. Susili was very satisfied with their discipline. He looked at the players and said softly, "Warriors, you may be curious. Where is this? Why did I bring you here?" The players' eyes were attracted to him. This is the original border of the Roland Empire. For years ago, a great war broke out here. The beast horde broke through Roland's defense line and swept across the entire empire. We could only hide in the 5 main cities. Countless warriors sacrificed their lives for this. The empire's population was directly reduced by half. My father and brother also died in the beast horde. Cyrene and the others' eyes turned red. The players who had heard about Roland's background also sighed. And now, Susili continued, the empire finally survived and has the power to fight back. So today, I've made a decision. The Roland Empire will build the 6th main city, the City of the Brave. His words were powerful and resonant, and the gamers were stunned. Then, they heard the Honorable Emperor say, "That's right. With this place as the center, in the next month, I'll fight with you, just like the Battle of Separation Sea. Also, the Roland Empire will give you as much land as you reclaim. This will be a main city that truly belongs to the brave." Ding! Congratulations on triggering the legendary mission, the City of the Brave. Mission description: please reclaim the land at the border within 1 month. The reclaimed land will be used to build the City of the Brave. All participating players will be allocated land based on their contribution. Please fight for the City of the Brave. Snow Roland will be your partner and fight by your side. After digesting Susili's words and seeing the mission notification, the players, whether it was the mercenary group leader or the casual players who were watching the live broadcast, were all envious. The City of the Brave. A main city that truly belonged to the players. Most importantly, land was distributed according to contribution. Once this news came out, the entire server went crazy. The posts on the Starry Sky forum were all over the screen. The group leader who started the live broadcast turned into screaming chickens in the bullet screen. Who would have thought that on the second day of Star Age's launch, they would use this method to open up the homeworld game, and even distribute land like a welfare giveaway. In other games, the homeworld game itself was a very popular way to play. How many players worked and spent money just to build their own house in the virtual world? But Star Age, it was a virtual reality game with a 99% degree of realism. This meant that they had their own piece of land. No matter how big or small it was a piece of land that was completely under their control. Sumo was rewarded with a piece of land because of his contribution in building the teleportation circle. How many people were envious of him, and now, they had the same opportunity. Su Silly could feel that after he announced the mission and announced it, the eyes of the more than 100 players in front of him turned red, no, green with envy. They stared at him like hungry wolves. As someone who was born in China, of course, he knew how tempting land and houses were to the Chinese people. Not to mention, he was basically giving them away for free. After all, with his help, the difficulty of the mission had been reduced countless times. As long as the players participated, he would give them a piece of land of 5 square meters. As for the rest, they had to fight for it themselves. The Roland Empire only had a population of more than 90 million people, but the surface area of Ash Star was more than twice the size of the blue planet in reality. The original Roland was so poor that it only had land left. Therefore, Su Silly didn't feel bad about giving away so much land. After all, as long as they were in the Roland camp, whether they were NPCs or players, they were all family. This could be achieved thanks to the new function unlocked in the mission panel after the Imperial City leveled up to level 4. He could set contribution points and corresponding rewards that players could receive. When the time came, the system would give them out directly. This saved him a lot of trouble and he didn't have to worry about making mistakes. After his announcement, the situation went out of control. Su Silly wasn't in a hurry to control the situation. He just quietly watched the players. When they finished digesting the news, it would be best to quickly spread the news and mobilize all the players in the server to participate. He didn't believe that an undead army of 100,000 wouldn't be able to sweep through this border. As for Cyrene and the others, they looked at each other. They had all heard of the legend of the brave warrior. However, during the beast tide 4 years ago, when they were at their most desperate, the brave did not appear. Therefore, even if they were skeptical, they basically did not believe it anymore. And now, they were being told that the 100 or so people in front of them were all brave hearts. However, the feeling they gave off was, they were all very weak, especially after Cyrene had broken through her limit yesterday. Her strength had increased once again, and her senses had become even sharper. After all, there was a huge difference in attributes between players and NPCs. Even if a level 30 player were to spend all his Omni points on Constitution, he would at most have a Constitution of over 400 points. 400 Constitution was equivalent to more than 40,000 HP. Using Li Jiu as an example, his HP had reached more than 90,000 when he was at LV20. Moreover, it was impossible for the players to spend all their Omni points on Constitution. Although they would not die in one hit, in the eyes of Cyrene and the others, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, the players were still very weak, be it in terms of aura or battle awareness. At a casual glance, there were flaws all over their bodies. The only praiseworthy thing was that these 100 or so people were probably elementalists. However, with only 100 or so elementalists, they wanted to build a main city in this dangerous border? No matter how they looked at it, it was a little whimsical. Cyrene and Brady looked at each other. Although they did not say anything, they could see the doubt in each other's eyes. As for Abner and James, their doubts were written all over their faces. However, they opened their mouths but chose to keep quiet in the end. Perhaps this little king had a backup plan. It would not be too late to talk about it when they saw the end. On the flat ground, the players finally stopped their discussion and looked eagerly at Su Silly. The silver-haired youth glanced at the crowd and nodded in satisfaction. He continued, "Then, all captains, please summon your companions. Heroes who have become elementalists can participate in this mission." As a captain of a mercenary group, he had a chance to use the summon order every day to gather all the members around him. Although they were surprised that His Majesty knew this, the captains did not waste any time and directly clicked on the summon order. Thus, as the members responded to the summon order, the originally spacious flat ground gradually became crowded, forcing some players to seek shelter in the sky. Cyrene gradually widened her eyes. She did not know how the heroes gathered their companions. Although she was surprised, she was not too surprised. Until more and more people gathered, and she found that these people were all elementalists, Cyrene could not believe it. She used her mental strength to feel again and did a rough calculation. In the end, she finally confirmed there were more than 10,000 people, and all of them were elementalists. For a moment, she was a little confused. Did the Empire cultivate so many elementalists in 4 years? However, Cyrene quickly threw this question to the back of her mind. Your Majesty Roland, we have a total of 12,300 warriors. All of them have been gathered and are ready to fight at any time. In the team of heroes, a man with a calm and determined face stepped forward and said. Then, Cyrene looked at her brother, who she was most worried about, who was still calm and composed despite being surrounded by more than 10,000 elementalists. He said in a calm and encouraging tone, "Very good. I hope that in the next battle, you can be as brave and tenacious as you were during the Battle of Separation C. Let the blood of the interstellar beasts be used as a sacrifice to the heroes who will forever sleep here." The players who were already excited by the generous reward were even more affected at this moment. They felt their blood boiling. Fight for Roland. Someone started, and more people followed suit. In the end, it became a sea of people. The players who started the live broadcast even chose a battle song to play. The impassioned song and the scene in front of them ignited the audience in the live broadcast channel. Fight for Roland. Kill all the interstellar beasts as a sacrifice to the heroes. The screen was filled with comments. Although it was a little childish, it had to be said that such passion was really infectious. At the center of the crowd, Susili took out a UFO and a piccolo from the space capsule and slowly rose into the air. He drank a few bottles of blue potions to recover his mana, which was depleted by the legendary mission just now. Then, he tested the range of his mental power with the help of the piccolo. The piccolo of the god of sound doubled all attributes when equipped. Originally, it could cover 1 or 2 kilometers of mental power after leveling up. Now, the maximum range was 6 or 7 kilometers. Susili smiled and incorporated the more than 10,000 players, including Cyrene and the others, into Legio 6. Then, he activated the balance spell. Balance, description, you can designate a team, and the damage received by the team members will be evenly distributed to the other members of the team for 30 minutes. Mana consumption, 1000. Then, he controlled the sound element and sent his voice to everyone's ears. As usual, you can do whatever you want within a 5-kilometer radius. I guarantee that you won't die. The beta testers who participated in the Battle of Separation C were stunned. Last time, it was within a kilometer. Now, it was 5 kilometers, F***ck. Xiao Luo has become so much stronger. While they were in a daze, Susili controlled the UFO and flew toward the forest. At the same time, he reminded Cixing to withdraw the pressure. As the terrifying pressure was removed, the interstellar beasts in the primeval forest finally returned to their usual ferocity. They smelled the blood and rushed back, ready to have a good meal. Cyrene and the others, who were very sensitive to the interstellar beasts, couldn't help but feel nervous. According to the concept of the game, the farther the map was from the spawn point, the higher the level of the interstellar beasts. The border was originally prepared for the players after they reached a high level. Here, 2-star and 3-star interstellar beasts were the norm. There were plenty of 4-star and 5-star interstellar beasts. One could imagine how difficult it was for Cyrene and the others to survive here as 2-star interstellar beasts. However, unlike them, when the players heard the commotion in the forest, they weren't surprised. Instead, they were happy. They roared and rushed toward the interstellar beasts in groups without any consideration for formation. Kill. For Roland. Go, go, go. For the land. For the city of the brave. Battle cries rang out everywhere. The players were afraid that they would be at a disadvantage if they were a step slower, so they scrambled to be the first to run. In Celine's eyes, that indomitable attitude of charging forward was no different from rushing to their deaths. However, when the players saw the tall and ferocious interstellar beasts, not only were they not afraid, but their eyes were also like hungry tigers, emitting greed and madness. So what if they died a few times? These weren't just experience points and materials, they were also land and houses. Not to mention these 3-star and 3-star interstellar beasts, they even dared to attack the 9-star interstellar beasts. Besides, with His Majesty Xiao Luo here, they couldn't die at all. With more than 10,000 people sharing the damage and His Majesty's god-tier healing skill, it would be difficult for them to die. Almost all the new players had watched the video of the Battle of Separation Sea. When they watched the video, they felt great, but when they actually experienced it, they found that it was so King awesome. These interstellar beasts were bosses in their eyes, but when the bosses attacked them head-on, their HP was full, as if their HP was locked. Under their full damage output, the bosses were almost powerless. It was only the second day of the open beta. Most of the new players had just reached level 5 and completed the Elementalist class change, but these bosses were high-level monsters of level 20 to level 30. Even if they were assisting in killing the bosses, the experience points were still very high, and could directly help them level up several times. Moreover, the value on the contribution list was also increasing crazily, and all the players became more and more jealous, so they put in more effort to attack. For the experience points, for the land and houses, Go, Cyrene, Brady, and the others who were still in the same place were dumbfounded. Why couldn't the interstellar beasts kill these brave warriors when they were so weak and full of flaws? However, there was no doubt that this scene was too spectacular, and it also stimulated their bloodlust. Cyrene hesitated for a moment, then picked up her dagger and prepared to join the battle. This war started because of her, so she had no reason to keep watching from the back. Then, she heard Susili's reminder. Sister Royal, go further away. The brave warriors attack indiscriminately, and they will hurt you. Although it wouldn't kill her, it would hurt. Cyrene listened to his advice and led Brady and the others to the jungle on the other side. At first, they were still worried and cooperated carefully, until they found that the attacks of the interstellar beasts were like tickles to them, and they were quickly healed by the sound of Little Majesty's flute. At this moment, they couldn't stay calm. It could be said that the 4 of them really hated the interstellar beasts to the core. When they found out that they had obtained the immortal body, they directly killed like the players. No, they were even more ferocious. The 4 of them had all reached above 2.5 stars, and the tacit understanding they had developed over the years allowed them to harvest the interstellar beasts as efficiently as several player mercenary groups added together. Their efficiency quickly attracted the attention of the players. F*CK, the NPCs are stealing the interstellar beasts. Ah, everyone, let's go. Put in more effort. Unknowingly, the players and Cyrene were competing with each other, fighting for the interstellar beasts, and they flattened all the way. At the same time, tens of thousands of meters away, in a hollow tree hole somewhere, the figure of a black-haired, black-eyed man slowly appeared. Sunlight shone through the gaps in the tree trunk, forming thin pillars of light that illuminated the hollow interior of the tree trunk. One of the pillars of light slowly fell on the man who was leaning against the corner, illuminating his long silver hair that almost reached the ground, causing it to shine faintly. Su Fengqing looked at him and couldn't help but sigh in relief. He had just been called offline by his mother to eat and left for 10 minutes. He had been worried that he would be discovered by the interstellar beasts. Seeing that the man was safe and sound and had not been taken away by the beasts, Su Fengqing felt relieved. Thinking back to the warlike meal just now, and then thinking about the nervous and uneasy mood during the meal, Su Fengqing couldn't help but laugh at himself. He didn't expect that there would be a day when he would be addicted to games. This was indeed a new thing for him, who had always been self-disciplined and never made a mistake. At this time, Su Fengqing's heart suddenly moved. His gaze fell on the man's face. His skin was very white, a kind of sickly white that didn't see the light of day all year round. This made the abnormal flush on his face very conspicuous. Su Fengqing bent down slightly and reached out to him. At this time, the man's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, revealing a trace of enduring pain. Su Fengqing looked at him, his outstretched hand paused, and finally touched his forehead to check his temperature. It was very hot. Without any measuring equipment, he knew that this temperature was abnormal. Not only had he been unconscious, but now he had a high fever. Su Fengqing's gaze fell on the man's empty legs below his knees. If he was left alone in this dangerous wilderness, even if he wasn't eaten by the beasts, he would still die of illness. Su Fengqing helplessly sighed. Yesterday, after carrying the silver-haired man out of the underground cave, he had been avoiding the giant lizard's pursuit. Finally, he successfully got rid of them after crossing a small stream. After escaping the pursuit, he also lost himself in the forest. He couldn't go back to the cave he was born in, let alone the place where he found the silver-haired man. After bandaging the wounds on his body, he continued to follow the stream, trying to get out of the primeval forest first. The journey was not a peaceful one. From time to time, they would be attacked by galactic beasts. Fortunately, the basic attributes of this account were indeed very strong. After reaching level 10, even if he did not activate his bloodline power, he could still run very fast. Even so, he was still in a state of exhaustion. It wasn't until this afternoon that Mother Su called and urged him to settle down in this tree hole, because he hadn't left his room for too long. He would log off and eat before coming back. Along the way, Su Fengqing had been focused on escaping and hadn't paid much attention to his condition. Now that he had a high fever, it made Su Fengqing feel troubled. He looked at the icon on the communication device again. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to ask his second brother, Su Yuhing, for help, but Star Age was a 99% realistic holographic game. Players did not have a system map. In other words, players had to explore the map in the game by themselves, and he, who was in the primitive jungle, did not have such a way. So even if he asked for help, it wouldn't help him because he didn't know where he was. The entire AI Schwestar was so big. Other than a third of the ocean, the rest of the continent was basically a primitive jungle. How could he identify the specific location, or, he should be able to get the coordinates of this account's birthplace from the game group. With the coordinates, things would be much easier, but the problem was, Su Fengqing couldn't open his mouth. Originally, it was a mistake for him to use this account. The most correct and most appropriate thing for him to do now should be to return this special gaming pod and stop doing things that would affect the game's balance. However, Su Fengqing looked at the silver-haired man in front of him who was on the verge of death, and his eyes showed a bit of struggle. If he returned the gaming pod, what would happen to this person? Would he die here? The answer to this question was almost certain. Not only did he have a high fever, but he was also disabled. How could such a person survive alone in this primitive jungle where galactic beasts were everywhere? Su Fengqing sighed and slowly straightened up. Although he knew in his heart that this was an NPC, just a piece of virtual data, he still couldn't just leave him to die. Therefore, it was better to save him and send him to a safe place first. With his current condition, he couldn't survive alone in the forest, so there must be some companions in this forest. Or perhaps, the main city of Roland wasn't far from here. Su Fengqing was still optimistic about this. The most important thing now was to save him. He couldn't let his fever continue like this. He got up and left the tree hole, and casually cast a layer of shadow at the entrance. This was a dark skill that he obtained after leveling up 5. It allowed him to control shadows. His level wasn't high, so the area of shadow he could control was limited, but it was more than enough to block the entrance. Su Fengqing turned into a shadow and carefully wandered in the jungle. This was his second life-saving skill, which was automatically obtained when he reached level 10. Although his movement speed was a bit slower, at least he didn't have to worry about being attacked by galactic beasts. He could faintly hear the roar of beasts from afar, and the riot of flying galactic beasts in the sky. He could still feel the vibration from the ground even though he was so far away. With that kind of momentum, ordinary people would lose their lives if they were to even slightly approach. Su Fengqing was cautious and didn't go in that direction. Although as a player, he could be revived after death, but he was not alone now. Who knew what would happen in the half an hour waiting for revival? Speaking of which, as far as he knew, players could revive at the spawn point and revive on the spot. Revive on the spot could only be used 10 times a day, but there was no limit to revive at the spawn point. But strangely, his account wasn't bound to the spawn point, so he could only revive on the spot. This was probably one of the costs of being strong. Su Fengqing first went to the stream to get water. The container was made of materials from the ground. There were all kinds of strange plants growing in this primitive forest. The container he found was a kind of plant's leaf. The leaf was flexible and shaped like a bowl. After scooping the water, he could put it into his backpack. Unfortunately, the quantity couldn't be stacked. His backpack only had 10 slots, so he couldn't put more. After getting water, he picked up some dry firewood, but in the end, he couldn't find any herbs that he could use. Su Fengqing could only return to the tree hole. When he came back, he saw a saber-toothed tiger wandering around the tree hole from afar, which made his heart skip a beat. Fortunately, with the cover of his shadow, the ferocious beast didn't notice anything in the end. It was attracted by other movements and finally left. Su Fengqing waited for a moment. After confirming that there were no more interstellar beasts nearby, he moved over. His shadow disappeared into the tree hole. When he strengthened the shadow at the entrance of the tree hole again, he propped up a shadow tent in the tree hole to ensure that the light wouldn't leak out. Then, he took out some firewood and started a fire. Because he was trained to be the successor of the family since he was young, almost all of his time was packed. Therefore, he didn't have much time to spend with his two younger brothers. After Xiaoli died in the plane accident, he had been very regretful. But as the pillar of the family, he couldn't show too much of his fragile emotions. At that time, he had thought of improving his relationship with Ah Heng. He knew that he liked to run outside and participate in extreme sports. He also secretly learned some survival skills in the wild and was prepared to follow him. But because of what happened to Xiaoli, Ah Heng was depressed and gave up on this hobby. Of course, he didn't use that knowledge. He didn't expect that it would come in handy now. Su Fengqing started a fire and built a frame with rocks. Then, he took out the bowl-shaped leaves that he just collected outside and tried to throw them into the fire. According to the description, this plant was not afraid of fire. Looking at the leaves that were still stubbornly surviving in the fire, Su Fengqing nodded with satisfaction. He took out the leaves that were filled with water and heated them on the fire. He didn't dare to drink this water directly. He didn't even feel safe using it to wash his hands and wipe his face. Looking at the unconscious man, Su Fengqing thought of something and quickly searched his personal backpack. Other than the gems he took from his birthplace and the things he just collected outside, there was also a newbie gift pack. He took out the newbie gift pack and opened it. Ding! Congratulations! You have received X coins plus 10,000. Roland faction reputation plus 100, faction reputation. Looking at the description of reputation, Su Fengqing began to explore the game interface. He rarely played games, so he wasn't very familiar with the controls. After a while, he finally found the faction storage and saw the description. The items in the faction warehouse required a total of 100 reputation points and a friendly status to exchange for them. Su Fengqing happened to meet the requirements. He looked at the items that could be exchanged in the faction storage. They were mainly equipment, transportation, food, and potions. He quickly studied them. Unfortunately, the potions weren't the potions he expected. They were health potions and mana potions. Currently, the items that could be exchanged and used were wood, iron, and copper quality health potions. One bottle could restore 2,000, 4,000, and 6,000 HP respectively. They corresponded to 10, 20, and 30 reputation points. Su Fengqing frowned and looked back at the man. Level, unfathomable. Probably because the difference in strength was too great, he couldn't detect the information of the other party. Naturally, he couldn't see the exact amount of HP this NPC had. He thought for a moment, then leaned over and patted him lightly on the shoulder. Miss. A prompt appeared above the man's head, but there was no HP bar. Su Fengqing was helpless. This was a weak patient. He couldn't do it if he used more strength. Forget it. He pulled up the man's coat that had slipped off and gently tucked it around his thin shoulders. Su Fengqing had never seen such a thin man. He could only feel the hard bones of the man's shoulders. The remaining arm was also very thin. He couldn't help but think of the underground cave. Before he arrived, there had just been a battle, and this man didn't suffer much. So how did he do it? Su Fengqing shook his head. Seeing the man frowning and trembling slightly, he thought about it and simply sat down beside the man. He gently hugged him with his arms so that the man could lean on him. He didn't need to lean on the hard and rough trunk to get some warmth. Then, Su Fengqing looked at his HP again. A little over 10,000. This NPC was stronger than him. He had at least 50,000 HP, maybe even more. And the blood potion that he could exchange with his reputation could only recover 20,000 HP at most. So, the blood potion could only be used for emergencies and not as a regular use. Whether the NPC could survive or not depended on his own luck. Su Fengqing used 20 reputation points to exchange for a bottle of iron-quality blood potion. Then, he took it out from his backpack and carefully fed it to the man. Seeing that the man's eyebrows finally relaxed, Su Fengqing nodded to himself. It was good that it worked. Then, he stared at the water. When the water boiled, he tore a piece of cloth from the man's clothes. The man's clothes were the system's initial clothes, so he couldn't tear them. He rinsed the cloth, dipped it in hot water, and wrung it dry. Just as he wiped the man's face, he saw his light-colored eyelashes tremble slightly. Then, he opened the light purple eyes that had stunned Su Fengqing when they first met. Their eyes met again. Su Fengqing put down the cloth in his hand and looked at him. "You're awake?" The man's eyes were unfocused. It was obvious that he was not fully awake. He opened his slightly cracked lips, but no sound came out. Su Fengqing touched his forehead. The man's temperature had not dropped, but at least he was awake. He took out the water that he had just collected from his backpack and carefully fed it to the man's mouth. First, he wet his lips. When he instinctively began to look for water, he raised his hand slightly and fed him. After drinking the water, the man closed his eyes and fell asleep again. His expression was obviously more relaxed. After his dry lips were moisturized, they glowed with a light luster and recovered a little bit of color. Su Fengqing put down the leaf and picked up the cloth. After wringing it slightly, he wiped the man's forehead and neck again to help him cool down physically. Finally, he pulled the man's left hand and gently wiped the dirt and blood stains on it. "Thank you," a voice as soft as a mosquito's sound was heard. Su Fengqing looked up and saw that the man had opened his eyes with difficulty. He didn't know when, but he looked at him and said with great effort. There was gratitude in his eyes, but there seemed to be some sadness in them. Su Fengqing looked at him, then lowered his head and continued to help him clean the dirt between his fingers. He asked casually, "What's your name?" "Sai." Su Fengqing only heard one word. "Then I'll call you Sai." He looked into the man's eyes and asked, "Do you still want to drink water?" The man shook his head and then closed his eyes heavily. Su Fengqing did not disturb him. There was no medicine now, so he needed more sleep to resist the disease. Next, he exchanged for a pound of black grain from the camp storage and began to boil water to cook. The sky outside was already dark. On the other side, the battle in the City of the Brave was coming to an end. The first battle in the town of the Brave only lasted for 5 hours, but the results were shocking. At least in the eyes of Celine, Brady, and the other 3, such a result could be called a miracle. They had never fought a battle as efficient and as satisfying as today's. When the silver-haired youth put down his flute and announced the end of today's battle, Cyrene's blood was still surging. She felt that she hadn't had enough. She felt that the anger, hatred, and pain that had been accumulating in her chest for the past 4 years, no, for the past 20 years, had all been vented in today's battle. In the past, the interstellar beasts that had taken away her home and the lives of the people she cared about, these beasts that wantonly trampled on the human race, had finally fallen at her feet one by one today. She didn't need to be afraid or run anymore. The ones who needed to be afraid were these damned executioners. "Your Highness Cyrene?" Brady looked at her and waited for her orders. After fighting for an entire afternoon, they were still in good condition and obviously wanted to continue fighting. Cyrene took a deep breath and turned around. "Let's go. This is His Majesty's order." She didn't say it clearly, but her 3 subordinates were all smart and naturally understood her unspoken words. This was His Majesty's order. Even if she couldn't disobey, they had to obey. Brady and the others looked at each other. However, the little Majesty has indeed proved with his ability that he is indeed a monarch worth following. Even as the Crown Prince's former subordinates, after today's battle, they were convinced. It was out of habit that he had asked Celine and waited for her orders. Because of her warning, they couldn't help but feel apprehensive. As they retreated, they began to reflect on themselves. A new ruler had his own subordinates. They really had to change their mindset in the future, on the other side, the players weren't in a hurry to return. Instead, they retreated while clearing the battlefield to collect the spoils of war. Although the previous battle at Lehigh was satisfying, the galactic beasts' corpses were all taken away by Su Silly's shadow guards. The players didn't have much of an advantage. The players were more or less familiar with His Majesty Xiao Luo's temperament. Not to mention, Xixing had slaughtered tens of thousands of galactic beasts outside of Orchid Moon City and taken away all of their galactic beast cores. Therefore, they had to take the risk of dying and quickly pick up the corpse while the items were still there. Although interstellar beasts did not drop equipment, the materials they dropped were all treasures. They could be taken to the weapon shop to hire an NPC to craft them. However, it would cost a lot of money. There was also the Star Beast core. Anyone who had played games or read novels would know that this was definitely an important setting. In short, men die for wealth and birds die for food. Pick up as much as you can. Su Silly couldn't be bothered with them. Originally, because of the balanced spell, he did not need to use the germinal organization all the time as long as there were enough people. However, the situation was different now. On one hand, there were too many high-leveled galactic beasts at the border, which increased their damage. On the other hand, many of the players were noobs. They were only LV5 and had less than 1000 HP. In order to take care of them, he did not dare to stop his germinal spell. He had played the flute continuously for 5 hours and controlled the sound element to only affect his own people. Under such high concentration, it was almost fatal. The young man's face showed obvious tiredness. However, when he controlled the UFO back to the starting point and saw Xixing, Cyrene, and the others waiting for him, he forced himself to stay alert. Snow. Cyrene greeted him. After the battle in the afternoon, although she could not hide her fatigue, her face finally regained some spirit. Su Silly smiled and walked naturally to Xixing's side. Then, he said to Cyrene, "Sister, do you believe me now?" Celine was stunned. Then, she remembered the bet before the battle began. He said that he would reclaim this land under the premise of 0 casualties. She looked at the young man in front of her and finally smiled. She nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Noticing the change in the way she addressed him, it was Su Silly's turn to be stunned. Sister, Cyrene did not let him continue. Instead, she asked, "Your Majesty, how did you do it just now?" Su Silly pursed his lips. He actually did not care much about the way she addressed him. Furthermore, he was planning to retire in the future. However, Cyrene had her own ideas, and she had just returned. He decided to let her have her way. He said, "What do you mean, how did I do it?" "I turned the interstellar beast's attacks into nothingness so that we can fight without fear," Cyrene said with a burning gaze. Su Silly smiled. "It's not turning it into nothingness. It's spreading the damage to everyone in the army. It's equivalent to everyone bearing the damage together. Naturally, the damage to one person will be reduced." He corrected her. "My sound element skills can heal quickly. This way, the casualties will be reduced to a minimum, and we can even achieve a situation where there are no casualties." Cyrene nodded repeatedly as she listened. Su Silly continued, "This is a secret technique that I've comprehended. I've already verified it in the battle at the Lycée. It also played a miraculous role in today's battle. Therefore, sister, please rest assured. We can reclaim this land, and we will definitely reclaim it. I said that I would use the blood of interstellar beasts to pay tribute to the heroic spirits. I wasn't just saying it casually. Please believe me." Cyrene's eyes were red, but she forced a smile with tears in her eyes. She said with great relief, "I believe you. You've grown up. You're a qualified, no, an indomitable, responsible, and thoughtful monarch. Whatever you want to do, go ahead and do it. Cyrene will follow Your Majesty forever." The way she looked at Su Silly was no longer just like how an older sister would look at her younger brother. There was also the loyalty and trust of a subject to their monarch. Su Silly sighed inwardly. He actually didn't want to do this, but he really wasn't the real Snow. It was impossible for him to become a real brother and sister with Cyrene. Perhaps this kind of relationship was the most suitable one for them. "Yes, I still have many things to rely on, sister, in the future. But for now, let's go back to the Imperial City first. Xiaoqiang and Aunt Veer will definitely be very happy to see you. Aunt Veer? Cyrene was stunned. Didn't Aunt Veer already? Su Silly was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Cyrene to know, but when Xiaoqiang returned, Cyrene was already 17 or 18 years old. Even if she hadn't seen Veer, she probably knew about it. He smiled and said, yes, she's still alive. When I was out in space, I accidentally found her. She was injured in a battle and was in a coma for almost 10 years. Now, she finally woke up and is recuperating in the Imperial Palace. In a coma for almost 10 years, Cyrene's eyes were slightly red. She suddenly thought of her brother. He had suffered a lot, but because of her negligence, he couldn't be saved together with her. She bit her lips and forced a smile. Then we really have to go back and take a look. There weren't many descendants of the House of Roland left. Every one of them had to be cherished. Then, she thought of something and looked at the battlefield again. Her eyes showed some reluctance. She still wanted to continue fighting, but now, it was more important to send her brother back to the Imperial City. Cyrene stroked her chest. She carried the Xenos communication device with her as a last thought. Su Silly saw what she was thinking and said softly, if you still want to participate in the battle tomorrow, you can come back then. Cyrene blinked and then looked at the spaceship again. After she sent a distress message, he rushed back the next day. This spaceship must be very fast. Will it be too troublesome? Troublesome? No, it's not troublesome at all. Su Silly shook his head and then looked at the Earth Elementalist. You're Abner, right? Abner was flattered and quickly nodded. Can you? Su Silly pointed to a forest with not many trees that had been cleared. Can you clear out a piece of flat land in this area? Then he said the approximate area. Abner naturally had no problem. After a while, he cleared out a piece of flat land that met the requirements. Is he going to let the spaceship land? He thought in his heart. This little king had given them too many surprises in the past 2 days. He didn't know how the Imperial City was doing now. Finally, they could return to their homeland. They were full of excitement. James also looked up at the spaceship, waiting for the behemoth to land. However, the spaceship didn't land. Instead, they watched as Little King landed on the flat land. Some warriors were also attracted to the spaceship and looked around. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Silly took out the teleportation array card and activated it with his mind power. With a burst of bright purple light, the card soared into the sky and turned into a beam of light in midair, falling at the silver-haired youth's feet like a meteor. This scene was so beautiful that many people were mesmerized. Even the audience watching the players' livestream forgot to send comments. Then, under everyone's gaze, the light disappeared, and a somewhat familiar formation appeared on the flat ground out of thin air. After the light dissipated, the silver-haired youth standing in the center of the array suddenly looked back. His gaze first fell on the man in military uniform standing at the edge of the array. After exchanging a smile with him, he looked at the short-haired woman beside him who was stunned. The youth curved his lips and said with some gentleness, Sister Royal, come here. I'll take you home. Cyrene suddenly couldn't stop her tears. She covered her face and after taking a few deep breaths, she barely managed to calm the turbulent emotions in her heart. Then, she, Brady, Abner, and James stepped on the teleportation array together. They didn't know what the array was used for, but they were willing to believe in Little King and that he would take them home. The 2 ordinary soldiers who stayed on the spaceship were also sent down. Together with them, there was a simple and shabby wheelchair. Cyrene tightly gripped the armrest of the wheelchair. Under the light of the array, she finally set foot on the road back to the home that she yearned for day and night. This scene was faithfully recorded by the onlookers and caused a heated discussion on the Starry Sky forum. F*CK, isn't this the teleportation array of the Imperial City? I remember that pattern. I have pictures of all the teleportation arrays of the major cities. I went to the teleportation hall to take a look. It's indeed the teleportation array of the Imperial City. Holy sh*T, so what's the new gameplay of this card? Hurry up and announce it, I want to play. Am I the only one who's curious about Xiao Luo's sister? Isn't his sister already dead? What kind of incredible plot is going on? I just want to know how the game developers are going to solve the imbalance of the game development. I also spent 100,000 to buy the game cabin, why is there a difference in treatment? In fact, since Su Silly announced that he was going to build the City of the Brave, the discussion on the forum had never stopped. While there was a war in the game, the topic in real life had already become a hot topic several times. The most heated topic was undoubtedly the unfair issue that had existed since the closed beta. And today's conflict had finally reached its peak. After all, only 12,000 players participated in the Battle of the City of the Brave, and only 156 mercenary group leaders received the legendary mission. And there were a total of 16,000 players in the open beta, the remaining 90,000 players could only watch. They were all newbies in the guilds, but their levels soared to 10 or 20 in half a day. Anyone would feel unbalanced. Moreover, there was the matter of land. The land in the City of the Brave was distributed according to contribution, and they wanted to contribute too. But the lousy producers didn't give them a chance. Were they not qualified to play the game if they didn't join a guild? That was too unfair. Of course, even so, no one complained about leaving the game. They only hoped that the game developers would come up with a solution as soon as possible. Because of the game's quality and the attention it attracted in the past half a year, Star Age had become the hottest game of the year on the second day of the open beta. Now that such a huge incident had happened, the discussion on all platforms had reached its peak. The video of Su Silly turning the card into a teleportation circle had attracted a lot of people. The technical nerds were interested in what kind of skill it was, and what kind of new gameplay it was. As for the CP fans, CC is giving out candy again. They took a gif of Su Silly and Xixing looking at each other and smiling, and ate the candy with all their might. In short, Star Age had really exploded. The number of orders for the game cabins had already exceeded 500,000. Even if the price had doubled from the closed beta, the supply still couldn't meet the demand at 100,000 per unit. This kind of performance made the eyes of the industry red with envy. One could imagine how crazy Star Age would be in China when the cheaper gaming helmet was released. There were even some foreign companies asking about the overseas release. Su Yuhing was very busy. When Xiaoli apologized to him, he already had a hunch, but he didn't expect him to play this big. However, after thinking about it calmly, he felt that this was a good idea to cultivate the loyalty of the players. It was just that there were some loopholes that needed to be fixed. He convinced Wang Lao and barely got the support of the game developers. Then, they discussed countermeasures together. As for his big brother, Su Fengqing, Su Yuhing didn't have the energy to deal with him. He was in charge of the game, so if something happened, he would have to deal with it. As long as his big brother didn't pressure him, he didn't expect him to help. Moreover, he heard that his big brother had just taken a week off, so he had no reason to disturb him. However, when he heard the report from his secretary, Su Yuhing thought that he had heard wrong. How strange. His big brother hadn't taken a break in so long. Why would he take a break to play games? Did the sun rise from the west? Su Fengqing also felt that it was unbelievable. While waiting for the black rice porridge to cook, he received a call from his secretary to report on his schedule for the next day. This was the first time Su Fengqing felt that the weekend passed so quickly. The next day was already a work day. He looked at the boiling porridge, then looked at the still pale and weak Xinos. After hesitating, he finally took a day off and asked his secretary to postpone or cancel his trip. He originally only wanted to take 2 days off, but after thinking about it, he decided to take a week off. He felt that a whole week should be enough to solve everything. As the dark valley was cooked, a faint aroma of food gradually filled the tree hole. Su Fengqing frowned slightly. Worried that it would attract interstellar beasts, he turned into a shadow again and crawled out of the shadow tent. From the outside, he could only see darkness in the tree hole, not even a trace of light leaked out. After discovering that the aroma of the dark valley did not spread out, Su Fengqing's eyebrows relaxed. Just as he was about to go back again, he caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye. He looked back and through the gaps between the mottled leaves, he could see a pillar of light rising into the sky. According to the direction, it should be the place where the interstellar beast riot came from during the day. Su Fengqing frowned again. He lay on the ground and listened carefully. The violent vibration had subsided a lot, but he could still hear it. So, what happened over there? Su Fengqing got up and looked into the distance. Maybe when Sai recovered, he could take him over there to take a look. After all, they were in the same forest, and his companions might also go over to check it out. The possibility of them meeting was much higher. With his companions, Sai should be safe. At that time, he could return this special game cabin to the Research and Development Center, change to an ordinary one, and then, go and see Snow Roland. Even if he was created based on Xiaoli's prototype, even if the game team had designed various details for him to make him look like Xiaoli, he still felt that it was impossible for him to be completely identical. That kind of inconsistency would definitely make people out of character, but Heng's attitude made him feel strange. Is Heng deceiving himself to this extent, or is Snow Roland really? Su Fengqing paused and shook his head to drive this absurd thought out of his mind. How could such a thing happen in the world, transmigration and rebirth? This is ridiculous. Su Fengqing looked away. Anyway, he would know what the situation was when he took a look. He returned to the shadow tent again. The aroma of the dark valley porridge became stronger and stronger, filling the narrow tree hole. It was clearly made with the simplest ingredients using the most primitive and crude cooking methods, but it actually made him feel a little hungry. The nutrient solution provided by the game cabin would satisfy his physiological needs, so this was purely a psychological effect. Su Fengqing thought to himself, but he was troubled by the problem of how to remove the dark grain porridge from the fire. He thought for a moment, then carefully manipulated the shadows to form a cover to temporarily isolate the flames. Then, he quickly took the porridge down and put it aside to cool down. At this moment, the flames broke through his shadow shield and once again filled this small space with warmth. Su Fengqing's fingers were still red from the burn, but because he had turned down the realism settings, it was not very painful. Only a -10 damage value appeared above his head. He didn't mind. He looked at the bowl of dark grain porridge and hesitated for a moment. Then, he picked up the remaining piece of firewood, picked up the dagger, and focused on cutting it. This dagger belonged to Sai. When he was carrying him out of the underground cave, he had been holding it tightly in his hand. Later, he took it and used it. The longer Su Fengqing stayed in the game, the more he felt the reality of the game. Almost every detail was done to perfection. If it wasn't for the game interface that always existed in the void, he would really feel like he had entered a different world. He also understood more and more why Heng and the Yin families had almost blind faith in Star Age. Su Fengqing's expression was focused, as if he was completing an amazing work. The flame burned quietly, and the silver-haired man leaned against him and slept peacefully. The atmosphere in the tree hole was suddenly different from the dangerous jungle, and there was a rare kind of peace. Finally, the outline of a wooden spoon gradually took shape. Su Fengqing's carpentry was average, but he was patient. When the boiling dark grain porridge cooled down and the porridge solidified slightly, he finally finished the last step. Roar! The roar of an unknown interstellar beast suddenly sounded. Su Fengqing's hand moved, and the sharp blade of the dagger cut his finger. Blood immediately flowed out. 58 A damage value appeared on top of his head, and at the same time, there was a bleeding debuff in the upper right corner. Su Fengqing frowned and subconsciously pulled a rag to wrap his finger. His eyes looked cautiously in the direction of the roar. There were animals running quickly outside, and there were a few screams occasionally. Obviously, there was a chase in the jungle. The night was much more dangerous than the day. After a while, when the movement outside subsided, Su Fengqing slowly let out a sigh of relief. The wound on his finger also stopped bleeding, and then he realized that the rag he used to stop the bleeding, it was from Sai's clothes. He just tore a piece to use as a towel, and now it looked even more tattered. Su Fengqing looked at him awkwardly. Seeing that Thanos was still sleeping soundly, he heaved a sigh of relief. He carefully put back the clothes in his hands and picked up the bowl of cold porridge. But the sleeping man didn't cooperate. He fed him the porridge, but he didn't open his mouth for a long time. Su Fengqing pursed his lips in distress. Although he knew that this was an NPC and maybe didn't need to eat, but, looking at his slightly sunken cheeks, he couldn't help but wonder if he would starve to death before he died of illness. Then, he put down the bowl, reached out and let him lean in his arms. He pinched his chin open with one hand and fed him the porridge with the other. After a few mouthfuls, the rest was easy. There was no need for him to force it. As soon as the porridge reached his mouth, the man began to swallow instinctively. Black Valley could restore blood and vitality, so it should have a nourishing effect. It was very suitable for patients. After half a bowl of porridge was fed, Su Fengqing thought of something and reached out to touch the man's stomach. He found that the stomach that was supposed to be flat was slightly bulging. He was speechless. This appetite was too small. Even his Xianxia ate more than him. Su Fengqing shook his head. He felt that either the game team didn't do a good job in the details, or this NPC had been living a miserable life before. He stopped feeding him the porridge and finished the remaining half of the bowl in a few mouthfuls to replenish his declining stamina. Then he leaned against the tree trunk and closed his eyes to rest. He planned to spend the night like this. It was impossible to go offline. Before Asai recovered, he was afraid that he would have to stay in the game. Otherwise, it would be no different from committing murder. Su Fengqing couldn't help but sigh. He became more and more worried. After seeing Snow Roland, could he really distinguish between virtual reality and reality? He still couldn't figure out the answer. In theory, players didn't need to sleep in the game, but after being online for a period of time, their concentration would decrease, and their stamina would decrease faster. At this time, they could use drugs or sleep to eliminate such negative effects. Of course, Su Fengqing didn't completely fall asleep. In such a dangerous wilderness, even with the shadows, he didn't dare to completely relax his vigilance. Half asleep and half awake, they spent the night peacefully in the tree hole. Although it wasn't comfortable, at least it wasn't as embarrassing as the previous night. The fire gradually went out. The night was cold. They snuggled together, drawing warmth from each other's body temperature. The shadow tent that Su Fengqing set up slowly dissipated as time passed. A ray of morning light penetrated through the gap in the tree trunk and fell on Sino's face. Compared to yesterday's weak, pale, and abnormal blush, his face finally recovered a bit of health. At this time, Sino's light-colored eyelashes fluttered slightly. He opened his eyes slightly. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes, but he was awake. When he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. The gap in the tree trunk wasn't big, but it allowed him to see the blue sky, the dew on the leaves, and the sunlight was shining directly on his face. Even if the sunlight hurt his eyes, he looked at everything in front of him without blinking. He felt a little greedy as he felt the gentle breeze blowing in. Sinos couldn't remember how long it had been since he last came out. Every day underground was the same, only day after day of darkness, cold, damp, and despair. He never thought that there would be a day when he could come out. Because he couldn't move his legs and had lost an arm, leaving the cave was suicide, or adding to the already difficult survival conditions of the team. So, he never asked to go out. Even when Cyrene occasionally asked if he wanted to take him out for a walk, he refused. Celine was his dearest sister. How could he put her in danger for such a small matter that was completely unnecessary? But he really wanted to take another look at the outside world. So beautiful, he silently reached out his only hand to catch the bright morning light, as if he was looking at a holy object, with a bit of sincere joy. Sinos's hand was very white, so white that it shone in the sunlight. A childlike smile appeared on his usually calm face. It was only when the man behind him unconsciously let out a light groan in his sleep, and that warm breath landed on the top of his slightly cold head that Thanos snapped back to his senses. He thought of the man with black hair and black eyes. Sinos turned his head slightly and saw the black-haired man who suddenly appeared in the underground cave leaning against the tree trunk with one knee bent and the other arm wrapped around his waist. He was protected between the man's arm and bent right leg, leaning in his arms, covered by a jacket that didn't belong to him. Some intermittent images gradually appeared in his mind. Those blurry images weren't his dreams. It was indeed this mysterious man who saved him, put him in the tree hole, and took care of him for a night. Many doubts appeared in his mind, but seeing the obvious tiredness on the man's face, Sinos kept quiet. He retracted his gaze and continued to lean in the man's arms without moving. He hadn't fully recovered, but at least he was much better than yesterday when he was on the verge of death. Sinos quietly released his spiritual power. Although he had 2.5-star power, His spiritual power could only detect movements within a 10-meter radius, but it was enough for now. He carefully stayed alert. Suddenly, his eyes moved and fell on the man's right hand on his knee. To be precise, there was a scar on his right index finger that hadn't scabbed yet. The wound must have been inflicted not long ago, and the blood didn't look like it had completely coagulated. Xinos thought for a moment, reached out his slender left hand, and gently grasped the man's finger. A weak blue light lit up. Although his magic power had only recovered a little, it wasn't a problem to heal such a small wound. Su Fengqin was a light sleeper. When his finger was grasped, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw this scene. The scar on his finger quickly healed, and the blood loss icon on his status bar disappeared. He watched this magical scene without moving until a notification sounded in his ear, reminding him that there was an external call. Su Fengqin glanced at the caller ID. It was from Wang Lao. He thought for a moment and roughly understood why he was calling. Although he did not pick up, he still sent a message to tell the old man that he would contact him later. At this time, Xinos also noticed his movements. He retracted his hand and looked back at him. "You're awake?" He spoke in Roland. With the system's real-time translator, the two of them could communicate without hindrance. Su Fengqin nodded and moved away a little so that Xinos could lean against the tree trunk. He then got up and moved his stiff limbs. Even if the realism was lowered, it was still uncomfortable to maintain the same position for an entire night. Xinos's body, which had not yet fully recovered, suddenly shifted from the warm and soft embrace to the cold and rough tree bark. He could not help but shudder. He could not help but tighten his grip on the jacket that had slipped down to his abdomen. He then looked up and carefully observed the black-haired man in front of him with his light purple eyes. His appearance could be considered handsome, but he vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. However, Thanos could not recall where he had seen him before. He shook his head secretly. Maybe he remembered wrongly. Xinos stared at the man's short black hair. A giant black claw appeared in his mind, stomping a 2-star mountain beast into meat paste. Then, when he was waiting for death and despair, it turned into this man in front of him. His original form was that of a beast, but he could transform into a human. Xinos's eyes flashed. Could this man in front of him be a legendary ancient beast? Right now, only the ancient beasts on Esh Star were able to move freely in the primitive forest filled with interstellar beasts. At this time, the man squatted down in front of him again. He sized him up with his black eyes, then grabbed the jacket that covered him and shook it slightly. Xinos quietly watched his movements. Although he felt a little cold, the jacket was not his to begin with. If he took it back, he suddenly froze. The man unfolded the jacket again. Then, without any explanation, he grabbed his shoulders and pulled him away from the tree trunk. He put the jacket behind him and gently pushed him back to his original position. The coat wasn't thick, but it was more comfortable than leaning against the tree trunk. Xinos stared at him blankly, not expecting him to notice such a detail. However, the man did not stop there. He carefully helped him pull up his collar and tied a knot in front of him to prevent it from slipping off. Only then did he say, "The conditions are limited. You'll have to bear with it for now." His voice was deep and powerful. He spoke in perfect Roland language, which surprised the Xinos. "This man is also from Roland?" Thank you." Xinos was stunned. After a while, he regained his senses and said, He wanted to ask him, but the man didn't give him the chance. "How do you feel?" he asked, placing his palm on his forehead. "He seems to be burning up a little." The man frowned. Then, he raised the right hand that he had just cured and asked, "Do you have a way to treat yourself?" Xinos shook its head. "It can only treat external injuries." Stream healing had a strong healing effect on the body. In addition to external injuries, it could also heal damaged and bleeding internal organs. However, it was not very useful for other diseases. Su Fengqin was slightly disappointed. He nodded and said, "Thank you for just now." He was referring to the treatment he had given him for his finger. Xinos hurriedly said, "No, thank you for saving me." You're welcome." Su Fengqin was in a hurry, so he didn't rush to say too much to him. After all, he wasn't a player who wanted to get missions from him. He saved him and took care of him out of sympathy for those who were in trouble. He turned around and started a fire to cook porridge. The fire burned brightly, dispelling the chill of the early morning in the tree hole. A warm feeling enveloped them. Sino slowly exhaled, feeling much more comfortable. He looked at the busy man. Looking at his neat movements and cold facial lines, he knew that he didn't want to talk, so he tactfully shut his mouth. The man took out clean water from somewhere. He washed a handful of black grains and threw them into a bowl-shaped leaf. After adding water, he put them on a stone rack to cook. After doing all this, he looked at him again. Sino thought that he could finally talk to him, but he heard him say, "I'll be leaving for a while. About 10 minutes. Be careful." He was swift and decisive and did not allow anyone to explain. Thanos could only nod. The man should be of the dark element. He watched as the man pulled out a shadow from the corner and propped up a tent. It blocked out everything from the outside world, including sunlight. Sino's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. His face instantly paled. Fortunately, there was still the light of the fire in the tree hole, so the small space didn't fall into complete darkness. Sino's bit his lip and didn't say anything. When the man said goodbye to him again, he nodded lightly and watched as the man's figure suddenly disappeared. He wasn't too surprised. After all, he was an ancient beast. It wasn't surprising that he had magical powers. The tree hole was completely silent. Only the crackling of the firewood could be heard. The originally cramped space seemed a little empty with one less person. Just like how he felt at the moment. Sinos took a deep breath and extended his spiritual power again. At least, he could continue to see the outside world through his spiritual power. Even if it was only 10 meters. Cyrene, I wonder how they are now. Sinos thought of something and raised his hand to touch his chest. But he felt empty. He lost his communication device. He put down his hand in disappointment. But since the base station was repaired and the message could be sent out, Cyrene and the others should be able to receive help soon, right? Xiaowu was indeed capable, but Cyrene, that girl, please don't do anything stupid. Sinos couldn't help but frown, his eyes full of worry. Dad, Mom. After Su Fengqing left the game cabin, he quickly washed up and walked out of the room. His parents were still eating breakfast. Seeing him come out, Mother Su quickly poured him a bowl of porridge and nagged, "Eat more. Look at you. You've lost weight in the past few months. You two brothers are too much. It's not easy for you to have free time to eat together, but Xiaoheng is busy again." Su Fengqing didn't think much of it and comforted, Star Age just started the open beta, so he'll be busy. He'll be fine after a while. I hope so. Mother Su gave him a bun and youtiao and asked, "Then when can your dad and I enter the game?" I really want to see Xiaoli. Looking at her eager and fragile eyes, Su Fengqing couldn't help but pause. Ever since Xiaoli's plane crash, his father had a heart attack, and his mother's mental state became unstable. Su Fengqing put down his bowl and chopsticks. His originally deep and cold voice faintly carried a bit of gentleness. He said softly, "Just wait a little longer. The R&D center is already stepping up the testing. I know you miss Xiaoli, but your health is more important. You need to be careful." "You say that every time," Mother Su said dejectedly. Okay. I've waited for 10 years. A little more won't make a difference. I'll go talk to Zhao Zhao and Chen Chen. My little babies are still the most considerate." She left the dining room. Not long after, the sound of her talking to her grandchildren came from the living room. 8 years ago, Su Fengqing divorced his ex-wife. Their twin children, Su Chaowang and Su Chenxi, had been alternating between the two families every 6 months. Now, in the past 6 months at their mother's place, they would only come over on the weekends. Su Fengqing pursed his lips and picked up his bowl and chopsticks again. He heard Father Su say, "Your mother is like that. Don't take it to heart. You've already done very well." Su Fengqing nodded. He was long past the age where he would be hurt by words. Thinking that there was still a person in danger waiting for him in the game, he hurriedly finished his meal and returned to his room. 10 minutes had passed, but he still couldn't enter the game. Su Fengqing lay in the game pod and finally called Wang Lao back. As for the old man, he was indeed looking for him because of the gaming cabin. "Wang Lao, I need some time before I can return the game pod to you, Su Fengqing said bluntly. I heard from Mr. Su that you've already logged in and bound your account. Is that true? Wang Lao asked. Yes, I'm very sorry. Wang Lao said, you don't have to say that. I'm the one who should be sorry. We made a mistake on our side. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just that since there's a problem, we have to find a way to solve it. You should have already experienced the power of this account. According to the original plan, it should be activated in 1 or 2 years. Su Fengqing wanted to say something, but Wang Lao said, it's a very special account. It's different from the hero setting of normal players. It has an independent main storyline and skill system. It's deeply connected to the game itself. Therefore, it doesn't allow you to delete your account and start over. Normal players could delete their accounts because they were outsiders to Star Age. An outsider that would no longer appear would not affect the development of the game too much. But the Dark Demon Dragon account was different. Unbinding it was equivalent to killing the Dark Demon Dragon. It would truly die in the game world. Once someone replaced it and was reborn, it would be considered as a bug by the mainframe. Actually, it wasn't impossible to delete it, but it was designed with great effort. Wang Lao and the creator felt that it would be a waste to destroy it. This was also the reason why they didn't contact Su Fengqing immediately after they found out that he had bound his account. However, they couldn't just ignore it. No matter how passive Su Fengqing was and how he didn't participate in the battle, his account, especially in its dragon form, would have a huge impact on the game. The public beta players were still arguing about the issue of fairness, so they couldn't allow any other problems to happen. I know this is our oversight and it's too much to ask of you, but if you want to keep this account, I hope you won't appear in front of normal players. It's best if you don't enter Star Age for the time being after you meet your brother. Wang Lao gave him 2 options. Of course, if you can't accept it, you can unbind it and delete this rare account. You can think about it. Contact the R&D center and we'll give you a normal account. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Su Fengqing didn't expect this account to be so special. He shook his head and said, you're too kind. Facing Wang Lao, he was still very respectful. Star Age was created by him and a few old professors, so it was natural that he valued it so much. Let me think about it. Su Fengqing said, but don't worry, no matter what, I won't reveal my stats in front of other players. I know what I'm doing. Okay, that's it then. Wang Lao said, I heard you took a leave of absence, so I won't disturb you any further. I hope you have a good holiday. Then, Wang Lao hung up the phone. As for the problems in the game, Mr. Su didn't mention it out of respect, so he didn't ask for trouble. What he didn't know was that Su Fengqing didn't have time to find out about it. After hanging up the phone, he wanted to ask Su Yuhing about the public beta, but seeing that it was already past the time, he decided to enter the game. When he received another message from his second brother, Su Silly was eating breakfast. It was different from when he first crossed over and ate breakfast alone. Now, the huge dining hall of the palace had become lively. Not only were there Xiao Qiong, Ah Xing, Cha Mo, and Hai Ge there, but now there was also Aunt Veer, Dr. Ting, and Cyrene, who had just returned. Of course, Xixing was the most important. Even in front of the new members, Su Silly didn't hide their intimate relationship. The person who stood next to him was always Xixing, and only him. Last night, when Cyrene asked him in private, he openly admitted it. Although Cyrene had a strange look on her face, she didn't say anything against it in the end. In this war-torn era, she had experienced all kinds of life and death situations, so she was very open-minded. It wasn't easy to meet someone you truly loved, so she had no reason or position to stop it. However, in view of her younger brother's love for Xixing, she couldn't help but have some doubts about the Grand Marshal's abilities. She, Brady, and the others didn't witness Xixing's rise, and didn't see how he turned the tide. Furthermore, she had only just returned, so she didn't have the opportunity to hear about Xixing from others. What she saw was, yesterday afternoon, as the Emperor, Shui, personally led the expedition and led the brave warriors to fight to the death on the battlefield, gaining many military achievements. As the Grand Marshal who led the entire army, Xixing actually stayed in place and watched, doing nothing. This made her have a bad impression of Xixing. Especially after learning about his relationship with her younger brother, she was more or less picky. If he was just a boy toy, she wouldn't think much of it, but he had such an important position as the Grand Marshal. Cyrene had a straightforward personality. Although she was more mature than when she was younger, her emotions were still easily written on her face. For example, she didn't like Xixing, and it was very obvious. As for Xixing, royal sister doesn't seem to like me. After breakfast, the two returned to the bedroom to pack up their things and prepare to leave. Xixing frowned and said to the youth in low spirits. Su Silly couldn't help but touch his cheek and comfort him. That's not true. She said she won't object to us. Xixing still pursed his lips and lowered his eyelashes, looking a little disappointed. Not objecting didn't mean that she liked it. Su Silly understood what he was implying and quickly reached out to hug him, rubbing his face tenderly. Don't worry. Royal sister will definitely understand in the future, he said softly. The two of us are a match made in heaven. Xixing leaned on his shoulder and gently curved his lips. He didn't look disappointed at all. Other than Ollie, no one else could make him care about, let alone Cyrene. He responded softly and then talked about the genius tournament. As time passed, the tournament would end in 3 or 4 months. Su Silly recalled the bet between the two of them. His ears were slightly hot when he heard Xixing say, I think a new game has been released recently. Su Silly looked at him suspiciously and began to suspect that he was just pretending to be pitiful. Xiao Wu told me. Xixing immediately threw the blame to him. So? Xixing didn't say anything and only looked at him with a pitiful expression. Even though he knew that he was there, Su Silly still softened. Okay. He finally relented. We'll play together, but you have to help me create the illusion card first. No problem. In the end, Xixing left the palace with a smile on his face. Su Silly had taken away the teleportation array in the Imperial City. Su Mo and Akeda were still busy rebuilding it, so it would take some time before it could be used. Therefore, they had to go to Glaze City to take the teleportation array. Su Silly had already considered that the City of the Brave mission would break the balance of the game, but when he received the news from his second brother, he knew that it would cause such a huge reaction in reality. However, he also thought of a solution. Therefore, the mercenary group players who were excited to go online and try to gain experience to max level received a system announcement. Ding, you have reached level 20. Automatically quit Legio 6. You are no longer protected by Snow Roland. As for the other novice players who were still protesting, they received this notification as soon as they entered the game. Ding, players who have reached level 5 and become elementalists can exchange for daily tokens in the faction inventory and accept the City of the Brave construction mission. Su Fengqing entered the game. When the image appeared in front of him, the first thing he saw was the overturned porridge bowl and the extinguished fire, as well as the sharp cry of a bird of prey. He frowned and looked up. In the corner, the silver-haired man was curled up and holding an ice shield with his left hand. In front of him, a bird the size of a crow was flapping its wings and using its sharp beak to peck at the ice shield in front of the man. The ice shield was clearly broken, and it was only a little bit away from being pecked through. Xenos defended against the bird's attack, and the huge impact kept knocking him against the tree trunk. He felt dizzy, and his already weak body was quickly losing strength. That mysterious man had already left for half an hour. The shadow barrier that had isolated everything began to gradually dissipate after he left. It was not until 20 minutes later that it completely disappeared. Flames were no deterrent to the interstellar beast. The smell of the dark grain porridge soon attracted the bird, and it also noticed him. Compared to the hot porridge, meat was obviously more attractive to it. Xenos didn't have much mana left, and after the ice spike was dodged by the bird, he only had a little bit of mana left to hold up the ice shield. But it was obvious that he couldn't hold on for long. He didn't expect that in the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of becoming food. Xenos felt sad and even tired. He was so tired, and he really didn't want to hold on any longer, but every time he wanted to put down the ice shield, there was a voice in his heart that shouted at him, "You can't give up, you are the crown prince of Roland, you can't be so weak, you have to be the pride of father and mother, you have to hold on until the last moment, But, is it useful to hold on until the last moment? Xenos' hands drooped down weakly, and the ice shield in front of him shattered into ice shards without the support of his mana falling onto his body. Other than the bone-chilling cold, the pain he imagined did not come, and instead, he heard the birds scream. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and vaguely saw a black-haired man holding a dagger. He pierced through the bird's body, and after a struggle, he finally killed the galactic beast and threw its body aside. Then, the man ran over, hurriedly patted off the ice shards on his body, and hugged his shivering body into his arms. "Sorry, I came back late." Su Fengqing's heart was beating fast, and his voice was trembling. This was just a game, and he only picked up an NPC, but he realized that he couldn't treat all of this as data. If he came back a minute later, this man named Ah Sai might have been killed because of his negligence. He was an NPC, and there was no way to resurrect him. He would truly die in this world of the Star Age. When he thought of this possibility, Su Fengqing felt that he might feel guilty for the rest of his life, even if it sounded ridiculous. He actually felt guilty over a piece of virtual data. As for Thanos, as he listened to the heartbeat that belonged to a man and looked at the light that slowly seeped in from outside the tree hole, he weakly curled his lips. "Thank you for saving me again," his voice was hoarse. After seeing the light again, he suddenly felt a little reluctant to die. As soon as the two announcements were made by Su Silly, the players who received them immediately took screenshots and posted them on the forum. The first announcement stated that players who had reached level 20 would be kicked out of Legio 6. This meant that at least 10,000 players from the previous day's team would be kicked out, and the remaining 2,000 players would be close to level 20. Therefore, the dream of the first batch of players to continue to rocket up was dashed. As for the second announcement, it made the players who complained but did not give up on the daily quests happy. "Ha ha ha ha, luckily I listened to God Forever Joy's advice and did the daily quests as soon as I entered the game." Why does Star Age always make players do the daily quests? This group of players was influenced by the first and second beta. They had read many guides and listened to the advice of the old players. Star Age placed a lot of emphasis on the daily quests of respecting the old and loving the young. Daily quests are great. Not only do they allow you to quickly accumulate reputation and increase your favorability with NPCs, but they also help you understand the world of the game and better integrate into the Roland Empire, increasing your immersion. Yeah, I personally like to do the daily quests. I feel like I encounter different things every day. Even if the quests are the same, it's not boring and repetitive. Every old and child I meet has a different personality. Star Age's NPC modeling is amazing. I haven't met an NPC that looks the same after doing so many daily quests. It was probably because of the quality of the game that no players were so disappointed that they decided to quit the game even if they encountered unfair quests like yesterday. This storm also calmed down because of these two announcements. Although some were happy and some were sad, most of the players were satisfied. After all, there was still a month to go, which meant that everyone had a chance to participate in the quests within this month. Logically speaking, the NPC faction leader would bring everyone to level up together. In other games, this was unthinkable. However, considering the uniqueness of Star Age, everyone felt that this arrangement was surprisingly good. Although there were fewer players in the first and second beta, there was still a large gap between the public beta players in terms of level and skill learning. In the past, some games would give out cultivation pills to reduce the gap between the new and old players, but this method obviously did not work in Star Age. Now that the NPC faction leader was leading everyone to level up to level 20, on one hand, it increased the fun of the game, and on the other hand, it also promoted the fun of socializing with other players. Even if the players didn't want to join the mercenary group, they would be able to get to know more people through this mission. The dissatisfaction of the players was successfully quelled, and because of the problems caused by the first day, Star Age once again gained a wave of popularity and entered the public sites. The game company's orders were still increasing. In the mouths of many game streamers, this city-building mission had become the gaming group's stroke of genius. There were also players who posted on the forum, praising the game producers for the first time. They also said that the more such activities the better and that the gaming team should continue to work hard. As for the gaming group, in fact, they really wanted to say that the plan that they had all discussed overnight had not been finalized yet. The person in charge of the planning team was really dumbfounded. In fact, the appearance of the City of the Brave mission itself had shocked and confused them. They had indeed planned a home system, but it wasn't a model of building a city directly. Instead, players and NPCs would buy houses and live together. Building a city was theoretically possible in Star Age, but they didn't design a mission related to it, so it was mainly up to the players to figure it out themselves. Therefore, one could imagine how confused they were when this city-building mission came out. However, after the technical department investigated, they didn't find any bugs. In the end, it was the result of the mainframe's own calculations. From all the signs, it seemed that the NPC Snow Roland had a very high intelligence. It was very likely that after he announced the city-building mission, the mainframe derived the mission based on what he said and added the relevant details. As for the two system announcements, they were probably the solutions that the mainframe had come up with. This explanation was the most logical. Although they vaguely felt that something was wrong, most people still accepted this speculation. After Su Yuhing heard the conclusion, he couldn't help but feel relieved. In fact, he had his doubts before, but after the city-building mission came out, he was finally sure Xiaoli could indeed issue missions to the players, and these two game announcements confirmed his guess. He felt that this was very magical and couldn't help but think, what was the status of Xiaoli now? His soul entered the game and became an NPC, so was Xiaoli now a data life form? Like Xiao Wu, but he felt that it wasn't quite right. The Starry Sky epic gave him the feeling that it was a real world. In short, the problem was temporarily solved, but his work wasn't done yet. Because there was still a bigger problem waiting for him, should he open the player's top-up channel. Since the first day of the game's open beta, countless players complained to the officials on the forums, hoping that they would open the top-up channel as soon as possible so that they could buy Ike's dollars. Now, the ratio of Ike's dollars to real dollars was about 120, but the demand still couldn't meet the demand. The number of people in the open beta increased, but the newbies needed time to explore the game. Not to mention, most people who could spend $100,000 to buy a gaming pod were not people who lacked money. One could imagine how high the demand for Ike's dollars was. Many rich players couldn't buy Ike's dollars even if they had the money. But Wang Lao had his reasons. Most importantly, opening the top-up channel and the trading of Ike's dollars could directly destroy the Roland Empire's economic system and lead to many problems. Star Age was different from other games, it had its own set of logic and system. For example, when Su Silly issued daily quests, the Ike's dollars were also transferred from his account and not refreshed by the system. As for equipment and weapons, according to the original design concept, players can obtain them in the game or create them themselves. The system store won't directly sell the finished products. Wang Lao continued, what we can provide players is a safe trading system, and we will collect a fee from it. For example, if players were to release diamond coins, they could buy diamond coins to trade in the game, but these diamond coins would only circulate among players and would not enter the NPC market. As for directly selling Ike's dollars, equipment and weapons that can be obtained from the game, I will definitely not agree. In fact, the function of diamond coins was no different from real money. It was just that there was a rule that virtual currency couldn't be directly calculated using real money. Introducing diamond coins wouldn't solve the problem of Ike's dollars. Su Yuhing had a headache. How much money could they make if they only collected a fee? He felt that Star Age still had a long way to go before it could become profitable. The initial investment was too high, and it would be difficult to recover the cost. But he had to admit that he was biased towards Wang Lao. After all, his brother was still the emperor in the game. Then, they once again had a heated discussion about the game's profitability and how to appease the players. In the game, after a new batch of players were gathered, Su Silly once again led Legio 6 to carry out a massacre of the galactic beasts. He had to build a defense zone at the border before the galactic beasts arrived, and the City of the Brave was the most important. Qingyan and the other mercenary group leaders who received the mission at the beginning were all kicked out of Legio 6. After all, many of them were above level 30. The land in the City of the Brave was distributed according to contribution, and no one was willing to give up on farming contribution points. So they didn't go back. Instead, they stayed at the border with the 10,000 players who were kicked out and participated in the battle with the new Legio 6. At this time, the difference between them was obvious. Roar. The galactic beasts were enraged and directly used their ultimate skill. Hundreds of players surrounding them were killed. On the other hand, Legio 6 was almost unscathed even though they were all new players. The veteran players fell in droves and were mercilessly killed by the galactic beasts without any resistance. Who would be able to accept this? Yesterday, they felt that they were invincible, but today, they deeply felt that this was all an illusion. The real invincible was His Majesty Xiao Luo, especially when they saw how the galactic beasts killed the galactic beasts in one hit while Legio 6 was sweeping the area. They felt a chill in their hearts. Soon, the players recognized the reality. They didn't want to stay at the border and look for trouble. Instead, they chose to die and return to the city to do missions to improve themselves. Plus, the galactic beasts near the main city were more suitable for leveling up. They needed to start exploring the characteristics of the galactic beasts and figure out strategies to push them. It felt good to push the galactic beasts mindlessly, but it also felt good to figure out strategies. After all, it was rare for NPCs to carry players. However, in the eyes of Shilin and the others, it was inevitable that they were anxious like ants on a hot pan. There were too many casualties among the brave warriors. Although they weren't strong, their fearless spirit when facing the galactic beasts was admirable. Cyrene couldn't bear to see them die so meaninglessly. She wanted to report the situation to Snow, but with the current situation, she didn't dare to disturb him. Otherwise, more warriors would be sacrificed. At this time, she saw Xixing, who was still standing at the same spot, and flew directly towards him. Xixing. Xixing glanced at her and then looked away. His gaze was still fixed on the silver-haired young man who was fighting in the distance. Seeing his cold expression, Cyrene couldn't help but say, "Too many warriors have died. Xixing, this can't go on." "They will revive," Xixing said calmly. Cyrene was still analyzing the solution with him when she suddenly froze. "Huh? Revive?" "Yes." Xixing didn't explain too much. He looked into the distance and suddenly frowned. Cyrene looked at his indifferent attitude. Even though she was biased, she couldn't help but frown. She really wanted to know how this man, who was a few years younger than her, had replaced General Joyce as the marshal. Then, without waiting for her to speak, Xixing's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. In the next second, a sharp whistle sounded. Cyrene looked towards the source of the sound and her expression changed drastically. Galactic beasts that seemed to be burning with flames were flying in the sky. They were the Inferno beasts, one of the overlords of the sky. Each of them was at least 6-star, they were probably attracted by the battle here. The leading one flapped its wings and spat out flames that blotted out the sky. It directly attacked Susili. Cyrene looked at this scene and couldn't help but open her eyes wide. "Snow!" She shouted in panic, but could only watch as the young man was drowned in the sea of flames. However, when the flames disappeared, her expression suddenly froze. The blond man in the white military uniform stood in front of the young man and raised his right hand. All the flames seemed to avoid them and float away. Under everyone's gaze, the blond man turned around and said something to the young man. The young man seemed to nod helplessly. Cyrene could read lips, so she saw the man seemed to be saying, "Can I make a move now?" Then, Cyrene witnessed a one-sided slaughter. It completely overturned her understanding of individual strength. The screams of the Inferno beasts tore through the sky. Xixing punched the leading Inferno beast. Although it was just a normal punch, the Inferno beast's huge body was smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Red feathers fell from the sky. Most of the plants in the forest were not afraid of fire, so the flames did not cause a forest fire. Instead, it caused quite a bit of trouble for the players and the interstellar beasts on the ground. Even so, the players were still full of shock as they watched the battle in the sky. Although they had already seen Xixing's battle videos, it was not as shocking as seeing it with their own eyes. Most of the players even forgot to turn on their cameras. The Inferno beast's screams continued. After their leader was defeated, the remaining Inferno beasts flapped their wings in panic. They were generally 6-star and above, so it was difficult for them to find an opponent in this area. Now, they once again experienced the taste of fear. However, they did not get a chance to escape. Not far from Cyrene, Areiko adjusted the camera and captured all the Inferno beasts that fell from the sky like dumplings. Unfortunately, Xianxia was too fast to be seen with the naked eye. She could only record it and then play it in slow motion. However, such a scene was very impactful. If it was accompanied by stirring music, it would be no different from a movie's special effects. Who would have thought that this was just an ordinary plot in the astral epic? No, it was completely different from the previous game plots that were recorded in advance. She could now move, film, and even participate in the plot. Just thinking about the calculation was scary, but she still felt that it was smooth and natural, without a sense of delay. It was smoother than the mobile games she played before. Areiko felt that the luckiest thing in her life was probably drawing the Star Age game pod during the first beta test. It could be said that it completely changed her life. With the advantage of being a veteran player, she had already accumulated a group of fans. Every month, she was able to support herself by tipping. In addition to live streaming, she also began to study video editing, wanting to let more people understand the charm of Star Age. The mercenary group that she had just joined was made up of solo players, and their discipline was not strong. Therefore, when they confirmed that they would not be able to get any contribution points, and the other members chose to give up and leave, she stayed behind alone. And it was obvious that this was an extremely wise decision. Aha, CCSCD. Xianxia is awesome. As expected of the guardian of Roland, this boyfriend is amazing. He protects His Majesty well. I'm so excited right now. As one of the earliest fans of the couple, Areiko was very active on the Starry Sky forum. Many people only joined because they watched her livestream. Now, there were many sisters screaming with her in the livestream. Areiko was so focused on the sky that he didn't notice that someone had appeared beside him. It wasn't until the bullet screen in the live broadcast reminded her that she turned her head to look. She saw a short-haired woman who was at least 178 centimeters tall. She didn't know when she had come to her side, but she was looking at her strangely. Areiko was startled and quickly took 2 steps back. She took a closer look and found that it was actually a female NPC. She had silver-white short hair and light purple eyes. Her facial features were delicate and beautiful, but she gave off an inexplicable feeling of coldness and determination. The bullet screen that had just quieted down instantly exploded again. Cool big sister, I love it. Isn't this His Majesty Xiao Luo's sister? I watched the livestream before. I even took a screenshot. Wow, looking at her up close, Sister Royal's eyes are so beautiful. Little vegetable, quickly take a picture of her face. I want to see a close-up of her face. What are you all talking about? The streamer has obviously encountered a hidden quest. Hurry up and seize the opportunity. The last one was obviously a straight male player, and after being reminded by him, Areiko suddenly became more nervous. Standing in front of her was His Majesty Snow's sister, a real princess. And, a hidden quest. Sister Royal. No, Your Highness, hello. Areiko began to stammer and accidentally blurted it out. Cyrene glanced at her, but didn't care that she had called her by the wrong name. Instead, she asked gently, "Are you a hero?" Yes. Areiko nodded vigorously, her eyes bright, and her face flushed red. However, Cyrene didn't give her a quest as she had expected. Instead, she looked at the sky. After the blonde man knocked the inferno beast into the deep pit, he quietly floated in the air. Blazing flames burned from the deep pit, making him look like a demon. Cyrene's expression became complicated again. She looked at Areiko and asked, "You just said Xianxia is the guardian of Roland?" Areiko only just realized that she had forgotten to change the voice channel during the live stream, but she was still confused by her question. Yes. She nodded. Isn't this something that every person in Roland knows? Then, she saw that the princess fell into silence, and her expression became a little strange. Areiko carefully observed her and couldn't help but ask, "Are you really His Majesty's sister, Princess Cyrene?" It had been a few months since the beta test, and the great researchers had already dug through the House of Roland. Areiko was also very interested in this information, and she even made a science video. Therefore, she also knew that the Crown Prince and the second princess of the House of Roland died in the beast tide a few years ago. This was not a secret in the Roland Empire. But now, this Princess Cyrene actually came back from the dead. There must be a plot that the players didn't know about. Because of the many research posts, Areiko had a strong interest in this kind of plot exploration, and she often felt that the Star Age was really meticulous in all aspects, and it could completely withstand scrutiny. Cyrene nodded, but her eyes were always on Xixing. She finally understood how arbitrary her previous judgment was. She actually thought that such a strong person was the boy toy of the Queen of Israel. Just thinking about it made her ears heat up and she felt ashamed. But as far as I know, didn't Princess Cyrene already die in the Beast Tide? Areiko continued to ask. I didn't die. Celine answered her question. I've been trapped here all this time until Sinua rescued me yesterday. Wen Jishan had already arranged for her to be announced. When the battle here was over, she would be interviewed and announce her return to the country. There was no problem in telling the hero in advance. But speaking of which, that chief magistrate Wen Jishan wasn't someone she was familiar with. In the past 4 years, too many things had happened in Roland that she didn't know about. When the battle here was over, she should go and find out. Cyrene looked at the crater not far away that had been protected. That was the place where she had struggled for 4 years, and also the place where her brother Sinos was buried. Her heart was still full of pain, but she would not be hysterical like the day before. After all, even at the last moment of his life, her brother told her to live well. Therefore, she had to take her brother's place and take a look at Roland, who was rebuilding from the ruins. She had to take a look, what kind of changes had happened in Roland under Snow's rule, and what kind of people were the heroes who were said to be able to resurrect. In just 2 days, she had felt too many surprises, and because of these surprises, her heart was rekindled with hope. Maybe in Snow's hands, Roland could really return to its former glory one day. Areiko was shocked when she heard this. What did it mean to be trapped here for a long time? There were so many ferocious interstellar beasts, and NPCs could not be resurrected. When she imagined that life, she felt that it was too difficult. Perhaps it was because the woman in front of her felt like a real person. When she heard her understatement and saw the pain in her eyes, she could not help but sympathize with her. In the live broadcast room, most of the comments were also feeling sorry for her sister. When Cyrene came back to her senses, she saw the girl next to her looking at her with pity. She could not help but be startled for a moment, then she said with optimism, all the suffering will be over. She did not know whether she was saying to herself or to her sister, no matter what, don't give up. After that, she pulled out her dagger again and rushed into the battlefield like a gust of wind. Many of the interstellar beasts were injured by the falling fire feathers, so she took the opportunity to harvest their lives without hesitation. Areiko could not help but record this scene, which immediately attracted a lot of fans for Cyrene. Of course, there were also some old players who were forced to leave cheering in the live broadcast room. Princess is mighty. Quickly kill all the beasts. Yesterday, I felt that Princess was very annoying when she stole beasts, but now she's so cute. Human nature is double standards hhhh. In mid-air, Susili watched Xixing kill all the inferno beasts and shook his head helplessly. If it were not for the fact that the players currently lacked anti-air abilities, he really did not want Xixing to attack. He did not want Xixing to be too eye-catching and attract the attention of the game group. If because of this, Wang Lao and the others weakened Xixing's strength, then he would really have no place to cry. But, looking at Xixing killing one inferno beast with one punch, one had to admit that it was really cool. It was simply a visual feast. Xixing quickly threw all the inferno beasts into the pit. After successfully resolving the crisis, he flashed back to Susili. His handsome face was stained with a little black ash, which was somewhat obvious. Susili suspected that he did it on purpose. With his ability, how could he be affected by the fire? But, Brother Sheng, you've worked hard. He raised his hand and touched his cheek, using his thumb to wipe away the black ash, and said with a smile on his face. Xixing's eyes lit up slightly. He resisted the urge to pull him into his arms and carefully felt the gentleness of his soft fingertips on his cheek. His heart was filled with a little sweetness. It's not hard, he said softly. In this way, he did not have the slightest bit of the violent aura he had when he was killing the inferno beasts. Susili thought about it and said, you stay by my side, don't go down. He still had to continue to heal the players. Of course, if you feel bored, you can find something to do yourself. However, Before he finished speaking, Xixing had already said, "I won't be bored at all by Ali's side, please let me stay." Su Silly smiled and touched his cheek, not caring about how many people were watching below. "Okay, then stay by my side and guard me." Xixing nodded. When the young man played the piccolo again, he floated beside him with a very strong sense of presence. The scene of the two standing together was indeed a good match. The appearance of the inferno beasts did not extinguish the players' enthusiasm for killing monsters and leveling up. Instead, because of Xixing's fierce operation, it rose to the peak. Amidst the brainless attacks of the players, they realized that they could not kill the interstellar beasts no matter what. Finally, there was a big retreat for the first time. In the tree hole, Su Fengqing pulled up the shadow tent again and started a fire to warm the Xenos. Because he had just been attacked and drenched in the melted ice water, Thanos, who had already gotten better, became even more ill. The only thing to be thankful for was that he did not fall into a coma this time. Su Fengqing boiled the water again and dealt with the bird the size of a crow. He originally wanted to make soup for the Xenos, but in the end, he realized that it was not convenient to pluck the feathers, so he could only wrap it in mud and throw it into the fire to roast. Then, he exchanged for the Black Valley to make porridge. While the porridge was being cooked, Su Fengqing looked at the wet silver-haired man and could not help but worry. In the early spring, everything was recovering, but the cold was still not something that a patient with a high fever could withstand. At this moment, ding. System Shop is online. For more information, please open Shop to view. Ding. System Shop has a new 100 sets of fashion, there must be one that suits you. The current price is 20% off, open Shop to buy now. Ding. Opening wardrobe function, all clothes can be put in, convenient storage. Su Fengqing raised his eyebrows. He had heard of Ah Heng's plan before, and now it was online just in time. He quickly opened the system shop and browsed. All the items in the shop required diamond coins to buy, and there was a 10:1 recharge ratio with real money. He looked at the new fashion pieces, the price ranged from 10 to 10,000 diamond coins, and the more expensive the designer, the cooler they were. Su Fengqing did not care about the appearance of the clothes, so he searched for winter clothes and chose some basic long sleeves and trousers. But the quality of the clothes that were sold as fashion pieces were not much better. He picked and picked, then recharged and opened the wardrobe to the maximum. When he saw that the wardrobe was full of clothes for the Xenos, he was unexpectedly satisfied. He shook his head, took out the clothes, and took off the tattered clothes on the Xenos, wiped his back with hot water, and put warm and soft clothes on him. During this time, Xenos kept his eyes closed. From his slightly trembling eyelashes, Su Fengqing knew that he was still awake, but didn't want to open his eyes. Su Fengqing could understand how he felt. To protect his pride, he tried to avoid touching his broken limbs. Finally, Xenos looked like a completely different person with the new clothes, and he no longer trembled from the cold. But looking at him, Su Fengqing felt like something was missing. He thought about it carefully, then switched to external communication and sent a message to Su Yuheng, who was still in a meeting at the R&D center. When Su Yuheng saw the message, he was stunned. "Big brother, ask the gaming group to add blankets, sleeping bags, and pillows in the system shop." Su Yuheng? Su Yuheng read the message a few times. In the end, he couldn't help but call Su Fengqing to confirm if his account had been hacked. When he heard that it was indeed his brother's voice, he still couldn't believe it. So he tried again. "Brother, I received the message you sent me. Is this a suggestion for the home system?" This was the only explanation that Su Yuheng could think of. Blankets, pillows, and blankets were necessities at home. Although the players didn't need to sleep, it would still look good at home. However, the sleeping bag made him feel a little confused. Su Fengqing didn't explain too much. He just nodded and asked him to arrange it as soon as possible. In the end, he added some daily necessities such as towels, wash basins, toothbrushes, and so on. He also hoped that the game group would go online as soon as possible. Su Yuheng took note of them one by one. He didn't think about the things that his brother mentioned before. After all, no matter how real the holographic world was, the players wouldn't really live in the game. So regarding the home system, he and the game group thought more about the furniture and other decorative items. But now, Su Fengqing's words broadened their thinking. The items sold in the home market could be completely based on real life. After all, the goal that he set for Star Age was to create a second world for humans. As a holographic game, although they bought virtual products, they could actually experience it in the game. As long as the price was right, wouldn't it be better than spending money to raise 2D characters? According to this idea, there were too many things that could be sold in the game. Although Wang Lao insisted that the things that could be obtained from the game were not allowed to be bought by the players to prevent affecting Roland's economic system, there were still too many things that Roland couldn't produce. After all, Roland's current industrial system was still too backward. Many things even needed to be imported from other planets. "Brother, your idea is really good," Su Yuhing said sincerely. He was ready to discuss with the game group and implement it as soon as possible to enrich the gameplay and realize profits. "Do you have anything else to add?" Su Fengqing paused. Did he give him any ideas? He didn't know what his second brother was thinking, but he shook his head and said, "Pay more attention to the company's matters. If there's anything, tell me." He couldn't leave for the time being. Just half an hour after he left, Asai almost had an accident. Before he recovered and had the strength to protect himself, he couldn't leave, let alone go to work in the company. "All right, you can enjoy your vacation in peace. I'll take care of everything." Su Yuhing readily agreed. As for arranging a meeting between him and Shaoli, he planned to wait until he was done with his work. After all, Shaoli was also busy building the City of the Brave. When Su Fengqing hung up the phone, he looked up and saw that the silver-haired man had opened his eyes. He had changed into a new set of clothes and was no longer as miserable and pitiful as before. However, his face was still pale and his eyes were dull. Su Fengqing glanced at him but didn't say anything. He lowered his head and gently stirred the black rice that was still boiling. "Sorry." After a while, he heard the man's hoarse and dry voice. Su Fengqing looked up. Sinos, on the other hand, lowered his eyes. Under the light of the fire, half of his face was hidden in the shadows. His voice was also a bit gloomy. "I'm sorry that you have to see such an ugly body." Sinos closed his eyes. His left hand was clenched into a fist. Su Fengqing looked at him. He could feel that the man in front of him once had a proud soul. Judging from his appearance and temperament, he should be a person of noble birth. He could imagine how tragic his past was for him to be reduced to such a state. Su Fengqing pursed his lips. He felt his sympathy and softness for him. He couldn't help but remind himself, the person in front of him was just an NPC, a virtual game character. Everything about him was preset. Even the words he was saying now might be preset. The reason why he saved and took care of him was because of his own moral principles. He shouldn't have too much interaction with this NPC, let alone have a heart-to-heart with him. Thinking of this, Su Fengqing silently retracted his gaze and continued to stare at the porridge. Sinos didn't expect him to say anything. He stared blankly at his legs under his pants. His eyes were hollow. There was nothing below his knees. They were deflated. If he rolled up his pants, he could see the hideous scars left behind by interstellar beasts. And his arms. Such a body was incomplete and ugly. He remembered that in the beginning, he would occasionally wake up from his dreams and be shocked when he accidentally saw it. It was unbearable for him to show his body in front of outsiders. But Sinos also knew that he couldn't allow these sensitive emotions to exist now. Just like in the underground cave. Even if he knew that his heart was sick, he could only repeat the dark life day after day without relief, not ugly. At this time, he heard a man's voice. Sinos raised his head slightly mechanically and stared at the black-haired man. He held a bowl-shaped leaf in his hand and scooped out the boiling black rice and porridge. Then, he held the black rice porridge in front of him and looked at him with his dark eyes. The man said seriously, "It's just that you're too thin. You need to eat more so that you can recover faster." Then, he scooped a spoonful of porridge and fed it to him. When the slightly hot porridge touched his lips, he came back to his senses. Sinos looked at the man's serious face and his calm eyes. Strangely, he felt the sudden surge of emotions in his heart calm down. He didn't eat the porridge. Instead, he raised his left hand and said in a low voice, "I'll do it myself." Su Fengqing didn't insist. He put the spoon back into the bowl and watched as his left hand trembled slightly as he picked up the spoon handle. When Su Fengqing helped him change his clothes, Sino saw a bruise on his forearm. He hadn't recovered yet. Sino's pursed his lips tightly. Blue veins appeared on his forehead because he was using too much force. But his only left hand didn't listen to him at all. In the end, Su Fengqing held him down. He didn't say anything. His expression didn't show any impatience or disdain. But his hand movements were much more forceful, not allowing him to refuse. Sinos finally stopped trying to be brave. He leaned against the tree trunk and quietly drank the porridge that the man fed him. With the energy provided by the food, his weak body finally recovered a little. The magic in his body was also slowly recovering. After feeding him the porridge, Su Fengqing took a branch and dug out the lump of mud that had hardened in the fire. After breaking it open, he revealed the cooked bird inside. As a player, he also needed to eat to reduce his hunger and replenish his stamina. It was probably because the ingredients were good. Although the seasoning wasn't bad, the meat was fresh and tender. It tasted surprisingly good. Sinos watched him eat. Even though his stomach couldn't hold any more food, he felt a little hungry. He looked away, thought for a while, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, can you tell me your name?" He could feel that the man was deliberately keeping a distance from him. From beginning to end, the man didn't seem to want to talk to him. He didn't ask for his identity, nor did he have any intention of introducing himself. But Sinos couldn't just ignore it. Su Fengqing paused. They were going to be together for a few days. Even if he didn't want to have anything to do with him, he still had to tell him his name. He looked at his game ID and said, "Breezy." Hearing his answer, Thanos let out a sigh of relief. "Breezy," he repeated the name twice in his heart, and then said, "My name is, Sai," Su Fengqing suddenly said. Sinos was a little surprised. Did he tell him his name before? But... Sai? I'm not interested in your identity or past. He heard the man say, "I saved you because I happened to see you. When you're better, I'll take you to find your companions. After that, we won't have anything to do with each other anymore." Sinos looked at him and frowned slightly. He said, "Is there nothing you need me to do? You saved me and did so many things for me. I want to repay you." "No." Su Fengqing shook his head. "The only thing I need you to do is to recover as soon as possible and find your companions." Sinos was silent, and finally nodded. "Okay, I'll try my best to get better. I won't continue to drag you down and waste your time." Seeing that he was so weak that he could faint at any time, Su Fengqing had deep doubts about his words. But he just nodded and continued to replenish his energy. Legio VI's mission to clear out the galactic beasts only lasted 5 hours, but the result was still satisfying. Once again, whether it was new players or old players, the key to their brainless mission was their faction leader, His Majesty Xiao Luo. Su Silly had also risen to the top of the Starry Age players' favorite game character list because of the battles in the past 2 days. The other people on the list, other than him, were all card characters that were linked to Game of Gods. He was the only original character in Star Age so far. The collaboration with Game of Gods had indeed brought Starry Age its first wave of popularity. Out of the 100,000 players in the open beta, almost a third of them had come for the Paperman husband. This inevitably caused a certain degree of trouble for Wen Jishan, Li Jiu, and the others. They didn't expect that they would be so popular among the adventurers. There were even players who dared to climb the walls and sneak into the palace just to see them. Of course, this player's ending was very bad. Not only was he locked up in prison, but his faction reputation also dropped to negative. Because she turned on the livestream, this result was a huge blow to the players who were eager to try. The holographic Paperman husband could only be seen from afar but not in close proximity. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would have a hard time in the game. After experiencing the charm of the game, no one wanted to give up just like that. When Su Silly heard the news and saw Wen Jishan and Li Jiu's unnatural expressions, he couldn't help but laugh like crazy. He even suggested to the two of them to accept more interviews to satisfy the adventurers' love for them, which made the two of them very depressed. However, Susili came back early not because of their gossip, but because he wanted to work on the illusion cards. He was going to let Lilith teach a class. The more he came into contact with cards, the more he felt the practicality of cards. Moreover, he didn't have time to enter the card space to learn recently, and Lilith returned to the state of being alone, which was a little pitiful. Therefore, he was going to turn Lilith's card into an illusion like the Land of Trials. As long as one entered the designated place, even an ordinary person could be transported to Lilith's card space to receive her lessons. At present, there was already some progress. As for the candidates, Susili had already made arrangements. Card masters and elementalists didn't conflict, but he still felt that there was no need to let elementalists practice both, as it was actually a waste of resources. Every year, there were so many children who were not tested to be elementalists, so they could learn to be card masters, which was another way out. However, card masters were not without requirements. This profession required one to have a certain amount of spirit attribute to be able to become a card master. Fortunately, the card test for card masters was already mature. According to Lilith's teaching, Susili quickly used the existing materials to create a card test for card masters. Together with the test card for spirit elementalists, he gave it to Dean Justin, and asked him to test the seedlings of card masters. When the cards matured, he would establish a card master academy. Of course, the players could also learn to be a card master, but he didn't want them to learn it too easily. They often didn't know how to cherish what was easy to get. It could be said that this characteristic of humans was vividly reflected in the players. Anyway, he didn't want too many players to learn card skills, especially card skills. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose control of the situation. After all, no one knew what this group of idiots could do. In the bedroom, Susili and Cixing were immersed in researching how to make cards into illusions when they received a communication request from Mr. Baser. He couldn't help but feel happy. Could it be that there was an underwater breathing potion? Susili quickly answered the call, and the projection of an old man with a long beard appeared in front of him. "Your Majesty," the old man said respectfully. Susili quickly said, "Mr. Baser, what can I do for you?" Baser nodded, but it wasn't about the underwater breathing potion, but, "You and the other teachers want to donate to Roland?" Susili blinked in confusion. "Yes, we hope to do something for the Empire." Baser nodded with a solemn expression. Of course, Roland's current situation was much better than before, but in the eyes of the old men, living in the highly developed outer space for more than 100 years was undoubtedly very backward. Every time they walked on the streets, although they were gratified by some of the scenes that were still preserved in their memories, at the same time, they were also sad about Roland's poverty. So after some discussion, they decided to donate. Not only them, but they also wanted to ask for donations from people they knew. Susili was naturally very moved, but he really didn't lack money. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly thought of something and clapped his hands. "That's a good idea. Mr. Baser, I'll transfer you a sum of money, and then you can donate it to Roland through the Star Alliance in your name." Baser was confused by his words, but Susili had already taken action and directly transferred the money from his unregistered card to Baser. Then, Baser received a notification of the transfer. "You have received a remittance, a total of 10 billion universe credits, please check." Baser looked at the number on his account and suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He paused the communication and turned around to ask the butler robot he brought from home. "Robert, did I just receive a transfer?" "Yes, master." The robot butler's voice had a clear mechanical feel, and it sounded trustworthy when it answered the question. "That transfer was 10 billion universe credits?" Baser asked again. Robot butler, "Yes, master." Baser couldn't help but gasp when he heard the accurate answer. He lived in the Flanda Interstellar Federation and was considered quite wealthy, but 10 billion universe credits was a huge sum of money that he would never be able to earn in his lifetime. Little Majesty, was he going to rob them? Otherwise, where did he get so many universe credits? He, Old Hua, and the other 4 went to collect donations. Even if they risked everything, they would only be able to collect a few million at most. Baser's heart trembled, and at the same time, he felt a sense of being trusted. Originally, he only came to Roland to rebuild the main city of his homeland and continue the legacy of his homeland, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of belonging to this place. At least, the little Emperor of Roland didn't make things difficult for them because of old grudges, and he still trusted him so much, he directly transferred 10 billion universe credits to his account. Bezer was still very confused. That was 10 billion universe credits. It wasn't some random small country currency that couldn't be used on other planets, it was universe credits. Universe credits were the universal currency of the galaxy and had a very high value. It could be used directly in more than 160 countries of the Star Alliance and more than a dozen galaxies. Some small countries didn't have foreign trade channels, and it was very difficult to earn 10 million Star Alliance credits a year. But Little Majesty actually transferred 10 billion universe credits. Bezer couldn't figure out how Roland earned so much money. Did Little Majesty earn so much just by singing? But if it was from singing, why did he have to donate to Roland through the Star Alliance in the form of donations? There was a processing fee for remittances through the Star Alliance. Although it was only 0.1%, the processing fee was quite high for such a large amount. Bezer was shocked and puzzled for a while before he calmed down and restarted the communication. On the other side, Susili looked at Bezer's image that suddenly froze and couldn't help but feel confused. The communication device was broken. After asking Xiao Wu, he learned that the old man had paused the call, but he hadn't hung up yet. Susili thought for a moment and understood the reason. At this time, Bezer's image moved again. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, but the signal here isn't very good. The old man stroked his long beard and said calmly. Susili nodded but did not expose him. He said, have you received the money I transferred to you? Bezer's heart couldn't help but tremble at the mention of the 10 billion. He tried to maintain his composure and nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. I just received it. Yes. Susili observed his expression carefully. Suddenly, he asked mischievously, do you think that's enough? Or do you need more? Is there more? Bezer widened his eyes, unable to maintain his calm expression. Susili stifled a laugh in his heart, but his expression was somewhat innocent. He nodded and said, if it's not enough, there's still some left. The Fox family's milk tea shop was really popular. Although it was only sold on the Star Web and the price was cheap, there were so many people in the galaxy. There were trillions of intelligent beings, and the popularity of the Star Web was so high. Although there were many imitations, after all, the formula of milk tea was difficult to keep. However, the Fox family was the founder, and with Xing's advertisement at the Genius competition, people would naturally think of the Fox family whenever milk tea was mentioned. Later on, he introduced special snacks, such as spicy strips, sour bamboo shoots, spicy dried fish, and other snacks that could make people addicted the more they ate them, also took advantage of the milk tea's popularity. In just 2 or 3 months, he swept in more than 100 billion universe credits. Just the income from the Fox family's shop was enough for him to feed Roland. However, Roland didn't have enough military power yet. Before it really developed, the fact that he was the boss behind the Fox family must not be exposed. Bezer looked at the little emperor and wanted to question him, but just as he opened his mouth, he heard a ding-dong sound again. You have received a remittance. A total of 10 billion universe credits. Please check. Looking at the familiar string of numbers, he went numb. Susili said, you can take your time and do it in batches. If you do it all at once, it will attract too much attention. Bezer couldn't help but ask. Your Majesty, you have so much money. Where did it come from? Is it convenient for you to tell me? Susili looked at him deeply. When Bezer couldn't help but feel nervous, he said, when I was on my way to Kekabor to pick you up, I met the Xingdao. Bezer was stunned. He asked anxiously, and then? They kidnapped me, Susili said. In return, I destroyed their base. Bezer was speechless. Susili's short sentence made him feel like his heart was going up and down. However, you just said that you destroyed the Xingdao base? He couldn't help but ask again, which Xingdao force is it? Fox. Susili grinned. Their headquarter base. The harvest this time is quite good, but it's not good to announce it to the public. Speaking of which, he still had the card of the Lai Star base in his space capsule. There were many researchers who had been kidnapped by the Fox. He had to find a time to release them. Susili rubbed his chin. These people should be placed in Dr. Team's research institute. The old man was still a general without an army. He felt quite pitiful. As for Bezer, he didn't know what kind of expression he should use. Fox, one of the two major forces of the Qingdao. Compared to the ruthless and tyrannical Shui Wu, the fox was much more cunning and had always been a headache for the various countries in the galaxy. The Star Alliance had sent many teams to exterminate them but had never been able to. Furthermore, their headquarters was a mystery. Now, Little Majesty was telling him that he had destroyed the Fox headquarter base on his way to pick them up. Now, he had to deal with the stolen money. Bezer could only say, "Well done," even though he didn't know how Little Majesty had done it. He knew that it had something to do with Marshal Xixing. He was very strong. Even in their era, Bezer had never met a powerhouse like this. Just standing in front of him made him feel suffocated. Therefore, he was only slightly surprised that they had destroyed the Fox headquarter base. It was not as shocking as Little Majesty's 20 billion universe credits. "Your Majesty, I understand." Bezer nodded. "Don't worry, I will take care of this." Susili was satisfied. "Then I will wait for your good news." He was in a good mood. "Oh right, I wonder, how's your research on the underwater breathing medicine?" Bezer said, "Your Majesty, the formula has been derived, but the dosage of the various ingredients still needs some time to figure out. This formula had been passed down a long time ago. It was relatively unpopular. Bezer had seen it in an ancient book by chance, but he had never tried it before. He needed to experiment." Susili nodded. He had looked up this medicine on the starry sky forum, but he could not find the exact formula. It seemed that the owner had not shared it. As for the ocean, the players in the future timeline had only started working on it 4 or 5 years after the open beta. In the early days of the game, players who played the rare race, the Sea Elves, were naturally very unlucky. Only a few of them managed to survive. They had to die and resurrect again and again before they finally made it to shore. Even though their attributes were better than normal players, their identity as Sea Elves brought many inconveniences to their life on land. It was only when the players started working on the ocean did they truly shine. However, by then, the Sea Elves were basically all dead. Susili sighed every time he thought about it. In that timeline, Oshing had not been brought back to the palace, and Cha-Mo had not been healed by him. Naturally, he would not have followed him to Glaze City, and he would not have picked up Xiao. Therefore, Xiao probably did not survive. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He gave Bezer a few instructions and ended the call. When he turned around, he saw Xixing holding a brand new card in his hand. Susili's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly went over to take a look. "Brother Sheng, what card is this?" Xixing tilted his head and glanced at him. He did not answer. Instead, he picked up an illusion card that was similar to Lilith's card. Then, he stacked the two cards together. Susili stared at it intently. Suddenly, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. The next moment, he began to sink, as if he had fallen into the ocean and was drowned by the turbulent water. The feeling of suffocation enveloped him. He knew that this was an illusion, but his limbs were still flailing uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt a palm lightly touch his cheek. The suffocating pain disappeared. He opened his eyes and looked up. He saw a blond man floating in the blue water. His grayish-blue eyes were slightly curved, and they were even more enchanting in the water. He looked at him, lowered his head, and kissed him lightly on the lips. Then, all the scenes disappeared. Susili blinked, and his gaze darted left and right. He was still in his bedroom, and there was no water at all. The only thing that did not change was that the man in front of him was holding his face with one hand and kissing him. "You're distracted again." Xixing stepped back and accused him. Susili was speechless. Just like that, anyone would be distracted, okay. Although the man's blonde hair floated with the current in the bright water, his whole person seemed to be plated with a layer of light. He was indeed so handsome that it made his heart beat. Susili moved closer and pulled out the two cards in his hand that had already turned back into two. He turned around and lay in his arms, taking the two cards in his hands to study them. That fantasy card was the sea. It could make people feel as if they were in the middle of the sea, as if they were suffocating. It was considered a relatively powerful control card. But the fantasy card had a special feature: it couldn't be linked. That was to say, the scenes that each person saw were independent, and a high-grade fantasy card like Lilith's could only be used by one person at a time. So, when Lilith saw Xianxia accompany Susili in, she was surprised. And the fantasy card that Susili was going to make would allow Lilith to give lessons to many people at the same time. Otherwise, it would have been too wasteful to give one-on-one lessons. After all, at the 1 or 2 star card master level, most of what was taught was theoretical knowledge. There was basically no need for one-on-one tutoring. Susili held up the card that Xianxia had just made. They had clearly just entered the same fantasy space, which was to say that Xianxia had succeeded. He carefully looked at the design on the card. Given his current level as a card master, he could only understand about half of it, but he had benefited a lot from it. "You're really awesome, Brother Xing." Susili wasn't stingy with his praise. He turned around and kissed Xianxia on the cheek a few times. Xianxia smiled and looked at the card in his hand. This is an auxiliary card. After it is superimposed with the fantasy card, it can form a fantasy zone with a diameter of about 10 meters. As long as you enter the range of the fantasy zone, your spiritual power will be guided into the same fantasy. If your spiritual power is strong enough, you can leave on your own. Of course, he was probably the only one on AI Shui Star who had such a strong spiritual power. Susili nodded repeatedly as he listened. A diameter of 10 meters was enough for 20 or 30 children. Anyway, Lilith was only one person. She couldn't teach too many at one time. "Very good, I'll arrange it right away." Xianxia looked at the young man's excited look and raised his eyebrows slightly. He reminded him, "You haven't forgotten your previous promise, have you?" Susili paused and looked at his smiling eyes. He curled his lips and said, "I know, I'll download it on the Star Web later." He promised him last time that if he succeeded in creating the fantasy card, he would buy the recently released real-life game and play it together after the genius competition. Xianxia was satisfied. He hugged the young man in front of him and rubbed his face happily with squinted eyes. It was as if he had the whole world with him. Susili sighed, but the smile on his face didn't disappear. Everything in the game was proceeding in an orderly manner. However, in the Star Web forum, there was a heated discussion because of the system store that went online today. The system store was something that the closed beta players had been looking forward to for a long time. Even the open beta players had been calling for the system store to go online as soon as possible. Speaking of which, they had never seen a game developer who didn't like to make money in Star Age. Shouldn't such an important setting like the system store go online at the same time as the open beta? Star Age was delayed by a few days. Moreover, the players found out that they couldn't recharge to buy Exxon coins. Diamond coins could only be exchanged between players? What a joke! The players who were excited to recharge to buy Exxon coins were dumbfounded for a while. "No, you have such a big system store, why are you only using it to sell fashion?" Of course, fashion was essential, but what about coins? What about equipment and weapons? What about pets? If you don't have those, at least sell some potions. Although blood and blue potions could be exchanged from the faction storage, they required reputation. How could it be as good as recharging directly? "The game team is messing with us." The players were very stubborn at first, but when they found out that the game developers didn't care about them at all, they unknowingly softened their attitude. "I won't scold the game developers anymore, please give me a chance to spend money. I've already recharged 100,000 diamond coins. I advise you to open up the equipment and weapons store, or I'll kneel down and beg you." But, I'm going to shout at the newly released fashion store. The players never thought that one day, they would kneel down and beg the game developers to earn their money. The point was, the game developers weren't making money. Later, the game developers released an announcement explaining why traditional game products were not available in the store. They hoped that the players could earn money through their own efforts, which was also a kind of fun. I never thought that I would meet such a conscientious game company. I can't bear to scold the game developers anymore. The question is Star Age making money out of love? If they don't sell these things, how is Star Age going to make money? Although a gaming cabin is expensive for some people, in terms of the gaming experience, I think it's cheap. Yeah, I heard that they're going to launch a gaming helmet later, so they won't make much money. The game developers probably didn't expect the players to worry about this, which made them, who were constantly scolded since the beginning of the beta, feel a little touched. However, Star Age definitely wanted to make money. So the next day, they launched a brand new function. The next day, when the players went online again, they received a new system notification. Ding! Online update package has been automatically downloaded. It had only been a few days, and there was already an update? And it was an online update. Looking at the download progress bar moving slowly, the players waited excitedly, and the fast ones had already taken screenshots and posted them on the forum to attract attention. Ding! Update package has been downloaded and installed. The content of the update is as follows. Edition 1, Self-Made Apparel Function. Self-Made Apparel Function, players can design their own apparel. After placing the blueprint and materials in the designated location, the apparel maker will automatically produce the finished apparel according to the player's figure. Each use costs 100 diamond coins. Edition 2, Traditional Apparel Collection Event. Event duration, from now until June 30th. Content, during the event, complete missions in the 5 main cities of the Roland Empire, and obtain an activity box on top of the original mission reward. There is also a chance of it dropping from killing interstellar beasts near the main cities. Opening the activity box will give you a blueprint of the local traditional apparel part. The activity box is divided into 8 qualities: wood, iron, copper, silver, gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. There is 1 to 5 sets of apparel of each quality. Boxes of the same quality can be stacked infinitely, and can be traded between players. Boxes of silver quality and lower can be opened freely. Boxes of silver quality and above require a certain amount of diamond coins to open, which are 10, 100, 1000, and 10,000. Collecting different apparel will allow you to light up different achievement badges and obtain corresponding achievement rewards. Note, second modification of the costume blueprint is supported. Players are welcome to use their imagination. The game team will hold a selection event on the Starry Sky forum. At the same time, a slightly classical book slowly appeared in front of every player. The book had the words Records of Roland's Scenery written in gold. After opening it, one could see sets of apparel that had not been lit up. Wood, iron, and bronze were basically civilian apparel. Starting from silver quality, the apparel gradually became more luxurious. As for mythical quality, it could no longer be described as luxurious. Just the unlit grayish-white blueprint gave people a sacred and elegant feeling. The mythical achievement reward made many players drool on the spot. It was a clue about the mythical equipment part. In front of this reward, a large amount of reputation and experience points were not worth mentioning. However, this was only the reward for collecting 5 sets of mythical quality apparel. There was an even more ultimate achievement, the achievement of collecting all 5 main cities' high-quality clothing. It was the clothing of the 5 main cities. Collecting a set of clothing of each quality would light up the badge of Roland Empire Aristocrat. After receiving the badge, on the basis of a large amount of reputation and EXP, the player could be granted the title of Baron of Roland by His Majesty the Emperor and a piece of land in any main city. Noble title? A piece of land, was the Star Age a land wholesaler? Using land as a reward for no reason. Many players couldn't help but complain. Of course, even though they were complaining, the reward was still very tempting. After all, even though the City of the Brave was under construction and everyone would have a piece of land by then, it was still incomparable to the 5 main cities. Especially the land of the Imperial City. Just by saying it out loud, how much face would he have? Moreover, being neighbors with NPCs would increase the chances of triggering quests. If they lived near the royal palace, it would be even worse. Those who came in and out of the palace were all high-level NPCs, and they would be in contact with the upper class of Roland. Everyone could see that this achievement was not meant for normal players. Only god tycoons had the opportunity to obtain it. After all, 5 sets of mythical quality clothing would require at least 5 mythical quality boxes, right? One mythical box cost 10,000 diamond coins, so 5 boxes would cost a total of 5,000 diamond coins. Not to mention, the boxes only contained clothing parts. If the hairstyle, top, bottom, and shoes were all separated, then one box would not contain a complete set. It would cost at least 20,000 to 30,000 diamond coins to collect all 5 sets. I've wronged the lousy producers. It's impossible not to earn money, they just have to find ways to earn it. F***ck, my 100,000 diamond coins is not even enough to spend. Didn't any of you notice that the boxes only contained blueprints? Only blueprints and not actual items can light up the badge? F***ck. Then we have to buy materials to make it? Ha 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 ha, this event has the flavor of a traditional online game. Although that was what they said, some players had already started to try out the new self-made clothing function. After all, there were more female players at this stage, and this function was very attractive to female players. As a qualified streamer, Areiko also started a live broadcast to try out the game. She followed the game's instructions and clicked on the newly added clothing maker in the lower right corner of the game interface. A transparent screen appeared in front of her. There were only 3 options on the screen: design, materials, and production. She roughly studied them. The design could be drawn online or imported from the outside. There was a booklet next to it, and one could see the existing blueprints by clicking on it. Areiko chose to draw online and was ready to try it out. She chose the brush tool, and a pencil appeared in her hand. She casually drew a half-dress on the blank panel and clicked complete. Then, something magical happened. The game system had automatically corrected the drawing according to her figure and generated a 3D simulation drawing. At the same time, the options of cutting and sewing appeared on the panel. The first 3 basic options were free, and after selecting them, different details would immediately appear on the 3D simulation. Damn, this is so fun. Areiko's eyes lit up. She had just casually drawn a few strokes and didn't really put much thought into it. She didn't expect that after correcting and selecting different cutting and sewing methods, the dress would immediately look good. 66666, this is turning something rotten into something magical. F***ck, this is the dress that the streamer just drew? I don't believe it. Maybe the 3D image is just good, but the finished product is just average? Areiko, hurry up and continue. I want to see the finished product. Areiko nodded, confirmed the draft and named it Simple Half Dress. Then, a blueprint appeared in her booklet. After that, she clicked on the materials option. She could add materials by herself or use the materials provided by the system. However, the system only provided 4 types of fabrics for free: coarse cloth, linen, nylon, and polyester. As for the other materials, she could buy them from the system store. Areiko chose linen. After clicking confirm, she received a system message reminding her that a new item had appeared in the material bag. She opened the bag and found that there was an extra piece of linen in it. It showed that it was bound and could not be traded. Soon, under the prompt of the bullet screen, Areiko found that there was a color option. After she clicked on it, a color palette appeared in her hand. Similarly, there were 10 types of free basic paints. She could use single colors, mixed colors, or the paints that she had prepared in her bag. Her piece of linen was already spread out in front of her, waiting for her to color it. Areiko had learned how to draw, so she was no stranger to color mixing. She replaced the pencil in her hand with a paintbrush, then dipped it in yellow and white and mixed it into a very gentle light yellow color. When she touched the linen with the paintbrush, a new option appeared. Automatic rendering, 1. Pure color, 2. Gradient, 3. Grid, 4. Stripes, she curiously chose gradient, and then an operation interface appeared where she could set the strength and starting point of the gradient. She could also return to normal even if she dyed the cloth. If she did not choose automatic rendering, she could dye it herself. What was more convenient was that manual rendering did not only require a paintbrush. In addition to brushes of various sizes, she could also soak it in a dye vat like traditional dyeing. Of course, there were only a few free tools. She would have to pay for the rest. In the end, Areiko was lazy and chose automatic rendering. After dyeing the linen with gradient, she obtained a piece of dyed linen. From the interface of her bag, she could see that the cloth had changed color. She then took the cloth out. This texture is no different from real cloth. Finished product, I want to see the finished product. GKD. I'll throw you a rocket. Areiko could only stop looking and put the linen back into the material bag. Then she returned to the main interface of the garment maker and clicked Make. A new page popped up. She followed the instructions and selected the design. Then she dragged the materials she wanted to use into the material slot and clicked Start. In less than a minute, the system notified her that the garment was a success. In her wardrobe, there was a newly made light yellow linen dress. Like the design, it was named Simple Dress. Areiko could not wait to try it on. Then she found that not only did it fit perfectly, but it also looked unexpectedly good. This function is amazing. I want it so much. F*CK, I took a screenshot of the design the streamer drew at the beginning. You're telling me it's the same dress? Star Age YYDS hit my girlish heart perfectly. I can play with this for a year. So when will the second batch of game cabins be released? The collection activity only lasts half a year. 5555, I want the design. I want to play with the custom-made apparel 5555. At this time, the more active players had already completed their daily missions and successfully obtained the activity boxes. They also posted feedback on the forum. Stupid game designer, can you make this activity more difficult? The activity boxes can be traded, but the design is bound to the player. How many boxes do I have to open to get one set? Once the post was posted, it became a hot topic in less than a few minutes. It turned out that, just as the players had guessed, a set of blueprints was divided into many parts. According to the feedback on the post, in addition to the 4 main parts, there were also earrings, necklaces, backpacks, and so on. Whether there were any depended on the traditional outfit. As a mythical quality equipment set, there were simply too many parts. And this wasn't the worst part. What was worse was that after the activity boxes were opened, the blueprints would be directly entered into the design book. You couldn't take them out even if you wanted to. In other words, even if you wanted to challenge this activity, you could only open the boxes until all the blueprints were opened. And the repeated blueprints would be repeated. But according to the content of the activity, it seemed that the repeated blueprints could be used for a second modification. This would have to be experimented with later. The only good thing was that after the blueprints were entered into the design book, the icon on the Roland record of scenery would light up. It didn't have to light up after the blueprints were created. But, am I the only one who thinks that these traditional outfits look good? I thought that 100 outfits weren't enough. It's so embarrassing to wear the same outfit on the road. Although people used to play 2D games everywhere, it feels different in a holographic game. Yes, it's perfect now. I've already started to modify the blueprints. Look at the server announcement, someone has already collected a full set of scenery outfits. Damn, that's so fast. Yes, that person posted that it's an iron quality set from Lanua City. And every set seems to have a story behind it. The first person to collect all of them will get a related hidden mission. Damn, I'll go and farm daily missions. I was kicked out by Legio 6. For ordinary players, this activity was quite friendly. Just collecting the wood, iron, copper, and silver sets was enough to keep them busy for a while. The corresponding achievement rewards were also quite good, not to mention the hidden mission. Of course, the price of the gold quality sets was also quite good. One gold box only cost 10 diamond coins to open. Opening a few hundred gold boxes would only cost a few $100s in real life, which was still affordable for most players. As for the higher levels, there was no need to worry about not having enough players. After all, the game cabins were so expensive. Among the 100,000 players in the open beta, there was still a large proportion of rich players. So it was very likely that the end result would be the same as the AI snow coins. Even if they had the money, they wouldn't be able to collect enough activity boxes. This directly led to the players, whether it was the open beta players or the cloud players, wanting the second batch of game cabins to be released. There were even more people looking forward to the cheaper game helmet. They could sacrifice a bit of the game experience, but they really wanted to play Star Age. Su Yuheng saw the players' demands. In fact, he also had a headache about increasing the production capacity of the game cabins. Because of the large increase in orders, he was already preparing for a new factory, but it was not something that could be built in a short period of time. Originally, because of the lack of funds, he could not open too many factories, so he wanted to go the high-end route. The price of 100,000 game cabins was quite risky in the Chinese market where games that cost a few thousand were considered expensive. He did not expect the game to be so popular at the start of the open beta. Now, the backlog of orders was as many as 700,000 units, which far exceeded the capacity of the existing factory. Fortunately, he still had the financial support of the Yin family and Yin Hong's help. As long as he could hold on for a while, he should be able to relax. Su Yuheng was still optimistic about this. As for the foreign companies that kept coming to him to seek cooperation, he did not care about them at all. So far, Star Age did not have plans to develop a foreign server, and it could not develop because Star Age only had one server. Anyway, he would not consider foreign players for the time being. He could not be sure about the future, but he was sure that even if he did open up a proxy, he would not take care of them too much. In the game, Su Silly could clearly feel that the players who participated in the battle today were a lot more excited. He paid some attention and heard their discussion about the new event. The game team finally made a move, which was within his expectations. After all, he was an NPC, so he could not arrange every event. When he returned to Imperial City after the battle, he received a reminder from Su Yuheng. He did not say much, but he posted the content of the event and the rewards that every player could receive, and told him to do as he saw fit. Su Silly looked at it and understood what he meant. Second brother probably already knew that he could issue missions. In order to prevent the mission rewards he provided from overlapping with the official event rewards or weakening the attractiveness of the rewards, he reminded him. He made a mental note of this. All in all, the land and noble titles in the main city could not be given out casually. He replied to second brother and told him that he understood. Then, he prepared to continue arranging the illusion cards with Xixing. However, before he left the palace, he heard Li Zhiyu's report. Your Majesty, we just caught an assassin in the palace. Su Silly raised his eyebrows and heard him continue, the assassin seems to be an elf. An elf? Su Silly was a little surprised. His first reaction was that the player who drew the rare race, the sea elf, had finally come out from the sea. But, even if he came out from the sea, shouldn't he be staying in Glaze City? Why did he come to the Imperial City and break into the palace? Did he know that Xianxia was here? Li Zhiyu's expression was a little strange, as if he had something to say. When Su Silly asked, he said, this elf, his behavior is very similar to the warriors. If it wasn't for his typical appearance, he would have thought that he was a fan of the warriors who broke into the palace to see him, Wen Jishan, and Qiu Jing. Of course, other than Xianxia, he had never seen an elf before, so he wasn't too sure. Su Silly nodded. He was more and more certain that this elf was the player who drew the rare race. He thought for a while and contacted Mo. He told him the general situation and asked him to come to the palace when he was free. Then, he left the palace with Xixing. As for the elf player, he could deal with him when he came back. The shadow leopard carried them and flapped its shadow wings, flying above the Imperial City. Below them was the busy inner city. Compared to half a year ago, Roland had undoubtedly undergone tremendous changes. Just half a month ago, when Jishan proposed that the inner city walls be demolished. After receiving his approval, this decision was firmly carried out. Now, looking at the distance, they could no longer see the tall barrier that separated the inner and outer city. In the past, the gap between the rich and poor in the inner city was like the gap between the first world and the third world, separated by a wall. He hoped that with the removal of this barrier, the scale of the inner city would continue to expand and eventually spread to the entire Imperial City, making Roland's Imperial City the real capital of the empire. For the inner city, which was already becoming increasingly crowded and densely populated, this plan was definitely beneficial to the development and improvement of the people's quality of life. However, any reform would have different opinions, even if Su Silly's current support rate was as high as 99%. What are you thinking about? Xixing's voice sounded from behind her. His voice carried traces of warmth, dispelling the chill of early spring. Su Silly regained his senses and smiled. I'm thinking that Roland will definitely become stronger and stronger. When all the problems are solved, we can put everything down and travel to the stars. Those days will definitely be great. Xianxia's eyes lit up slightly. As the young man spoke, he couldn't help but look forward to the future. What he didn't say was that being able to stay by the young man's side and hug him like this was already the best future for him. No, that wasn't right. Xianxia's previous conversation with Su Yuhing surfaced in his mind. Get my parents to agree to your marriage. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. As long as Ali's parents approved of him, he could. He opened his mouth slightly, wanting to ask something, but he suddenly remembered the way the young man drank to drown his sorrows. The sadness and loss in his eyes still made his heart ache when he thought of it. The family that Ali mentioned earlier, it seemed that they couldn't come to this world yet. Xianxia didn't mention Su Silly's sad story. He silently tightened his arms. I'm looking forward to that day. Hearing his whisper, Su Silly curved his lips. He looked into the distance, but his body snuggled deeper into his arms. Soon, the shadow leopard flew out of the imperial city and swooped down to the canyon where Xiao Wu's military factory was located. Next to the military factory, a new building rose from the ground. That was Dr. Ding Mingyu's research institute. Although he was still a lone commander, fortunately, there was Xiao Wu, so Dr. Ting didn't feel lonely. Instead, after communicating with the little artificial intelligence, he had a lot of new ideas. After Vril woke up, he looked like a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He looked much more energetic than before. However, he didn't seem to have expressed his feelings to Veer's aunt. After coming to Roland for so long, he spent most of his time in the research institute. He only went to the imperial palace occasionally. This was a private matter between the two elders, so he didn't want to interfere. As for Xiaoqiong's biological father, according to Veer's aunt, his parents were both from Ai Shuixing. They were the descendants of the first generation of immigrants from Ai Shuixing. They also contributed a lot to Roland. Unfortunately, they died of illness before Xiaoqiong was born. Xiaoqiong gradually accepted this matter. His relationship with Veer's aunt was getting better and better. This child who had never felt a mother's love since he was young and lost his father at a young age finally received a love that belonged only to him. He had always said that he would protect his older brother when he grew up. Now that there was one more, the young boy became more mature and introverted. Greetings, Your Majesty. Dr. Ting came out of the research institute. He was about to salute when Su Silly stopped him. He said, You're an elder, there's no need to be so polite. Dr. Ting smiled and said, You can't skip the formalities. Besides, I'm not an elder. Even though Veer was awake now, Dr. Ting didn't expect anything to happen between them. He had protected her for 10 years and never expected anything in return. Life was short. If he missed it, he missed it. Furthermore, he was almost at the age of 1 foot in the grave. People would believe him if he said that he was her grandfather. How could he add to her troubles? Su Silly shook his head. The House of Roland is indebted to you. What's wrong with being my elder? He had thought of calling Dr. Ting grandpa to get closer to him, but this was probably because Dr. Ting was upset, so he still called him by his original title. Okay, I'm here today to send you your assistance. As he spoke, he took out the Lai Xing base card and released his spiritual power. He waved his hand and a dozen researchers appeared in the hall. They looked around blankly. They were the people who had been kidnapped by the fox and chose to stay after they were rescued. Su Silly didn't care if they were sincere or not. They had to work here anyway. After they were turned into cards, he could recall them back into the card at any time. Dr. Ting was also stunned. He had always believed in science. After coming to Roland, after meeting the little king, he had seen countless magical things that had changed his worldview. Magical civilization, it was beautiful and desirable. Unfortunately, he wasn't born in Roland and couldn't learn these magical spells. Doctor, I'll leave these people to you. Don't say that I lied to you to become the director of the research institute when I don't have a single soldier, Su Silly said. Dr. Ding smiled bitterly and nodded in the end. Although he didn't have an assistant, Roland's environment made him feel more relaxed than ever. He liked it here and he liked talking to Xiao Wu. Su Silly said a few words to the researchers and prepared to leave. Before he left, Xixing suddenly looked at Dr. Ting and asked, "Are you practicing meditation?" Dr. Ting was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the cold-faced marshal to talk to him. He quickly nodded. "Yes, I'm very interested in meditation. I tried to learn it. I feel like my mind has cleared up a lot." He had been interested in Veer's magical abilities since he was young. Now that he was in her hometown, he naturally wanted to study these spells. Since the meditation technique and the body tempering technique were open to the public, after he asked Little Five, the little guy directly sent it to his mailbox. Xixing nodded but didn't say much. He only said, "You can keep going." Then, he left with Su Silly. Su Silly heard the entire conversation. He was suspicious. When he was pulled away, he turned his head and cast inspect on Dr. Ting. Then, he found that Dr. Ting's stats had changed: Ding Mingyu, Identity, NPC level, LV5 health points, 7,000/7,000 magic points, 100 out of 100 elemental affinity, Earth class preference, Spirit Elementalist. Holy shit. What's going on? Dr. Ting has an elementalist talent. Su Silly was so shocked that he only came back to his senses when Xixing took him away. He asked, "Brother Sheng, how did you know that Dr. Ting has awakened an innate talent?" "I felt the fluctuation of elemental energy," Xixing explained patiently. Su Silly knew the reason, but he still didn't understand. Why does Dr. Ting have an elementalist talent? "Maybe he has Roland blood," Xixing said. Su Silly tilted his head and thought for a while. It seemed to be the only possibility. After all, the player's innate talent would be erased when they changed factions. Old Hua and the others were also restricted by their level even on other planets. It was impossible for a pure-blooded alien to awaken an elemental talent just by learning a few meditation techniques, right? Dr. Ting actually had a Xian blood. It seemed that at least one of his parents was an elementalist. Su Silly was happy. He turned on his communication device and asked Xiao Wu to play Germinal on loop in the Research Institute every day. When he was free in the future, he would play the flute twice for the old man to improve his elemental affinity. As long as Dr. Ting's level increased to 1 star, his lifespan would be extended. Although 1 star didn't extend his lifespan by much, there was still hope. Luckily, Xixing was careful enough. After Su Silly finished talking to Xiao Wu, he turned around and kissed Xixing hard on the cheek. Sensing his joy, Xixing's lips also curled up. Under such a happy atmosphere, the two of them went to the Elementalist College together and started to set up the illusion cards. When Su Silly took out Lilith's card, the girl in the card opened her eyes blankly. "Lilith, I told you before about starting a class. Have you thought about it?" Su Silly said, "I've already made the necessary preparations for you. You just have to nod and shake your head." He had suggested it to the girl before, but Lilith didn't think it would work. Now, he could finally tell her that it would work. Lilith looked at him. Her body was imprisoned in the card, so she couldn't speak or make any big movements. She hadn't come into contact with other life forms for many days, so her face became numb again. In the end, she nodded her head stiffly. Su Silly looked at her pitiful appearance and quickly got to work. Dean Justin had already followed his instructions and selected the children who met the requirements. There were a total of 14 children and a young teacher. This teacher would be responsible for organizing the basic knowledge taught by Lilith. This way, the children would have teaching materials to review in the future. The children who came later could also prepare before entering the illusion. After all, a lot of the basic knowledge of card masters needed to be memorized. The illusion cards were arranged in an empty room deep in the Elementalist College. Formation Master Dominic had already arrived and was drawing an array in the center of the room. Dominic was one of the 5 teachers that Su Silly had brought back from outer space. He had not expected him to be an array master. After his return, he naturally became an array master. Su Lin followed him and learned from him, becoming his first disciple. The array that Dominic was drawing now was a small protective array less than half a meter in diameter. Once the array was activated, it could hide the things in the array and prevent outsiders. If someone tried to force their way in, it would trigger the alarm. This was also a protective measure for Lilith. It was just a small array, so Dominic quickly finished setting it up. Then, he embedded a galactic beast core. After returning, he did a lot of experiments with Su Silly's inspiration and found that the galactic beast core could perfectly replace the original energy stone. Now that the Imperial City had leveled up to level 4, his strength had also returned to 4-star. He could gradually draw some of the more difficult arrays. He was worried about not having enough energy stones, but then he found that he didn't have to worry at all. Roland was in a difficult situation, but there seemed to be some dusty treasures waiting to be discovered. The array lit up with a faint light beam. Xixing put the 2 combined cards into it. Soon, the cards were wrapped in the light beam and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The people who were within 5 meters of the light beam, Dominic and Dean Justin, only saw a flash before their eyes and the scene in front of them changed. A girl with blue hair and blue eyes appeared in front of him. She also had a look of surprise on her face. Lilith, this is Teacher Dominic and Dean Justin. Su Silly gave them a brief introduction and then went straight to the point. He told her that there would be 15 students coming to learn from her. So many? Lilith's eyes widened. If more people came to learn, her mission would be more complete. But, she looked at her study room and was a little worried. It can't fit so many people, Su Silly smiled gently. You don't have to worry about that. Then, he looked at Xixing. Xixing nodded. He didn't do anything, but the study room changed. It was originally an independent study room, but a door appeared between the 2 rows of large bookshelves. Through the open door, one could see that the inside had been transformed into a classroom similar to that of an elementalist college. All the teaching facilities were fully equipped. Lilith looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but marvel at Xixing's power. But soon, she was attracted by something else, this smell. She sniffed the air and followed the smell to another door that appeared in the study room. Under Su Silly's encouraging gaze, she pushed open the door. It was a small kitchen. The kitchen was fully equipped with kitchenware. There was a large refrigerator and a glass cabinet filled with cakes and desserts. There were also some glasses that seemed to be drinks with straws in them. The girl couldn't help but gulp. She turned to look at Su Silly and asked, This is? Su Silly smiled slightly. A reward for teaching so many students. Do you like it? Lilith wanted to say that she didn't need the reward, but she couldn't bring herself to reject such a small kitchen. The girl's face lit up. She nodded seriously. Thank you. I'll teach them with all my heart. Su Silly didn't doubt Lilith's intentions at all. After that, Dean Justin brought in a dozen children, and he shamelessly stayed behind to listen to the class. He was very curious about the power of cards ever since Little Majesty started talking about it. Su Silly didn't care about him. Since the illusion card had been set up, he also sent out the introductory mission for card masters. Players who had reached level 30 could accept the mission of changing their profession to a card master. The requirements for changing the profession were, respect in the Roland faction, have 4 world order, complete faction mission X1, build a building X1, submit 51-star or 25 2-star beast cores. In short, the requirements for changing the profession were harsh. But compared to the timeline of the future forum, where there wasn't even a shadow of a card master for 10 years, this requirement was just a little more time and effort. Su Silly sent out the mission with no qualms. The matter here was over, so he returned to the palace with Xixing. At this time, the sky was already dark. Therefore, the interrogation of the elven player was postponed to the next day. What Su Silly didn't expect was that this elven player was indeed a player, but he wasn't a mermaid as he thought. He was a wood elf on land. Moreover, his target wasn't Xianxia, but Ashing? Roland Empire's royal prison, in a certain cell. A handsome young man sat on the edge of a stone bed. His hands and feet were shackled, and a slight movement would make a clanking sound. He was wearing a beginner's outfit, and the knitted hat on his head was gone. A pair of pointy ears could be seen through his short gray hair. Damn, I went offline to sleep. Why am I still here? Lan Xiaoyin scratched his head and looked troubled. In the void in front of him, a series of bullet comments floated. Ha 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 ha, I just came in to see if the streamer was still in prison. Now I'm relieved. You want to leave at night? Are you looking down on Sister Mary in the cell opposite you? In the cell opposite Lan Xiaoyin, a girl was also sitting on a stone bed. Her hands and feet were not shackled, but her eyes were unfocused. She just sat there motionlessly. This was the status of being offline. Because she was in a cell, her character would not disappear even if she went offline. This girl was the player who sneaked into the palace to see Li Jiu, but was caught and imprisoned. Her ID was Bloody Mary. Because her plot was relatively light, she only had to stay in prison for a month. However, a month was too long for a player, especially since it was the beginning of the open beta. A month was equivalent to her account being disabled. However, there was still a chance to delete her account and start over. Bloody Mary did not use it. After she found out that she could communicate with the criminal NPC in the cell next to her, she treated it as a new way to play. Every day, she would harass her roommate to see if she could find a hidden mission. It was still morning, so she had to wait until evening to go online. Lan Xiaoyin pouted. He thought that everything would be fine. After all, he had the elf's talent skill, plant transformation. This skill allowed him to disguise as a plant, and it was difficult to be discovered. He did not expect that when he was close to the mission target, he would be discovered by a 10-year-old child. Can we still see Prince Qiong today? The little prince is so cute. It's so painless to be a mother. Indeed, the little prince is cute and cool. He beat Xiaolan so badly. I want to vote for him on the character ranking board. I have screenshots. I can be Prince Qiong's avatar. Am I the only one who likes the little princess? No, I like it too. Lan Xiaoyin looked at the bullet screen and rolled his eyes. He was not a professional game streamer. He had only started the live streaming channel on a whim after he had gotten the rare race account. According to the statistics on the forums, among the 100,000 players in Star Age, there were about a dozen rare race accounts. As for his Forest Elf account, he was the only one to show up on the forums. The others were all Sea Elves. Although the probability was very low, it was considered a benefit for the public beta players. The closed beta players had no chance with rare races. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. As the only seedling, he quickly attracted the attention of many Cloud Realm players and brought a certain amount of popularity to his live stream. Everyone worked together to figure out how to play the Forest Elf. It was actually quite interesting. Lan Xiaoyin also got a lot of inspiration from the bullet screen in the live stream, but some of the Cloud players were especially sarcastic. Speaking of which, isn't Xiaolan looking for the elven royalty? Why are you looking for the Princess of Roland? No, it must be the princess. If she's not the princess, why is she living in the palace? I went to ask a few NPCs that I know. They really don't know that there's a little princess in the House of Roland. Maybe she's Xiao Qiong's child bride. Ha ha ha. Childhood sweetheart, I can do that. Is that the main point? Lan Xiaoyin fiddled with the handcuffs on his hands and feet. I'm still chained up. How can I escape? Why do you want to escape? Didn't that beauty say that you'll be interrogated later? Ah, yes, yes, yes. That beauty with brown eyes. What kind of gods are living in the Palace of Roland? I hate that the official website doesn't have a setting introduction. For the beauty, Xiaolan, you have to suffer a little more. Go. Because he was attacked by the little prince, Lan Xiaoyin saw Xiao Qiong's name, but the other NPCs couldn't see it because of the level restriction. The beauty with brown eyes in the bullet screen was actually a man. He had short silver-gray hair and wore coral red earrings. He was indeed beautiful, but his aura was also very frightening. Lan Xiaoyin still remembered that he almost slipped away in the chaos, but when he came, he couldn't move. The system notified him that the space around him was confined. He was really caught off guard and didn't know how he did it. At this moment, Lan Xiaoyin was speechless as he looked at the bullet screen. You're a bunch of bastards. Why don't you try to eat prison food yourself? In the end, he chose to ignore the bullet screen and dragged his feet toward the iron bars. Although he lowered the realism, the shackles reduced his agility, and his movements were as slow as a tortoise. More importantly, there were restrictions in this prison. He couldn't use his talent skills here, or else he would have turned into a dandelion and flown out. At this moment, the space outside the cell distorted, and dark lines visible to the naked eye appeared. Lan Xiaoyin paused. As the silver-haired man with brown eyes appeared outside the cell, his vision was almost drowned out by the bullet screen. But this wasn't the end. A young man came out of the crack in the space behind the man. The young man had black hair, green eyes, and a cool face. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Lan Xiaoyin. "He's that elf?" Xianxia smiled and nodded. "Yes, I think it's called Blue Mark." His voice was gentle and polite, like clear spring water flowing past. Just listening to him was a pleasure, but it was quickly interrupted by the black-haired young man's sneer. "Blue Mark? What kind of weird name is that?" Lan Xiaoyin was speechless. Damn, if he knew that this account was a rare race account, he would have given it an awesome name, but the problem was, he didn't know. And there was no name-changing card for sale in the game, ha 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 ha, YYSY, I like to see the reaction of NPCs. It's so vivid. This handsome guy is so cool. Another new character? I don't know why, but he looks familiar. The color scheme is quite similar to the Black Panther pet in God's game. Ah, the beauty is a good match for the cool guy. Lan Xiaoyin turned off the bullet screen and looked at the two NPCs outside the cell. "Brat, how old are you?" September sized up the elf in the cell. He looked like an adult, but the elf's growth cycle was very long. They would only reach adulthood at 200 years old. And the elf in front of him gave him the impression that he was too weak, like a newborn child. Lan Xiaoyin pursed his lips and glanced at the main quest he had received after entering the game. Find the Elven Royalty. He was stuck at level 5, and had to find the Elven Royalty and return to the Elven land to activate his bloodline power to continue leveling up. And Roland's royal palace was the only clue he had. After close contact, he did find a little girl with elven blood in the royal palace. She should be the Elven Royalty mentioned in the quest, or she was related to the Elven Royalty. "I am in my 20s, Lan Xiaoyin said hesitantly. His character was born in Starcatcher City. According to the setting, he was an elf born in the human world. Recently, the seal on his body had loosened, and he found out that he was an elf in the legends. As for his age, how did he know? It was not mentioned in the setting. The black-haired young man glanced at him and said, "You look quite young." Lan Xiaoyin was speechless. At this time, Xianxia smiled and said, "If you have anything to say it in front of His Majesty. Trespassing into the royal palace is a serious crime, and it is up to His Majesty to pardon you." Strictly speaking, the elves were not considered ancient beasts, especially the forest elves. Xianxia was not very familiar with the forest elves. Facing an elf of unknown origin who was obviously after his little Ash, he was cautious. In their era, the elves who pursued pure blood were not friendly to half-elves. Xianxia and Jiu escorted Lan Xiaoyin to the hall. There, Lan Xiaoyin saw the silver-haired emperor sitting on the throne. He was as handsome as he was in the videos he saw on the Starry Sky forum, just like the real king of elves. Ah, no, he was an elf now. Lan Xiaoyin straightened his back, but when his eyes met the big bosses in the hall, he could not help but feel weak. How did the Star Age make the NPCs so lively and have such an aura? Su Silly sized him up. With just one look, he knew that this was a player, and the information displayed by the inspect skill was indeed so. Blue Mark, Identity, Player Camp, Roland Empire Bloodline, Forest Elf Level, LV5 HP, 9000/9000 Mana, 300 Elemental Affinity, Wood Racial Talent, Plant. It could be seen that the basic attributes of rare races were not bad. At LV5, he had 90 points of Constitution and 60 points of Intelligence. If this account could be raised, he would definitely be one of the top fighters among the players. However, it was obvious that while rare races were good, the prerequisite quests were probably much more difficult than normal players. Su Silly looked at Xixing. Without needing him to say anything, Xixing understood what he meant. He nodded and took a step forward. And because of the tense atmosphere, Lan Xiaoyin opened the bullet screen again, but, His Majesty Xiao Luo sitting on the throne is so cool. This eye contact. KSWL, CCSCD, this is the feeling of being interrogated by 3 departments. Xiao Lan, you're on your own. Lan Xiaoyin was speechless again, but at least the pressure was not as great. After all, they were NPCs, so what could they do to him? He was not even afraid of death, so why would he be afraid of being interrogated? At this moment, he met Xianxia's eyes. The man's originally grayish-blue eyes had turned dark gold. "You're a forest elf?" he asked. Ding. Xianxia has used the secret technique, answer all questions, on you. Answer all questions, secret technique. You must answer the caster's questions without lying. Only death can free you from the spell's control. Lan Xiaoyin was confused. Isn't this NPC's skill a little too overpowered? Su Silly looked at him curiously. Is Xianxia's answer all questions effective on players? Lan Xiaoyin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I'm a forest elf. Since this was already exposed, there was no point in denying it. What's your purpose in entering the palace? Xianxia continued. Lan Xiaoyin's eyes turned, and he said instinctively, no purpose. I just want to admire you and His Majesty. Ding. Through the player's game cabin monitoring, it shows that you lied to Xianxia. So, you're dead. Lan Xiaoyin was confused. In the next second, his HP bar was emptied, and his body collapsed. His soul floated in midair. After a short pause, the bullet screen suddenly showed an explosive growth. What just happened? 66666, answer all questions. F***CK, is this the one and only godly skill from Game of Gods? F***CK. If I remember correctly, that godly skill seems to be Su Silly, the prototype of His Majesty Xiao Luo. Heavenly King Su got it, and there was a server announcement. Damn, speaking of Heavenly King Su. What should I do when I see His Majesty Xiao Luo and Xianxia standing together? I remember that Suga likes Xianxia a lot. He even posted pictures of him a few times. You can still see them on his Weibo. So Suji's life is complete. He can be with his 2D character forever in the game. I suddenly feel so touched. Lan Xiaoyin, who was in his soul state, looked at the comments with a twisted expression. Hey, he just died for no reason. Why didn't anyone care about him? And this game even has a lie detection function. It detected that he was lying, so it gave him the death escape? This really overturned his understanding of games for the past 10 years. Actually, Lan Xiaoyin wasn't lying on purpose. He just didn't know how to continue with this mission. From the background information he had obtained, elves were once sold as commodities among the human aristocrats. His parents also ended up in the human world because of this. And the little girl he saw yesterday didn't have the elf's iconic pointy ears. In other words, her identity as an elf hadn't been exposed. If he said it out loud, would it put her in danger and cause him to fail the mission? In the Star Age, where freedom was so great and he couldn't start over again, he really didn't dare to take the risk. In the hall, Xianxia's eyes returned to their original color. He looked at the fallen elf. He didn't need to go forward to know that he was dead. He frowned slightly and looked back at Su Silly. Su Silly was a little surprised by the player's sudden death, but he thought about it and understood. This was probably the game's mechanism to protect the player. After all, this was a player. If an NPC could control the player's mind, it would be too scary. Once exposed, it would definitely be resisted. So when the player was attacked by this skill, they should be able to escape with the death escape. Cha Mo and Ninth Moon were also stunned. How did the elf suddenly die? Ninth Moon went forward to check and found that he was really dead. Could it be that he was killed by the master? But the scene just now didn't seem like it. At this time, seeing Xianxia look at Su Silly, Ninth Moon and Cha Mo also looked at the little emperor, waiting for his next order. Su Silly's fingertips tapped on the armrest. Everyone was waiting for his decision, including Lan Xiaoyin. He was almost begging the emperor, hoping that he would be merciful and quickly find a place to bury his body. That way, he could escape after 30 minutes. However, he heard the young man say, "Put him back in prison." Lan Xiaoyin. No, he was already dead. He was an elf, not a hero. Did this group of NPCs know that he would be revived? Cha Mo nodded, and the surprised expression on his face disappeared. This elf's death was too strange. Maybe, he had a special way of faking his death to deceive everyone. Unfortunately, he met the emperor and Marshal of Roland. Seeing Cha Mo take the elf away, Su Silly got up and walked down from the throne. His time was precious, there was no reason to waste half an hour waiting for the elf to revive. Moreover, the elf would probably go offline after half an hour. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Su Silly and Xixing once again went to the former border of Roland. After a week of farming, the level of the players had increased. After the last batch of players reached level 20 today, Su Silly didn't plan to continue participating in this battle. The construction of the City of the Brave still depended on the performance of the players. He would continue to focus on the 5 main cities of Roland. Anyway, after nearly a week of venting her anger, Celine looked much better. Their initial goal of starting this battle had been achieved. This was the last day of the battle, so he naturally had to give it his all. Su Silly looked in the direction of the royal city and led the players to continue clearing the galactic beasts. 10,000 meters behind them, in a tree hole somewhere, Su Fengqing entered the game again. When he saw that the silver-haired man was safe and sound, and that the shadow tent was only about to disappear, he was slightly relieved. After a few times, he had figured out the safe time. The shadow tent was controlled by him. When he went offline, it would start to disappear and wouldn't disappear until 20 minutes later. Therefore, every time he went offline, he would have 20 minutes to use. Xenos's condition was obviously much better. His pale and thin face finally had a healthy complexion, and his high fever was finally gone. However, his body was weak to begin with. After this ordeal, he would need to rest for a while to fully recover. However, they didn't have this condition. When we depart, I'll take you to your companions. Su Fengqing put away the blanket that covered him and took out a thick coat from his backpack and skillfully put it on him. Okay. Thanos nodded. He put his left hand into his sleeve and looked at his long silver hair that fell to the ground. He paused for a moment and suddenly said, Fengqing, can you give me the dagger? What do you want to do? Su Fengqing asked. Xenos looked at his long hair. Cut it, it's too cumbersome. Previously, when he was in the underground cave, he didn't need to go out, so he kept his hair straight, but now it was different. Su Fengqing looked at his long hair. He didn't like men with long hair before, but now he felt it was a pity. He thought for a moment and asked, How long have you kept your hair? The silver-haired man lowered his eyes. His body was shrouded in sadness and melancholy. He said in a low voice, About 4 or 5 years. At that time, Father was still alive, and he wasn't like this now. Xenos held up the ends of his hair and watched the silver strands slide away from his hand. It was as if he saw the past disappearing into smoke in front of him. Su Fengqing pursed his lips and said, Let me do it. It's not convenient for you. Xenos didn't insist. He only had one hand, so it was indeed inconvenient. So, Su Fengqing bought a hairband from the system store and helped Xenos tie up his hair. Then he looked at him. Xenos's mouth twitched, but he found that he couldn't smile. He stopped smiling and said, Let's do it. Then, he kept looking at him. Su Fengqing could feel the man's reluctance and pain, as well as his determination. He didn't say anything. He raised the knife in his hand and cut off all the hair below the belt. The hairband fell, and Xenos's long hair was cut to the shoulder length. Xenos looked at the cut hair and wanted to throw it into the fire. But he heard the man say, I'll keep it for you. I'll return it to you when I find your companions. Then, he watched as the man carefully rolled up the strand of silver hair in his hand and put it into his dimensional pocket. Su Fengqing stood up and prepared to take him away to the place where the strange things happened these few days. At this time, Xenos said softly, Let's throw it away. It's a burden to keep it. Su Fengqing frowned deeply. He looked at the silver-haired man and opened his mouth. In the end, he said in a low voice, Any memory is worth cherishing. Then, he carried Xenos on his back and finally left the tree hole where they had stayed for many days. On the battlefield, Su Silly stepped on a flying saucer and played his piccolo attentively. When all the players in the 6th Army had reached level 20, his originally gentle and full of life melody suddenly changed. A peaceful night tune sounded and instantly controlled the galactic beasts at the edge of the spirit range. The galactic beasts that were running in all directions couldn't stop in time and were trampled. Then, a murderous sound was heard. He had completely mastered the musical attack technique that he learned from the late emperor. Bright red damage values appeared one after another, just like the sound wave that the late Emperor made when he fought against the galactic beasts that attacked the Imperial Palace in the Trial World. No, it was even more powerful than that, because the current him, after continuously assisting in the killing of more than 100,000 interstellar beasts, his level had already broken through to the highest level, 4-star. He was many times more powerful than the late Emperor, who was only 2-star. The silver-haired young man harvested the galactic beasts' lives wantonly. Because he didn't control the sound of the flute this time, the players below could clearly hear the ear-piercing sound wave. Although the sound wave had weakened a lot, they were still injured and could only rely on health potions to survive. No one wanted to die at this time. This was the first time that they saw their faction leader. Other than his extraordinary support ability, he also had unparalleled combat power. Like Xing, he had the ability to kill tens of thousands of galactic beasts by himself. The players were going crazy. They didn't know why His Majesty Xiao Luo didn't play support and switched to violent damage output, but they had to say, this scene was really cool. It was like an epic special effects movie. At this moment, Snow Roland's image as the faction leader was deeply rooted in the hearts of the players and was recognized by all of them. Ah, His Majesty Xiao Luo is so cool. Good lord, I'm calling him husband. I suddenly want to support His Majesty's attack. What should I do? The cold His Majesty's attack smells so good. Am I the only one who is curious why His Majesty suddenly switched to damage output? Maybe it's because all the players are level 20? His Majesty, mission target achieved. I finally don't have to be a nanny anymore. His Majesty Xiao Luo before yesterday, fake faction leader, real top-notch nanny. His Majesty Xiao Luo today, F*CK, I quit. Ha 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 ha, Her Majesty Xiao Luo is so cute when she lets herself go. Su Silly obviously didn't know what the players were thinking, and he didn't care. After being a support for a week, he was really annoyed. Now, he was going to have a good time and leave the rest to the players. He was going to retire and do something else. There is a huge pillar of light over there, and there are also strange movements of interstellar beasts. Su Fengqing carried the Xenos on his back and walked through the dense forest. As he walked, he pointed in the direction they were heading. As he spoke, another pillar of light lit up. Has this happened before? Su Fengqing asked. Xenos rested on his shoulder, his left arm wrapped around the man's body. A belt was tied around their waists, firmly securing him to Su Fengqing's back. It ensured that he wouldn't fall, and it also freed Su Fengqing's hands, allowing him to deal with the interstellar beast's surprise attacks. Xenos looked up at the direction Su Fengqing pointed. He stayed underground all year round, and his knowledge of the primitive forest came from his spiritual power exploration. As a 2-star, the furthest detection range was less than 200 meters. He couldn't detect anything that was at least 10,000 meters away. But, I don't think so, Xenos said. If there was such a strange thing, Cyrene would definitely tell him. She rarely hid anything from him. Plus, it was impossible for him not to feel the strange movements of the interstellar beasts. Su Fengqing nodded. Let's go and take a look. Maybe we'll meet your companions. Okay. Xenos didn't object to this. If there really was something strange, not to mention Cyrene, Brady would definitely go and check it out. He was a dark-type warrior, and no one was more suitable than him for scouting. Unfortunately, he didn't have any experience surviving in the primitive forest, and he couldn't identify the original location of the underground cave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He just hoped that the silly girl Cyrene would stay calm and not have anything happen to her before he returned. Su Fengqing ran between the trees. Previously, they were chased by the giant lizard and didn't know where to go. Along the way, no other interstellar beasts dared to attack them. Now, the situation was different. There were all kinds of obstacles in the forest, and there was no proper path to take. The more dangerous ones were the beasts hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If he was alone, he could turn into a shadow, but now he had a fragile NPC on his back. It was unrealistic to leave Xenos in the tree hole. When he was online, his shadow shield could last for 40 minutes, which was longer than when he was offline. However, this amount of time was still not enough for him to travel too far, so he had to bring him along. Su Fengqing carefully pushed aside the vines in front of him. The next moment, he hurriedly threw out the vine that had climbed up his arm. It was a green snake disguised as a vine. In addition to its long body, there were thin leaf-like scales on its scales. The disguise was so successful that even Sino's mental strength didn't notice it. The moment it was thrown out, the snake opened its mouth and charged at him, but an icicle flew out and nailed it firmly to the tree stump. Before it died, it spat out a green venom from its mouth, which Su Fengqing narrowly avoided. Su Fengqing's face was pale. No matter how calm he was still a president of a modern city who had never really faced any real danger. Previously, when he went out to get water, he would turn into a shadow and move stealthily, so he rarely faced interstellar beasts head-on. Therefore, when faced with a surprise attack, his reaction was naturally slower. Looking at the venomous snake that was nailed to the tree trunk, his heart beat violently and uncontrollably. He felt lucky to have survived a disaster. Sino's actually noticed that the man's combat skills were rusty, and he didn't feel that his strength was strong. He originally thought that this was Mr. Ancient Beast's disguise, but now he was somewhat sure that what he felt was Fengqing's true state. He didn't know if this was the price to pay for turning into a human, or because he was injured. However, this didn't affect his gratitude towards him. "Don't worry." Sino's patted the man's chest comfortingly and said softly, "I'm here." 2.5-star power was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the interstellar beasts in the forest weren't very high level. So far, the most powerful one that he had encountered was only around the strength of an intermediate 2-star beast, which was similar to him. Perhaps this was an area where low-level interstellar beasts were active. Sino's could only come to this conclusion. Su Fengqing pursed his lips. It was not right to let a weak patient protect him. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he walked towards the snake that was still writhing on the tree trunk with his dagger and ended its life. Ding. Overlevel assist killed, green venomous snake LV-15, EXP plus 1000. The EXP gained from killing the venomous snake allowed Su Fengqing to level up from LV-10. He silently added the free attribute points he had obtained to Constitution. Then, he continued to carry Thanos on his back. Along the way, they encountered many interstellar beasts. With Su Fengqing's LV-11 level, it was very difficult for him to pass through this forest under normal circumstances. Although he was from a rare race, because he was a player, his HP was 10 times higher than NPCs of the same level without activating his bloodline power. Fortunately, he had Sino's with him. After walking for about 2,000 meters, Su Fengqing had already reached LV-12. But he wasn't too happy. Because as they got closer to the direction of the light pillar, they felt more and more changes. Looking from afar, they could see the terrifying flying interstellar beasts in the sky. They were fighting with something unknown. Although Su Fengqing had received the system announcement that players who reached LV-5 could join Legio 6 and accept the City of the Brave mission, he would never have thought that the battle not far away would be related to this announcement. After all, it was his first time playing an MMORPG. He didn't even know where the entrance to the forum was. This special gaming pod didn't even have the time to install the Holy Light Mosaic program. Naturally, the boot program was not complete. Looking at the changes in the distance, Su Fengqing's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. He felt uneasy. But he still walked forward with determination. At the same time, he paid attention to the strange movements in the forest. Maybe Asai's companions were nearby, however, they were forced to stop moving forward. The ground was shaking. The small interstellar beasts in the forest were the first to sense the danger and began to run in the direction they came from. If they could look down from above, they would see groups of interstellar beasts running in all directions. This time, the scale was unprecedentedly large. It even caused a small beast tide. The might of the beast tide was terrifying. It had once brought Thanos endless trauma and despair. His memory of such a nightmarish scene was still fresh in his mind. His expression changed. He hurriedly said, "Fengqing, run. Run back." If they didn't run now, it would be too late. In such a dangerous situation, Asai's companions wouldn't stay nearby. Su Fengqing gritted his teeth. Although he didn't want to give up, he still turned around and ran. He joined the group of small interstellar beasts. In such a chaotic situation, they were not attacked by interstellar beasts. Moreover, Xenos was constantly casting healing stream. As soon as he started to lose HP, he would heal him in time. Not long after they left, a group of interstellar beasts that had lost their minds in fear rushed through the forest, knocking down countless trees and almost razing the place to the ground. When he looked back and saw that the dust was not far away, Su Fengqin didn't have time to think about anything else. He could only run forward with all his might. His speed was even faster than when he was chased by the giant iguana. However, there were still occasional worries that flashed through his mind. Today was already Friday. Could he really find Asai's partner before next Monday? Su Silly chased and killed the interstellar beasts that were running in the direction of Roland. He didn't want to cause an early beast tide. As for those that were running in the opposite direction, he didn't care. Without his protection, the players would have a harder time in the upcoming battle. But he had already suggested to his second brother. If the players were killed by interstellar beasts, they could choose to respawn at the spawn point to avoid the 30 minutes death penalty. This way, the players would be much more efficient in killing monsters. After all, the teleportation circle in the royal city had been completed under the supervision of teacher Dominic and Ikeda's construction speed buff. After respawning at the spawn point in the royal city, the players could use the teleportation circle to come back. Second brother also said that he would give feedback to the game team, so it shouldn't be a problem to get it. Leaving the aftermath to the players, Su Silly returned to the royal palace. Just as he was about to continue interrogating the elf player, he received a communication request from the Star Alliance's liaison officer, Adrian. Su Silly was overjoyed when he thought about the money he transferred to Mr. Bazar and asked him to disguise it as a donation to Roland. He quickly answered the call. "Good day, Your Majesty of Roland." Adrian was still polite. He was indeed here to transfer the donation. But when it came to the money, his face was obviously a little strange. The first donation was 2 billion. After deducting the 0.1% processing fee, the remaining amount was still considerable. This was probably the first time in many years that the Roland Empire had received such a large donation. Adrian still remembered that when he found the young Mr. Bazar and confirmed the authenticity of the donation, the young man's eyes were obviously filled with pain and heartache. In order to keep it a secret and prevent the GAL from finding out that he was donating money through the GAL on Esh Planet, Bazar contacted his grandson who was far away in the Flanda Interstellar Federation and asked him to help him deal with this matter. Bazar's grandson actually didn't support him returning to Esh Star. Before he left, he even gave him a lot of information to prove how dangerous Esh Star was and how poor the conditions were. Unfortunately, Mr. Bazar was used to being willful. So when he received the call from his grandfather, he thought that the old man finally couldn't stand the environment in Esh Star and was going to leave. But in the end, his grandfather didn't say anything and transferred 2 billion to him in one go. Then he asked him to donate it to the Roland Empire. Bazar's grandson was really heartbroken. 2 billion, their family's total assets didn't even add up to 200 to 300 million. But his grandfather actually saved so much money and wanted to donate it all to a country that didn't have much relationship with them. Of course, in the end, Bazar's grandson also found out that this money was a donation. In order to prove the donation, it had to go through the Star Alliance. Even so, it didn't stop his heartbreak. And this emotion was accurately transmitted to Adrian. This was the reason why his expression was weird. But he quickly changed his expression and put on a smile, because this His Majesty of Roland, after confirming the donation, once again entered the buying mode. "Your Majesty Roland, are you sure you want to use all the donations to purchase the following items?" Adrian looked at the list that the little emperor gave him and asked in surprise. Su Silly nodded. Seeing that he didn't hesitate, Adrian couldn't help but remind him, "Your Majesty Roland, the items you want to purchase are enough to build at least 100 base stations. 100 base stations weren't a lot for a planet, but the Roland Empire only had 5 main cities left. Even if they needed to build new ones, a dozen would be enough, right?" Su Silly nodded again. "That's right, I hope the GAL can arrange it for me as soon as possible." Cyrene's incident made him alert, and Roland's base station equipment was also much older. The network signal between the main cities was very unstable, which wasn't good for Roland's development. Although there were still a lot of land outside the main cities that hadn't been recovered, he believed in the power of the players, and with the protection of Teacher Dominic's formation, he didn't have to worry about the interstellar beasts destroying the base stations even if he built them in more distant places. If it wasn't for the special magnetic field interference in the sky above Escher star, he wanted to build a few satellites, so that Xiaowu could really monitor the whole world. But the conditions didn't allow it, so he could only give up for now. Thinking of this, Su Silly said again, "Sorry to trouble you, Liaison Officer Adrian." Seeing that he was determined, Adrian didn't try to persuade him anymore. "I understand, Your Majesty Roland. I'll arrange it for you as soon as possible. Considering the large number, I'll get you 2 technical guidance robots. If you need the services of an engineering team, you can also contact me." With the development of technology, many kinds of work had been replaced by mechanization. Although intelligent robots weren't as agile as intelligent creatures, they were more rigorous and hardworking. If they were injured during the construction process, they only needed to replace the parts, and the price was more affordable. If they wanted the services of a biological engineering team, they would have to pay a high service fee. Moreover, on a 5-star dangerous planet like Roland, it was difficult for engineering teams to be willing to accept the task. Su Silly already knew about this. He didn't need an engineering team, and he wasn't worried about Xiaowu's assembly. However, when he heard that Adrian was going to give him 2 guiding robots, he was quite happy. After thanking Adrian for his kindness, the two ended the call. "Wow, we're rich. Now, we don't have to worry about not being able to meet this year's target." Adrian had just ended the conversation when he heard his only assistant, Yaheng, say excitedly, "The handling fee, the transaction volume of close to 2 billion, and the alliance fee of 10 million, this month's performance is stable." The Star Alliance's liaison officers had their own performance evaluation system. The amount of transactions was only one of the aspects. The other aspects included the overall strength ranking of the country and so on. For a top 3 country like the Flanda Interstellar Federation, being a liaison officer was a lucrative job. Not only was it easy to reach the target, but there was also a ranking bonus. As for the overall strength ranking, Yaheng did not dare to count on Roland. God knew that he had been worried about Roland not being able to pay the alliance fee for the whole year. If that was the case, their group would be disbanded. At that time, he might be assigned to an unknown position. Anyway, it would be impossible for him to work under the boss. It was not until the last quarter that Roland paid enough money, and the transaction volume also kept up. Those few months were very comfortable for him, but Yaheng was always worried, because His Majesty Roland had not released a new song for a long time. Although the popularity of the old songs had not completely faded, he could not help but worry about Roland's financial situation. If there was not enough money in the account, the little emperor would not make such a large transaction again, right? It was difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Yaheng had enjoyed a period of comfortable life, and it was too painful to go back to the previous life of eating dirt. However, he did not expect that in March this year, Roland not only paid the alliance fee, but also received a donation of 2 billion. The little emperor was still as extravagant as ever and spent all the money in one go. Yaheng was very excited. Haha, wait and see. Sooner or later, he will realize what a big mistake it was for him to apply for a transfer to the Bavat group. Adrian looked at him and shook his head helplessly. Fix was the young man who applied for a transfer to the Bavat Empire group. He was currently doing well in the new group. And as far as he knew, the Bavat Empire had recently submitted a request to purchase some equipment, and was also asking for information on the purchase of battleships. If they added one more battleship, the Bavat Empire would have 4 battleships, and their military strength would greatly increase. This year, the country's ranking should also be higher. Adrian did not have the heart to discourage his loyal subordinate, so he did not mention this matter. He only ordered him to hurry up and arrange Roland's order. It was difficult for the two of them to arrange the materials for 100 base stations in a short period of time. And Su Silly, who finished the purchase, turned off the communication device in a good mood, and then asked Li Jiu to continue escorting the elf player. After thinking for a while, he realized that he had misunderstood. Facing the player, he actually had a more direct way to get the answer he wanted. Roland Royal Prison. Lan Xiaoyin had already gone offline and finished eating. When he came back online and saw that it was time, he quickly resurrected himself. After all, he could still move after being resurrected, but if he did not resurrect, he could only float in the sky. He could not even interact with the audience, which was extremely boring. Anyway, His Majesty Xiao Luo definitely knew that he would be resurrected. Otherwise, why would he lock a corpse in the prison? Then there was no need for him to put on an act. Da-da-da, at this time, he heard footsteps outside the prison. Huh? This time, it wasn't that handsome guy who could manipulate space who was looking for him. Then he saw a familiar figure appear outside. It was Li Jiu, the 7th most popular Star Age character. As soon as he appeared, the number of comments in front of Lan Xiaoyin increased exponentially. Fortunately, he had already turned down the font size. I'm here because of his fame. Wow, I can really see a popular NPC here. I love it. So, when can we see His Majesty Xiao Luo and Xixing? I want to see His Majesty in his daily disguise. Ah, Li Jiu, my husband, I love you. Li Jiu is so handsome because the video of Lan Xiaoyin being interrogated during the day was recorded and posted, it attracted a lot of viewers. This also made his live broadcast channel much more lively than usual. Lan Xiaoyin ignored the comments and watched as Li Jiu asked the guards to open the prison gate. He was thinking about how to complete the main mission. It was really too difficult. All the NPCs in the palace had unfathomable strength, and they were all big shots. How could he, a level 5 newbie, escape from them? The only good news was that he had to come back after escaping. The only good news was that he knew who the mission target was, so it would be much easier in the future. He could find another opportunity to contact her. That little girl couldn't stay in the palace forever, right? Lan Xiaoyin was thinking, but Li Jiu had already walked in. Li Jiu looked at the resurrected elf on the stone bed. He was not surprised. The main reason was that this elf gave him a feeling that was too similar to those random heroes. And resurrection was the racial talent of the heroes. So what was the relationship between this elf and the heroes? Blue Mark, come with me. His Majesty wants to see you, Li Jiu said. Lan Xiaoyin rolled his eyes. He felt that this was a chance. He raised his hand and said, Captain Li, can you help me undo the shackles? It's not convenient to walk like this. Once he got out of this prison, he could use his plant transformation skill to escape. Li Jiu looked at him and helped him undo the shackles. Then he dragged him out of the royal prison. Lan Xiaoyin used this chance to use his plant transformation skill. The plants he could transform into now were bristlecone grass and dandelions. Dandelions were small, so they could be blown away by the wind. As long as he was not restricted in space, he could, ding. You are currently in a forbidden state. You cannot use any skills. Lan Xiaoyin was stunned. He looked at his handcuffs in disbelief. Only then did he realize that these handcuffs were also alchemy items. They restricted all his abilities. Li Jiu looked at the hopeless elf and smiled. He did not say anything and continued to drag him toward the palace. Lan Xiaoyin was once again infuriated by the comments that flooded the screen because of his sinister smile. He decided to not say anything this time. What could these NPCs do to him, but, ding. Triggered the elite quest, the Emperor's interrogation, description, you were caught in the royal palace. Because of your identity as a forest elf, the Emperor became interested in you and decided to interrogate you personally. Quest details, answer the Emperor's questions truthfully. Do not lie. Otherwise, it will be considered a failure. Quest reward, a certain amount of experience points, reputation, X coins, invisible armor, bronze, X1. Lan Xiaoyin's tears almost fell from his mouth. Elite quest, not only did he get reputation and X coins, he also got a bronze quality invisible armor. It required 1,000 reputation points to exchange for, because he was caught in the royal palace, his faction reputation was in the negative. His X coins were also confiscated. It could be said that he was penniless and miserable. He looked up at the silver-haired youth on the throne and finally chose to give in. It was not that he was not determined enough, but this quest was too much. In the primitive forest, Su Fengqing ran with all his might with Xenos on his back. It was almost evening, and the orange glow of the setting sun shone on the horizon. The footsteps behind them had weakened. They had been running forward and had long left the original borders of Roland. They had entered a territory that had not been set foot by humans for almost 100 years. Su Fengqing did not dare to relax. Fortunately, with the support of Sino's healing stream, his stamina was always at a critical level and was not completely depleted. Finally, he found a tree that was thick and tall enough. With Sino's reminder, he climbed up. After he climbed up, the herd of beasts below rushed past, but after running for such a long distance, they were not as aggressive as before, and their momentum was not enough to break the tree. Su Fengqing hugged the branch and looked down. His face was still not red and his heart was not beating fast. Instead, it was Thanos, who had to use his mental strength to guide him and cast the healing stream on him, who was exhausted from the bumpy journey. He lay on Su Fengqing's shoulder, panting slightly. He did not dare to make too much noise, as he was worried that he would attract the attention of the hidden beasts. This was a territory that even Roland had not explored 4 years ago. Just thinking about it made Sino's tense up. Feeling his nervousness, Su Fengqing patted his hand to comfort him. Then he used the shadow to cover the two of them again, isolating their scents and figures. After this period of connection, he could now make the shadow transparent. Although the image was blurry, he could still see the situation outside. Sino slowly sighed in relief. At this time, Su Fengqing took out a water bottle from his backpack. After drinking a mouthful, he took out a straw from his space and put it in front of him. "I'm afraid we'll have to spend the night in the tree," Su Fengqing said. Sinos looked at the straw, opened his mouth, and took a few small sips. It was as if Fengqing carried a treasure chest with him everywhere he went. Sinos felt that it was very magical. If he could see Su Fengqing's backpack, he would see that his backpack had expanded from the original 10 slots to 200. It was filled with all kinds of things purchased from the system shop. The branch was big enough to accommodate 2 people, so Su Fengqing untied the belt on Sinos so that he could lean against the tree for a while. Then he looked around and saw that there were nuts on the tree. Each one of them was the size of a fist. After checking with the system and finding that they were edible, Su Fengqing quickly took them all. Then he took out a dagger to peel them for tonight's meal. There was no way to cook porridge on the tree, so he had to make do with it. Sinos was not a picky eater, and the nuts were his favorite. Of course, it would be sweeter if they were roasted, but they were still delicious raw. He did not have a big appetite, so he was full after eating one. Su Fengqing finished the rest and tied the 2 of them together with the belt to prevent Sinos from falling down the tree. Then he took out a blanket and covered them both. Sinos never thought that he could live so comfortably in the wild. He turned his head and looked at the man who had taken care of everything and was closing his eyes to rest. He was curious about the man's background, but then he remembered what the man said before. He did not want the 2 of them to have anything to do with each other. Sinos sighed and was about to look away when the man opened his eyes and looked at him questioningly. The stars were shining brightly above their heads, and they were surrounded by a dangerous forest. The 2 of them looked at each other for a while. Sinos did not know why, but he suddenly said, "If it was before, maybe we could have been friends." Su Fengqing pursed his lips and was silent for a moment before he said, "It's not your problem." Sinos looked at him. His words did not make sense, but both of them understood what he meant. It was not his problem that he did not want to have anything to do with him. He did not need to think too much about it. In the end, Thanos smiled warmly and hummed in agreement. "Then I will sleep first." "Okay." Thanos curled up under the blanket. Despite being in such a dangerous forest, he was surprisingly able to sleep peacefully. Su Fengqing looked at him, sighed, and looked away to continue his night watch. It was a rare night of peace and tranquility. But when Su Fengqing woke up and was about to leave with Sinos, he was suddenly stopped by Sinos. The silver-haired man's gentleness had disappeared and was replaced by a coldness that he had never seen before. He stared into the distance and gestured for him not to speak. Su Fengqing followed his gaze and found that there were 2 humanoid figures walking in the dense forest. Taking a closer look, he realized that the 2 people seemed to be covered in green scales. End of chapter 189. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.